temporary teleport item.
Hi there.
So Dash is a puzzler. What does it say? 1 million? I'm pretty sure that says 1 million. 1,344,000. 1,344,000. So there is an easier way to do this, by the way. If you want to repair this and recharge it at the same time, the easiest way to do this, if I remember correctly, is to use either a Ral rune or a, I'm trying to remember here, repair and recharge weapon, D2. So it is a chipped gem of any kind. I always remember that. So it's an Ort rune and a chipped gem of any kind. So you need an Ort rune and a chipped gem of any kind, and you put the item in the cube with the Ort rune and the chipped gem, and it will repair the charges. So that's an interesting way that you could deal with this rather massive cost. But unless you want to go that route, you're going to have to repair it the good old-fashioned way, which is going to be expensive. Oh, Lord, that was expensive. That's a lot of cost per repair there. I would definitely go the Ort and chipped gem method. So you might want to hang on to your chipped gemmies and your Ort runes. We also have Naj's Circlet, which is 105 defense, 12% chance to cast level 5 Chain Lightning when struck, which I don't even have to look up. It's about 80 damage, and it's 6 targets. I actually looked this up earlier on another item. They seem to love the level 5 Chain Lightning. So it's about 80 damage for 6 targets. So it's going to go back and forth 6 times, and it's going to do 80 damage, 1 to 80 damage about every single time. And it's a little decent extra bonus damage, but it's when struck, so you got to get yourself beat up for it. So it's not really worth it. It also adds 25 to 35 fire damage, 75 to defense, 15 to strength, which is nice to help you equip items and could be useful for a mercenary to get him the extra strength he needs to utilize, for instance, a Colossus Vulture. And he also has a +5 light radius on this item, which it's not a very good circlet, honestly. In many regards, I think Naj's Circlet is probably the worst piece of this set, pretty much bar none. Then we also have Naj's Light Plate Hellforge Plate, which is an elite item as well. And this item is 830 defense, 79 strength requirement, level 71. It has +1 to all skills, 300 defense, 65 to life, 25 all resistances, which is kind of nice to have those all resistances on there, as well as the life. 45% damage taken goes to mana, which is pretty massive. If you guys are unaware of how damage taken goes to mana works, let me explain. So if I have 100 damage to my health pool, and I have 45% damage taken goes to mana. Let me actually put myself in the middle for demonstration purposes. So if I have 100 damage to my life pool, which is over here, I will take 100 damage to this life pool. And then if I have 45% damage taken goes to mana, I will gain 45 mana, all right, to my mana pool. However, I will still take 100 damage to my life pool. That's the way that damage taken goes to mana works. And it only really works with a damage that goes to the life pool. So if you're rocking Energy Shield, for instance, Energy Shield actually intercepts damage going to your life pool and sends it to your mana pool instead. So unless the damage reaches your life pool, there's absolutely no way for the damage taken goes to mana to give you any effect. Let me give you an example. If you have 95% Energy Shield, and Energy Shield is absorbing 95% of all damage coming in, then only 5% of the damage is making it to your health pool. So if you have, for instance, 100 damage coming in, 95% of 100 is 95, and then you have 5 damage going to your health pool, and 45% of 5 is how much mana you'll get back. Not very effective, right? And that's unfortunately the way that that damage taken goes to mana works, and that's why when you have a really, really high Energy Shield, it doesn't really work very well. But if you don't have max Energy Shield, it can actually be pretty helpful. This armor also has negative 60% requirements, which is why it's only 79 strength for a Hellforge Plate. Hellforge Plates are pretty beast items. So it definitely could needs that negative 60% requirements. We also get a 2-piece bonus of 175 to defense. And a new bonus, which has only just been added, of 148% magic find. And this is based on character level. So it is 1.5 per character level up to level 99, which is 148 at level 99. Now, of course, to get this effect, you need to have at least 2 pieces on. And the lowest level pieces that you can possibly put on are Naj's light plate and Naj's circlet. Naj's circlet is level 28, and Naj's light plate is level 71. So those are your lowest level items, and at level 71, if we ran that on a calculator, we would get 71 times 1.5, which is 106% magic find. You could also theoretically put a perfect topaz in the helmet, and a perfect topaz in the armor, which would get you another plus 24, and then plus 24. So that would be, what, 154% magic find at level 71 when you could put this on. You could also theoretically wear the weapon as well, and you could get another, like maybe an Ist rune or something in there, just so you could have all the bonuses. I'm not exactly sure what could potentially be worth that magic find, especially if you were a higher level character, like say you were more along the lines of like level 93, which is pretty easy to obtain, I feel like. So level 93 times 1.5 is going to be 139% magic find, plus the 24% in the circlet, plus the 24% in the armor. You're looking at 187% magic find from a 2-piece bonus, which is not bad at all. 187% magic find is a lot of magic find. And if we compare that to, let's see, we'd have to compare that to what, a Scalder's Ire and an Isted Shaco or something, or a perfect topaz Shaco. So perfect topaz Shaco is 75, right? So plus 75, and then Scalder's Ire with a perfect topaz in it. Let's see, can't remember the exact numbers right off the top of my head. So probably about 100% magic find, or 124% magic find for the Scalder's Ire. So plus 124. So we're looking at 199 if you had a Shaco and a Scalder's. So it actually is kind of on par with a Scalder and Shaco as far as the magic find percentage is concerned. You do get +1 to skills. You do lose +2, obviously, for the helmet, because you're not getting the bonus there from the Shaco. But you might not have a Shaco yet. Naj's circlets are really easy to come by. And honestly, I find Naj's light plates pretty often, too. It could very well be that early ladder you might be hurting for magic find equipment. And it's happened before. It's happened to me before. And maybe you find a Naj's light plate and a Naj's circlet, and you want to put those 2-piece bonuses on for the magic find. I could see that. It's not terrible. That would not be a terrible thing. So we can upgrade the circlets, so that's also something we can explore later. But let's talk about the full bonus here. So the full bonus has been changed a little bit, and we're going to have to go over those changes. So right off the bat, you'll see that we have +1 to all skills. So with the +1 to all skills on the armor, we're looking at +2 to all skills. We also have +2 to fire skills, and this has been added. So the armor now gives a total of +4 to fire skills and +2 to all skills, which is definitely very nice. That's quite a big bump, in my opinion. We also have 175 to defense on this, +20 to strength, which is pretty nice. I'm not really sure what exactly you would equip. You know, considering it's taking up all the high strength slots, it really only leaves the belt, the gloves, and the boots. We have +15 to dexterity, which is not going to help you with blocking because, well, you obviously are not blocking anything without a shield. I suppose this set is kind of geared around trying to actually make you hit things, because it does have a relatively high damage of 200 to 232 on the weapon. We also have a increased to maximum life of 12%. a replenish life of plus 20, 100 to mana, all resistances 50, and of course the 148% magic find. Now, I'm looking at this set, and I'm looking at what it gives you. The damage taken goes to mana, the relatively high damage on the weapon, combined with the faster cast and things like that. And you know what it really kind of points me toward? It really makes me think of a Fireclaw Druid. I mean, we've got fire skills, we've got +4 basically to fire skills, right? We've got a really high damage two-handed weapon, which seems to be kind of designed to actually hit things. And then we also have dexterity and strength, which of course are also going to be helpful in hitting things. We've got maximum life, which is going to help you if you're in there in the thick of it. We've got replenish life, which is also going to help you. A pretty decent amount of resistances. The damage tank goes to mana is also going to help you. As far as resistances are concerned, I feel like the resistances on this are pretty massive. We've got 50 to all. We also have 25 to all on the plate, so that's 75 to all from 3 pieces. Is there any other resistances on this besides that? I guess not. So just 75 to all res, which sets me at 5% in hell difficulty, which I'd have to get the rest of my resistances from other places. It really seems like this set is pointed now at a Fireclaw's Druid. That's really what it seems like. I don't know if they specifically set it up that way, but with the fire skills on it, with the high damage on the weapon, with the effects that it has going for it, it really seems like that's the direction they kind of pointed it. And a lot of interesting things going on here. And if you're curious to what they changed, so they added the magic find based on character level. They increased the replenish life from 10 to 20 on the full set. They added +2 fire skills on the full set, and they also added increases maximum life 12% on the full set. So it's a very interesting bonuses here. We can upgrade the circlet, by the way. So the circuit, I believe, upgrades into a tiara. So we're going to go from 105 defense with a Shale, a Talon, a Perfect Diamond, to 105 defense level 28 to a 118 defense tiara, so not really a great upgrade there, at level 57 requirement now. And we can upgrade this one more time into a diadem. Maybe we do it just for looks, just to really make it stand out. It does change the way that it looks, I believe. Or does it? It doesn't even look like it's changing the way it looks. That's odd. And we can upgrade this to the diadem, which is 118 defense, 57, to 135 defense, level 76. I mean, I guess if you were actually going to use this end game, even if it was just for the fun of it, maybe you built a character around Naj's just because you wanted to. I mean, upgrading the circlet might make sense in that situation, but the defense increase is so minimal, I just can't really see upgrading that circlet for any reason other than I'm using the set. And that's all there is to it. And I do it all the time. I am guilty of it. I'm extremely guilty. I will pick an item and I would be like, I'm building a character around this item. And people are like, you would be better if you use this item. And I'm like, shut up. And you're like, you could probably use this item instead. And I'm like, be quiet. You could use this item if you wanted to, you could get this effect and it would be so much better. And I'm like, look, dude, I'm using this item. Shush it. If that was the case, I could see upgrading it. But, other than that, I really can't. Maybe you're using it for the specifically for the 2-piece magic find bonus. In that case, maybe you could upgrade it 1 tier, get a little tiny defense bonus. The first tier upgrade is so cheap that most people have those runes laying around everywhere. So I mean, I don't really know what to say about that. But the 3rd tier upgrade, of course, is not worth it at all. I don't really know what to say about this set. I mean, this is useful as a teleport staff. Now, all the pieces are technically useful as magic find equipment. I mean, if you look at it from a perspective of 148% magic find, the higher level you get, obviously, the better it is. But could very easily be socketed. You could throw something in it. You could utilize it for more magic find. I mean, Nages has +1 to skills, Scalders has +1 to skills, so it's very analogous. Scalders does not have all resistances 25. It does not have 65 life, and it does not have 45% damage taken goes to mana. So in many ways, Nages Light Plate is a little bit better than Scalders. Unfortunately, to get the magic find that would make it equivalent to Scalders, you have to wear this spoopy thing. And this is where things go south. Yeah. Exactly. I feel like this is a very fun little Fireclaw set. You could play around with a Fireclaw Druid on this. I feel like that's something that this could be useful for. Of course, I have it on a Sorceress, but still. And I'm not leaving this video until I at least bonk one thing to death. So I'm going to Nightmare difficulty to do the bonking. Y'all can't tell me what to do. I'm bonking something. We're 19 minutes into the video, and I'm gonna go bonk something in frickin' Bloodmore. Who's the lucky person who's gonna get bonked? Where you at? What's your name? You got a name? Oh, it's a Spike Fiend. Hello, Spike Fiend. Bonk. Bonk. What's up, buddy? Bonk. Well, that's right. 701 to 857 damage, boys. Man, the damage spread on that is just like sexy as all get out, though, isn't it? There's only a 32-point damage spread on that weapon. I'm not really sure, but Nages is looking mighty sexy these days. It's definitely a lot better than it used to be. I have another video up where I talk about Nages, and I was less than impressed. And this time, I'm a little bit more impressed, which is definitely nice. I mean, it's still not like best in slot endgame equipment, and unfortunately, the level requirement on it is very high. But it is only a 3-piece set, and they did add some very nice bonuses to it. So tell me what you think about this set down in the comments. I'm interested to hear what you guys are thinking that magic find could be useful for. Do you think it could be useful on Fireclaw Druid? Do you think it could be useful on anybody else? Let me know what you think. I mean, in total, we've got +1 to skills on the staff. We've got +1 to skills on the armor. We've got +1 to skills on the set bonus, so that's +3. And then we have +2 fire skills that it's been added, so we've got +5 fire skills. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, +5 to fire skills, which is pretty darn sweet. And +3 to all skills. I mean, that's a lot of plus to skills on a 3-piece bonus set. Now, granted, it does consume your shield, so you might as well call it a 4-piece bonus set. Unfortunately, anything that consumes your shield slot has to be considered in that regard. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you watching my videos, even when it is about Nages' Ancient Vestige. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going over, I think, what is the last pair of boots, unless I missed some. It is known as the Marrowwalk Boneweave boots. Now, the Marrowwalk Boneweave boots are absolutely amazing for a summon necromancer, and can be good for non-summon necromancers as well. And the reason why is because they have a very nice effect of plus to skeleton mastery. So if you are any kind of necromancer who would really like to get a nice effect from the skeletons, it is absolutely amazing to get that extra bonus to the skeleton mastery. So let's go over these, and right off the bat there, you'll see they have 202 defense, which I believe can be as high as 204, I think, at maximum. They have 20% faster run walk, which of course is nice. 40% would be nicer, but 20% is okay. Mr. NiNi's taking a nap in my shirt. That's why it looks like I have an alien in there. We also have a 118 strength requirement on these, which is a little high for a necromancer. Necromancers don't really tend to go that high on strength. And we do have a level requirement of 66, which does make these more toward the end game on boots. We have 20% faster run walk, +2 to skeleton mastery, which is really the main thing that necromancers love to use when it comes to this. It does vary from 1 to 2, so it is unfortunately something you will find in a kind of a poor state at only +1. So do keep your eyes out for a +2 pair of skeleton mastery boots. We also have 170 to 200% on the enhanced defense, which is not bad. It does vary by that 30%. We have 15 to strength, which does vary from 10 to 20, so it goes as high as 20. We have dexterity of +17, which of course will help you with your block chance if you're trying to build that on a necromancer. But really, that +20 strength, I think, is the money maker there. We also have regenerate mana 10%, which is of course very welcome for a necromancer. Heal stamina +10%, which we don't really care about, and half freeze duration, which hopefully we have some form of cannot be frozen, so also a non-stat. It also has level 33 bone prison charges, which is pretty amazing and has some very interesting uses. A little while ago, I did a video on Mavina's set. And in Mavina's set, there was a character who actually killed the Ubers utilizing Mavina's set and these boots. They were able to cast the life tap charges, and they were also able to cast the bone prison to hold the Ubers in place, which makes these relatively awesome boots for an Amazon. And just to show off the effect on these, let's go outside town real quick, and I will cast the bone prison, and we will also cast the bone tap just for fun. Now, these effects are actually really nice on a non-necromancer, and that's kind of like the real beauty of these, is that you can cast these on any character to lock something in place. And as you can see, level 33 Bone Prison is going to give you a really nice effect of 3,913 life. The monsters are pretty much just stuck in there. And like I said, you could also cast the life tap charges on them, which of course heals 50% of any physical damage that is done. And it has a rather large radius of 10 yards with 42.2 second duration. So pretty nice. So if you cast that onto the targets, you'll get a very nice life tap ability, which will help keep you alive for a certain duration. And this was how the Amazon was able to use full Mavina's set to be able to pull that off. And I got a freaking Talrosh's Fine Spun Cloth. This is online, by the way. This is not an offline character. Free Talrosh's Fine Spun Cloth. Thank you. This character is built for Magic Find after all, so it's understandable. Now, when it comes to these particular boots, they can be utilized on other characters as well. Like I said, if you need Bone Prison, if you need life tap charges, they can definitely help you out. The plus to strength and the plus to dex can also be very useful to help you put on equipment. You may be in a situation where you just need some of that sweet plus strength and dex to put on a particular sword or a shield or an armor, and this can help you get to that configuration. Now, these are already elite items, and the kick damage on these, by the way, is 69 to 118 if you wanted to use these on an assassin. Maybe you are looking at them a little bit nicer now that you see that they have life tap charges and bone prison. You can maybe utilize those in your Uber runs to lock down certain targets. Like, for instance, you could lock down Diablo. Pandemonium Diablo, while you're fighting, Mephisto, or you can't lock down Bale because he teleports, but you could lock down Mephisto and Diablo, and then you could work on Bale by himself, and then you could take out Mephisto and Diablo later. It's kind of an interesting way that you can do things with these boots, thinking outside the box, as it were. Here's a pair of boots that has 2 very nice charge effects on them, and you can utilize them in certain ways. Let's go see how much it costs to repair these charges, shall we? So let's go over to Chelsea, and we're going to take a look at this, and we're going to see. So we got 2 charges missing off Bone Prison and 2 charges missing off Life Tap, and that will be a total of 70,000 to repair those. Interesting. Let me go grab some money out of my stash. I've got plenty stored away. There we go. Now our charges are completely full. So not bad. I think Marrow Walks are a very nice pair of boots, and if you find them with the +2 Skeleton Mastery, they could be useful for a Necromancer. And if you find them without the +2 Skeleton Mastery, they can still be useful for a character who would need life tap charges or Bone Prison. That can literally be the difference between life and death in certain situations. Now, let's take a look at one other thing here, and that is an old bug that used to occur with these particular boots. So for some reason or another, back when they were first added into the game, they gave you level 33 Bone Prison charges, right? Well, for some reason or another, it acted as if you actually had level 33 Bone Prison and gave you a massive amount of damage on your Bone Spear. Now, this has since been fixed, but I felt like it would be fun to mention it. So imagine, if you will, you notice that you get a 7% damage bonus per level of Bone Prison, and it was counting as if you had level 33 Bone Prison, which was giving you 33 times 7%, which was a very, very nice, 33 times 7 is 231% damage bonus, just for equipping the boots. Now, they have, of course, patched this bug out, and it was referred to as the Marrow Walk bug. So, very interesting. I did not get a chance to abuse this bug myself, so very sad. I got a chance to look at a lot of other bugs in Diablo, but I guess I just completely missed out on this one particularly. Must have been playing my Paladin or Sorceress at the time. I did switch and swap back and forth a lot between Amazon, Paladin, Sorceress, and all sorts of interesting characters. So where would you potentially find a pair of Marrow Walks if you wanted to look for them? Well, let's go over to Silo's Pen, and let's take a look and see what kind of zones we can go to find ourselves a pair of Marrow Walks. So we've got Marrow Walk boots here. Pink. This is a relatively high pair of boots, so let's assume we have at least 150% magic find, and we are going to look at bosses. So as you can see here, on a non-quest kill, Diablo in Hell has a 1 in 1,994. Or 1,194. Bale's not too bad either in Hell difficulty, but he's a little bit difficult to farm because you have to kill all his waves. Mephisto in Hell might be your best choice there at 1 in 1,410. And let's take a look at super uniques as well. And so for super uniques, we're looking at Bonebreaker in the Crypt has a pretty decent chance. That's Act 1, so he's relatively easy to get to. He's right there next to Bloodraven. You could kill Bloodraven too while you're at it. Stormtree is relatively easy to get to. He is in the beginning of Lower Kurost. You can take the Lower Kurost waypoint, teleport down. Corpse Fire in the Den of Evil, pretty good chance. We also have Infector of Souls, Lord Decease, and Grand Visor of Chaos, all pretty good chances. So when you go kill Diablo, pretty good chance they can drop from them. Eldritch the Rectifier in Hell difficulty, Shank the Overseer in Hell difficulty, Doc Farron in Hell difficulty, Pindleskin in Hell difficulty, and Thresh Socket in difficulty. So there's your little killing chain there. What you could do is you go to River of Flame, kill Hephaestus, kill Pindleskin, right? Then teleport down the siege zone, kill Doc Farron. Teleport to the end of the siege zone, kill Shank. Teleport all the way up to the waypoint and kill Eldritch the Rectifier. And then teleport all the way to the end of Ariad Plateau and kill Thresh Socket, which is a pretty nice little combo. And honestly, that should pretty much do it. If you farm those areas, you should be able to get yourself a pair of Marrow Walks. They're not super duper rare or anything. I think I remember I found like 2 or 3 of them when I first started Diablo 2 Resurrected. Because obviously I had to restart from everything from scratch. We literally found like 2 or 3 pairs, which was pretty cool. A couple of them were only +1 skeleton mastery though, which wasn't the greatest. And of course the plus strength and variable there is also something that you look for. So when you find one that's +20, I think my +1 skeleton masteries were +20 strength, and my +2 skeleton masteries were only 15, and I was kind of sad about that. Of course, if you're magic finding, you may want to go with a different pair of boots altogether. Maybe you want to go with, War Travelers or something like that. I don't know where my War Travelers are hiding. Oh, they are. Which, of course, have magic find. Now, the Skeleton Mastery is a pretty big buff, though. Let me take a look over here, and I want to show you what my Skeleton Mastery is right now. So I'm rocking level 45 with these boots, and my skeletons are doing a total of 718 to 722 damage. If I take off the boots, they go down to 703 to 706. Their HP goes down. Their general all around amazingness is going down. It also decreases the damage of my revives. It decreases the damage of my skeleton mages, which are getting buffed soon. So I might actually be testing and playing around with them again. Just in general, just not a good thing to lose +2 to skeleton mastery. And if you are a necromancer, it just makes sense to run Marrow Walks, unless you're magic finding. And in that case, maybe run some more travelers instead. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about a bone-prisony, life-tapping, skeleton mastery pair of boots, such as Marrow Walks. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at Vidala's Rig. Vidala's Rig was actually changed in version 2.4. They added and changed a couple things about the set, and I think it does make it a little bit more attractive, although it always was a very good set for a low-level Amazon, and I'll explain. But as for right now, let's take a look at the set together, let's talk about the set, and we'll see what it could potentially be good for. So right off the bat, we have Vidala's Long Battle Bow, which is two-handed damage, 3 to 18, fast attack speed, required dexterity 50, and strength 40. It only has a level 14 requirement, which is relatively low, and right about the time you hit Act 2 normal difficulty. So very good Act 2 normal difficulty set. We have 1 to 20 lightning damage on this bow, which is okay for 14. It's actually will do a pretty decent amount of damage. It's not really going to carry you or anything, but it will definitely help. Now, it also has a 2-piece bonus of +8 attack rating per level up to 792 attack rating. And if you multiply that out by 14, that's 8 times 14. So at level 14, when you put on this set, you will be looking at 112 attack rating, which is a lot of attack rating for 14 and will help you hit most targets. We also have a Vidala's Ambush, which is the leather armor. Now the leather armor is 314 defense. It has 15 strength, level 14, and it does have a defense based on character level of 2.5 per character level for 3 items. And if we multiply that out and we add it to the original value, at 14, that's 14 times 2.5, plus the original value of the armor before it gets set bonus, which is 67. So we're looking at plus 67, which is only about 83.5 defense at level 14. So not super high, but definitely nice. It does get a 50 defense flat bonus on there as well, which is helping it out. And it also gets plus 11 dexterity, which is going to help you fire that bow. It's very nice. It gives you a little bit more attack rating. It gives you a little bit of defense as well. If you were using this without the bow, like if you just found this, the dexterity could also potentially give you a nice block chance increase. But obviously, in the full set, you can't get that block chance increase because, well, you're using a bow. We also get a 2-piece bonus of 24% fire resistance, which is great for Act 2 because there's a lot of fire monsters there. There's also a lot of lightning monsters there too, though, so hopefully we get some lightning resistance. We also have Vidala's Snare Amulet, which is 15 to life, 20% cold resistance, and it does have a 2-piece bonus of 50% better chance of magic items. So if you can find at least 2 pieces, like for instance maybe the boots and the amulet, you can get 50% magic find, 7% mana steal, 75 to attack rating, 30% faster on walk, all resistance is 8. Lots of nice effects there for a 2-piece bonus. I think a lot of people will agree that 50% magic find on the amulet combined with one other piece can be very effective early game for some free magic find. We also get the boots, which is Vidalis Fetlock, which is the light-plated boots. They have 11 defense. They are 30% faster run walk, 150 to maximum stamina. All resistance is 8 for their 2-piece bonus. And they have relatively low requirements with 50 strength and level 14. Usually by the time you hit 14, level 15, 50 strength is not that bad. Now this whole set is a little difficult to put together, I've noticed sometimes, and you do have to keep that in mind. The 2-piece bonus on this is not bad at all, with 75 to attack rating and 7% mana steal. 7% mana steal, by the way, was added, so this is a new thing for the set, and that 7% mana steal is actually really great, especially considering anytime you're running an Amazon low level, you're usually burning lots of mana using any of the abilities. I mean, multi-shot, strafe, freezing arrow, ice arrow, cold arrow, fire arrow, exploding arrow, immolation arrow. They're all such mana hog abilities, and having 7% mana steal on this set is a great choice. This set could potentially also be utilized very well by a low-level enchant sorceress. You could even use it on a paladin, to be honest, because it has some very nice effects on the full set, and let's talk about those. So we have 50% piercing attack on here. So before we ever get to level 30, which is the level that you have to be to get piercing attack, we've got 50% piercing attack on this set bonus. Absolutely great. We also have 75 to attack rating, 148 maximum cold damage based on character level. So this is a new change. They added a 1.5 per character level cold damage to this set. So at level 14, which is when you will utilize this set, we are looking at a total of, what is that? 14 times 1.5, which is 15.5 cold damage, and it will scale with us as we go along. So it's going to continually scale. Let me multiply that out one more time. I don't know the same right. 14 times 1. Dang it. 14 times 1.5. 21. Sorry, 21 cold damage. I must have hit the buttons wrong. So we got 21 cold damage, which is actually really nice. So we got 20 lightning damage, 21 cold damage, all of which adds up very nicely on our damage bar here. We should be hitting pretty hard at the moment with 10 to 226, but of course that's because we're a high-level character. That maximum cold damage, by the way, will go nicely into a freezing arrow if you use it with freezing arrow when you hit level 30. We get the 7% mana steal, of course, which is the new addition. We have freezes target on this, which means the targets will be stuck in position. I'll play around with that a little bit later. We also have plus 10 to strength and plus 15 to dexterity, both of which are very nice to have on a set. Let's go play around with this, shall we? So if we go out into any place, doesn't really matter where, as long as they're not cold immune monsters. Let's try the River of Flame. And if we fire our bow at our targets, you will see that they get stuck in a frozen animation. If I can hit them. If I can hit them. Let me go to Nightmare difficulty. This character is not really well set up. Poor me. Let's try that one more time with less dying action. Would have also helped if I had another attack, but I wanted to show the freezing effect and the pierces effect together instead of simply murdering everything. So as you can see here, the targets are completely frozen, and every now and then you will see the arrows will actually pierce through and hit multiple targets, so I can hit 2 at a time. This piercing effect is extremely effective at level 14 because you have no way to get piercing, without it coming from an item. And combined with the cold damage, the freezes target, the attack rating based on character level, the defense, and even the nice bonus to Magic Find, all of it adds up to a very solid level 14 set, which can really power your Amazon through Act 2 normal difficulty. I mean, you will just absolutely demolish. Now, of course, we can also upgrade this set And we're going to have some fun doing that. So let's upgrade the bow first. I think this is the obvious choice for a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. If you had this set toward the end of normal difficulty, you might be inclined to try and upgrade it and see if you could prolong the use of the set. And Vidala's Barb definitely has some relatively low damage, so let's see how it upgrades with one tier. So we're going to go from 3 to 18, 50 dex, 40 strength, level 14, to 10 to 42, 95 dex, 80 strength, and level 25, which goes up to 30 when equipped with the green bonus. Now, not a bad upgrade for level 30. I could see doing that perhaps towards the end of normal difficulty. It might make sense if you happen to have the full set and you didn't have anything really better. Maybe somebody handed you the full set and you just haven't found a better bow yet. That could make a decent upgrade. The armor is probably going to upgrade very nicely. The leather armor is going to go to the serpent skin. It's going to go from 67 defense. Let me move myself out of the way. I always forget to do this. 67 defense, 15 strength, level 14, to 170 defense, 43 strength, level 24, which goes to 29 when equipped. The boots can also be upgraded, and this actually might be a decent upgrade for a magic finder. You can go from 11 defense, 50 strength, level 14, to 41 defense, 95 strength, level 30. All in all, not a terrible first tier upgrade, and could potentially be okay to lead you into nightmare difficulty. You're definitely going to need some more resistances, but I mean, for the most part, I feel like that was actually a halfway decent upgrade that could do you well going into nightmare difficulty. The 50% pierce will save your skill points, so you don't have to put as many points into pierce right away. The freezes target is definitely nice, and so is the mana steal. All of which very well go with an Amazon who is trying to make her way into nightmare difficulty. So I would definitely hang on to that set for this particular purpose. Let's upgrade it one more time. I don't think it's going to be a good upgrade one more time, but let's go ahead and do it anyway, shall we? So the Vidala's Barb bow doesn't have any enhanced damage, which means it's probably going to upgrade very poorly to the upper tier. So we're going to go from 10 to 42, 95 dex, 80 strength, level 25, to the Crusader's bow of 15 to 63, 121 dex, 97 strength, level 57 without the green bonus, 69 with the green bonus. It doesn't have any enhanced damage on it, and because it doesn't have any enhanced damage on it, it's very, very poor. Now, granted, generally you want to use this set with an elemental damage build. So the physical damage on the bow doesn't really matter too terribly much, but by the time you hit 69, you kind of want something better than 15 to 63. Now, the Serpent Skin armor is 170 defense, 43 strength, level 24, and that can be upgraded with Lemco and a Perfect Diamond. And that goes to the Worm Hide, which is 431 defense, 84 strength, level 50, which actually goes to 62 when equipped, and 678 defense when equipped with the green bonus. So interesting. We also have Vidala's Fetlock, which can be upgraded with Lemco Perfect Diamond, and that goes from 41 defense, 95 strength, level 25, to 64 defense, 163 strength, level 60, which goes up to 72 when equipped. And definitely not a good upgrade for the Vidala's Fetlock boots. There is a kick damage increase for Vidala's Fetlock, and let me go over that real quick just to be absolutely thorough. So when you start out, the kick damage is 8 to 16, which is relatively low. When you upgrade them one tier, you go to the battle boots, which is kick damage 37 to 64. And then when you upgrade them to the third tier, which is the mirrored boots, you go to kick damage of 50 to 145. If you were in a position where you were magic finding early on a kick sin, I could see upgrading them one tier for the kick damage, because you do get the 50% magic find bonus with the amulet. So you could use the amulet and the boots together, get your 50%, and then you could use some other items. And the kick damage would matter in that scenario, but I definitely can't see upgrading them to the 3rd tier, even for the kick damage. I feel like by the time you hit level 72, you're definitely going to need something a little bit better than these. All in all, I don't really see a good reason to upgrade these past tier 2. None of them are really that great when you upgrade them past tier 2, and some of them can even be argued as leave it at tier 1. The boots probably should be left at tier 1, to be honest. The armor is a decent tier 1 to tier 2 upgrade, and the bow is a decent tier 1 to tier 2 upgrade if you're still using it toward the end of normal difficulty. And of course, the amulet can't be upgraded. Not really sure what to think about this set, and if you think about it minus the bow, we do have 50% magic find, 7% mana steal, 15 to dex, 75 to attack rating, a little decent amount of defense, fire resistance, all resistances 8, and some faster run walk. I mean, honestly, on just about any character, this little tri-piece bonus right here at level 14 might actually be kind of nice. And 2-piece bonus, honestly, is also kind of nice. I mean, 7% mana steal, 75 attack rating, 15 life, 20% cold resistance, 50% better chance of magic items, and all resistances 8 with 30% faster run walk is a pretty decent little 2-piece bonus. I'm actually very impressed with the Vidalis Snare Amulet and the Vidalis Fetlock Boot combo. Not bad. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it is about Vidalis Rig. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be talking about a pair of boots that will help you walk on water. They are known as the Water Walk boots. They're not exactly the most amazing pair of boots in the world, but they do have some nice effects on them, and we're going to talk about them together. So, right off the bat, you'll notice that they have 124 defense, 47 strength requirement, which is not very high, and level 32 requirement on the boots, which again is not very high. So definitely some boots that you can utilize on lower level characters. We also have a 20% faster run walk, which is not the greatest. Obviously 40% is the max, and 30% is kind of like the one that people settle for. 20% is not as good. But it's nice that they have faster run walk on them as opposed to none. We also have 200% 10% enhanced defense on these, which does vary from 180 to 210%. We have 100 defense versus missile, which around this level at 32, you are actually coming across quite a few ranged monsters, and it could actually help you quite a bit. Later on in the game, 100 defense versus missile isn't really going to do you very good, but around this level, could be useful. We also get 15 to dexterity on these, which is very nice for certain characters who could really use large amounts of dexterity. Dexterity is also going to help you with your block chance. So you notice I have 63% block chance right now, and when I put on the water walks, I go to 71% block chance, because block chance is part of the calculation for block chance is the amount of dexterity that you have. They also have plus 65 to life, which does vary a little bit from 45 to 65. So if you find a perfect pair of water walks, it would be 210% ED with 65 to life, which is nice. It also has 40 to maximum stamina and 50% stamina heal, which means if you put these on, you're not going to have any stamina issues. Around level 32, you might still have stamina issues. But usually toward the end of the game, it's not a big deal and you don't really care. We also have plus 5% to maximum fire resistance on here, which means that we're going to go from our fire resistance of 90%, as you can see right now that I currently have 90% fire resistance, and we put these on, we will go up to a cap of 95%, and provided that you actually have the fire resistance to reach that number, you will go up to 95% fire resistance. If you don't have any other sources of increased maximum resistance, you will only be at 75%, obviously, plus 5, which is going to get you to 80. Which is still going to be a nice little bonus. So you could utilize these to cap off your fire resistance in a setup. Depends on what kind of character you're running or whether you're trying to hit those maximum numbers. But anyway you slice it, that 5% maximum fire resistance is going to help protect you from fire damage. Now, who could potentially utilize these boots? Well, they're pretty generic boots. Just about anybody could utilize the defense, the faster run walk, the life, the dexterity. The dexterity would be good on a Amazon to help her utilize her bows. The dexterity could be used very well on a melee character to help put on a very high dexterity item like a Phase Blade, which is 109 dex. You could put on these boots with a lot of different characters to utilize that 15 dexterity. And as I also said, they're also very good if you want to utilize them for the increased block chance, which is very nice. All in all, though, I feel like they're outclassed by a lot of other boots. Specifically because they don't really have anything super special on them. They don't have like Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike like Gore Riders. They don't have like plus Skeleton Mastery like Marrow Walks. They don't have Blaze effects like Inferno Strides. They're just all around generically good boots, and that's really all there is to it. You can also upgrade these, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to upgrade these to the higher tier. Now to do this, we're going to need a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, and we're going to put these in the cube. And we're going to go from 124 defense. We're going to go from 47 strength at level 32 to 192 defense, 91 strength, and level 56. Not a bad upgrade. The defense upgrade there was actually kind of nice. The strength didn't go too high, and the level requirement also didn't go too high. So a pretty solid upgrade. If you were utilizing these in your build for the increase to life, the increase to dex, and the increase to maximum fire resistance, I could definitely see doing the upgrade on these. That would definitely be worth it. 100%. There's really not a lot more to say about boots like these. I mean, they're kind of just generic boots. They have a nice boost to life. They have a nice boost to dexterity, and the defense on them isn't terrible. But if you're going for maximum faster run walk, these are definitely not the right choice because you could find boots that have 40% faster run walk on them. Let's take a look at Silo's pen and let's get an idea of where possibly we could find this pair of boots if we were looking for them. All right. So here we're over on Silo's pen, and because the boots are relatively low-level boots, we're going to assume that we have 0% magic find, and we're in players 1. So we're just looking for a nice pair of boots at the end of normal difficulty. And let's look at bosses first, and we're going to go to, of course, Water Walks. Bink! And in normal difficulty, not a lot of choices there. It looks like Bale is the only monster in normal difficulty that can drop these boots. And as far as super uniques go, the Prowlist is probably equally as grim. So it looks like Pindleskin in normal difficulty is your only real good choice there. Thresh Socket, not bad either. And of course, if you're farming Bale, but that's a really terrible chance at 1 in 718,088. So kind of awful. Let's take a look at all difficulties here. And let's go back to bosses. So we've got a pretty good chance from Andariel in Nightmare. Not bad. Mephisto in Nightmare, also a pretty good chance. And Diablo and Bale in Nightmare, both all really good chances. So it looks like in Nightmare difficulty, Andariel might be your best bet. We also have Super Uniques and the Cow King in Nightmare. We also have the Countess in Hell difficulty, not really the best choice. Bonash in Nightmare difficulty, a very easy to get to monster in the Cathedral. You could very easily farm him over and over again, but he does have a 1 in 20,222 chance, so not the greatest. What else do we got here? Trying to see if there's any good monsters here that are easy to get to. I mean, we got Doc Farron in Nightmare difficulty, Pindleskin in Nightmare difficulty. I mean, if you're in Nightmare difficulty in Act 5 and you still don't have a good pair of boots, could be a good idea to farm for a pair from these. Looks like Treehead Woodfist in Nightmare and Rockanishu have a decent chance. These are relatively low-level monsters in Nightmare, which you could very easily get to in Act 1. So that might be your ticket there. Looks like Treehead Woodfist, Rockanishu, Bishy Bosh, Actually, no, Bishy Boss is hell difficulty, so unfortunately that one doesn't work. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean kind of some odd choices there for these pair of boots. They kind of have, like, not a lot of really good monsters to farm. I definitely think that Bone Ash, though, might be your best choice there, because Bone Ash is a nightmare difficulty. He's relatively easy to farm. And normal Pindle Skin. I was kind of surprised to see normal Pindle Skin on the list. So very interesting there that we can try and farm normal Pindle Skin for that. But it is a 1 in, 146,854 chance. It's not exactly the best chance. I do feel like Bone Ash has a better chance and is probably just as easy to farm as Pindle Skin, after all. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're walking on water. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at Eisenhart's Armory. I wanted to start it here because it is really a striking set. I mean, look at that shield. That shield is just amazing looking, and the weapon just shining in the light there. It's kind of a very pretty shield, isn't it? Eisenhart's set is one of those sets that I think everybody finds. You will find the armor all the time. You will find the helmet all the time. The sword is kind of common, and I think the rarest piece of the entire set seems to be the shield, Eisenhart's parry, which happens to be a very pretty piece. One of the big issues with this particular set is that it just isn't very good by itself. Each individual piece by itself is rather bad. The armor has 108 defense and really nothing else other than that to offer. The shield only has 40 extra defense, or 75 defense total, with a really kind of a bad block chance at 46%, with really not a lot else to offer. The helmet also has only 6 dexterity, with not a lot else to offer. Even the weapon is not really that great, with the 17 to 18 damage and not a lot else to offer. So when you think about Eisenhart's set, one of the issues is that it just doesn't do well by itself. It needs the other pieces to really shine. And let's go over each one of these pieces, and then we're going to upgrade it, because why not? So right off the bat, we have Eisenhart's Light Brand Sword, which is 17 to 18 damage, a very fast attack speed with 48 strength requirement and level 8, relatively low. It does have 20% increased attack speed on it, and it also has 10 bonus to minimum damage, which makes a really epic spread of 56 to 57, which means your damage is pretty much always going to be very, very pinpoint accurate. We also have a very nice attack rating based on character level of +5, which is pretty nice, and can be combined with other sets, like you could be using Hasura's Boots and Belt, which has a very nice attack rating bonus as well. Now, at level 8, when you put this on, that's going to be 5 times 8, which is, 30? So not exactly massive, but it's still going to be a nice bonus, and it's going to scale with you as you level up. On the helmet, we have Eisenhart's Full Helm Horns, and they are 26 defense, 41 strength, level 8. They have +6 to dexterity, which is nice to increase your block chance, although the block chance on the shield on this set is kind of bad. It also gives you a little bit of attack rating, and it also gives you some defense. We got damage reduced by 2, which at level 8 will actually help you out a lot, believe it or not. It's going to reduce all physical damage by 2 points. We have all resistances +8 on the green bonus for 2 pieces. We also have Eisenhart's Parry Gothic Shield, which is 75 defense, 46% chance to block, which will go up when we upgrade it. It's smite damage of 2 to 6, which is not very high, and it does have 60 strength requirement, which is a little high for level 8. And it has 40 defense bonus with attacker takes lightning damage of 4, which might actually kill something at level 8. And all resistance is 8 for 2 items. We also have the Eisenhardt's Case breastplate, which does have 306 defense in the set, only 108 without the set. It has level 8 requirement, 40 defense bonus flat, magic damage reduced by 2, which again will actually help you at level 8, and a defense based on character level of 2 per character level, up to 198 at level 99. So at level 8, when you put this on, it's going to be plus 16. So it's going to be 108 plus 16, which is not really that great. Now the full bonus on this set, if you wear the entire set, let me go over the 2-piece bonus first, shall we? So for 2 pieces, we get plus 10 strength. For 3 pieces, we get plus 10 dexterity. And for the full set, we get 20% faster run walk, which means we are running around faster, which is definitely very nice. And you can stack that up with some boots. We got 30% increased chance of blocking, which kind of makes up for the fact that we have only 46% chance on the shield. So that's actually very nice. We have 35% bonus to attack rating, which is a pretty massive bump to our attack rating. As you can see, we have 1,560 attack rating, which goes to 2,106. So not bad. We also have 5% bonus to lifesteal, which is definitely going to help us out as a level 8 character. And then we got our stat bonuses, which we got from level 2 for 2 pieces. And we also got all resistances 10. So in total, we are looking at some pretty decent effects here. It increases our block chance, so our block chance does go up quite a bit. We get a huge amount of attack rating. The damage on the sword at level 8 is actually pretty sweet. We also get a really nice bump to defense, and we get some nice reduction in damage. All in all, at level 8, if you wear this entire set at level 8 and you run around, you will have absolutely no trouble. You've got more than enough defense to help yourself out. You got more than enough damage to kill everything. You got increases to your attack speed. You got attack rating. You also got some faster run walk to help you out, increased block chance, lifesteal. It's pretty much everything that you could need at level 8. Problem is it kind of gets quickly pushed to the side, and most people don't actually have the full set on them ever. In fact, most of the time it runs like this. You're running along and you see one particular piece fall, and you get Eisenhardt's Case, and you don't really know what it's good for, and you're like, oh, well, that's not really the greatest piece of armor. Or you find just the sword, and the sword by itself isn't really that good of a sword. Or you find just the helmet, and the helmet really isn't that good of a piece. It really takes the entire set before you get to realize that the full set is actually kind of nice. It is. It really is. And what we're going to explore today is we're going to explore upgrading it and see if it has any use past level 8, and can it be used outside of normal difficulty even. So let's go ahead and upgrade the sword first. And we're going to see what we can do here. So Eisenhardt's Light Brand Broadsword. 17 to 18 damage, 48 strength, level 8. And let me move myself out of the way. So we're going to upgrade this with a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. And this is going to go from 17 to 18, 48 strength, level 8, to Eisenhardt's Light Brand Battle Sword, 26 to 34 damage. 43 dexterity, 92 strength requirement, and level 25 it goes up to 30 with the green bonus. So, quite honestly, not a bad upgrade. The damage did go up quite nicely, and now I'm at 85 to 112. I don't think that's high enough for Nightmare difficulty, but it could do you well maybe until you get there. It's interesting. Let's take a look at the helmet. Let's see how this upgrades, shall we? So you need a Shale, a Tal, and a Perfect Diamond, and this is going to upgrade from 26 defense, 41 strength, level 8, to 81 defense, 82 strength requirement, level 25, with level 30 on the green bonus. And just so you know I'm not playing around with you guys here, let me show you this real quick. So the item has a level 25 on it when you equip it. And this could very well be a bug. But when you equip a second piece, it goes to 30. Something about the green bonuses seems to increase the level, and it could just be bugged on the public test realm, and it could very well be level 30 when it goes live, but I just want to point that out. So the Eyes and Hearts case breastplate also could be upgraded. This will go to a Curios. It's going to be 108 defense, 30 strength, level 8, to 234 defense, 65 strength requirement, level 25, level 30 when equipped, and up to 432 when the defense bonus hits. The Gothic Shield is going to upgrade as well with Shale of Talon, a perfect diamond. And that's going to go from 75 defense, 46% chance to block, 2 to 6 smite damage, and 60 strength, level 8. To Eisenhart's Parry Ancient Shield, 121 defense, 46% chance to block. 12 to 16 smite damage, 110 strength, level 25, and 30 with the green bonus. So let's upgrade this one more time. I'm not really sure about this, to be honest. At level 30, I feel like this isn't really a good upgrade, but the weapon did go up nicely. I mean, if you were still using Eisenharts in normal difficulty when you got to Act 4, Act 5, and you happen to have a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Diamond slaying around, a Ral, Soul, and a Perfect Emerald, or a Shale, Talent, a Perfect Diamond, maybe. But I feel like a Shale would be better used making yourself a Rhyme Shield. I mean, the weapon at the very least is a halfway decent upgrade. It is. The plus 10 to min damage on it is actually kind of nice, and the spread on it, even when upgraded to the second tier, is actually still pretty good. The strength requirement and dex requirement, though, are pretty high at 92 and 43, so I'm not sure about that. It might not be wieldable. Let's upgrade it one more time, though. Let's into oblivion. So the Eisenhart's Lightbrand Battle Sword is going to go to a Conquest Sword. It's going to go from 26 to 34 damage, 43 dex, 92 strength, level 25, to 47 to 53 damage, 112 dex, 143 strength, 42 strength, level 58, which upgrades to level 70 when equipped. Definitely not a good upgrade on the sword to the third tier. The Eisenhart's Horns Bassinet is a Lemonico and a Perfect Diamond, and that's going to go from 81 defense, 82 strength, 25, to 138 defense, 142 strength, level 40, which upgrades to 52 when equipped. Not very good. The Eisenhart's Curios case goes from 234 defense, 65 strength, level 25, to 450 defense, 118 strength, level 56, which upgrades to 68 with the green bonus, and 648 defense with that defense based on character level. Not very good also. Eisenhart's Parry Ancient Shield can be upgraded as well. One more time, it goes, I believe, to the Ward. And this one is going to go from 121 defense, 46% chance to block, 12 to 16 smite damage, 110 strength, level 25, to 206 defense, 54% chance to block, so we did get a bump in the block chance there. 185 strength requirement, though, level 63 and 75, level 75 for the green bonus upgrade there. It's very interesting. Not good to upgrade to level 3. Not good. Maybe okay to level 2. Honestly, this set excels at being a very good low-level set. If you manage to collect this set, you can put it on a level 8 character, and honestly, you'll just wreck pretty much everything. One of the benefits of having this set over something like Saigons at a low level is that you can utilize this with other pieces very easily. So you can very easily use Angelic Rings and Amulet, Hasura's Boots and Belt, Death's Gloves and Belt, Saigon's Gloves, Belt, and Boots. You can really utilize this set with quite a few other sets, and you can really make something quite awesome. I feel like one of the best combinations here would be Death's Gloves, Death's Belt, and then you could use Angelic Rings and Amulet. That would be an absolutely excellent combo. You could also theoretically do the same angelic set combo here, and then you could do Saigons, 3-piece Saigons, which would get you 10% lifesteal, 30% faster attack speed, and some Magic Fight to boot. I mean, there's a lot of different combinations that you could do with Eyes and Hearts, and you can get some very nice effects. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's about the notorious Eyes and Hearts case, which literally drops so often that people roll their eyes when they see it and keep on walking. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Amazon I Choose You. That's right, I'm going to choose my Amazon for my starter character, said the person watching this video. This video will give you a better idea of whether or not you would like to choose an Amazon as your starter character. And as we go forward and talk about the changes that have been made to Amazon, as well as the potential uses of Amazon for various purposes, maybe you will make a decision. So first off, let's talk about the Amazon as a character. Does he require, or sorry, I said he, Manazon, does she require equipment? Is she a highly equipment-based character? And the answer to that question is kind of no. So believe it or not, the majority of the Amazon's abilities, with exception to multi-shot, strafe, and some of these abilities over here, like Jab, Impale, and Fend, most of the abilities on the Amazon tree can actually be utilized fairly effectively without any equipment. Freezing Arrow is a absolutely amazing elemental damage ability. Exploding Arrow is absolutely amazing as well, and Immolation Arrow has gotten quite a few buffs, as well as a delay decrease, and may be a good choice as well in the future patches. We also have in the Javelin tree a very nice ability called Lightning Fury, which can be utilized with extreme proficiency, even if you have no synergies. Lightning Strike and Charge Strike are also fairly effective abilities if you would like to go with a melee's-on. They have also done a really good job beefing up Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin, as well as reducing the delays on them. So if you want to try out for the first time ever a Poison Javazon, that could very well be an interesting choice. And the reason why we're talking about this is because if you're choosing a Amazon as your starter ladder character, one of the things that you're probably going to want to do is build into a tree which is not so reliant on your equipment for damage. Charge Strike, Power Strike, and Lightning Strike, these three abilities right here, can be relatively great early game to get you the lightning damage that you need. Especially Power Strike, which is a relatively low level ability at only level 6. And then later on, Charge Strike, which is level 18, and when you get finally high enough to level 30, you can utilize Lightning Fury, which is absolutely amazing for the amount of damage it puts out. Lightning Fury actually makes a absolutely amazing Magic Find ability, because with relatively garbage equipment, you can still effectively Lightning Fury just fine. In fact, one of the things that I'd like to show you guys is that this character, who has basically no skills in Lightning Fury, can still do a fairly good job Lightning Furying things to death. And I've always had a lot of fun showing people this, because everybody's always so concerned with getting the maximum Lightning Fury equipment that they can possibly obtain, and I'm over here just with no points in Lightning Fury at all, just having fun with it. This character is actually something that is quite an oddity, and I can go over it very briefly with you guys. This character is actually known as a Valkazon. So the entire purpose of this Amazon is not to actually have the skills themselves. Everything that I've done is to be pointed and focused at the Valkyrie herself. And the reason why I want to show you guys this is because the Valkyrie on the Amazon is one of the strongest tanks like in the game, bar none, and can pretty much take on the entire game by herself. It's absolutely hilarious. And I have spent a long time building this character specifically so that my Valkyrie is essentially the main character and I'm kind of just the pawn. And the Valkyrie being such an amazing tank is an extremely huge part of what I would consider a optimal starter character for a ladder scenario. And there's a reason for this. And this has to do with the fact that ladder characters tend to be, obviously rather poorly equipped. They can't relatively do anything on their own. And when you are a poorly equipped, peasant knight, having a very strong meat shield that you can summon at will to take on, say, Diablo or Duriel or any other number of monsters can be extremely powerful as a character. Having this creature that you can just at any point go, hey, go fight that thing over there. It's bothering me. So we have a character here who is very good by himself, or herself, sorry, the man is on. The man is on by himself. She's very good by herself, right? She can solo self-found just fine. She can usually clear normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty with ease. I have also built several characters that have dual spect. So I have built a freezing arrow / exploding arrow Zon, which does very well in hell difficulty. I have also built a freezing arrow / sort of multi-shot or strafe Zons. They do very well in hell difficulty as well. The Valkyrie doesn't need to be an amazingly high level to get you what you need. Honestly, you only really need level 17 Valkyrie. That's the magic point at which Valkyrie becomes very, very powerful. So I would recommend trying to get your Valkyrie, with skill points, of course, to at least level 17. And when it comes to the javelin tree is pretty amazing as well, and there's a lot of fun stuff to do in here. I also need to point out that they have fixed dodge, avoid, and evade. So dodge, avoid, and evade do not interrupt your attacks anymore. I was playing around with this on the test server quite a bit, and I have noticed that these skills are just absolutely amazing now in every regard. You can now successfully build a melee Amazon, and it works very well. I have tested it. I have a lot of videos up on that, testing out 2.4 public test realm. If you look through my live streams, I'm sure you'll see 2.4, PTR live streams, and it's all through there. I tested out Fend and Impale and Jab, and I tested out the reduced synergies of Lightning Strike and Charge Strike, and I found that I really, really enjoyed playing the melee Amazon now. Fend works extremely well now. It's way better than it has ever been before, and I'm actually looking forward to creating a Fend Zon. Impale is a lot better than it has ever been in the past, but I do still feel like it needs a little bit of work. It's still just a little bit too slow, but it is definitely leagues better than it was in the past. As for Charge Strike, Lightning Strike, and Power Strike, they used to require 4 synergies. So you needed to build Lightning Fury to max out the damage of Lightning Strike, Charge Strike, and Power Strike. And you no longer need to do that. They've taken away one of the synergies, so you can get away with doing without that, and it's actually pretty darn cool. So instead of having to build 4 different skills to max out Charge Strike or Lightning Strike, now you only have to build 3 skills, and that is a hell of a lot better. A hell of a lot better. So let me show you guys real quick the funniness of a no-skill Javazon, literally a no-skill Javazon, taking out the cows. As you can see, even with no skill points in Javazon, I can still do fairly well. And the key with Lightning Fury is not in the damage that you output. It is actually specifically in making sure that you pierce as many targets as possible. It's about making sure that you get your javelin off in the right direction so that you have as many, and I mean as many, lightning bolts flying out as humanly possible, which does a massive, massive amount of damage. And that fanaticism guy right there is really hitting hard, isn't he? I want that mana potion. I don't have enough mana, which is why I have this bow.
Not enough mana.
I totally forgot. It's been a little while since I played this character. Specifically, I stripped her of a lot of her equipment. She's using a Templar's Might, by the way, which is totally not the armor that she's supposed to be utilizing at this particular point in time. She has a lot more plus skill equipment. That's really what she's been running, like all plus skill equipment to get the Valkyrie as high as humanly possible. One of the things that they also did was they reduced the casting time on the Valkyrie. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they basically took away was a massive. I'm trying to remember the number here. It used to be like, was it 5 seconds or something? What is it right now? Let's take a look and see what it is right now. So it's currently a delay of, it doesn't say.
Good day.
I also took the bow off my bow girl and all her equipment, by the way, so that may also be affecting things. I never seem to do anything properly, do I? Get everything prepped. One guy in one of my videos, he was like, you should get your stuff prepped in advance. And I'm like, that's a good idea, I guess. Or I could just wing it. Just wing it, boys. So when you cast your Valkyrie, you'll notice that there is a pretty long delay on recasting her. It turns red and it stays red for a relatively long period of time. They took that down quite a large amount so that it's no longer so drastic. And I'm actually very glad that they did. Aha, my mana potion. Yes, come together. And if you're wondering, no, that's not redemption. That's actually Slain Monsters Rest in Peace. That is the Slain Monsters Rest in Peace effect that comes from Material's Might.
It's not.
Now, this particular character, Amazon, I think excels in just about every way that you can as a starter character. She has multiple options at her beck and call. She can go into the spear train. She can go as a melee character. She can be a range character. She can be a very effective melee character, and she can be a very effective range character. She can be a physical damage range character, a physical damage melee character, an elemental damage melee character, and an elemental damage range character. It's just it is a very, very awesome character to start out with, in my opinion, because you can start out as a melee character. You can utilize a regular spear in normal difficulty. You can use power strike and charge strike. You could go with a bow, and instead of utilizing any of these abilities at all, you could just take chip gems and put it in a bow, and for the most part you can do fairly well through all of like Act 1 and Act 2 difficulty until you find yourself some good equipment. You can also find a bow like Ravenclaw or something along like that, and it will give you free exploding arrow. And for a very long time, believe it or not, Amazon can do with relatively garbage equipment for quite a long period of time. And it's not until you get into Nightmare and Hell difficulty that you start to really need to min-max your equipment and get stuff like Titan's Revenge and Spirit and maybe even a Mage Wrath and interesting items that will help you along your journey. But the cool thing about this character is I feel like they get by with just the bare minimalist of equipment, and whatever you happen to find, you can make work. I mean, if you happen to find a Titan's Revenge early on, just, turn your character into a Javazon or use it on your Spearzon, because believe it or not, it's a very good weapon even for a Spearzon. Like, if I was specifically building a Fend Amazon and I found a Titan's, I would not turn that down. I would put that Titan's on, and I would put a good shield on my offhand, and I would utilize that for a very long period of time. If I was maybe a javelin Amazon and I happened to find just the most godlike of bows, like maybe I found specifically a wind force at some point while I'm rolling through hell, I might actually use that on my character for a little while until I could find better equipment. And that's kind of like the cool thing when it comes to Amazon is that you have two different trees. You can spec into both trees. You can actually be like a freezing arrow Amazon / lightning fury. You can even build strafe now. In the PTR, no longer has a damage reduction. In fact, let's go over to the PTR, and I'd like to show you some of the changes to the Amazon. All right, so here we are on my test Amazon. And my test Amazon, of course, has maximum all skills, but that's okay. As you can see here down at the bottom, notice that the synergies for Lightning Strike and Charge Strike have been adjusted so they no longer include Lightning Fury, and the damage has been brought up to compensate. So they still do the same amount that they always did, but you no longer have to invest 80 points to max out Charge Strike. So now you can max out Charge Strike with only 30 points, or sorry, 60 points into synergy, which is definitely very nice. Of course, plus the 20 on the skill, but it definitely is very nice to have 20 skill points freed up in that regard. Fend and Impale both have very nice changes. The damage buff to both of them was very nice, as well as the ability for Impale to always hit its target is definitely extremely nice. I made a couple very interesting items like a Breath of the Dying Matriarchal Pike, so I could test out abilities like Impale and Fend. And let me go show you Impale and Fend now, because they definitely have been changed quite a bit, and I do feel like they are a lot more viable than they've ever been before. As you can see, that was me taking out Hell Eldritch, and that was actually really, really effective, especially considering I seem to be missing my Ravenfrosts and my... I'm always stripping my characters of equipment. I log into them, and they're just like, oh, who needs gear, and who needs rings, and who needs anything whatsoever. Here, let's just throw... there's a Bull Cathos, why not? So let's go, I'm going to show you Impale next. That was Fend. So Impale is still a little slow, I feel like, but it does do a pretty massive amount of damage. It no longer misses either, and this is a very big benefit of Impale, is that literally it just no longer misses. So when you do hit a target, it smacks and it hurts really nice, really bad. My main issue with Impale still is it's just so slow. It really is just so slow. It's a one-hit ability, and it just doesn't really... go fast enough. Now, of course, you can speed it up. You can get a faster weapon, but that, of course, is going to bring down the available damage that you've got at the ability. I did actually kill the Ubers with Impale. If you check out one of my 2.4 videos, I go through the process of actually equipping a character specifically for Ubers and killing the Ubers with this character, which was very, very fun. Honestly, it was extremely fun to do. I used all sorts of very interesting equipment, and let me see if I still have. Was it the faster one? I think this is the faster one. So the Matriarchal Spear, which of course I'm sure I'm butchering the word, is the faster version, but it does less damage. And let me test out this one as well. So let's go to Travical. Why not? And even with the faster spear, I still feel like it's relatively slow. It needs to be sped up a little bit, like by 50%. I feel like 50% speeding up this skill, like if it was just like a little bit faster, it could definitely be more useful. Of course, we've got a Holy Freeze monster here, making things a little bit more difficult. I do find that Fend is a lot more effective than Impale, but I don't necessarily hate Impale. It's almost like a duo partnership. Like, Fend doesn't hit multiple times on the same target, and it doesn't do a massive amount of damage, whereas Impale does a massive amount of damage but doesn't hit multiple times. And I feel like if you use them in concert together, if you use Fend and Impale together, you can generally get a much greater effect from it. So next, let's take a look at some of the other abilities. So we do have the Plague Javelin here, which is level 35. And as you can see, it does 44,000 damage to 47,000. And this one does 8,264 to 8,318. And I think the main difference between these two is that Poison Javelin is a very long duration of 76 seconds. Whereas Plague Javelin is a very short duration of only 3 seconds. And this makes them a kind of a duo partnership. One is for, throwing and things die over a relatively long period of time, and one of them is to do a pretty quick amount of damage over a short period of time. And one of the things that they did, which is definitely very nice, is they kind of removed the, what's it called? The casting delay. Link between the two, and it was one of the biggest issues with the ability in the first place. I don't know if you guys have ever actually used Plague Javelin before. I wanted to build one back in the day, and it was just untenable. The terrible nature of the casting delay between the two abilities made it next to impossible to actually utilize both of them at the same time. And so what you ended up happening was you basically just sat there and used one ability over and over again with a huge delay on it, which made it relatively hard to take advantage of. And I don't have any javelins on me, so I'm just going to grab some javelins. Could have sworn one of these guys usually has javelins on him.
Good to see you again.
Nobody's got javelins, huh? There we go. We got some throwing spears. All right. I'll grab 2 of them just in case. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to play around with these abilities because I want you guys to see these. These are new. These are things that you could potentially be using in a starter ladder character. So it's definitely something to consider. So we have a Plague Javelin on our right click and Poison Javelin on our left click. And let's just go somewhere easy for right now just so we can get a good feel for it. So as you can see, no longer do we have to worry about the two skills interfering with each other. So we can fire off one skill and then quickly fire off the next skill, and we can fire them off in succession, which is definitely very nice. Take my torch out of this so that it's not clogging up the screen with fire effects. And the damage of the poison is not exactly terrible, and can be combined with some very nice pieces of equipment. Like, for instance, you can be using Trangul's Gloves for plus poison skill damage. You could be using Brambles for plus poison skill damage. You can also be using Poison Facets to increase the negative amount of poison damage on these. And of course, I could go even further, and I could be using Titans with plus the skills and things like that, and really up the damage even further. And when you utilize these against a target, especially the longer poison, you really start to see the poison just sort of massively tick away at a target. And I feel like there's a good use case scenario for both of them. So, the longer poison is very good for just simply spreading out your damage across multiple targets. And the shorter poison is much better for taking out a target that is an immediate threat, or something like a boss that you would maybe want to hit over and over again. And it could be used in combination with other effects. I feel like the way that they have it set up now, the poison could very easily be stacked with Lightning Fury. You could build a Lightning Fury Zon, and you could also build poison, and you could use it as your secondary damage effect to take out monsters that were immune to lightning. It has a really nice AoE radius on it. As you can see, the larger damage poison, the one that has the shorter duration, has a very nice AoE effect on it. The one that has the really long duration, the 70-second duration, doesn't have the same sort of like massive AoE cloud, but it can be used very effectively in this manner, which is essentially by kiting. So you just kind of throw it and you back up, and you throw it and you back up. And because it is extremely skill-based damage, as you can see, I'm using an absolute garbage tier spear. I could even use this spear, which has even less damage, and you will see that I can still kill things. But enough talking about Poison Javelin. Let's talk about some other skills as well. So some of the other changes that they made, obviously, is the dodge, void, and evade, which we already talked about. They also increased the radius on inner sight, making it a little bit more powerful to reduce the defense of monsters. They also added a really nice effect on slow missiles of damage reduced by 35%, which scales as you level it up. So it's right now it's at level 26, which means it has the damage reduced by 35%, which is just freaking amazing in my opinion. They really kind of wanted to give a reason for people to actually put points into slow missile, and damage reduced by is a very good reason. They also reduced the mana cost on a lot of the elemental bow skills to make it a lot easier to level up with. I don't know if you guys have ever actually tried to level up a elemental boson, but it is a very difficult task trying to keep your mana full. And one of the things that they did was reduce the overall mana cost. As you can see, Freezing Arrow at level 26 only costs 15.2 per cast. Immolation is 12.2, Exploding Arrow is 11.2, and Ice Arrow is 10.2. And as you can see, quite a lot lower than it used to be in the past. They also removed the penalty. So as you can see, Multi-Shot has a 75% weapon damage penalty. Strafe used to also have that same weapon damage penalty, and Strafe no longer has the weapon damage penalty, which makes Strafe a much more interesting choice in the future. We also got a very interesting change to Magic Arrow. So Magic Arrow used to only convert 1% per level, if I remember correctly. So it was 26% at level 26. And now it converts 55% physical damage to magic damage at level 26, which is pretty massive and does make Magic Arrow a very strong contender to take out physical immune targets, especially if you utilize a bow like Witch Wild String, which has level 20 Magic Arrow innately on it. So you don't even have to worry about having the mana to fire the ability, or even having the skill points in the skill. You can just utilize a bow that has Magic Arrow on it to get the really awesome conversion effect. And I did use this quite a bit during my testing at PTR, and what I found is that the upping in the damage, the physical damage conversion to magic damage, did make for very easy killing of physical immune monsters. I wouldn't use it on a regular basis, but anytime I came across a physical immune monster, I pulled out Magic Arrow, and Magic Arrow handled it quite nicely. They also reduced the delay on Immolation Arrow, and I'd like to show you that. I'm pretty sure I have a bow in here I can use. I've got a couple bows, actually. Several faith bows, apparently. And one of the things that they did with Immolation Arrow was they reduced the cooldown on it so that it's not so ridiculously difficult. It also no longer reds out Exploding Arrow. So if you are building Exploding Arrow and Immolation Arrow together, you will notice that you will be more easily able to spam a couple Exploding Arrows in between your Immolation Arrows, which is definitely very nice. Immolation Arrow, unfortunately, has the fire effect underneath of it, which is both a good and a bad thing. And one thing that I've noticed is that if you have knockback on a bow, the knockback knocks the monster out of the fire effect, which is not good. And you might want to avoid knockback if you're building Immolation Arrow. Now, being able to spam Immolation Arrow would be a lot nicer, I feel like. The current delay of 1 second feels a little bit too long, and I don't want to see them just completely remove the delay because I feel like that would be too overpowered, but I'd like to see them cut that delay in half. I feel like 0.5 seconds would be a little bit better than 1 second and would make the ability a little bit more usable than it currently is, because I worked out the numbers and I did kind of feel like Exploding Arrow is still the superior choice over Immolation Arrow, and I kind of get that what they're trying to get you to do is they're trying to get you to use both. And it does feel like using both is a lot more viable now than it ever was before. Especially if you're doing a dual build. So if you happen to be doing a fire/cold build, which is very effective, there's very few monsters in the game that you will come across as a fire/cold Amazon that you will not be able to kill. Because the reason is because you have physical damage from the bow, you have the ice damage from freezing arrow, and then you have the exploding damage from the exploding arrow. So you literally have 3 different elements, and you usually will never come across a monster that is immune to 3 different elements at the same time. The only exception really is the Ubers. Amazon also has the very amazing guided arrow, which can be utilized to kill Ubers, bosses, and all sorts of creatures because it does not miss. You can utilize items that have crushing blow and things like that, which will be very effective. But all in all, as a starter character, I do feel like Amazon is a very strong choice. You have a lot of elemental damage attacks. You have a lot of different choices, different elements. You've got ice, you've got fire, you've got physical damage, you've got poison damage, you've got lightning damage. I mean, you have pretty much every single element, including magic damage. Not many characters in the game can literally dish out every single element in the game, and Amazon is one of those characters that can literally dish out every element in the game, including a very nice amount of magic damage. Now that they have a really awesome magic arrow like this. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I would like to hear what you have to think about the Amazon as a starter class. Have you done Amazon as your starter ladder class before? How did it go? Do you think it's a terrible choice? Do you think it's a good choice? Let me know down in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a pair of gloves called Venom Grips. Venom Grips are kind of interesting, but I feel like they may be outclassed by crafted items, and we'll talk about that as we go forward. But if you happen to find a pair and you wanted to use them specifically for the crushing blow or something along those lines, it certainly wouldn't be a bad choice until you manage to get something better. They do happen to have very high poison resistance, and we'll talk about this as we go along. So, Venom Grip Demon Hide Gloves are defense 118. They do have a variable there, but we'll talk about that later. 20 strength requirement, which is relatively low, and level 29, which is also relatively low. We have 60 poison damage added over 4 seconds, which at level 29 might actually help you a little bit, but by the time you get to the end of the game, it's not enough poison damage to be worthwhile. We have 5% lifesteal on these, which is static, so it's always 5%. We also have 5% crushing blow on these, which is static. Now, it is a really small amount of crushing blow, but it does help you. It is a 5% chance to deal 25% damage to any monster that has procced on, but it is their current HP, not their maximum. It does 12.5% versus bosses and 10% damage versus PvP players. It also is cut in half for ranged characters, so instead of 25%, it is 12.5% versus monsters. It is 6.25% versus bosses and 5% versus PvP. We also have a 160% enhanced defense on these, which is a variable of 130 to 160%. Not really too big on the variable there. We have plus 25 flat defense on these as well, which does vary from 15 to 25. And then we have a very nice effect of plus 5% maximum poison resistance, as well as plus 5%, as well as plus 30% poison resistance to give you closer to that cap. Now, it's very interesting to note because if you have your character built, correctly, let's say you were trying to get 95% to all of your resistances. Well, poison is one of the ones that's very difficult to get 95% of. And if you wanted to do so, you would need to put Venom Grips on. Venom Grips are one of the few items in the game that have maximum poison resist on them. And as you can see, now I am at 95%. That extra 5% can make a huge difference in the amount of damage that you can absorb when it comes to poison. Maybe you're going up against Lilith, who is a absolute poison monster. Maybe you're going up against a Rabies Druid or a Poison Nova Necromancer in PvP, or maybe even a Venom Assassin. These could be useful to have in your stash, specifically to help protect you versus those characters. A lot of the times in PvP, you can adjust your equipment a little bit, and you can definitely make your life a little bit easier. If you were going up against a cold sorceress that has cold piercing, you could put on a shield that has a massive amount of cold resistance. Or if you're going up against a fire sorceress or something like that, you could put on an item that gives you a massive amount of fire resistance, and so forth and so on. Well, this is kind of your ticket against poison characters. Whether you're going up against Lilith or whether you're doing PvP against a Poison Nova Necromancer, this could be a very interesting choice. Now, they do lack 20% increased attack speed, and they don't really have a lot of other good effects on them besides the poison resistance and the crushing blow, which kind of makes them a little lackluster. And one of the things that you can definitely use, which is better than these, is a very nice pair of crafted blood gauntlets. So crafted blood gauntlets can have up to 10% crushing blow, which is of course 5% more than these. They also have lifesteal up to 3%, and they can spawn with other nice modifiers like 20% increased attack speed. They can spawn with plus to skills like +2 to passive and magic, +2 to javelin, +2 to bow. They can also spawn with I think it's +2 martial arts. And just in general, I believe that the crafted the crafted blood gauntlets can be far superior to these in most situations. Really, where these shine is the protection against poison. Poison resistance is one of those things which is relatively looked down on. Most people don't really care about poison resistance, and they feel like poison resistance isn't really that big of a deal. But then you come across a monster like Lilith, or you come across a freaking OP Nova Necromancer running like the god levels of poison damage, and you start to realize that maybe you could use a little bit of poison resistance for those scenarios. And that's kind of where Venom Grips kind of slide in, is they slide in those situations where you just really kind of want to protect yourself versus poison. At level 29, though, they're actually really nice, a choice for Crushing Blow gloves. And I think most people at level 29, if they found these, wouldn't be too sad. Let's go ahead and upgrade these, though, to the next tier, and let's see what kind of defense bonus we can get with these. So to upgrade these, we're going to need a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond. And bink, bink, bink. They're going to go from 118 defense, 20 strength, level 29, to 186 defense, 50 strength, level 49. So kind of a nice little bump in defense there. I'm actually not sad about that. I definitely did go from about 80 defense higher. And when you apply things like your Holy Shield, for instance, that's going to go up quite a bit more. As you can see, I go from 11,995 to 12,906 for putting these on, which is a pretty nice bump considering, using all of my bonuses to defense. If I was using these around end game, that would definitely be a good upgrade. As you can see, the level requirement didn't go up too ridiculously high. It went from 29 to 49, which isn't even really that bad. And these are the elite form, so it doesn't go up any higher than this. If you were using Venom Grip Gauntlets, I would say that is definitely a good upgrade. Now, the other question is, where do we find these? So let's go over to Silo's Pen real quick, and we'll take a look, and we'll see what is the best place to farm for a pair of Venom Grip Gauntlets. So here we are over on Silo's Pen, and we're going to look up Venom Grips. And since they're level 29 gauntlets, we're going to assume that we don't really have a lot of magic find. So we're going to run 0%. And we're going to do players 1, 0%, and we're going to do bosses. So it looks like Bale in normal difficulty is a really good chance. 1 in 640, not bad. And we also have Andariel in Nightmare, not a bad chance, at 1 in 664. So Nightmare Mephisto, also pretty good at 1 in 734. Interesting. Let's take a look at Super Uniques. So we've got Neelathak in normal difficulty, 1 in 5,413. A lot of Nightmare difficulty monsters here. Treehead Woodfist in Nightmare, that would be a decent farming choice. Bishy-Bosh in Nightmare, decent farming choice. Bonebreaker, also easy to get to. Cold Crow, pretty easy to get to. She's in the cave level 1. Corpse Fire, of course, is in Den of Evil, so also very easy to get to. Pindleskin in normal, 1 in 7,803. Not a bad chance for a monster that is relatively easy to kill. Pindleskin in normal difficulty is a super easy to kill monster, super easy to find monster, and something that you could farm relatively quickly over and over again. So that would definitely be a good choice. You know what? Let's take a look really quickly at normal difficulty monsters, and we'll see what normal difficulty monsters there are. So we've got Pindle, Thrash Socket, Doc Farron. These are all relatively easy monsters to get to. Doc Farron is right there in the middle of the siege zone. Super easy to find, super easy to kill. Thresh Socket is at the end of Ariat Plateau. Super easy to find, super easy to kill. Pindleskin is also super easy. Obviously much easier than the other two to find and kill because you just walk through the portal and there he is. Very, very nice. You could easily farm Doc Farron, Thresh Socket, and Pindle over and over again, and that would be a pretty nice combo to get your hands on these. Obviously, if you have a little bit of Magic Find, it's going to make it a little bit easier. I'm running 0% because I wanted to show off a new character trying to farm these, not a 500% Magic Find level 99 character trying to farm these. Which I'm sure if you had 500% Magic Find, it would be a lot easier to find. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about a very pair of venomy, poisonous gauntlets, such as the Venom Grips. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at a rather odd set that was probably conceived at a time when, they expected your average caster class to be in there bonking things. It is known as Infernal Tools. The Infernal Tools set is seemed to be pointed at a Necromancer because it has obviously Necromancer skills on it, but it also seems to be pointed at a Necromancer who goes in there and beats things. And let's go over the set together and we'll talk about it piece by piece. And we'll also talk about what they changed in the 2.4 public test realm with this set. And get an idea of what it could potentially be useful for. So right off the bat, we have the Infernal Torch Grimwand, which is 13 to 14 damage. It is level 5 requirement. It has no strength or dex requirements. It also has a +1 to Necromancer skill level, +8 minimum damage, which is actually massive. If you look at my damage right now, without anything on, I am rocking 3 to 6 damage, right? And I put on the weapon and I go to 41 to 42 with the weapon on because we have, this massive +8 to minimum. So my minimum damage is literally almost matching my maximum damage. We also have 50% damage to undead, of course, because it is a wand. And then we have a 2-piece bonus on this, which is +10 attack rating per character level of 990 attack rating at level 99. So at level 5, when you put this on, it's giving you 50. At level 10, it's giving you 100. At level 20, it's giving you 200, and so forth and so on. They really wanted you to beat things with this. The helmet, the Infernal Cranium, has 203 defense, which does have a defense based on character level of 2 per level. So at level 5, you're going to get 10 defense plus the initial 5, which is 15. We have level 5 requirement with all resistances 10, which is definitely nice at a lower level. We also have 20% damage taken goes to mana, which makes this a really, really effective low-level melee helmet. If you are unaware of how damage taken ghost to mana works, it works very simply like this. Let's say a monster comes in and hits you for 100 damage, okay? The 100 damage is going to go to my health orb, all right? So I'm going to take 100 damage. Then 20% of that damage is going to go to my mana orb, which is over here. I'm trying to point, which is my mana orb over here, and I'm going to gain 20 mana. I'm still going to take 100 damage to the orb, but I'm also going to gain 20 mana for the hurt, which is very, very effective. This is a very easy way for early melee characters to maintain their mana pool, and I would definitely recommend that if you have an Infernal Cranium sitting around, you throw it on your level 5 character, because it can be very effective to keep your mana pool up. We also have a Infernal Sign Heavy Belt, which is 31 defense. It only has 8 potion slots, which means it could do with an upgrade. We have 45 strength requirement on this at level 5. It has 25 extra defense just flat, and it also has 20 to life. It has 2 different bonuses. So it has half freeze duration, which is kind of weird considering the full set bonus has cannot be frozen. It also has poison resistance 25%, which is definitely very nice for level 5 because you're going to need it when you fight Andoriel. Now, the 2-piece bonus on this set is 8 poison damage over 3 seconds, so they're trying to get you to bonk things. And the full set bonus is +1 to Necromancer skills. So we got +2 to Necromancer skills in totalis. We've got 20% bonus to attack rating, so we've got another bonus to attack rating. So not only does this set give us 990 to attack rating, based on character level, of course, we also get a 20% bonus on top of that, which is stacking it up even further. As you can see, I go from 1,945 to 2,334. We also still get the 8 poison damage, 6% mana steal, which again implies they want us to bonk things. 20% chance of open wounds, which again implies they want us to bonk things. And we get increases maximum mana 20%. Now this is an addition. In the 2.4 patch notes I have here, they said they added maximum mana 20%. Which is a pretty big boost in mana. So we will actually go from 200 to 240, and the more mana we have, the more mana it will give. We also have a Cannot Be Frozen added on here. So the full set bonus now gives us Cannot Be Frozen, which is an absolutely great mechanic to have on any character. In fact, most characters try to have Cannot Be Frozen no matter what. No matter how they get it, whether it's from Ravenfrost, whether it's from a Trangul's Belt, whether it's from Death's Set, whether it's from a Cham rune in their helmet or armor, whatever it may be, most people try to have some form of Cannot Be Frozen. So absolutely excellent. But the thing about this is at level 5, they just want you to go out and do the bonkening on things. I mean, like, let's go play with this real quick. So I'm like a level 5 character, right? So where am I at level 5? I'm probably, Stonyfield? And I'm running around with this set, and I'm just going to bonk things. Like, that's my job, apparently. Maybe I have, what do I got? Maybe like one skeleton. Right, so I got like a little skeleton fighting alongside me, and I'm just running. I'm in hell difficulty, of course. I didn't even realize. Hold on, let me go to normal difficulty, because at level 5, you're obviously not going to be in hell. My bad. It's like the second or third time I've died in one of these videos. I need to pay attention a little bit better to what I'm doing. I was totally expecting that to go differently. I didn't realize I was in hell. Come on, buddy. The melee necromancer lives, buddy. The melee necromancer lives. Heck, I think you could utilize this in Act 2. I think you could even do well in Act 2. Let's go to Act 2, Lost City. Why not? Why not? I'm gonna go bonk things. Come here. Come get bonked. Come get wrecked, champions. So as you can see, this set really was made for a melee necromancer, and it's rather silly. I never quite understood why specifically they wanted a melee necromancer to exist. But I guess, early game, it really doesn't matter. All characters can technically melee. You can even use a bow for quite a bit in normal difficulty. And, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to throw this whole set on a Necromancer and run around bonking things with your wand, you certainly could. So let's explore upgrading this, because I like to upgrade all these sets now that we have the ability to. So the wand, which is the weapon, let's see what it upgrades to. So Ral, Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. So we're going to go from 13 to 14 damage, level 5, to 21 to 29 damage, level 25, with a strength requirement of 25, and it goes up to 30. Definitely not a good upgrade. 21 to 29 is not enough damage for level 30. If it was a little bit lower, maybe, but unfortunately that's just not good enough. Infernal Cranium Cap can be upgraded, of course, as well, with a Shale, a Tal, and a Perfect Diamond, and that's going to go from 5 defense, level 5, to Infernal Cranium War Hat, 46 defense, 20 strength, level 22. And with the defense bonus, it does go up to 244. We also have Infernal Sign Heavy Belt, which is Shale, Tal, Perfect Diamond, and that's going to go from 31 defense, 8 belt slots, 45 strength, level 5, to 67 defense, 12 belt slots, 88 strength, level 25, which is also goes to level 30 when equipped. I mean, other than the belt slots, I don't really think that's worth it. I mean, if you had this belt and you just wanted to upgrade it for the belt slots, maybe. I don't know. So let's upgrade the weapon again. I need one Perfect Emerald. Apparently I forgot to put that in there. So we're going to upgrade the wand one more time, which is going to go to the Elite version. So it's going to go from 21 to 29 damage, 25 strength, level 25, to 30 to 31 damage, 25 strength, level 64, which goes to 76 when equipped. Holy Jesus. The Infernal Cranium War Hat goes from 46 defense, 20 strength, level 22. With a Lemko and a Perfect Diamond, we go to the Shako, which is 114 defense, 50 strength, level 43. Not exactly a great upgrade. And then, of course, the Infernal Sign Battle Belt goes from 67 defense, 88 strength, level 25, to the Troll Belt, which is 87 defense, 151 strength, level 62. Quite honestly, I can't really see a reason to upgrade any of these pieces, even one tier. They really just are really bad pieces of equipment. They're made specifically for a melee necromancer, and the melee necromancer really kind of dies out toward the end of Act 2. I wouldn't be meleeing on a necromancer past Act 2, most likely. And honestly, with a fully upgraded set, I mean, I could totally see maybe even killing something in the River of Flame in normal difficulty. But why would I be in River of Flame at level 76 with this fully upgraded set? If they really wanted to turn this into some sort of melee necromancer item, they're going to have to utilize it in such a way that it gains more than just what it does. Number one, if you wanted to upgrade it anywhere past normal difficulty, it needs some sort of enhanced damage on the wand. It's probably also going to need more than just +8 to minimum damage. It's probably going to need minimum damage based on character level. I don't know why the half freeze duration still exists on here, especially considering they added Cannot Be Frozen. I think that's an oversight on their part. Did I say fart? It's an oversight on their part. They need to change the half freeze duration to something else. At level 5, it serves its purpose. Don't get me wrong. I think at level 5, it works absolutely great. You put it on at level 5, you run around bonking everything. You've got your little skeleton army running. You get +2 to skills, which is definitely very nice. You get some mana steal and some damage taken to mana, which will help keep your mana pool full, and it also gives you a bonus to your maximum mana around that level. And I feel like it definitely could be useful from probably around level 5 to maybe like Act 4. normal difficulty. But by the time you get to around Act 4 difficulty, I feel like it's going to start to wane off. It's not going to give you enough effects. I mean, the Cannot Be Frozen is definitely going to be nice, and the increase to maximum mana will scale with you as you go along. But the Mana Steal is going to cease to be useful when you can no longer hit things. The Open Wounds is going to cease to be useful when you can no longer hit things. The bonus to attack rating is going to be no longer useful when you no longer want to hit things. The attack rating is going to be no longer useful when you no longer want to hit things. And even the damage taken goes to mana is going to be no longer useful because you're not going to be in there actually getting beat down anymore. And it really comes down to that, is that a lot of the effects on this set eventually become useless as you transition your way off of the melee necromancer. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it is on an infernal set like this. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Druid, I Choose You. That's right, this is the Druid ladder starter episode, and the Druid is a Pokemon that if you look in the index under 77735421, you will find Druid there. Druid is definitely a Pokemon that you can catch. No, I'm kidding. What is Druid good for as a ladder starter character? That is the question. If you can make a Druid for your ladder starter character, is it a good choice? Is it a bad choice? Are they good in groups? Are they good by themselves? What are the relative things that you can do with a Druid? I hope to answer these questions for you, and so by the end of this, I hope you'll have an idea of whether or not you would like to specifically play a Druid as your starter character. So let's go over this together, and we'll talk about this in detail. One thing that I would like to point out before we start is that we have actually gotten word that there is more balance changes coming for the summoning tree. So as I talk about the summoning tree, I want you to keep in mind that in 2.4 Public Test Realm, they are still kind of solidifying what they are going to do for the Summon Druid. There was a post on Reddit by a guy who posted a guide revolving around the Summon Druid, and it was Pez Radar, and Pez Radar commented on this person's guide that he basically was going to need a new guide because they were going to be making more changes. So we'll keep that in mind as we go forward. So let's tackle equipment first. So I always ask this question. This is what we start out with. Is Druid a highly equipment-based character? The answer is yes and no. So Druid has some very highly equipment-based builds, like for instance the Werewolf and the Bear builds tend to be highly equipment-based. The Rabies Druid is not so much equipment-based, and neither is the Fire Claws Shapeshifting Druid, but for the most part, if you are to build a Feral Rage, Fury, Maul, Shockwave, these abilities are going to be highly equipment based. You're going to need a good weapon, you're going to need good equipment to pull these builds off. However, Fire Claws, Rabies, the entire Fire Tree, the entire Hurricane, or rather Cold Tree, as well as the Summoning Tree do not really require equipment. And I'm going to go over with you guys a few different build ideas that you can do to really kind of dominate early on in the ladder. So one build that you can do early on to dominate in the ladder is actually the summoning build. I have actually done this successfully several times, and this is before they buffed up the build, by the way. So now that they've buffed up the build, this is actually going to work even better. What you do is you actually just go ahead and you build full summon. A full summoning druid can absolutely demolish normal difficulty. They have absolutely no issue with anything that they come across. They can kill all the bosses. They can kill all the even Duriel, for instance. When they first come across Duriel, they absolutely hand Duriel his butt, and that is absolutely fun stuff. Now, granted, I do not think that the summoning build holds up later in the game. You do need equipment to beef up your summon build when it comes to nightmare difficulty and hell difficulty, and around that point you're probably going to want to respec into something else. But as an early starter build, it is not a terrible build, and it does have a lot of group potential. So imagine, if you will, you are building a group for ladder, and you put a summon druid in your group early ladder. You will have maybe a necromancer in there also, and your necromancer and your druid can act as the tanks. The wolves, whether it is the dire wolves or the summon spirit wolves, can work very effectively as tanks, and the grizzly bear works extremely well against bosses. You can also utilize oak sage or heart of the wolverine, depending on your situation, to either beef up your group's HP or increase their attack rating and damage, and it really kind of depends on what you're trying to achieve. You can also utilize Spirit of the Barbs, which has been changed, by the way. And in normal difficulty, I did find that Spirit of the Barbs worked extremely well. I'm not sure if they plan on changing the way that it works, but I did find that that as a starter character, like if you were planning a starter ladder character, a summon build with Spirit of the Barbs might not be a bad choice. Now, of course, you're probably going to want to swap out of this spec when you get to Nightmare difficulty, but again, just an extremely awesome build for normal. We also have the Elemental Tree. Now, you can't really build the Hurricane Tree in normal difficulty. Tornado is level 8, Twister is level 18, Tornado is 24, and Hurricane is level 30. And because of this, you're kind of stuck. You can't really build this early on. But the Fire Tree actually works really well in normal difficulty. I have always found that a Fire Druid just absolutely demolishes normal difficulty with ease. And they don't do too badly in Nightmare difficulty either. It's not until they start to get to around Act 4 Nightmare difficulty. That's where things start to go really downhill for them, because then you start to get into a large number of fire immunes and things like that, which can make things rather difficult for you. Hell difficulty, there are even more fire immunes, and that's when things go really, really bad, and fire tends to be a very poor spec indeed. Now, I don't necessarily want to diminish the Fire Tree, because they have been working on it. They have been adding more physical damage to the tree and things like that. And when you get the right amount of equipment, you could possibly make this work in Hell difficulty, but it's going to take a little bit of time and effort. When you get to Nightmare difficulty, a lot of people like to swap over to the Twister Tree, which is also very nice because it combines both cold damage and physical damage in the form of a tornado. They have also added a very nice stun mechanic buff on Twister. So let me see if I can actually show you this just for fun. So let me go ahead and... of course, I don't have any skill points. So they added this buff of, 20%... duration. Yeah, 20% duration per level from Arctic Blast. So we get a nice stun duration bonus from Arctic Blast. I've never really had a reason to build Arctic Blast before, but I guess now you kind of do, because that huge stun duration bonus on the Twister is massive, and if you happen to be even a shapeshifter druid, you can utilize other pieces of equipment. Like, for instance, Rain, which is a very nice rune word for druids, has Twister procs on it. Windhammer Ogre Maul has Twister procs. Carrion Wind has Twister procs, and you can wear 2 Carrion Winds. And you can also cast Twister as a Hurricane Druid, and having a massive stun length duration on your Twister is just super duper duper sexy. It goes from, I think it's, what is it, 0.4 seconds. So what is that? 20 times 20 is 400%. So 400% of 0.04. So we're going to go 0.4 plus 400%, which is a duration of 2 seconds. So we go from, a duration of 2 seconds. We go from 0.4 to 2 seconds on the stun length duration on the twisters. And if you know anything about twisters actually shoot out 3 little twisters. And I actually have a druid that I'm super excited about because he is capable of shooting out twisters in the form of procs. Let me actually show to you real quickly. All right, so this is my Hurricane Druid, who is not a Hurricane Druid. I don't really know how else to explain him other than that. He is using Rain, Carrion Winds, Windhammer, Ogre Maul, as well as Storm Lash and Storm Chaser's Custom, so he has as many procs as possible. And one of the things that I've always liked to do is build really odd characters. And the buffs that they have made to Druid have made characters like this much more possible. One of the things that you cannot do as a Druid right now is use abilities while you're in Druid form. So if I want to cast Cyclone Armor, if I want to cast Hurricane, I can't do that while I'm a werewolf. But one of the things that they have changed in 2.4 is they've made it so that you can cast both Cyclone Armor and Hurricane while in your shapeshifted form, which means that you are going to be able to do a lot more than you ever could before. And let me show you my Windhammer. So this is my Windhammer. You can see the constant stun effects that are proccing all over the place, all the little twisters that are coming out at every single beck and call, so to speak. And the very interesting thing about this build is that it's just a silly build that I came up with a long time ago, and one of the major things that they've changed, which is the ability to cast these 2 skills while in shapeshifting form, has made this build much stronger. They also added a much higher stun length on Twister, which is again going to make this build much stronger. And I'm actually really, really excited about this in general, just simply because it's a very fun build for me. Now let's talk about Druid some more, and we'll go over some other aspects. So Fireclaw Druids tend to be relatively nice for early ladder as well, just simply because they don't generally depend so much on the damage of your equipment. It's more elemental damage, and it is a fire damaged attack, but it also incorporates a weapon, so as you can manage to get yourself a better weapon, you will also be dealing some physical damage as well. You can also proc Crushing Blow, Open Wounds. I believe Deadly Strike works, but it doesn't work on the fire component of Fire Claws, but it will work on the physical damage component of Fire Claws, which is certainly very nice. Just in general, a very fun build for an early character. Bears can also be interesting early game, but mainly as a sort of a support character. The Shockwave ability that they have is just absolutely massive in its stun potential. It is an AoE stun that stuns for a very long period of time, and they recently upped the damage on Shockwave as well, so it does even more damage than it ever did before. In general, the Druid has so many fun builds that they can do. The summoning tree can be very, very effective early game. They have also beefed up the Ravens quite considerably in damage. The Ravens do a massive amount of damage now, way more than they ever did before. And it may be a consideration for you guys and gals out there in Diablo land. Also, the melee Druid is a lot easier to build now than it was before. In the past, you always had to make sure that you had a weapon that had a massive amount of increased attack speed on it. Well, the very interesting thing about the new Druid is he's going to use the old calculation, the old IAS calculation, and he's also going to be using a new IAS calculation, which is based more on the way that IAS works for all other characters, which means that things like increased attack speed gloves, increased attack speed belt, treachery armor, Andariel's Visage, High Lord's Wrath, all these various items that have attack speed on them may actually work for your character now. And you don't necessarily have to have a godlike weapon to be a fast melee character. Now, granted, you can still use the old formula, and I think in some situations the old formula is still the superior choice, but leveling up, you don't always have the option to choose that superior item with the increased attack speed on it, right? So just simply coming across a random weapon, which might be a good weapon, and being able to utilize increased attack speed equipment can definitely be a very nice thing for an early ladder character. Now, we do have some other considerations here when it comes to Magic Find. So if you are going to be a Magic Find Druid, there are a little bit of a stumbling block here. You can go with the Fire Tree early on as a Magic Find Druid, and it can work out fairly well. Later on, you can go as a Hurricane Druid Magic Finding. I believe the Fireclaw Druid, because it is highly elemental in nature, can do Magic Finding as well. And even the Rabies Druid is not terrible at magic finding because, again, it is highly elemental based damage. But when you get to later on in the game and you're in a situation where your equipment means more than anything, it becomes a little bit more difficult to magic find on a druid. I do note that the summoning tree works really well with magic find early on. One of the things that you can do in the beginning of ladder is you could just stack all your points into the summons, and you can just put on every single piece of crappy magic find gear that you find. A helmet with 3 chipped topazes in it, absolutely. A pair of 10% magic find boots, sure, lace them up. A crappy armor that you put some topazes in that was collected from your entire group, whatever. Just put it all on, and you will find that that your minions essentially will do the majority of the work for you. And this is absolutely great. Another thing to consider is that when you're looking at a minion-based setup, they have said that the Act 2 mercs in normal difficulty will now be able to be summoned at their nightmare level. So you can summon all 6 auras now in normal difficulty, as opposed to only the 3, which means that you can get access to a Might Merc early on. You can get access to a Thorns Merc early on, which could be extremely effective for a summon druid. I'm not necessarily trying to sell the summon druid, but what I'm trying to say is that the summon druid definitely does have an easy time with normal difficulty and could be a very solid magic find choice early on, because you don't necessarily need a lot of equipment to make your character do very well early on when it comes to a summon necromancer. You can pretty much just slap on whatever magic find equipment you find and let your mercenary and your army of wolves and bears and crows do most of the work for you. Later on, though, you will need a nice bevy of plus summoning charms and things like that, as well as some very good equipment to make a summoning druid work. I've actually tested summoning druid so far with the current changes, and it's really not quite hell viable. I am hoping that they make some more changes to the summoning druid, which as I talked about in the beginning of the video, that they said they were. Those changes, I'm assuming, will make the summon druid a little bit more viable, but but you never know, right? Now, really, there's not a lot much more to talk about here. Solo self-found versus group play. Druids tend to do very well in both, and I may have already mentioned this, but things like the Oak Sage and the Heart of Wolverine work very well in groups. They can also utilize the Poison Creeper, the Carrion Vine, and the Solar Creeper to get rid of corpses. Actually, I don't think the Poison Creeper gets rid of corpses, but that's okay. One of the things they did with the Poison Creeper was they really buffed him up. He does a lot more damage now. The Poison Creeper in PTR actually has a really nice synergy, and I'd like to show you that. So this is a druid that I set up specifically for rabies. And let me see if I can reset him real quick so we can get an idea here real quick. And I want to show you how much damage the Poison Creeper has gone up to. He is no longer the slouch that he once was. He, at maximum at this point, with only, level 29, which he could be a lot higher than level 29, but he does 2,137 to 2,315. And if I remember correctly, before, Poison Creeper did pretty much nothing. And it was very quite sad. But of course, if you're building rabies, because of course you have the synergy from Poison Creeper, you are always going to build Poison Creeper with rabies. So if you do plan on being a rabies druid early ladder, that is a really nice boon for rabies druids that you may have not considered, is that the rabies druid now has a actual useful Poison Creeper, which will do a pretty massive amount of poison damage as you're leveling up. Much more than he ever did before, which is absolutely great. Now, let me actually put some points into strength so that I get my plus to skills back here. And show you what he does at level 34. So there you go. Level 34, he's 4,673 to 5,000. And on my rabies druid, I'm doing 28,000 to 390. And believe it or not, Poison Creeper and rabies actually do stack. Most poison damages don't, but these actually do. And that's a very interesting change. And also, let me show you the maximum ravens as well, because why not? I'm gonna have to reset here. Hold on. So the maximum ravens, as you can see now, can do 2,402 to 2,689 times 5 ravens, which is a relatively large amount of damage. I mean, you're talking about like 10,000, like what, 9,500 to 10,000 damage, which is a lot of damage. They really have buffed up the ravens quite considerably. And of course, to get that damage, you have to build full summoning tree to do it. But if you were actually going to build a full summoning druid, well, that is a very nice reward. I have known people who have built full summoning druids before druid ever got any buffs whatsoever, and they still did relatively well. Not amazing, but relatively well. And now that the ravens are actually even more useful than they ever were before, it's certainly very nice. Ravens might actually work their way into a lot more builds in their current state, because not only do they blind targets, but they also deal out a lot more damage now. So even if you were something like a hurricane druid, a shapeshifter druid, it doesn't really matter, because quite honestly, having a couple ravens around can be very useful to help keep your monsters, the monsters blinded. And then on top of that, you got the nice damage buff on them now too, which is definitely very nice. Molten Boulder has been buffed up quite a bit, and let me see if I can show you Molten Boulder real quick. So Molten Boulder has gotten a lot of buffs, and let's go ahead and grab Volcano and Firestorm. So at maximum, the Volcano skill is doing 775. Is that even right? What is that? Does not seem right. I don't have all the synergies, do I? Volcano and Firestorm. Huh. That seems relatively low. I could have sworn it was higher than that. It seems like one of the synergies isn't working or something. But it does physical damage as well as fire damage now, which is one of the reasons why it is been beefed up considerably. I'm going to see how much damage it does. Of course, I've got no HP right now. And of course, this character is not actually built for elemental damage. They also reduced the casting delay on it, as you can tell, and it makes it a lot faster to cast. That's one of the things that you've got to note about a lot of the characters now, is that pretty much all of the casting delays that transferred in between skills has now been removed. And on top of that, quite a few of the abilities have lost their casting delay, or what's the term? Or the casting delay has been reduced. Hydra, for instance, completely lost its casting delay. Now you can literally just cast 6 of them in quick succession. Things like Hurricane no longer apply a casting delay to the rest of the abilities in the tree. So for instance, usually if you cast Hurricane, everything gets redded out for a couple milliseconds. I want to say like about a half a second. Or if you have an ability like Armageddon and Hurricane, they kind of conflict with each other. Well, no more. So all the abilities have kind of been isolated now. So Hurricane still applies a delay, but only to itself. Armageddon still applies a delay, but only to itself, and so forth and so on. And this has really made for a very nice buff to characters that allow them to weave spells in and out. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with my Molten Boulder. Let me get a couple more skill points here. So 1,560 to 1,770, and it does have a average damage, fire damage per second as well. So maybe I'm just looking at it wrong here, because it does have a physical damage component. It has an elemental damage component. It also has a fire damage component, and I think all of them together probably stack a lot higher than I'm giving it credit for. And it can be used in combination with some of the other fire abilities as well, like, for instance, Volcano. You can put some volcanoes right up underneath their tuchus. I'm gonna die. I've got 32 health, boys. 32 health, boys. 32 health, boys. Hey, I lived a lot longer than I thought I was going to live. Let me put it that way. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I would like to hear what you guys have to think about the Druid being your ladder starter character. Do you plan on playing Druid as your ladder starter character? I know, for instance, a couple people have told me that they're really excited to try out the Fire character as their ladder starter, because it is a pretty powerful character. They also want to try out Fire Claws now that it has its synergies been reduced. If you haven't noticed, Fire Claws no longer has the massive synergy requirement that it used to. It's only 2 skills instead of the previous, I think it was like 4 skills that you needed to max out Fire Claws. So we've got a lot more potential with a Fire Claws build now. Before there was just so much skill point investment to get to Fire Claws, to build up the synergies for Fire Claws, to get a decent amount of, abilities and stuff like that to actually utilize it. And now it's a little bit not so terrible with only the 20-point initial investment here, and then of course the 40-point investment over in the tree, which is one of the reasons why I think people are looking forward to Molten Boulder, because Molten Boulder and Fire Claws could go very well together. There's also a couple items that have Molten Boulder procs, so interesting there as well. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Synth. Today we're going to be looking at the Cow King's leathers, because he's dead. We carved him up and made armor out of him. So the Cow King's leathers is a 3-piece set, and it actually does only drop in the cow level, which does make it relatively rare. If you happen to find all 3 pieces, I would probably hang on to them, because it's kind of like a little trophy. The set is comprised of the Cow King's horns, the Cow King's hide, and the Cow King's hooves. And I always thought it would have been cool if they had made it so that you could turn into a cow when you put it on. That would have been funny. Especially considering you can only find it in the cow level, and it's literally the Cow King set, and blah, blah, blah. This set actually does have some interesting effects, and it actually got upgraded in patch 2.4. They added a bunch of really nice stuff to it, and we'll go over that as we go along. But let's start out with the Cow King's horns, which they totally should have made it the the helmet with the horns on it. I mean, I feel like that would have been appropriate. That is the Cow King's Horns War Hat, which is an exceptional level item. Can be upgraded once. We have defense 128. It has a strength requirement of 20 and a level requirement of 25. It does have 75 defense and half freeze duration, so not exactly the best little hat there. We also have the Cow King's Hide Studded Leather Armor, which is 56 defense, 27 strength requirement, and level 18. Relatively low on both the strength and the level requirement. It has a 18% chance to cast level 5 Chain Lightning on striking, which I'm going to have to pull up here so we can figure out about how much damage that does. If you are a sorceress, by the way, it will synergize with your skills. So if you are a actual, lightning sorceress, you're going to get the synergy bonus, but it's only going to be off of the level 5 version, which is 1 to 84 damage and up to 6 targets. So interesting. We also have 60% enhanced defense on this, and all resistances 18. Now these are all non-variables; they don't vary. I could swear mine is missing a stat. I have this just hunch. Let me look this up real quick. Cow King's Leathers, D2. Yes, mine is missing a stat. Why is mine missing a stat? Mine is missing plus 30 to life for some reason. Plus 30 to life should be on these. Is that something that that they took away, perhaps, or? Because I'm looking at very large number of versions here on all the pictures, and every single one of them has plus 30 to life, and mine does not. I certainly hope they didn't take away the plus 30 to life. Maybe it's just mine is glitched because it is in the original version. Let's take a look at the patch notes real quick just to make sure. And we do have an interesting change here of added 100 to life for the full set. So maybe they did take away the 30 to life, but then added it back, so to speak, as a full set bonus. I don't know. Maybe. We also have the Cow King's boots, hooves, heavy boots, which are 40 defense, 18 strength requirement, level 13, 30% faster run walk, 25 to 35 fire damage, which is actually really sweet at level 13. Level 13, that's a lot of fire damage. As you can see, I have 3 to 6 damage. I go 28 to 41. These could actually be halfway decent on an exploding arrow Amazon to add that fire damage to your exploding arrow. You could even combine this with a like a Raven Claw or something early on and get the same effect. 35 to defense added on these. 20 to dex, which is a lot of dex. That's actually a lot. That's going to help your block chance. That's going to help your attack rating. It's going to give you a little bit of defense as well. We have 25% better chance of magic items on these boots, which actually makes them pretty solid magic find boots for quite some time. Usually you don't find a really nice pair of 25% magic find boots. They're usually sucky. These are actually pretty good magic find boots. I would use these for quite some time, I think. And we also have a two-piece bonus here of defense based on character level, which is what is that? 5 per character level, and I do believe that is a change from what it was before. I don't think it actually had defense based on character level before. According to what I'm reading here, it does not. When I look at the patch notes, it says added 5 to 495 defense, 5 per character level, 2 items. So very nice. We also have 25% poison resistance for 2 items. And then when we put on the full set, we get the full bonus. Now, the full bonus is pretty amazing. The first effect on here, which is probably the best effect, is 25% chance to cast level 5 Static Field with Truck. Now, Static Field is essentially the same thing as a Crushing Blow, but it works differently than Crushing Blow does. So if you know anything about Crushing Blow, basically what it is it's a 25% damage to all nearby monsters, to their current HP, not their maximum, 12.5% to bosses, and 10% to PvP. And Static Field has a radius which means it hits all monsters nearby for this effect, and it is affected by lightning resistance. At level 5, which is what this is, level 5 static field has a radius of 6 yards, which means it's going to hit pretty much everything within melee range and just outside of melee range around you. So if you are a melee character, this could be absolutely amazing for you, because if you're in the middle of it, like a thicket of monsters, it's definitely going to help wear down those monsters a lot. And a 25% chance is going to proc pretty much all the time. So you're going to see that static field going off all the time. And we're going to test it out before we end this video. We're going to play around with that. We also have +1 to all skills. 30% increased attack speed, which is really nice. So not only does this give you a really nice effect for your melee character when you're in the thick of it getting beat down, it also gives you a very nice 30% increased attack speed, which is going to help you attack faster. We have 495 defense based on character level. That is the 2 bonus that we were talking about earlier. We have 20 to strength, which is a pretty massive bonus to strength, and that's going to help you put on a hefty weapon because you're already wearing an armor or maybe a shield. We also have 100 to life, which is what I was talking about earlier. I think they took the 30 life away from the armor and put it on the actual item. But we could probably confirm that by switching back to the regular thing, the regular game. But 100 life is definitely better than the 30. That's for sure. We also have 100 to maximum stamina, which most people don't care about. The 25% poison resistance, which was the 2-piece bonus. 100% extra gold for monsters, which is really nice. And 100% better chance of magic items. So for the total set, we've got 125% magic find. 25 on the boots, 100 on the armor. And you could theoretically socket both the helmet and the armor, put topazes in both, and you could go from 125 to, what is that, 173%? 173% is a lot of magic find for a 3-piece bonus. That is not bad at all, especially considering it gives you +1 to all skills, 30% increased attack speed, 20 to strength, 100 to life, and the really nice static field proc when struck. This could make for a very nice magic find melee set. Melee characters don't normally do magic finding because they're very equipment based, and one of the big difficulties of their class is that just they need lots of equipment to make themselves useful, and then they can't really sacrifice a lot of equipment for magic finding. This would actually kind of be like having your cake and eat it too. But what this could be potentially very useful for is a item find barbarian. It gives you increased attack speed, it gives you the static field, it gives you the extra gold, the better magic find, extra life. I mean, all of which are going to be very useful for a low-level item find barbarian. Very, very, very effective. So let's explore upgrading this set, and let's see what kind of functionality we can get out of this past level 25 when the Cow King's horns are equipable. So first thing we can do is upgrade the Cow King's hooves, which is the heavy boots. They're going to go from 40 defense, level 13, 18 strength. With a shale, a towel, and a perfect diamond, we go from one to the other. Let me move myself out of the way real quick so you can see. We go to 73 defense, 47 strength, level 30. And when you put them on, they stay level 30 because there's no green bonuses. This set doesn't have green as bonuses, so we're not going to get any of those weird green bonus level increases. So not a bad upgrade, especially considering the horns are already level 25. It definitely brings the hooves more in line with the rest of the set, which, the war hat is already drug the set up to exceptional. So we might as well drag the boots up. And if I was using these boots for Magic Find anyway, hell yeah, that's a good upgrade. I 100% like that upgrade. So let's do the Cow King's studded leather armor, which is 56 defense, 27 strength, level 18. And that is going to go from 56 defense, 27 strength, level 18 to 238 defense, 61 strength, level 30. Not a bad upgrade at all. So far, 1-tier upgrade, very, very nice. If I was utilizing these set on a character and I wanted to use this set past normal difficulty, I would definitely want the defense upgraded on both the boots and the armor, and it did both of those nicely. especially if I were to socket the armor and the helmet for magic find purposes, I would definitely want to upgrade these to get them to a higher magic find, a more usable state for my magic find character. Next, let's look at upgrading the war hat to the Shako. So we're going to need a lem, a co, and a perfect diamond for this, and this might not be worth it, but we're going to test it out anyway. So we're going to go from a war hat, which of 128 defense, 20 strength, level 25, to 185 defense, 50 strength, level 50. Not bad, actually. Not bad for that upgrade. Level 50 is not that high. I kind of expected, like, way higher than that. I don't know why. We can also upgrade the trellised armor to a wire fleece, which is going to go Lemco Perfect Diamond. And that's going to go 238, 61 strength, level 30 to 670 defense, 111 strength, 65 level requirement. I always get tongue-tied around this stuff, don't I? I'll be mixing stuff up all the time. I mean, not exactly the greatest upgrade, but if you were going to utilize this set for the fun of it, which is one of the reasons why people do wear Cow Kings for the fun of it, could be interesting to utilize this set for that purpose. You know, just to have the Cow Kings on at max level, like just see if you can kill Bale in hell with the Cow King set. This could be interesting, and it's only 3 pieces. We also have the Cow King's Hooves Shark Skin Boots, which are going to upgrade again. So these are going to go from 73 defense, 47 strength, level 30, to 100 defense, 91 strength, level 61. So it's very interesting that this set has one of the kind of like the really strong effects, which is the level 5 static field when struck. And let's go play around with this, shall we? So let me go get myself some HP. And let me see if I can actually go somewhere to play around with this. So I'm trying to find somewhere where I won't die, because I only have a limited amount of resistances here, as you can see. Very, very tiny. You know, let's just go into the Bloodmoor, shall we? Because I'm probably going to end up getting my butt kicked. So here we have some zombies, and let's see if we can get them to beat us so we can get our static field to proc. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I knew that was coming. This character is just, he's obviously not geared, and he doesn't have enough to actually do anything here in hell. Let me go ahead and bring this character to Nightmare difficulty. This has nothing to do with the set itself, and everything to do with, you know, having massive negative resistances, and not being fully geared. Let me go ahead and respec myself too, and give myself a bunch of come on, bunch of vitality as well. So let me go ahead and get enough strength so I can use the sets. And I'll just dump everything else into vitality so I don't die.
I am.
All right, so here we are in Eldritch's realm, and I want to show you guys the effect of the static field. So as they hit me, I have a 25% chance that I will get this proc, where all the monsters nearby will get reduced in HP by 25%, Eldritch by 12.5%, and it procs relatively a lot at 25%. They're not hitting me very often here because my defense is a little high for Nightmare difficulty, but as you can see, it does a massive amount of damage to all the monsters nearby, and you could potentially work this into a build. I don't see any reason why you couldn't work this into a build, just so that you had the static field proccing all the time. That would be very fun. It's only 3 pieces. You would have to sacrifice your helmet, your armor, and your boots, obviously. But you do get 30% increased attack speed. You get the static proc, which is definitely very nice. You get a nice 100 life bonus, which is also very nice. And +1 to all skills is not a lot, and it doesn't make up for the fact that you're losing +2 here and +2 here. So you're basically losing +3 by putting this set on. Not really sure. I mean, the defense on it isn't particularly bad, considering that it gives you 495 defense based on character level, combined with the upgraded defense from the Shaco, the boots, and the wire fleece. I think I might actually build a character with this. You guys are going to have, we'll have a heyday with it. I'll get myself a pair of boots. We'll upgrade it 2 times. I'll have to get myself some some lems. I think I don't have enough lems to upgrade it twice, or all the pieces. But I feel like this could actually work in a build. You'd have to put this in a character that doesn't necessarily need a lot of plus to skills, like maybe a zealot. It would have to be a melee character. It would have to be a character who's getting in there, who's in the thick of it, who's fighting, because obviously the static field when struck doesn't actually do anything unless you're in there fighting. And also it would have to be a character who wants increased attack speed on a regular basis. So 30% increased attack speed is definitely nice. And I don't know. 100% magic find, or rather 125% magic find on this set. You could also beef up the increase to attack speed. You could put a 15% jewel in the armor, which would bring it up to 45%. You could put another 15% jewel in the helmet, which would bring it up to 45 plus 15, so that's 60%. So you'd be at 60% increased attack speed with the level 5 static field when struck, and then you'd also get the +1 to skills. With 125% magic find. 125% magic find is a lot. Like, it really is. And if you were building a magic find character specifically like around this set, it could work out really well. Resistances are very bad, though. Very bad. So you're going to have to find some way to counter that. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about this. Do you think that you could potentially work Cow Kings fully upgraded into an endgame Magic Find melee character? Do you think that could actually be a thing? Do you think you could utilize the level 5 static field when struck on some kind of high-level melee character? It's all very interesting to theorize this kind of stuff. And I do understand that it may not be best in slot, but if I were to pose a challenge to you, make a character work with Cow Kings. Make an endgame character work with Cow Kings, and make it work well. What could you come up with? I think this would be a very interesting challenge, the Cow Kings challenge. And you know what? Maybe I'll even make a contest out of it. That'll be pretty fun. Like the best use of the Cow King set at endgame. Kill the Ubers with the Cow King set. Silly stuff like that. Who knows? I'm actually quite impressed with the upgrades to this set. And if you're wondering exactly what the upgrades were, number 1, they added the +1 to all skills. Number 2, they added the 100 to life, which it does look like they took away the 30 to life on the armor. So you're looking at, instead of 30 life, you got 100, which is what, a difference of, what is that, 70? 70, 80, 91, yeah, 70. So 70 more life. And then you also get the extra defense as well, which does kind of make up for the fact that the armor doesn't have a really nice defense there. 670 is kind of low for an endgame plate, but if you add together the upgraded Cow King horn 185, the Cow King's hide, and then of course the hooves all upgraded to their maximum with the 495 defense bonus, I'm looking at 965 here. Wait, something seems wrong. $190, $670, 100 plus 670 is so. For some reason, the defense based on character level is not calculating. I think they might have said something about that being a bug. I'm sure they'll fix it, but let's add it up manually, shall we? Because I'm actually kind of curious. So 670 plus 185 plus 100 plus 495 is a total of 1,450 defense with this set on. then, of course, you'd have your shield, your belt, your gloves, and what other defense may come from any other thing. Like maybe you're running a Raven Frost with plus Dex, which is going to give you a little bit of defense as well. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Even when the Cow King set doesn't turn you into the Cow King himself, which it should. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Paladin, I Choose You! That's right. I'm doing cheesy Pokemon gags this entire series, so you better lap it up. So today we're going to be talking about why you should choose the Paladin as your starter character. Whether you're in solo self-found or whether you are in a group, we're going to talk about why the Paladin could make a good character and why they might not. Ladder is a very rough place full of poor peasants that have absolutely no gold and no equipment. And we're all fighting for survival. Literally like the song, "Fighting for Survival." Literally, that's the whole gag with Ladder. So what could you potentially do with a Paladin to make him survive? What is he bad at? And let's take it from there, shall we? So the first question we have to ask ourselves, as always, is the Paladin a highly gear-dependent character? Well, the answer is mostly he is. The Paladin does have a couple abilities which are not gear-based. Most notably is Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, and Blessed Hammer. They're very, these are the only four abilities really that the Paladin has that do not require a massive amount of equipment to get good effect out of. If you are a solo self-found Paladin and you are running a Hammerdin, you will generally have a pretty good time. You do need to get yourself equipment eventually, but you know, for the most part, you can struggle through. The same thing goes for the Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock Paladins. They can tend to do very well for quite some time. Now, unfortunately, Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock all kind of wane off toward the end of Nightmare difficulty. Once you get into Hell difficulty, they tend to not do very well unless you have good equipment. Same goes for the Hammerdin. The Hammerdin tends to struggle a little bit in Hell difficulty without some decent equipment. And thankfully, the Paladin has access to a lot of really easy-to-make equipment, most notably in the Paladin shields. So Paladin shields can come with a maximum of 45 to all resistances on them, and you can put in some very amazing rune words, from the lowliest of low Ancient's Pledge and Rhyme Shield to the highest of high Exile and Spirit shields. The Paladin can utilize some of the strongest and most defensive shields in the entire game, including one shield which, if you combine with a 45 all-res shield, can net you 115 all-res. That is Sanctuary Coco Mal. So if you happen to find a really nice 3-socket 45 all-res shield, you could potentially try and put yourself a very nice Coco Mal in there. And 115 all-res is something that you really have to think about, because it's going to pretty much fix all your resistances for a very long time so that you can utilize whatever piece of garbage equipment you want in the rest of your slots. And it makes it so that, in general, you're going to have a much easier time as you try and find the equipment that you will use for the rest of the game. Your best in slot equipment, shall we say. Now, there are a lot of different builds that you can do to get yourself through various zones. I would recommend Holy Fire as a starter build because it does tend to work extremely well in normal difficulty. You can generally do extremely well, I think, all the way up till Nightmare with Holy Fire. And once you hit Nightmare difficulty, Holy Fire tends to wane off a little bit unless you have the equipment to support it. And usually in a fresh ladder start scenario, you don't. So keep that in mind. Now, another thing to consider is Paladin's group benefit. So Paladin can solo self-found fairly easily because they can utilize abilities that are not equipment based. But this does mean that they're going to have a little bit of an issue surviving. They do have to get a pretty good amount of defense and resistances to make sure that they're actually surviving while they're dishing out their damage. And in general, a good weapon goes a long way on a paladin as well. So keep that in mind. When you get to nightmare difficulty and you have a decent amount of equipment, you could usually swap over to Blessed Hammer if you need to or if you want to, and you can do fairly well with that. And as a group character, the Paladin does extremely well. The Paladin has auras that will cleanse, poisons, and curses. It has an aura that will help the group regenerate mana faster. He has an aura which will give everyone in the group a huge bonus to their resistances, as well as individual resistances, which are actually amazing to help out the group. And as you can see here, these auras actually say what they do now, which is pretty cool. They never actually said this before, by the way. So as you can see here, when they are passive, they give you a 10% bonus to your maximum cold resistance, and when they are active, they give you 20%, which is amazing. So as you can see here, I'm using 95% cold resistance on this particular skill, which is just absolutely great. These skills can come in super handy to help out your group in those clutch situations. Like, for instance, if I was in hell difficulty and we were fighting our way toward Baal, and there were gloams in the throne room, I could switch over to resist lightning to give my group 95% lightning resistance and make our life a heck of a lot easier. Now, there are other abilities too, like for instance, we have Redemption, which can be utilized to remove corpses. If you're in a situation where you want to remove corpses from the battlefield, this is a fairly effective tool to do that with. You can also provide increased attack speed with Fanaticism. You can supply an uninterruptibility with Concentration. You can supply extra attack rating with Blessed Aim and extra damage with Might, Concentration, and Fanaticism. You can even apply Thorns to your Necromancer's army, which can be fairly useful in normal and nightmare difficulty. And on top of that, one of the best skills that the Paladin has, which is useful in groups, is the Conviction Aura. So as a group Paladin, if you were specifically going to be in a ladder group, Conviction is just absolutely amazing. I'm going to use an old term, amazeballs. It is absolutely amazeballs when it comes to helping your group. Any character in your group that does cold damage, fire damage, lightning damage, they are going to get a huge boon to the amount of damage that they output, because the way that Conviction works is it reduces the monster's resistance. So it can go as high as negative 150%, and it can actually break immunities. So you will come across a lightning immune monster who is immune to lightning. You can very often, more than often, break that lightning immunity. The only immunity that tends not to get broken on a regular basis is the cold resistance. And so cold characters tend to not get a huge benefit from Conviction in that regard. Sorceresses also have their own form of negative cold resistance, and this is also something that you have to keep in mind. But if you have a lightning or a fire sorceress on your team, if you have a cold hurricane druid, if you have a fire claw druid or a fire druid, or if there are any kind of elemental damage characters like a lightning trap assassin or a fire trap assassin or a even a vengeance paladin on the team, all of this will stack together. Of course, if you were going to run Conviction, you would probably be running vengeance, right? So, in general, the paladin has group potential of amazing capacity, and it's something that you have to think about when you are building your ladder team. And I even forgot one. Vigor. Vigor is the ability to make your entire group run faster, and decrease the amount of stamina drain. Early on in ladder, Vigor can be super useful because everybody's running out of stamina all the time. Nobody has enough points of vitality. That is what gives you your stamina bonus. And in general, Vigor can just be a super nice ability to toggle when it is necessary. And that's one of the really cool things about the Paladin is that they have a lot of one-point wonders. You put 1 point into Vigor, it's absolutely great to help your group run faster. You put 1 point into Cleansing, You can use it to remove poisons and curses from your group. You put 1 point into meditation, and you can use it to help your group regenerate faster. You put 1 point into each one of the resistances, or 1 point into salvation, and you can help your group stay alive versus particular monsters that do really nasty damage for elemental. You can increase the output with thorns on your necromancer's army. You can increase their damage and their attack speed of the Amazon, the barbarian, the necromancer's army, the assassin, whatever characters may need an increase in attack speed. All of this stuff can come in extremely handy for a build. You can actually make an entire party out of nothing but paladins and just demolish the entire game. If you can imagine in your mind, imagine a vengeance paladin running conviction. And then imagine a Holy Freeze Paladin running Holy Freeze, and imagine a Holy Shock Paladin running Holy Shock, and then another Holy Fire Paladin running Holy Fire, and then you have another Zealodin, he's running Fanaticism, and then you have a Blessed Hammer Paladin who's running Concentration. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we still got 2 more. So we can also run a Cleric Den. This is actually a real thing, by the way. A Cleric Den is a character who builds max prayer, and then max meditation. And what happens is prayer synergizes with meditation and gives it the regeneration bonus. And so when you build meditation, you have 900% mana recovery rate combined with 35 life healed every 2 seconds. And then this person can usually do something else along with that, like for instance something like Fist of the Heavens or some of that nature. And then you've got meditation, and you still have room for 1 more aura. Somebody could be running salvation, for instance, and you would literally have 8 auras running at the same time, and you can combine auras from your mercenaries as well. So you could have Defiance, Blessed Aim, maybe even Thorns from a mercenary, and other very, very nice effects. And all of this can come together very nicely to make a group which is quite honestly unkillable. When you get all of these auras together, when you get like Defiance, meditation, cleansing, fanaticism, concentration, the Holy Shock, Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, the conviction, and all that really just all running together in the same area, it's just kind of laughable. We had a group similar to this in one of my live streams. It was literally a group of 8 paladins, and we went in there in the Ubers, and everybody used a different aura, and we literally just kind of laughed at how easy it was. And the next time we went in with the same group, we were just like, you know what, let's just charge in the middle and fight all 3 Ubers at the same time, because it's just too easy. And we did. And nobody even came close to dying, because we were just that broken OP with all of those auras running at the same time. There was literally nothing that they could do. And that's one of the amazing things about Paladin, is just his amazing group potential. Multiple Paladins, you literally almost multiplicatively get stronger because of their effects. When you have a Conviction Paladin who's running with a Holy Freeze Paladin, the Holy Freeze is making it much easier for the Conviction Paladin by slowing everything down, and the Conviction Paladin is making everything much easier for the Holy Freeze Paladin by reducing all the cold resistances. And if you have for instance, a Fanaticism Paladin added into the mix, the Fanaticism Paladin is getting the very nice negative defense off of the Conviction, and the Holy Freeze Paladin and the Vengeance Paladin are getting the very nice increased attack speed. And it all really just synergizes so very nicely. Now, as far as magic finding is concerned, this particular character does well when he magic finds as a Blessed Hammer Paladin. You can also magic find as a Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock Paladin, because these are elemental damage abilities. They're not so restricted to your equipment. But I have noticed that Paladins tend to be very, very poor in the magic find department as far as the melee portions. So if you are a Smiter or a Zeal Paladin or a Vengeance Paladin, these tend to be sort of left to the wayside as far as magic find is concerned. Now, I do actually have a Theorycraft video coming up probably within the next week or two, revolving around the Cow King set, which is a very interesting set. They've buffed it up recently. They also have the ability to upgrade it now, so it doesn't have like terrible like defense. I think the whole Cow King set before it was upgraded had like a whole like 100 defense, and now I think when it's fully upgraded it's got like 2,000 or 3,000, which is pretty nice. And It also has a really nice bonus to Magic Find, Gold Find, and some very other nice effects, which I think could go very well on a Magic Find Zealer. And I have a kind of like a theory craft video, which I'm going to be coming up with for that. Hopefully I have that out before ladder launches, so that you guys can think about maybe making your own Magic Find Zealer. It's not going to be better than a Magic Find Sorceress, don't get me wrong, but it'll be fun. It'll be a fun change of pace, no doubt. Now, there are some other builds that you can do with the Paladin. Like, for instance, you can do a Smiter. Smiters are very good at single target damage and can very effectively take out Ubers at late game. Now, of course, late game is not really what you're worried about with ladder. With ladder, you're worried about that beginning. You're worried about that start. And later on, you can respec and you can turn your Paladin into a Smiter if that's what you'd like to do. But, it's not necessarily about that. What else can we talk about here when it comes to the Paladin? I feel like we've talked really nicely about the auras. We've talked about his group ability. One thing that we kind of didn't go over is his equipment. So Paladins don't really have a lot of really nice skills like the Barbarian and the Amazon and stuff like that have. They don't have Iron Skin, which increases their defense, but they do have Holy Shield, which is definitely very, very useful to them, and it's something that you're going to want to consider getting if you do run Paladin, no matter what kind of Paladin you are. At least 1 point in Holy Shield is going to be very, very awesome for you. They don't have the natural resistances like Barbarian. They don't have Critical Strike or Penetrate or any of these other abilities that are going to increase their resistances or their damage in many other ways. So they do tend to be extremely equipment-based. They're going to need lots of equipment based around, like, for instance, their shield, their weapon. They usually need a fairly good weapon if you want to be a melee Paladin, like a Zeal Paladin or something along those lines. In general, when it comes to Paladin, you're going to suffer on equipment early game. You're not going to have the equipment that you need, and as you get further and further into the game, you are going to have to cobble together whatever you can to make your character work. And I would recommend that you look into low-level rune words. Those are very, very effective for these characters. There are a lot of low-level rune words that you can make for a low-level Paladin. Everything from Strength and Steel to Rhyme and Ancient's Pledge, as well as things like Stealth and Smoke, and even something as simple as Nadir. All of these low-level rune words can be very effective to help bring your Paladin up to a level where he can effectively magic find and kill things that he might need to. Now, I do feel like that the Paladin might not be the best magic finding character to start out with. A lot of people would say that a Necromancer or a Sorceress is definitely a better character as far as magic finding is concerned early on. But once you get your Paladin established, once he is correctly built, you can actually use him very well for magic finding as a Hammerdin. But in general, I do find that Paladins tend to be not the greatest magic finders if you want to be a melee character. So do keep that in mind as a consideration. Now, when it comes to special equipment, the scepters and stuff like that can actually be used by everybody. So if you actually do have a really nice scepter that drops on the ground that somebody wants to use, they'll use it. The Griswold's Redemption Catechus, or Caduceus, I believe is as actually it's supposed to be pronounced, can be used by anybody. So don't expect to be handed one of those for free. Now, the shields, on the other hand, are only for you. So whenever anybody finds a very specific Paladin shield in a group setting, there's a very good chance that you're going to be getting it. But do keep in mind that Paladin and Sorceress equipment tends to be very, very valuable early on, because Paladin and Sorceresses tend to be one of the main characters that people build in early ladder. So when someone finds a Griswold's Honor or a Herald of the Zakarum or something like that, they tend to go for relatively high trade values, because everybody who is playing a Paladin at that particular time is looking for that particular item. I mean, items like the Herald of Zakarum will literally fix most characters. Even something as simple as a Guardian Angel Templar coat, which can be extremely effective for a low-level paladin to help get your resistances to the point where you're no longer in any kind of danger. The Guardian Angel Templar coat also is relatively sought after by other characters because of that huge plus to maximum resistance. If I want to make my character relatively tanky, Guardian Angel Templar coat is one of the easiest ways to do it. I do wish they would actually change Guardian Angel Templar coat to +1 to all skills instead of +1 paladin. That way it could be utilized by everybody and not just the paladin himself. I feel like I've covered the entire paladin much quicker than I covered any of the other characters, and that's kind of sad. Let's go over a couple more things here, like for instance, Fist of the Heavens got a really big change. I believe it actually got quite a nice reduction in the casting delay, which makes it quite a lot more viable. If you wanted to build a Conviction / Fist of the Heavens Paladin. I'm not really sure if that would be a good starter character, but if you were in a group, I suppose you could probably make it work, and your group would certainly not... they would not kick you out or anything. I mean, you would be running Conviction, which would be helping out the entire group, and even if you were lagging behind a little bit in terms of damage and functionality, the Conviction aura is probably going to more than make up for that, just simply by your very presence. Trust me when I say that I have run Conviction Paladins in a new ladder environment, and Conviction Paladins are absolutely amazing. You can literally change the course of an entire battle by your very presence. Literally, all you have to do is show up, and characters like Javazons that use massive amounts of lightning damage, or a sorceress who's using lightning or fire, or generally just showing up to the battlefield literally changes the entire outcome of the battle, and everything dies amazingly fast, which is just great. So, do I think that the Paladin is a good starter character? Yes and no. I feel like the Paladin is a little bit more of a difficult choice. If you don't know how to play a Paladin, if you don't know how to build a Paladin, it may be a little bit difficult for you, especially because they tend to rely more on their equipment than other characters. The Hammerdin tends to be a lot more difficult to play early on in the game versus later on. Once you get at a higher level, once you get to in the 50 plus, like level 50 plus, Hammerdin becomes a lot easier because you can build hammers, the synergies, the auras. You can get relatively nice equipment, like Skin of the Viper Magi and things like that, and you can be well on your way to hitting the faster cast breakpoints and stuff. But before that, when you first start out, you can't even get to Blessed Hammer. You can't even get to Blessed Hammer till level 18. So you kind of have to build your character a certain way until you get to Blessed Hammer, and then you can respec and go back, or you can just kind of struggle through and hope things work out. But it's up to you. I've always liked Paladin. I never really enjoyed playing Hammerdin because I did think it was kind of boring. But in general, I do understand that Hammerdin is a very powerful spec. I tend to lean more toward the crazy stuff. Like I've built Vengeance Paladins, I've built Zeal Paladins, I've built a Fist of the Heavens Paladin before. I built Smiters. I have built many Hammerdins before. Don't think I haven't. I even built one way back in the day before it was popular, and it was garbage. I remember there was a time when Hammerdin was not exactly the greatest build in the world, and it didn't really quite function right. And that was before all the massive unique items came in with all the cool faster cast and all those other things that you can add in. And it's an interesting thing to see how it is evolved over the years. There's really not a lot more to talk about with Paladin. I hope that I've given you at least some insight as far as, Paladins as a starter class. Do you want to choose Paladin as a starter class? I'd like to hear what you guys have to think of Paladins. Do you think it makes a bad starter class? Tell me down in the comments why you think it's a bad starter class. I am always interested to hear what you guys have to say. And as always, thanks for watching. And keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at a Korean set. If you guys didn't know this, Heaven's Brethren is actually a sort of a code word, or I don't, it's like a nod toward a sort of a Korean aspect of their culture. Heaven's Brethren refers to several pieces of the Heaven's Brethren. If you've never looked up Heaven's Brethren before, might be fun to do so. But I'm going to give you a brief overview. So Hamosa's adamant, Hamosu's adamant, the armor was excavated from number 32 tomb in Goryeo. Long iron plates are attached by nailing. The fact that this type of armors were found in other regional areas means that it's quite popular during the Three Kingdoms period. To protect the warrior's head, the helmet is angular in the center of the front, and also the lower part of the helmet was composed of 3 iron plates to protect the neck. In Gaia, armor has not only practical function, but also symbolic meaning of power. The picture shows the front and back of the rusted item, and the helm is gone. Dangun's teaching. This one in particular was never really kind of figured out. It might not even be a weapon as far as I can tell. I kind of did a little bit of research into it, and I couldn't really figure it out. Tabok's Glory, on the other hand, is actually a roof tile, I believe. It has a beast designed on it with a symbolic meaning, leading a peaceful life without any disease and any evil spirits. Big eyes full of fire, a strong turned-up nose, and sharp dog teeth and a horn on the forehead are scary enough to dispel an evil spirit. This type of roof tile is called a roof tile with goblin design, or a roof tile with dragon design. It is usually installed at the edge of the ridge of the roof. The roof tile was excavated from Anapji, an artificial pond that was built in 674 and attached to the East Palace, where a Silla crowned prince stayed. In this pond, some tens of thousands of artifacts were found, including bowls and everyday life tools and many roof tiles. These roof tiles were for protecting the palace from the crown, where a crown prince stayed from evil spirits. So very interesting. So it's fun to find out that it was actually a roof tile and not actually a shield. But it could shield you from evil spirits, apparently. Ondal's Almighty, this golden crown was excavated from the North Tomb of, I can't even pronounce that name, in Gyeongju. In North Tomb, more ornaments, including a silver belt ornament with an inscription of Buindai, the meaning of Madam's belt, were found then in the South Tomb. In this sense, the North Tomb can be presumed to have belonged to a woman. The gold crown indicates the owner's political and social class. So very interesting. And there's dangling jade ornaments, apparently, from it. Apparently there were 3 similar crowns excavated in separate tombs of speculating king, queen, prince. The displayed crown since is called the Madam's, belongs to this supposed queen. The king and prince look alike, resembling Ondal's Almighty, except the prince's is smaller and shorter. Imagine tall gold plates weighing on your forehead. The horizontal rim goes around just above your eyes, and be glad at least it's symmetrical. A beautiful piece. So it's kind of interesting that the source of Heaven's Brethren is a series of Korean legends, but the actual truth is they kind of took real examples from archaeological digs. The helmet, the crown, Ondal's Almighty, is an actual crown that apparently a princess wore. The shield is a roof tile that apparently was on a prince's roof, and the armor is a rather common armor apparently around that time period, not including the helmet. And unfortunately, I don't think anyone's ever actually found out what the mace is, which is probably not even a mace. Without further ado, though, let's get into the set, shall we? All right, so first off, let's go over the Dangoon's Teaching Reinforced Mace. Dangoon's Teaching Reinforced Mace is 41 to 185 damage, and this is because it has an effect that allows it to increase its damage based on character level of 1.5 per character level, up to a maximum of 136. Sorry, 148, my bad. I'm not level 99, I'm level 91. It also has 10% chance to cast level 3 Frost Nova on striking, which is relatively low damage. It's like 20 damage on the cold damage. The real effect of the level 3 Frost damage on striking is that it's going to chill everything nearby. So it's going to be a very nice AoE chill, which is going to be proccing all the time. And it's always nice to have an AoE chill. We also have 40% increased attack speed on this, which is very, very nice. That means it's going to be attacking very quickly. We have the 136 maximum damage on this, which does go up and down with character level. So, of course, at level 68, when you can put this on, at 68 times 1.5. So that's how much you're going to add to the damage on this weapon. Now, of course, we also have a fire damage bonus here of 20 to 30 and 50% damage to undead, which is, of course, because it's a mace weapon. You can, of course, put one socket into this if you want to. Maybe speed it up even further with a shale rune or something like that. It really depends on you. It's actually a kind of a decent weapon to find if you don't have anything else, and can be useful until you find something better. Now, Dangoon, whoever he is, I have not been able to find any kind of story on Dangoon. So, unfortunately, I don't really know what Dangoon is. Each one of these seems to be named after a particular person, and I actually do have some stories on the other ones, but for some reason or another, I can't find anything on Dangoon's teaching. And I'd be more than happy to hear. If any of you guys know what Dangoon's teaching is supposed to be, what it actually is supposed to represent, and who the actual person is, maybe the legend that is supposed to be behind Dangoon, I'd like to know. So please write it down in the comments. We also have Ondal's Almighty Spired Helmet, which is a very high-level item. The Spired Helmet is of course, the maximum elite version of these helmets. And it does have 209 defense on it. It has 10% chance to cast level 3 Weaken, which is going to be 33% plus 3, which is 36% negative to the monster's damage when they go to swing at you. It's physical damage, by the way. Or attack you with a bow. And the only downside to this is that, it does have to be cast on them before it has an effect. And 10% chance to cast is actually pretty nice. This is actually really good because it does stack with damage reduction. So if I had 50% damage reduction, for instance, and a monster is swinging at me with Weaken, their 1,000 damage, if they have 1,000 damage, is reduced by 36%. Then the remainder goes against my 50% damage reduction for another 50% off of whatever they're doing. And that means I'm going to take far less damage. So for instance, if I were to have only 50% damage reduction and a monster hit me for 1,000 damage, that would be minus 50%, which is of course 500. However, if I add in Weaken, so 1,000 damage minus 36% is going to be 900 and sorry. Is going to be 640, and then minus another 50% means that 1,000 is going to go down to 320. So instead of taking 500 damage, I'm going to take 320 damage, which is a lot better than taking 500. A lot of the times people don't like this, though, because they don't want it to overwrite other beneficial curses. Like they don't want it to overwrite life tap. They don't want it to overwrite lower resistance. They don't want it to overwrite, various things like Decrepify and whatnot that they would have running besides this. We also have 24% faster hit recovery, which is always nice to have on an item, no matter what character you're on. Plus 50 to defense, plus 10 to strength, plus 15 to dexterity. Both strength and dexterity are very useful. Dex, of course, will help you put on some armor, and strength will help you put on armor, and dexterity, of course, will give you higher block chance, increase your attack rating, and so forth and so on. They're both nice to have. And of course, because this is a Spired Helmet, supposedly it would have really high strength requirements, but it doesn't because it has negative 40% requirements on it. So it goes really low down to 116. Now, I do actually have some information on Ondal, and I thought this would be kind of interesting. So Ondal is actually a word that means stupid. Apparently, he was not a very smart person. So the story goes something like this. Andal is a poor but good-hearted man. He begs for food to support his mother, earning him the name Pabo, stupid, which means Andal. The king had a young princess who kept crying, and like many parents of today, he threatened to marry her off to stupid Andal if she keeps crying. After 13 years of abuse, the princess demands the king to keep his word by marrying her to Andal instead of a prince from another clan. The king refuses. She stole some valuable ornaments and left the palace, as she sought her way to Andal's home, married him, and sold the ornaments to alleviate their poverty. Subsequently, she gave Andal wise advice on various occasions, finally enabling him to become a favored gentleman under her father, the king. He then volunteered to fight back Scylla invaders, vowing never to return until the land was defended. Ironically, Scylla is the empire that made the Andal Almighty look-alike crown. He died in battle and was to be moved back to the capital, but his funeral carriage wouldn't budge. Only when the princess came, touching the coffin, said, "Life and death has been decided. Let's return home," did the hearse move. That's the history, or the legend of Andal. I'd like to know the legend of Dagoon, but I don't have that one. The next item on our list is Himosa's Adamant, which is 702 defense, 52 strength requirement, level 44, and this one can actually be upgraded. 500 defense bonus on this, just flat, 40 defense versus missile, or melee, 35 defense versus missile, 75 to life, and negative 20% requirements. Now, this one also has a story, I believe. So Himosu was the founder of the first Dangoon of Buio. Dangoon means ruler. Legend says his Jumong founded Gorgyo. I can't pronounce any of these words. He was the son of heaven, riding on a chariot of 5 dragons, arriving at Holsangol-seong in 58 BC to establish Buk Buyeo. Pretty boring, right? It only goes to portray heaven like some alien spaceship that does nothing but reproduce. It's a very odd legend. I'm not ever really even sure about this one at all. We also have Taebok's Glory. So Taebok's Glory Ward Shield is defense 220, chance to block 75%. And I do have to go over this specifically because the chance to block is different for each character. So it's 79% for Paladins. It's 74% for Amazon, Assassin, and Barbarian. And it's 69% for Sorceress, Necromancer, and Druid. It is indestructible, which is very interesting. It has 185 strength requirement, which is really high. And that's because it's a ward shield. And it's really kind of odd to me because they threw negative 40% requirements on the helmet. They threw negative 20% requirements on the armor, but didn't throw any negative requirements on the shield, which is probably the highest strength requirement piece in the whole set now because of it. It does have 30% faster block rate and 25% increased chance of blocking, but because of the really high strength requirement, not a lot of people are going to utilize this. It has 50 to defense, added flat, 100 to mana, which I'm not really sure why a shield with such high strength requirement would have a big bonus to mana like that, but it is a really big bonus to mana. Lightning resistance 30% on this, and attacker takes damage of 30. Attacker takes damage of 30 is really high, but at level 81, it's nothing. It's a pinprick. And all in all, the set is rather odd. Let's look at the bonuses here. So we do get a 2-piece bonus of 10% lifesteal. And we get a 3-piece bonus of replenish life plus 30, which is a lot. That is a lot of replenished life. And maximum fire damage based on character level of 237, which is actually based on character level. So if we divide that out, I'm currently level 91. This is a new effect, by the way. We don't actually know what this is. So 273, is that what it said? Yeah, 273 divided by 91, and we are looking at 3 per level. So 3 per level fire damage, all the way up to level 99, which would be 297 fire damage added. That's very interesting. And then for full bonus, we get the full set bonus, which is +2 to all skills, the fire damage, the life steal, the replenish life 30, which stays the same. Replenish life 30 is a lot. All resistance is 50. Damage reduced by 24% on this, which is definitely new. We also have cannot be frozen and +5 to light radius. The new things that they added to this are... They added +10 on the replenish life. They also took replenish life off of the full bonus. It used to be on the full bonus, and they put it on the 3-piece bonus, which it was not there before. They also took the 2-piece bonus away. The 2-piece bonus used to be heal stamina +50%. They took it away and turned it into +10% life steal. So very interesting. And the replenish life is 10 points higher now than it was before, which is definitely very nice. I mean, they definitely did something to the set. They did something to the set. They beefed it up a little bit, right? So they added lifesteal, which was a good move. They added 10 to replenish life to make it more what it was doing before. And they added 24% damage reduction on here, which is a lot of damage reduction. I'm not really sure that 24% is worth the pieces that you're giving up, but it's definitely nice. I just can't, for the life of me, see using this set in 2.3 because the weapon is tying the entire thing down. But we do have the opportunity to upgrade the weapon and the armor. We cannot upgrade the shield or the helmet. So let's test this out. First, we're going to make sure that we can't upgrade the shield or the helmet, because why not? I know I can't, but as you can see, it does nothing and does nothing. All right, so we can upgrade the armor and the weapon. Let's check the armor first. So the Hermosa's Adamant Curios is 702 defense, 52 strength, level 44. And it goes to Hermosa's Adamant Great Hauberg, which is 936 defense, 95 strength, level 63. You know, I'm going to be honest, it's not exactly an absolutely awful upgrade, but it did lose its special graphic, which is a little sad. I mean, if you were using this set, why not? The level requirement on the original piece was only 44. So going from 44 to 63 wasn't that big of a deal. The strength requirement from 52 to 95 wasn't even that big of a bump. I mean, if you really wanted to upgrade this, you could, but a Lemon & Co. is pretty expensive. This is the one that I'm really interested in, and this is going to be a Paul Alum and a Perfect Emerald. So this one is going to go from 41 to 185. 41 to 185. 46 dex, 145 strength, level 68. Actually, does this even upgrade? It doesn't upgrade. I'm a big silly head. Even I forget the names of the items sometimes. I thought it was something that could upgrade, but it's not. So we really only have one item to upgrade on this set at all. By the way, Taybok. I don't even know if I found any information on Taybok. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Taybok's was not something that I found any information on. So if you have any information on Taybok, that would be interesting too. I have to wonder, though, because I do feel like there had to have been a story behind each one of these items. Taybok's Glory, Ondal's Almighty, Hermosa's Adamant, and Dangun's Teaching. It's also very interesting because Ondal wasn't almighty. According to his story, he was stupid, and he didn't really do much of anything. Maybe Ondal's Almighty is referring to his princess, who seemed like the winner of that story. And Hermosa's didn't really seem very adamant either. So I'm not really sure if Dangoon was a teacher or Tabok had glory. Yeah. Who all could use this set? Well, it has a melee weapon and it has a shield, and the shield is relatively high strength requirement, which really kind of limits this set to only a couple characters. If you're running really high strength requirement, you're probably going to be either a paladin, a barbarian, or a druid. I can't really think of any other characters who would have 185 strength to wear this set. If you take out the shield, I mean, the strength requirement does go down quite a bit to 145, which is a lot more doable. But you do lose the majority of the bonuses of the set. I don't know. It does seem to be a very defensive set. The weaken, combined with the regeneration, combined with the lifesteal, combined with the resistances, combined with the damage reduction, combined with the cannot be frozen, all of which lead me to be pointing toward, and even the Frost Nova is a very defensive set. It is extremely defensive. You have an AoE chill, which is going to be going off all the time. The monsters are going to be constantly weakened with the level 3 weaken that you're going to be proccing. So you got 2 procs here. You also have cannot be frozen on the set. You've got damage reduction on the set. You've got replenish life on the set. You've got all resistances on the set. Lifesteal on the set. And every single thing about this set seems to be pointing me toward a very highly defensive set. And I only wish it was a little bit more defensive, because then maybe it might have a nice spot in the light. The damage reduced by 24 was a really nice gesture by the developers to make this set a little bit more viable. But the problem is that you're giving up the shield slot, which can potentially be damage reduced by 35% from a Monarch shield, the Storm shield. You're giving up your helmet slot, which is pretty much any chance you have of doing things like G-Face or Andorel's Visage, which is plus to skills and so forth and so on. So you're giving up a potential +2 to skill here, a +2 to skill here, right? So that's +4. You're also giving up +2 to skills here, which is +6. And you're giving up potentially +3 to skills here, which is 7, 8, 9. So you're giving up +9 to skills for +2. You're giving up 35% damage reduction for 24%. You're giving up... it seems like you give up a little bit too much to put this set on. I also feel like, in keeping with the entire idea that this set has negative requirements on it, Tabok's Glory needs negative requirements on it too. They need to throw a negative 20% or a negative 40% on Tabok's Glory to really match it up with the rest of the set. Because what is the point of the helmet having negative 40% and the armor having negative 20% and then the shield not? It really ties the entire set down, and I don't like it. Ondal's Almighty could be useful on a mercenary to help keep him alive. If you happen to find one of these, you could throw them on there for the weaken on striking. It could be useful on a melee merc, so either an Act 2 merc or a barbarian merc. It could definitely be useful. It might also be useful on a ranged merc, specifically for the weaken, but it doesn't offer a lot specifically for a mercenary. The +10 strength could be useful in allowing him to equip a piece of armor or a weapon that he might not otherwise be able to equip. And the faster hit recovery could certainly be useful for the mercenary as well. I find Hemosis Adamant a lot of the times, and I'll put it on a merc early game, because it is a relatively high defense armor. It has bonus life on it. It's pretty easy to put on them. And you could put a 2-piece on a merc, and he'll get 10% lifesteal, which I think would be pretty good for a mercenary. Obviously, you can't put 3 pieces. I mean, you can put 3 pieces on an Act 3 merc, but I don't really see the point in that. And the Act 3 merc is not going to have enough strength to use the shield anyway. It doesn't matter. Not really sure what to say about this set. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think of the changes to this set. What do you think about that damage reduced by 24%? What do you think about the extra replenished life they added, the lifesteal they added? What do you think about that maximum fire damage that was added? That wasn't there before. There's a lot of things that they added to the set, some things they took away, like the heal stamina. Definitely glad they did that. I think all in all, the set is in a better place than it was before, but I just feel like it's still not quite good enough. It certainly is unique looking, though. I'm going to give you that much. It certainly has a very unique look to it. And this video has gone on long enough, so I'm going to end it here. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about a set from heaven. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Assassin, I Choose You. That's right, this is the latter episode about the Assassin. So you are thinking about choosing the Assassin as your starter character. Starter character. Today, we are going to talk about why the Assassin could potentially be a very good choice for a starter character, and why maybe they might not be. We're going to go over the fine details with a fine-tooth comb, and hopefully you guys will get an idea of whether this is the right choice for you. Now, today, we're going to look at several different factors. Number one, which is the first factor that I always like to focus on, is the Assassin an equipment-based character? And the answer to that question is yes and no. So the Assassin has two different specs. It has the martial arts tree, and it also has the trap tree. Now, the trap tree specifically is sort of like a sorceress tree, in that you can simply put points into a skill. The skill will give you a rather nice amount of damage, and by putting points into that skill, you can do fairly well. You don't necessarily need a large amount of equipment to be a trap assassin. And because of this reason, trap assassins can actually be highly effective early game before getting any equipment whatsoever. In fact, Wake of Fire tends to be a rather awesome ability in normal difficulty, and it does tend to wane off toward nightmare difficulty, but by then you can respec into something else. There are also some other very nice abilities that you can use, like for instance, Lightning Sentry and Death Sentry. Death Sentry is one that we probably want to talk about in excess, because Death Sentry has the ability to spam essentially what is called corpse explosions. So the Necromancer has an ability which is very similar to this, and the Necromancer ability is a little bit stronger because it does 70 to 120% of the corpse's life, as opposed to Corpse Explosion, which does 40 to 80% of the corpse's life. Death Sentry can also be a little bit difficult to use, because if you use it at the wrong times, it will spam lightning instead of corpse explosions, because if there are no corpses on the ground, it just simply fires lightning, being completely wasted essentially. And you have to be a little tricky in when you cast your Death Sentries to make sure that they're being used at the appropriate times. This does cause a little bit of a sort of a micromanagement of the character, which can be a little bit difficult. There is also the Blade Sentinel tree, which has gotten significant buffs in recent patches, but I would not recommend a early ladder build with Blade Sentinel, Blade Fury, and Blade Shield. The reason why is because despite the fact that they are very nice abilities, and I have built a Blade Fury Assassin myself, they are also abilities that are extremely based on the weapon. So if you have a bad weapon, they're going to do terrible damage, and if you have a good weapon, they are going to do good damage. And because of this, that means that they are going to be extremely equipment based. You actually need to buff a lot of things to use Blade Fury effectively, like Deadly Strike, high weapon damage on your actual weapon, usually in the form of an ethereal weapon, combined with some other very, very nice effects like Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, and so forth and so on, to really make it quite effective. Blade Fury also has an issue with attack rating, and I wouldn't be amiss if I did not talk about it. So if you do plan on building Blade Fury anyway, maybe you just want the challenge. One of the main issues with Blade Fury is it has no attack rating whatsoever, like no bonus to attack rating, and you will find that this is a big detriment. One of the ways that I have found to counter this is to utilize Cloak of Shadows, which reduces the enemy's defense by a pretty massive amount, and when brought up to a high level like 25, it can actually reduce the enemy's defense by 87%, which is a pretty massive amount, and can pretty effectively counter the fact that Blade Fury does not have any attack rating on it whatsoever. Now, this does mean that you have to use Cloak of Shadows on a regular basis, which isn't a terrible thing, but you're going to be constantly hitting that Cloak of Shadows button every single time it comes up. Now, another thing to consider when you're talking about a character is, does this character have a meat shield? What do I mean by meat shield? Well, I mean a monster or character that can tank for you, right? Well, the Assassin does have a monster that can tank for them. Very specifically, it has the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Master, both of which can be highly effective tanks, given whatever situation you happen to be in. Now, granted, each one tends to be used differently. So if you are a Trap Assassin, sometimes Trap Assassins will avoid the Shadow Master because it does spam traps. And then some people will avoid the Shadow Warrior because the Shadow Warrior doesn't tend to work very well with certain skills. To give you a very brief understanding of what the difference is between the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Master, it is essentially this. The Shadow Warrior is going to use your abilities. The Shadow Master uses whatever the hell he wants. Or rather, she wants. Now, I have noticed that certain abilities the Shadow Warrior will not copy. And it actually makes me kind of mad because when I was on my Blade Fury Assassin, my Shadow Warrior would not copy Blade Fury. So I ended up using Blade Master instead. Or sorry, Shadow Master instead. And that's just an interesting little tidbit there. We also have some other very interesting things that make this character a very nice early game character. Number one is Burst of Speed, which can make your character run a lot faster earlier on when you don't have access to any faster run-walk equipment. For the most part, getting a nice pair of boots seems to be just absolutely crazy hard, and especially early ladder for some reason. You usually end up wearing some blue stuff that you find, if you can find a nice pair of blue boots. Usually you end up wearing just whites for a while until you end up finding your first set or unique item. And Burst of Speed can be a nice way to counter the lack of run walk speed. It also has a very nice attack speed bonus on it as well, which can help you out again in terms of lack of equipment. So maybe you're a Trap Assassin who's trying to fire faster traps, or you're a Martial Art Assassin who needs to attack faster, and you just haven't happened to find enough plus attack speed equipment. This can be a way that you can counter that. We also have Fade, which can be a very effective way to counter lack of resistances. So maybe you've made it to Nightmare difficulty or you've made it to Hell difficulty, and you just cannot, for the life of you, put together any kind of good equipment in the form of resistances. Fade can be a very effective ability to counter lack of resistances for a short period of time until you can manage to cobble together the right pieces of equipment to make a somewhat usable and survivable character. Fade is a massive bonus to your resistances, your physical damage reduction, 1% per level for physical damage reduction, which does cap out at the max level here. So if I go ahead and put some points into this, you'll notice that my physical damage reduction is at 25 now, and it will go as high as I can put skill points into it. We also have 67% resist all and a curse duration reduction of 84%, which makes your character extremely tanky. The ability to remove amplify damage and decrepify off of yourself is great, and the 25% damage reduction can be stacked with other forms of damage reduction to make your character even stronger. Now, granted, depending on the kind of character that you will want to be, you can go back and forward on this. You can also build Venom. Venom is also an extremely nice skill as far as the amount of poison damage that it can give you. So it's a nice elemental damage ability, which if you happen to be a physical damage character, the Venom can come in really handy to give you that elemental damage edge to do a little bit more damage on top of your physical, especially for those physical immune monsters. Assassin also has another defensive capability in the form of weapon block. Weapon block requires 2 claws. And if you're wearing 2 claws, you have the ability to weapon block. And what a lot of people don't know about weapon block is that weapon block actually allows your assassin to block spells. So you can't block a spell with a shield, but you can block a spell with weapon block. And that is one of the very, very amazing things about weapon block. So keep that in mind when you think about whether or not you'd like to go toward that particular side of the tree. We also have Mind Blast, which is a really amazing ability that allows you to crowd control. Let me go ahead and show you really quickly kind of what Mind Blast can do, because it's a pretty amazing ability. And let me not forget to put Vitality in like I did last time on the Barbarian. So if you go to any location, really, and you spam Mind Blast, you will notice that not only do you knock back the targets, stun them, but you also have the ability to convert them, which acts as an amazing form of crowd control and can save your life on many occasions. And as you can see here, I have now converted most of the monsters to my side. They are stunned, they are knocked back, and even the ones that are not, I can continue to fire this at will. And this is something that the Shadow Master will also spam. If you get the Shadow Master, she loves to spam the Mind Blast. And I don't even know why, but I literally sometimes I think she does it on purpose just to troll me. I'm not even joking. So we've talked about the trap tree. We've talked about the shadow disciplines tree. Now let's also talk about the martial arts tree. So the martial arts tree has gotten a huge revamp. And I'm actually kind of excited about this because the martial arts tree just really has changed quite a bit from the previous form. What they have done is they've made it so that Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, and Dragon Flight have a guaranteed hit as long as you have at least 1 charge of any type on your character. They have also made it so that instead of burning all of your charges, it only burns 1 charge per attack. So, for instance, if I was to go outside and build up a charge with a... let me go ahead and pop some points into dexterity real quick. Might be nice if I had this stuff set up in advance, but I don't because I suck, and that's my name, Ginger Gaming Mentor. So let's go out real quick and let's play around with this real quick just so I can show you. We'll go ahead and grab Fists of Fire, why not? And then we'll also grab one of the finishers. So let's go ahead and grab Dragon Tail. I always love Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is a nice explosion. And bink. So how it works now is if you attack with the ability... Ooh, ow. Might need some resistances or something. You know, I never really think about the fact that I'm in hell difficulty with a character who has absolutely no equipment. I just go out there thinking I'm like the king of the world, and I'm just like get beat down by a bunch of fire archers. Let's go to Nightmare difficulty real quick just so I can show you this. It's really a demonstration. It's not meant to be anything more than that. So when you attack with the ability, you'll notice that you gain your 3 charges like you always have. But when you kick, only 1 charge will disappear. When you kick again, you lose the 2nd charge, and when you kick again, you lose the 3rd. And this works for all charges. So if I were to build, let's go ahead and grab Tiger Strike as well. So if we grab 1, 2, 3, so we've got 3 charges of that, and we also grab 3 Tiger Strike charges. You'll notice that when I kick, I only lose 1 of each. And Tiger Strike, they actually changed it. Tiger Strike used to eat the charge whether you hit the target or not. Like, for instance, like say you were too far away from the target or something, and you happen to like attack, and the game kind of like got a desync notification. I've noticed that the charges on Tiger Strike don't get eaten by nothing anymore, which is rather interesting. Hello, Gutmane. I died at Nightmare difficulty, guys. Would be nice if I had one of those defensive mechanics, like, for instance, weapon block, burst of speed, fade, any of those defensive mechanics, which could definitely have most probably saved my life, but which I did not have. So when you think about the martial arts assassin, think about it in a different light that you've ever thought about it before. You have the ability to do the kick assassin, which is a very powerful assassin, which can utilize things like a crushing blow and open wounds. And you also now have the ability to utilize an actual martial arts assassin. And here's the interesting thing about the martial arts assassin is that unlike a lot of other characters that are highly equipment based, the martial art assassin can actually be relatively non-equipment based because of the elemental damage nature of the fists of fire, the claws of thunder, the blades of ice, the phoenix strike, which also has a massive amount of elemental damage. You can relatively apply a nice amount of elemental damage to a target without having to have the most amazing equipment, and this is pretty sweet. So you can get your defensive mechanics from the Shadow Discipline tree, and you can get your damage from the actual charges. I have heard that quite a few of these now, like Dragon Claw is very good, Dragon Talon and Dragon Tail are both pretty good, and even Dragon Flight now, because it has a guaranteed hit on it, is rather interesting as well, because that means that if you can build up like 3 Tiger Strikes and maybe 3 Blades of Ice or 3 Claws of Thunder, you can get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think like 7, 8, 9, I think 9 is the maximum. You can get like 9 charges, and then you could Dragon Flight into the middle of a bunch of monsters and just watch everything melt. There's a lot of options here. You have the ability to be a trap assassin. You have the ability to be a melee assassin. You can even do some sort of hybrid of the two. And quite honestly, the last thing that we need to talk about is solo self-found versus a group character. So is the assassin good at solo self-found? Well, yes. The assassin can be extremely good by itself because of the fact that it has a skill-based damage ability. It also has a very nice tank, which can be used, a meat shield, essentially. You can use the Shadow Warrior or the Shadow Master. You can also go through the melee tree, and you can get quite a good amount of elemental damage in the melee tree. You can also swap this out later for a different build, more of a physical damage build, to kill Ubers and things like that. There is some very, very effective kicks-in builds out there, and they have really high crushing blow and open wounds, and they do they kill Ubers at amazing speed. I've actually seen it myself many times, and it is surprising when you see how fast they can knock down the Ubers using their kicks and things like that. As a group character, using things like Mind Blast, Cloak of Shadows, utilizing the tank, the meat shield, essentially. All of this can be very effective. The corpse explosions can be very effective in a group because even if you can't necessarily kill anything, you can actually be a very effective DPS character for your group, specifically by putting down death sentries. So even at the very least, even if you have, maybe even if you're a martial arts assassin, you can still put a couple points into the death sentry just so that you have some corpse explosions to help you out and assist you as you go forward. So, I mean, all in all, not only does the assassin do very well in solo self-found, but they also tend to do extremely well in groups. And then we can talk about equipment. So, assassins tend to be... that was an accident. Assassins tend to be very interesting as far as equipment goes. They need very specific equipment in the form of claws, or they need very specific pieces of equipment in the form of like plus to skill equipment. Like, for instance, if you happen to find a very nice pair of claws, which is like +3 traps, +3 death sentry, things like that, those can be very, very effective. They also need high kick damage boots if they're going to run kick damage. Now, you can't see kick damage on sets. I don't know why it's always been bugged like that, but when you look at any pair of boots on an assassin, you will see that there is a kick damage listed on it. Right, these are 60 to 110, and I should have another pair of boots. These are bone weaves with 69 to 118, and why don't I have 18 pairs of boots in here? I need 18 pairs of boots. But each individual pair of boots is going to have a different kick damage on it. So most of the time when it comes to a kick sin, you're looking for the higher tier boots, because the higher the tier boots, the higher kick damage they have. It's not necessarily about the stats a lot of the times when you're doing a kick sin. Sometimes it's just about getting the highest kick damage that you possibly can. Like, for instance, in my case, when I first started my kick sin, because I wanted to build her as a kick sin the entire way up, I literally sat in the gamble shop and gambled for like the highest tier boots that I could gamble for, just so I'd have a white pair of boots with the highest kick damage. And as you go forward, you'll find better and better pairs of boots, but you'll make choices that are specific to, hey, how much kick damage is on this pair of boots? Is it better than the previous ones? And the max kick damage boots are actually Myrmidon Greaves. There's two very good options for Myrmidon Greaves. You can upgrade a pair of Gore Riders, or you can use Shadow Dancers. Shadow Dancers tend to be a little bit more rare. Now, Natalia's set, unfortunately, is not as easy to come by. Recently, I did a video on the Barbarian, and one of the things that I talked about was the Barbarian set is very easy to come by. Well, Natalia's is not as easy to come by as the Barbarian set. In fact, the Claw, if I remember correctly, is quite rare. And good luck actually finding one. So if you do happen to find one, it can be an absolutely excellent choice for an assassin. A martial arts assassin. Now, I do have a very interesting amount of comments recently on starter characters like assassins, and quite a few people have been talking about playing an assassin as their starter character, and it's very interesting to hear what people have to say when it comes to the assassin. So I thought maybe I would read some of the comments here, and let me see if I can pull some of them up. So Gamble God 0101 said, "Assassin is the best starter, hands down." We also have Chance Bogner, who said, "Started D2R as an assassin, really liked it, but hated not having teleport. Was thinking about going Necro on ladder because I figured out the Poison Nova is my favorite build." So very interesting there that he points out that he feels like the lack of teleport on Sorceress is a big downside. Now, on Assassin is a big downside. Now, the Assassin does actually have a teleport of sorts, and that is Dragonflight. And let me show it to you really quickly so you guys get an idea of what Dragonflight is like. Dragonflight is not an ability that just simply lets you teleport anywhere. Like, I can't just right-click on the screen and teleport, but I can right-click on a monster and teleport to the monster. That is how this particular works. And look, I'm going to die again because I forgot to put some points in Vitality. So I can teleport across the screen to the nearest monster, like I can teleport down here to the catapult. I can teleport here to the other catapult, but I can't teleport specifically where I want unless there's a monster there for me to teleport to. And that is a big downside of the ability. So it doesn't really work as well as teleport, but if you have at least one point into it, it can certainly be useful to help you get from place to place a little bit quicker, especially to get you across gaps, like maybe you're in Arcane Sanctuary, which is a great place to have teleport in, or maybe you're somewhere that you're just constantly getting stuck, like the siege zones full of monsters, the little ladders, or Ariat Plateau, where there's all these little doorways and things like that, and you can't quite get to where you want to get to. It actually works surprisingly well in these situations. So, like, for instance, if I was right here and I wanted to get inside this room, I can teleport past that doorway relatively easily. And I would definitely put at least one point, or try to get something that has Dragonflight on it, until you actually have the ability to teleport natively, because it will come in really handy. And as you can see here, I was able to teleport across because I found a monster. And you can kind of just right-click off into the distance and hope that there's something out there, but there's not always a monster for you to teleport to, and that's kind of the issue that you run into there. Let's see how many other option or comments we have here. Let's see here. Going for Assassin as usual, Esh said. Why? Because they are great for area clears. They run fast. They can loot chests, identify stuff while traps do the dirty work, and they don't need keys. That's a very interesting point out there, and I did miss that. So if you are unaware, Assassins actually do not need keys to open chests. It is a very unique thing that Assassins have. So You don't actually have to carry keys, which does mean that no matter what, wherever you go, if you do see a locked chest, you're going to be able to walk up to the locked chest, just click on it, and it will open. And let me see if I can find a locked chest real quick, just to show you guys, because why not? Go to Travancore. There's usually plenty of locked chests in Travancore. As you can see, locked chest, and as you can see, no key in my inventory anywhere, and bam, it opens right up. Absolutely excellent observation by Ash. So, in retrospect, I think we've talked enough about the assassin. I do feel like it does make a good starter character if you build it correctly. I also feel like the assassin can be an absolutely poor starter character if you build it wrong. Do your research in advance. Think about it a little bit, what kind of skill tree you would like to go down. Do you want to try out a martial art assassin? Maybe even do a couple dry runs. We have some time now. We don't necessarily know when the ladder is going to start. So you have time to play around with an assassin, make a brand new one, do a solo self-found run, see how far you can get, see what kind of stumbling blocks you run into. And you know, if you can figure out your way around some of those stumbling blocks, then you've got a fairly solid character. We also have a lot of new mechanics to think about when it comes to the assassin. The whole martial arts tree, honestly, has been flipped upside down on its head as far as I'm concerned, because they increased the attack rating of all of the charge-up skills, and they made it so that none of the finishers will ever miss as long as you're building at least one of the charge-up skills, which is pretty cool. You can, of course, also combine some of the traps with your martial arts build. A lot of people will like to get at least one death sentry in there, so they have the corpse explosions running alongside of their martial arts build. There is also the very amazing blade tree now, which is very fun. Even before they buffed it up, I found it to be a very fun tree. And now that it has been buffed up, I'm actually pretty excited to try it out again with my my full damage Blade Fury assassin. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and let me know what you think about the assassin. I'm always interested to hear what you guys have to say. I bow to experience wherever experience is, and I am always a student as well as a teacher. So if you have something to teach me, teach. And as always, thanks for watching. Great. Let me see how fucking loud that shit is. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a pair of boots, which is one of the few pair of boots in the game that you can get ethereal and actually keep. It is called the Sandstorm Trek Scarab Shell boots. They are already elite boots, I'm pretty sure, and they are relatively hard to come by in their ethereal form. There are also some variables on these which do make the ethereal form a little bit difficult to get in the right amounts, and we're going to go over them together. So here I have 171 defense Scarab Shell boots, which are Sandstorm Treks. They are 91 strength requirement, which is not bad. 64 level requirement, which is pretty high, but still doable. They have 20% faster run walk, 20% faster hit recovery, which is absolutely amazing. I love it when boots have faster recovery on them, because obviously then you don't need it elsewhere so much, or you can at least get to that special break point a little bit easier. If you are unaware, faster hit recovery prevents your character from going into faster hit recovery stun locks, which is a very common way that sorceresses die. We have 160% enhanced damage, or enhanced defense. I always get those mixed up. They're both ED. They're both ED, guys. And it does vary between 140 to 170%. So we do have a pretty big variable there on the defense, considering the ethereal version can have up to 267 defense, and the non-ethereal version can be as low as 158. So pretty big variable there. We also have a really nice bonus to strength and dex. This strength and dex can go as high as 15, and it goes as, strength and vitality. Strength and vitality, not strength and dex. Strength and vitality, which can go as high as 15 and as low as 10, which is not bad. And I think it's one of the main reasons that people like to put on these boots, specifically because they give a nice 15 bonus to strength, which can be combined with other strength equipment, and you can make yourself a 0 strength sorceress using stuff like these. The vitality, of course, is also very nice because that's going to give you a nice little boost to your life. So as you can see here, I currently have 1,219 life, and when I put on the boots, I go up to 1,225. There is a little bit of vitality on these as well. My bad. Hold on. Let me do that again with more comparison action. So 1,199 to 1,225, and that's with the 13 vites. The 15 vitalities bring me up to 1,229, which is a little bit more. And we also get maximum stamina based on character level, which most people do not care about, especially at level 64. You're usually well on your way to never caring about stamina by then. We also have 50% slower stamina drain, which, again, also well on your way to never caring about stamina at that point. It does have a pretty massive poison resistance on it of 70% is the highest and 40% is the lowest. As you can see, these rolled 47, but we also have a 70% here. So you can get as low as 40 and as high as 70%. These boots also have a repairs durability modifier on them, and the repairs durability will repair 1 durability over 20 seconds. And the really cool thing about this is that if you find the ethereal version, they are superior to the non-eth versions, because you can get a pretty massive defense bump from these. 267 defense on the ethereal perfect versions is pretty massive. And if you can find a 170% enhanced, 15 strength, 15 vitality with 70% poison resistance ethereal sandstorm tracks, you've got yourself a very special item that you really want to hold on to, or maybe trade away for something that you would like to have. Now, who can utilize these boots? Honestly, they're very generic boots that can be utilized on a large number of characters, but I feel like the plus 15 strength is really the standout thing here. If you're a character who needs a bonus to strength, these can definitely become very handy for you. Whether you need to put on armor, a helmet, a shield, maybe you're trying to get a little bit of extra strength so you can put on your Spirit Monarch shield at 156, or maybe you're trying to get enough strength to put on your armor. Whatever it may be, these boots can definitely help you out in that department. Now, I would probably be amiss if I did not mention their use in PvP. Because of the massive 70% poison resistance, you can help to overprotect yourself versus poison PvP characters like a Rabies Druid or a Poison Nova Necromancer. If you're trying to overprotect yourself, you really do need a massive amount of resistance, and 70% really is a massive amount of poison resistance. So you could probably keep these in your stash as a PvP character, and just whip them out when you need to, when that odd Poison Necromancer or Poison Rabies Druid or Venom Assassin show up. These could be handy to protect yourself from those hideous poison effects. Now, I think we should probably go take a look and see where we can find these boots, if you're looking for them specifically. That way we can get an idea of the best monsters that can drop them. So here we are over on Silos Pen, and we're going to assume we have at least 150% Magic Find. Players 1, we're going to look at bosses first, and we're going to look at Sandstorm Tracks. Now, unfortunately, this is not going to be a probability of the Ethereal. The Ethereal version is definitely going to be a lot rarer than the regular version, so do keep that in mind as we talk about this. So it looks like Mephisto in Hell is 1 in 916 chance, which is pretty sweet, but that's a rather, high-level monster to farm. These are level 64 boots, though, so I guess it makes sense. We also have Diablo in Hell and Baal in Hell, all have good chances, as well as Andariel in Hell, so not bad. Let's take a look at super uniques as well, shall we? So super uniques, we've got Mephisto. Oh, sorry, I didn't hit find. We've got Neelathak, Radamant. Looks like Bone Ash in the Cathedral has a pretty good chance. Look at that. Well, you could farm him repeatedly over and over again. Very easily, too, I might add. He is just extremely easy to farm. Bonebreaker, also extremely easy to farm. I mean, honestly, we got a lot of monsters here, and a lot of them are relatively easy to get to. I mean, Eldritch in Hell, Shank in Hell, Doc Farron in Hell, Pindleskin in Hell. I mean, all these are relatively easy to farm. Cow King in Hell, Countess in Hell. I mean, honestly, you got quite a few choices there as far as monsters to farm. I'm pretty sure I actually found a pair of Sandstorm tracks from Shank, like literally while I was doing one of my videos at some point. So they're not like ridiculously hard to come by, but I do think that they are a little bit more difficult to come by in the ethereal form. That's where things get tricky. So if you do happen to find a perfect pair of Sandstorm tracks that are ethereal, you know, don't toss them. Hang on to them because they probably do have some value. The regular Sandstorm tracks just kind of make generic all-around boots. I actually usually have trouble finding boots when I'm leveling up my characters, and if I found a pair of Sandstorm tracks, I'd probably end up putting them on, because 9 times out of 10, I'm wearing craft boots anyway, and these are probably going to be better than what I have on. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at, as you can tell by my pretty red shield with blue gems, Hasura's set. I don't even know sure if that's how you pronounce it, but I've always said it's Hasaurus, maybe Hasaurus. The Hasaurus set is a small little 3-piece set, and it does actually have some nice effects on it. And when we go over the set, you may be impressed. We're also going to upgrade the set when we're finished, and we're going to see what it can potentially go to. So right off the bat, let's start off with Hasaurus Iron Fist. This is a buckler, which is only, what is it, like 6 defense at level 1. Or level, yeah, it's relatively low, all the way up to 253 defense at level 99, and it is relatively high when you get up to a high level, but nobody's using it at level 99. We've got a chance to block of only 25%, and that actually will go up as we upgrade the shield. So we'll have fun looking at that. We have a strength requirement of level 12, and we have a level requirement of level 3. So it is a relatively low level set. And it does have plus 10 strength on it with a damage reduced by of 2. Plus 10 strength, of course, is very nice because it's going to help you put on other equipment. You could potentially use this to put on the rather strength-heavy Saigon set early on. We also have Hasaurus Iron Heel, which is chain boots. These are defense 9, strength requirement 30, and level requirement of 3. They do have 20% faster run walk and 25% fire resistance, which is very good early on, because honestly, most of the things you come across are fire damage early on in the game. And if they're not physical, if they're not beating you in the head with a club. We also have a very nice green bonus on this, which I forgot to talk about the green bonus on this, obviously. It does have a defense based on character level of 2.5 per character level up to level 99, which is 247. So, you know, at level 3, when you put this on, you've got, what, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, so 7.5 defense added to the original 6. So it's going to be somewhere around, like, what is that, like 13.5 defense. It'll probably round up or round down, so 14 or 12, or 14 or 13, one or the other. And the boots also have a nice bonus for 2 pieces, which is attack rating based on character level. And this is a lot. It's I believe it's 10 attack rating per level up to level 99, which is 990 attack rating, which is massive. And you can actually stack this with other sets to get even more attack rating. Like, for instance, you could rock angelic rings and amulet. You could do the Saigon's helmet and gloves. There's a lot of different sets that have like a scaling attack rating bonus, and if you stack them together, you can get really high on the attack rating. We also have the belt, which is Hasaris Iron Stay, and this one also has a defense based on character level of 2.5. It starts out at 7 defense, and it goes up to, I think it's 14 at level 3, with 252 at its highest, which is not bad. We also have 8 belt slots on this, so not quite the maximum. So when we upgrade this, we will get max belt slots. We also have 25 strength requirement and level 3. It has 20 life on it, and it has 20% cold resistance. So we've got 25% fire, we got 20% cold, and it's not bad. We got two little resistances there at level 3, which is certainly nice. Now we can upgrade these, and we're going to do that in just a minute, but let's look at the full set bonus. So the full set bonus is +5 to maximum damage, which is going to give us a nice little boost even to our punch. So you can see we got 3 to 21, and if we take off one of the pieces, we lose that 5 to max, and we go down to 3 to 6. So you can literally run around punching things at level 3 with this set on, and you do just fine. We get 25% lightning resistance, which is kind of nice because you get the 25% fire and the 20% cold, which means we have pretty much all the resistances except poison. And we also have cannot be frozen on this. Now, this is something that was added. This was not on the item before. The maximum damage was also added, so it was changed from attacker takes damage of 5 to +5 max, which is definitely very nice. I believe the cannot be frozen was actually on there before. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but the +5 maximum damage was changed. We can also we can always go look at the patch notes real quick. I mean, that's certainly very easy to do, right? I'll just take a quick gander at the 2.4 patch notes, and we'll see if they made any changes for this particular set. So no, according to the patch notes, they did not make any changes to this set. So this is exactly as it's always been, I suppose. I must be misremembering. That's not a big deal. And when you're thinking about all the changes that they've made to the various sets over the the PTR, it's understandable, especially if you don't remember exactly what the set gave. It's been a while since I did my last video on this set. So let's go ahead and upgrade this set, and we're going to see what kind of bonuses we can get on this. So the belt is the obvious first choice with a shale, a talon, a perfect diamond. This is going to give us full belt slots. It's going to go from 5 defense, 25 strength, level 3, to 39 defense, 58 strength, level 25, and level 30 with the green bonus. We do have 247 defense at level 99, so it does go up to 286 if you were wearing this at level 99, which you probably wouldn't be. Now, as you can see, it does stay level 25 without the green bonus, and I still am not sure if that's a glitch or not, but I just wanted to point that out, that if you're not using any of the green bonuses, it does stay at level 25. And as soon as you put on one green bonus, it goes to 30. Not a bad upgrade, especially since you get full belt slots, and if you're still using this by the end of normal difficulty, might be worth using a shale and a talon. The boots are going to go from 9 defense, 30 strength, level 3, to 42 defense, 65 strength, level 25, and 30 with the green bonus. So not a terrible upgrade there either, especially if you were still using, for instance, the boots and the belt, a 2-piece bonus for the attack rating, which is actually kind of common. That attack rating bonus is actually really nice between these 2 pieces, and I could see using these toward the end of normal difficulty. So upgrading these to 1 tier could be a fairly effective use of your Shale and Tal runes until you can manage to get something better, especially considering you get a pretty massive amount of bonus to attack rating. I mean, you're talking about 10 per level, so at what is it, at level 30 you're looking at 300 attack rating from these boots. That's a lot, and the defense on the belt won't be too shabby either. The attacker takes damage of 5 though, is not really that great. You can also upgrade the shield, and the shield is going to get a nice bonus to its block chance. So we're going to go from 6 defense, 25% chance to block, level 3 with 12 strength, to 46 defense, 35% chance to block, 38 strength at level 22, which goes to 27. Not bad, and the defense does go up quite nicely with the bonus combined with the increased base. So, I mean, it's not a terrible upgrade. I think if you were still using Hasaras toward the end of normal difficulty, upgrading at 1 tier could certainly prolong the use of it a little bit longer. But not really 100% sure on this. I mean, the Cannot Be Frozen is nice. The resistances that it gives are not the most amazing, but they're okay. And the attack rating, I think, is the real draw here. But let's upgrade this one more time, shall we? So the belt, of course, can be upgraded one more time, and we're going to need a Lemico and a Perfect Diamond for that. And that's going to bring us to, let's see, from 39 defense, 58 strength, level 25, to 58 defense, 106 strength, level 56. Did that even go up at all? And it has 305 defense capped out there. That's kind of nice. 305 is a lot of defense for a belt. I don't see anyone ever making that upgrade, but 305 defense is a lot for a belt. The boots, Hasaras Iron Heel, is mesh boots, 42 defense, 65 strength, level 25. And they go to 64 defense, 118 strength, level 54. 66 when equipped. Interesting. The belt goes to 68 when equipped as well. I'm curious if it's going to stay that way. 56 with no green bonus. 68 with green bonus. 54 without a green bonus, as you can see. And then 66 with a green bonus. I'm curious about that. Now, the shield is actually going to upgrade the defense, the block chance again. I don't really know if it's worth it, but it's going to go from 46 defense, 35 chance to block, 35% chance to block, 38 strength at level 22, to 99 defense, 47% chance to block, and 77 strength, level 55, 43 with no green bonus. I don't really see upgrading this set to an elite. Don't get me wrong; it's not the greatest. But the block chance on this actually did go up quite a bit, from 25% to 47% for 2 upgrades. I just can't really ever see doing this. I don't really see a lot of people using this set toward the end of the game, so keep that in mind. But I do see people using this set in normal difficulty and toward the end of normal difficulty, and even a little bit into nightmare difficulty. And I do see a lot of room for this right here. The boots and the belt together make a pretty decent combo. And if you were really hard up for Cannot Be Frozen, you could throw in the shield, and you could get the Cannot Be Frozen along with the lightning resistance, which it's not terrible. Like if I was a struggling paladin and I happen to find this full set, this might carry me until I can get a different form of Cannot Be Frozen. The attack rating bonus actually might carry me into hell difficulty, depending on what kind of character I am. I mean, this set is one that can be combined with many other sets. You could utilize this with Erathis, for instance. You can have the Erathis headpiece, amulet, and gloves. You could have Saigon's helmet, body armor, gloves, shield. You can have Berserker's weapon, helmet, and armor. You could use quite a few different sets with Hasaras, which I think is very interesting. And it definitely does make it a very powerful early game set. I think that's where it should stay, is early game. So the third tier upgrade on this, I'm just going to poo-poo. But the second tier upgrade could be useful, if especially if you were just rushing through and you happen to find Hasara's boots and belt. That would be definitely a decent little upgrade. And the shield I could see working into a build for normal difficulty just to get that Canopy Frozen. And then, as soon as you have some other form of Canopy Frozen, ditch the shield. Probably ditch the boots and the belt eventually, too. Some of these upgrades have been very fun, and some of them have been very silly. And while I do think that the one-tier upgrade on this was useful, I just don't really think it's the greatest. Who could utilize this set? Well, I think it's pretty obvious that it's really pointed at a melee character or a ranged character. So, Amazon, Barbarian, Paladin, Shapeshifter, Druid, maybe even an Assassin, but probably not a Sorceress unless you're an Enchant Sorceress, and probably not a Necromancer unless you're a melee Necromancer. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when they have a very red and blue shield in it. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So we have another episode of Barbarian, I Choose You. That's right. Today is the Barbarian episode, and we're going to be talking about the Barbarian as a starter ladder character. Now, when you start a ladder character, there are some very obvious problems. One, most notably, is equipment. You obviously have no equipment, you've got no gold, you've got nothing really to your name whatsoever, and nobody does. We're all peasants. And Kane is probably richer than all of us, charging 100 gold per identify. Now, the character of the Barbarian is unfortunately one of the characters that is highly equipment based, and you always have to ask yourself this question when you're thinking about a ladder starter character: is my character going to be a highly equipment based character? And the answer to that question is yes. Unfortunately, the Barbarian is one of those characters that tends to be an extremely equipment-based character, almost exclusively based around their weapon. The armor doesn't matter too much because they do actually have quite a few ways to increase their defenses with Iron Skin. They also have the Shout ability. They have the Battle Orders, which increases their life and mana, and they also have Battle Command, which increases their skills. And these can come in extremely handy to obviously keep yourself alive. But when it comes to damage output, generally you have to have some form of weapon that can actually do the job. And unlike a sorceress who can just put a couple points into a skill and deal pretty massive amounts of damage, or a necromancer who can summon an army of the undead, the Barbarian is left in a very awkward position where they are forced into having good equipment. And this can be a detriment if you are building a Barbarian as your first ladder character. Now, keep in mind that the Barbarian does have some very interesting abilities which could help you on your journey. So, for instance, you can, of course, build into Howl, which a lot of people underestimate early on. Howl is an extremely easy ability to keep monsters away from you and to help you survive. It can be used as a stopgap measure anytime that you are in trouble. So if you are in the pack, in the middle of a pack of monsters, and you feel like at some point you're just not doing very well, you can very easily start to howl and cause all the monsters to run away. And a couple points in Howl is actually more than enough, because as you can see, even with only only level 9 Howl. They are running away for 46 yards for a duration of 42.6 yards for a duration of 11 seconds. And a lot of people don't really think much of Howl, but to be honest with you, Howl is just one of those abilities that can be absolutely tremendously useful in a situation where you're just not strong enough to dish out the damage that you would otherwise normally be able to dish out. It can also be used to very effectively farm bosses. Like, for instance, I can Howl right here in the middle of Shank, and I can cause all these monsters to clear the field, and then I can have some fun killing Shank by himself. Now, Howl is relatively low level, which means that you can get access to it really early on, and you can use that to help yourself out. And of course, later on in the game, once you've leveled up your character a bit, and you have the correct weapons, the correct gear, and you've moved on, of course, you're probably going to respec and take your points out of Howl. But don't take them out of them just yet, because let me tell you another thing about Howl that a lot of people don't know. Howl is extremely useful in the Ubers. So when you are doing the Uber runs, and you're trying to fight Lilith, when you're trying to fight Uber Mephisto, Uber Baal, Pandemonium Diablo, the minions that the Ubers spawn in Uber Tristram are going to be constant and never-ending, but they are not bosses. And so you can just simply tap Howl every now and then and cause all those monsters to run away. Think about that. Now, Barbarian also has another interesting ability that nobody else in the game has, and that is Find Potion and Find Item. Find Potion now has a synergy with Grim Ward, which increases the damage that it outputs. So if you are using Grim Ward near a bunch of monsters, they take more damage for the Grim Ward being active, which is pretty darn awesome. And this actually comes in as a really nice group utility skill. But Find Item specifically is a very interesting way that Barbarians can try to offset the fact that they do not have a massive amount of equipment. So especially early on, when Barbarians are unfortunately very undergeared, you can put on a little bit of magic find gear, whatever you can find, whether it's chipped topaz armor, or maybe you got lucky and found yourself a tarn helm and a gull dagger. Whatever it may be, you can use that and you can start horking. That's what we affectionately call it. You can start horking items, and Find Item works extremely well, but of course the monster still has to die for you to hork them. When you hork a super unique, by the way, the super unique will drop 2 items, because that's what super uniques always drop. They're guaranteed 2 item droppers. Now, as a group utility character, the Barbarian works exceedingly well. Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command are all exceedingly useful in a group scenario. Like I said, Howl can also be very good to save people's lives. Leap is also absolutely amazing in a group scenario, and let me go ahead and show you this real quick, what Max Leap can do, because I do feel like it needs a little bit of a showcase for you guys to really understand the kind of the ridiculousness that Leap has. So I know Leap doesn't actually kill anything, but I still want you to see this. So let's go into let's go somewhere where there's a lot of evil monsters. Let's go to the Traven Call. How about that? They have fixed Leap, by the way. It is much faster than it was before. This is the public test realm server, so I want you to note that, and I want you to see what you can do with Leap. Notice how none of these monsters are capable of doing anything. So as a group utility skill, Leap actually comes in as a really amazing group utility skill. You can have a Barbarian in your group who maybe just simply builds Leap and Battle Orders and Battle Commands and Shouts, and basically the entire purpose of this Barbarian would be to buff up your group and to leap around, causing all the monsters to be relatively useless, which is pretty amazing. Combined by the fact that now we have some other interesting options that you can take for Barbarian. They have beefed up the amount of damage that Double Swing is capable of dishing out now. So if you, Double Throw. So if you put maximum points into Double Throw, you will notice that it has a nice 256% damage bonus on it, which it did not have before. And you can beef that up even further by beefing up Double Swing to a total of 408% damage bonus. You can also bring up Throwing Mastery, which is going to increase from a 49% pierce chance, which is absolutely amazing because Throwing Mastery never had pierce chance before. There are a lot of interesting things going on with Barbarian that have changed in the recent patches, including an increase in the duration of Frenzy. As you can see here, Frenzy has a maximum duration of 6.4 seconds. But if I go over to increased stamina actually has a synergy now that increases the duration of Frenzy by 0.4 seconds per level, which means if we max out the increased stamina, we can go up to a total of 14 seconds on our duration for Frenzy, which is kind of nuts. That's literally more than double the duration, which means we're going to be able to run around like Sanic the Hoojhag even faster than we were before, and even longer than we were before. Now, we do have some other interesting changes, like, for instance, Berserk got a very nice change from Shout to Battle Orders. So if you do plan on building a Berserk Barbarian, even if it's just as a secondary skill, it does get a very nice bonus from Battle Orders now instead of from Shout. It never really made much sense for it to get the synergy from Shout, and I'm glad that they changed that. We also have Warcry, which got some nice buffs recently. And Warcry Barbarians, or rather a Singer Barbarian, is a very interesting mechanic. And let's see if we can show off Singer Barbs real quick, because it is something fun that you can play around with. Basically, it functions kind of like a Nova skill. It does work off of FCR, if I remember correctly, and it is a nice little AoE. It does cost a lot of mana, though, from what I remember. And there are characters who have built their entire build around Warcry and its abilities. And as you can see right now, it's not really that amazing. I do have to beef up all the synergies to get this to max. So let me do that real quick. So we need Howl to max, which we were talking about earlier. We need Taunt to max, and we also need Battle Cry to maximum. So that's quite an investment of skill points there, but now we are at 1,334 to 1,380 on our AoE damage. And I'm out of mana again. Let me go grab some potions, shall I? That would probably be a smart idea. But while I'm doing this, let's talk really quickly about Barbarian as a starter character, right? So Barbarians are very interesting starter characters because, number one, they fit well into a group. I have found that on a regular basis, having a Barbarian in a group is definitely a lot better than not having a Barbarian in a group. And just in general, the battle orders can have a huge benefit to the entire group. Not just in form of the extra life, but the plus to skills, the extra defense, as well as the other mechanics that they can bring to the table. Like, for instance, the other mechanics they can bring to the table, like, for instance, the Howl, the Grimward, the Find Item. You can basically use your Barbarians as a buff stick for the group. Think about it like this. Your Barbarian will build Find Item. He will probably build maybe even Grimward, because Grimward's pretty OP at this point, with what is it, 120% enemy damage taken bonus on it, which is going to be pretty massive. It also slows enemies down at this point as well. So you could theoretically do Find Item, Grimward. You could do the Shouts, obviously, so Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command. And if you did these right here, just these, honestly, that would be pretty great. And then you could also potentially build into Leap for the knockback effect. And your Barbarian could be buffing the group, knocking back the monsters, keeping them away, and also finding items. And you would stack Magic Find on him, of course, as much Magic Find as you could, so that he could hork as many good items for the group as possible. And hopefully good items for himself, so eventually he could swap out of the horking Barbarian mode. When you're playing a group, sometimes you do have to sacrifice. And that literally is what it is. You know, when you're playing a character like this who can provide such a massive benefit to the group, I mean, why not? I would even dare say that every single ladder group should probably have a Barbarian running Shouts in it, because a Barbarian running Shouts is just an amazing thing for the group. Not only for the players, but also for the mercenaries, for the Necromancer's army, for the Golem. All of it, everything is going to get better, because of these shouts. And the higher that the shouts get, the more defense that they apply, the more health and mana that they give you, the more plus to skills, and the duration of the plus to skills that they give you is definitely going to be very, very nice. In fact, the duration is probably the biggest thing here, because once you get up to a certain level, as you can see, they last about 500 seconds at level 28, and they can get even higher than that, and that's a really nice duration. So what else is there to say about the Barbarian? Playing a Barbarian as a solo self-found character may be kind of difficult. I'm not going to lie when I say that the Barbarian's equipment needs are rather high. Your Barbarian is going to need some very nice equipment in the form of damage, basically damaging equipment. The weapon is probably the most important thing for the Barbarian, pretty much bar none. They do have natural resistance as a skill, which can help them overcome a lack of resistances, and they do have the Iron Skin, which can help them overcome a lack of defense, but they don't really have the ability to overcome a very poor weapon choice. And I've often found myself, when playing a Barbarian, in a position where I would like to continue to the next tier or like to continue to the next zone, but I just really don't have the weapon to be able to get there. And eventually you're going to come across a situation where your damage is physical only, and you just really don't have the capability of killing things. There are a couple ways around this, by the way. You can build Berserk, which does 100% magic damage, but do be aware that Berserk is a skill that does not steal life, not even from life tab. So if you do build Berserk, you're probably going to want to build something else as well. You can also build other skills like Frenzy, which will help you run really, really fast. And quite honestly, Frenzy's increased speed is actually so good that you can literally run almost faster than a sorceress can teleport. I'm not sure if that's still true now that we have the wide screen, because the wide screen has sped up the teleport of the sorceress a little bit more than it was before. But now that we have widescreen, it's probably more of a competition. We also have some other interesting abilities like the throwing now, and of course we always have the old standby whirlwind, and leap attack has seen quite a big buff in damage, although it's not quite enough in my opinion. I do think that Barbarian can make a very good starter character if you know what you're doing with the class, but I also feel like at the same time that the Barbarian can be an extremely challenging choice. I do know some people who have specifically said that they want to try and start with a Warcry Barbarian, which is going to be very interesting. As a Warcry Barbarian, you do have access to, obviously, max level Taunt and max level Howl, and Taunt is a very interesting ability which can cause monsters to run, charge you, and Howl is a skill that causes monsters to run away. And just to give you a really silly idea of what you can do with the ability to make monsters run away and the ability to make monsters come closer. Let me see if I can set this up and show you how this might work. So I'm going to see if I can put these two on vines, and I'm going to make you guys laugh here. Hold on. See this poor guy stuck in an infinite loop of running away and coming back. You can do this really silly thing with Taunt and Howl, and you can literally make a monster run away, come back, 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 run away, come back. I think it's hilarious. You can actually do this with some other items as well. So there's a new item in the game that has Taunt on it. It's a rune word, and you could potentially put on hit causes monster to flee equipment with the Taunt rune word, and it would cause the monsters to constantly rubber band back and forth between you, because as the Taunt hits, they're going to run back towards you, and as the hit causes monster to flee hits, they're going to run away. It might even be interesting to build an Amazon around this effect, where literally you have a Amazon who is firing hit causes monster to flee equipment. Maybe she's using the Face of Horror combined with the Rattle Cage, which would give her 90% hit causes monster to flee, and then have a Barbarian Merc with the with the Taunt Sword, so that the monsters are constantly coming back and running away, coming back and running away, just for the laughs of it. A little yo-yo practice. All in all, I do think the Barbarian can make a solid member of a group. If you choose a barbarian for a group, you're going to be a very, very useful member of the group. But you are also probably going to not be able to kill a lot of things. I have noticed in my time playing with barbarians in groups, I've done several ladders, and I've also done several groups, including a mock ladder. And generally, the barbarian tends to be the one who's kind of left behind as far as damage is concerned. Now, that does not mean he's not useful. The barbarian's shouts, the barbarian's leap ability, the barbarian's find item, and all these things are highly useful to the group. And when the barbarian horks a High Lord's Wrath off of a random monster or a jaw rune or something like that, you guys are all going to be dancing up and down. And trust me, you will be, because early ladder, those items are worth a ton, and being able to use those for your group is absolutely amazing. I'm also really interested in this Grimoire. I know that right now I think it's bugged, and I'm hoping that they fix it before ladder starts, obviously. But the 120% damage taken from enemies that you can potentially get from Grimoire is very, very interesting. Let me go ahead and reset my points real quick. But I want to show you guys this. So if you beef up Grimoire to maximum, it still does enemy damage taken 25%. And then if you beef up Find Potion, it goes to enemy damage taken plus 120%, which is a pretty massive bonus. Basically what Grimoire does is it allows you to put a totem on the ground, which will potentially cause a ton of trouble for everybody. Let's go ahead and put some points in here real quick. A ton of trouble for everybody. Let's go somewhere where we have lots of monsters. Canyon of the Magi is a great place. There's always like just way too many monsters for its own good here. Oh lords, might want to actually get some health. I didn't put any points into vitality. I only have 260 health. There we go. A couple points in health, boys. A couple points in health. It does help. It does indeed help. Not gonna lie. Hey, I need my corpse. Gim. No. I will. No. Y'all suck. Y'all some suckins. This character is running full IK, and he didn't even have any points in health. I feel bad for him. I didn't put any points into his vitality. He was literally only at 260 health. And he obviously didn't have his shouts. There we go. Let's give him attack, too. You know what? That might actually be nice. I'll give him some mace mastery, and a point there, and a point there. And you know what? You can just bash things to death. Here you go. Level 30 bash. Revenge of the IK bar. So when you cast Grimoire, it makes this very interesting totem on the ground. And upon making the totem, you'll notice that the only monsters that don't run away are the elites. It slows them down tremendously. I mean, look at how ridiculously slow they are. They get a very, very nice 67% enemy slow. It's very similar to the way that Holy Freeze works. They also get a enemy damage bonus of 120% damage taken. Now, right now, as far as I know, it is not working. I remember them saying something about that Grimoire was kind of bugged at the moment, and it was not functioning as it should. But in the future, I'm sure that they will get it fixed. And honestly, the slow by itself is pretty amazing. And there's no limit to how many of these you can summon, of course. You can just summon as many as you want. And when you are up against a wall, let me see if I can show you this as well. So if you are near a wall, the monsters will just run into the wall. Let's go over here next to this wall, and I'll make one particular Grimoire. Be nice if I could hit something. And let's make sure they're on this side of the Grimoire, because you need strategic placement. And you place the Grimoire, and you will notice that they run directly into the wall, and they just stand there. And they're easy pickings. You can then pick them off, kill them at your leisure. If you're a sorceress, if you're an Amazon, if you're any kind of character that has ranged abilities, this kind of thing is absolutely awesome and can be just a massive game changer in terms of clear speed. Granted, sometimes you want them to group up, and that's why I'm saying you need strategic placement of the Grimoires. You don't just want to place them willy-nilly. Let's see what else we can talk about here. The Barbarian is a rather simple character. You know, they like to do damage, and damage is important to them. And I'm going to leap away from you guys. Now, of course, you can also use leap for that same purpose, to hold them back. Now that it is faster than ever, as you can see, it tends to work really, really nicely. I know you heard that sticky keys turn on. Hate that thing. I literally go into the options of sticky keys, and I will literally turn sticky keys off and say, never, ever, ever bother with me with this again, and it will still come back every single time. All you got to do is hit the shift key 5 times fast, and it will automatically pop up. Now, as far as equipment goes, there are a lot of early game options that you can choose from. You're definitely going to need some faster hit recovery to help you avoid those faster hit recovery stun locks. Early on, you might even want to avoid using a shield. A lot of characters actually do this because barbarians tend to have pretty horrible faster blocking. Just in general, they just don't do well with the shield early on. Once you get a nice shield that has faster blocking and increased chance of blocking and stuff like that on it, it tends to work out better if you want to go with a shield. The good thing about Barbarian is that some of the items are very specific to Barbarian. So when you're leveling up with a sorceress, a paladin, a necromancer, an assassin, things like that, and something like an IK Maul drops, even though it's maybe not be the best item in the world, it can certainly help you out. These items are generally going to be poo-pooed on by the rest of your group. So when you think about Barbarian, think about the fact that pretty much all the helmets, the Barbarian-only helmets, are going to go to you. All the two-handed weapons that nobody wants are going to go to you. So if it's not a polearm specifically that could potentially be used on a mercenary, there's a very good chance it's going to go to you. And that's because most characters in the game just don't tend to use two-handed weapons. The only other exception to this rule tends to be the werewolf and bear druids. Werewolf and bear druids do tend to use two-handed weapons, but it kind of, again, it kind of depends specifically on the stats that are on those weapons. So you will have a really nice choice of the weapons that drop. So when a very good two-handed weapon falls, that is going to be a very good choice for you. And that might be what you want to do. You might actually want to go with a two-handed style weapon for your barbarian, specifically because if there are any other characters in your game, like for instance a paladin who would be looking for one-handed weapons normally, because they always want to use a shield. If you have a Amazon, they're going to be looking for spears, and they're going to be looking for javelins. If you have a druid, they tend to be looking for weapons that have very high increased attack speed on them, which a lot of the times you don't necessarily need, depending on the build that you're running on your barbarian. So you can take advantage of these things. You can take advantage of the fact that there are items that will be tossed to the wayside, essentially, that you can utilize to good extent. There are also quite a few items in the game that won't be useful to most players, because, like, for instance, if you have a team that is primarily built of sorceresses or caster types like tornado druids and things like that, there are a lot of melee items in general which will be kind of pushed your way. And eventually, if you are in a group, you will find yourself doing very well as far as equipment is concerned. IK set, in general, although it is poo-pooed on because it is not exactly the best set in the game, it does actually have quite a nice usage case scenario for a lower level barbarian. As you pick up the pieces, I believe this is the lowest level piece, although this has been upgraded, by the way. If you haven't seen my upgraded IK set video, this is the end result. A lot of these pieces can be gotten for relatively cheap early on in the ladder. You can trade for an IK maul, you can trade for IK gloves, IK belt, IK boots, and IK helmet relatively inexpensively. And an IK armor is a little bit rare, so you may have to fight somebody for that. And then eventually, when you get yourself some better equipment later on in the ladder, you can take off the IK set and put on something more worthwhile. It's completely up to you. But IK set is definitely a solid set that you can build toward early on in the ladder and then move off of later on. I think I've talked enough about the Barbarian, but let's go over really quickly one more time what the Barbarian is good at and what he's not. So he doesn't tend to be very good at damage early on in the ladder. Because he is highly equipment based, you are going to find that your progress on your Barbarian is going to be tied specifically to the equipment that you can get. So if you are in a group and your group is pooling together equipment for you, you may find that your barbarian will excel. If you do very badly, if your group doesn't find any good items for you, or if you're solo self-found and all you seem to be finding is caster equipment, you're probably not going to do very well. The barbarian, unfortunately, is just one of those characters that is tied very heavily to the equipment that he finds. Now, there are some low-level rune words and various items that can help you in this regard. And I have tons of videos up. There is one video in specifically where I literally go over every single low-level rune word in the game. And I talk about each particular one and their use case scenarios. And a lot of those low-level rune words can come in really handy for a low-level barbarian. So you might want to consider taking a look at that video. Not really sure I would specifically choose a barbarian as my starter character. But that's not because I don't think barbarian would make a good starter character. It is specifically just because I think I like playing necromancer better. I still haven't quite chosen exactly what starter character I want to play with this ladder. Last ladder, I chose a necromancer. And then the ladder before that was a paladin, I want to say. Yeah, it was a conviction paladin. And that is for a different video entirely. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I hope this video has given you a little insight into barbarian as a choice for a ladder starter character. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be taking a look at a sword that is known as Hexfire. It is Hexfire Shamshear. The Hexfire Shamshear has some interesting effects on it. It has 61 to 102 damage and 58 dexterity and 58 strength requirement, which is not too bad, to be honest. So this particular weapon honestly is kind of good for two specific characters, and it's really only good for those two specific characters, and we'll go over that in a bit. It has +3 to fire skills, which of course will beef up any fire skill in the game, including Corpse Explosion, believe it or not. You know, Corpse Explosion, Fire Golem, Enchant, Meteor, Holy Fire, all of which count as fire skills. Even Vengeance counts as a fire skill because it does have a fire component. We also have 160% enhanced damage, which does vary by 20%, so it goes from 140 to 160, which isn't too bad. We also have 35 to 40 damage added to the weapon, which is kind of like raw numbers, and it's a little different than enhanced damage, so it's nice to have both of those effects on there at the same time. We also have ITD on this thing, ignores target's defense, which is very, very nice. What ignores target's defense does is it takes attack rating out of the equation. There is still a chance that you will miss, but it has to come down to your level, like level difference between you and the monster, and some other various factors. And of course, there's always a 5% chance you're going to miss anyway. So it just removes attack rating from the equation. The other important thing to note about ignores target's defense is that it does not work on bosses, so keep that in mind. We have a plus 10% to maximum fire resistance, which is absolutely amazing. When you put this on, you're going to go from a cap of 75% to a cap of 85%. It's not going to raise your resistances by 10%, but it will increase the cap, the possibility of going higher, which is very, very effective to help prevent your death, from specific fire attacks. We also have a bonus of 25% fire resistance on here as well, which is going to help you reach that cap, which is very, very nice. We also have level 6 Hydra charges, which are not really that great, although you could potentially synergize them as a sorceress. Level 6 Hydras just don't really do a lot of damage. We're going to look those up just to be 100% sure, though, so let's go real quick here, and let's take a look at Hydras. And we're going to take a look at the level 2 Hydra, or sorry, level 6 Hydra. And we're going to look and see how much damage they do. So level 6 Hydras are 43 to 55 damage per bolt. And I believe there's 3 heads, and each head fires 1 bolt. So it's you know, essentially, 50 damage times 3. So about 150 damage per attack rotation, I think. Which isn't terrible. Unfortunately, if you do have the ethereal version, you're not going to be able to repair the charges. There's no way to repair the charges on ethereal items. You can, however, repair the charges on the non-ethereal version. And let's go play around with that real quick, shall we? So let's take our Chinchilla out here, and we're going to burn a couple of these charges, and we're going to see how much they cost. So let's just go ahead and burn 5 charges. And so we burned 5 charges. Let's see how much 5 charges costs us to repair.
Oh, hi there.
So 30,666. So not really too bad on the cost there for the charges. Not bad at all. So this particular sword is really meant for 2 characters, and I'll explain. Okay, you can get in. Go on. Mr. NiNi loves to sleep in my shirt. That's his whole life, is sleeping in my shirt. I see you. No. That's right. Stay in there. So 2 specific characters are very good for this particular item. Number 1 is a enchant sorceress. You could actually utilize this very well on an enchant sorceress, mainly because the bulk of your damage is not coming from your actual physical damage. It's coming from the attack of the enchant, right? So we have this huge fire damage added to our attack, and this is giving us basically a free attack. We have ITD, so it doesn't matter what monsters we come across, we should have absolutely no problem hitting them. So we could even take this over to Eldritch the Rectifier in Act 5, and we could probably kill Eldritch relatively easy. Unfortunately, like I said, it does not work on bosses, but we can use it on all of his minions with relative ease. So I could run over here, and I could just start to mess it around with all of his minions and dishing out some damage. Now I'll have to count on my mercenary probably to finish off the boss monster. Of course, he had to have Holy Freeze out of all the effects, right? Come on, Eldritch, let's go. You and me, mano y mano. That's right, everybody died. I'm pretty sure my barbarian merc carried me there. Another character that you can use it on besides enchant sorceresses is actually a Holy Fire Paladin. It makes a lot of sense on a Holy Fire Paladin because in general, Holy Fire Paladins are extremely fire-based, obviously. They want, obviously, to have ignores target's defense. It's very helpful to them. And a very fast weapon, like a Chinchilla, is definitely going to be useful to apply that damage as quickly as possible. The physical damage on this is not bad, and honestly, the level 33 requirement is actually pretty good. So if you were a level 33 Holy Fire Paladin, or a level 33 enchant sorceress, this could be a very effective item specifically for your characters. Now, I don't know a lot of other characters who could get good use out of this except for the +3 fire skills. I mean, if you wanted to use it just for the +3 fire skills, it could certainly come in handy for that because at level 33 there's not a lot of +3 skill items. So you can definitely keep that in mind. And the ethereal version has much higher damage at 74 to 133, and we could actually upgrade these to the 3rd tier if we wanted to, and see what kind of damage they do at tier 3. Why not? Let's give this a try. So we're going to need a Pull Rune, and we're going to need a Lum Rune. We're also going to need a Perfect Emerald. And we're going to need another one for the ethereal version. I'm not sure if I have another Lum Rune, but I can always go grab one. It's not a big deal. I've got plenty in the storage. I shall return. All right, so we're going to need a Pull Rune, Perfect Emerald, and a Lum Rune. It's going to go from 61 damage to 102, 58 dex, 58 strength, level 33, to the Elegant Blade. Now, the Elegant Blade has 120 damage to 157, 122 dex, and 109 strength with level 54 requirement. And actually not that bad of an upgrade. I would probably put a Shale Rune in this if I was going to use it for a Holy Fire Paladin or an Enchant Sorceress. Just specifically because I would really want speed over everything else. It does decent damage. I'm not really worried about the damage. What I'm worried about is the speed of it. I want it to go faster. And if I'm using this on a Sorceress, I definitely need speed. And if I'm using it on a Paladin, I may have other equipment that gives me increased attack speed, like Treachery or High Lord's Wrath or whatever. But speeding it up is definitely going to help me overall. Let's take a look at the ethereal version. Let's upgrade this one as well. So it's 74 to 133 damage, 48 dexterity, 48 strength, level 33. And this upgrades to 162 damage to 214, 112 dexterity, 99 strength, level 54. So not a bad upgrade there for the ethereal version, although I'm not really sure it's worth a Zod rune. But if you were going to utilize this on a character at a high level, on the ethereal version, you would have to Zod it. So keep that in mind. And of course, you can also not use the Hydra charges. So also keep that in mind. But all in all, the Hexfire Blade serves its purpose well. It is +3 to fire skills. It is ITD. It is plus maximum fire resistance. It is plus fire resistance. It is designed to give you fire skills and fire resistance, and it also does a very good job of giving you the ITD as well, because they are obviously pointing this toward a character who would have trouble hitting targets, like Enchant Sorceress. So having the ITD on there is very nice. And of course, if you're a paladin who's just having trouble with attack rating, it's definitely very nice to be able to put on something like this that's going to make sure that you hit your targets. And honestly, the upgrade on this was not bad at all. The dexterity requirement of 122 isn't too bad. If you're a paladin, you're probably going to be running that anyway, specifically so you can have your block chance high enough. If you're an enchant sorceress, you're probably going to be using a demon machine, which at least has a 95 strength requirement on it in the Chu Konu form. And when you upgrade it to its upgraded form, it's going to have an even higher dexterity and strength requirement. So you'd probably be able to use it anyway. And the relatively fast speed of it, the relatively nice ITD combined with the fire resistances and things like that, the fire skills, all of which adds up really to a holy fire or a enchant sorceress. There's really not a lot else you can do with this particular blade. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, if I wanted to find one, where would I find one? So let's take a look and see on Silo's pen where this particular item might drop from, right? All right, so let's take a look here at the... we're not going to do normal difficulty. Let's do all. Let's do bosses. Let's do probably about 150% magic find, because this is a slightly higher level item. And then let's look for the hex fire. There it is. Find. So according to probability, our highest probability not quest kill is Nightmare Andariel at 1 in 465 chance. Not bad. Nightmare Andariel would definitely be a good place to farm for an item like this, which is relatively low level. Level 33 is just about the level you would get to Andariel anyway. So if you farm Andariel in Nightmare difficulty, that would probably be your best bet. Normal difficulty Bale also has a pretty good chance there, as you can see, and Nightmare difficulty Mephisto. But by then, you might have found something else. Who knows? Let's take a look at super uniques, and let's see what kind of super uniques we can farm as well. So highest probability here is the Nightmare Cow King. Not exactly the best choice for farming, because of course you have to get to the end of Nightmare before you can come back and farm Cow King. Let's see here. The Countess in Nightmare difficulty, that's not a bad choice. You may want to farm the Countess anyway, specifically so you can get runes for your equipment. And Treehead Woodfist, Bone Ash. Both of those are in normal difficulty, relatively easy to get to. Both of them are near the waypoint, so you could totally farm those with relative ease. And let's see if there's anything else good on here. Pindleskin in normal difficulty has a decent chance. That could be a very interesting farming choice there. Not bad. I mean, honestly, the choices that we've got so far, Nightmare Andariel, normal Pindleskin, things like that, those are actually pretty good. Nightmare Bone Ash and Nightmare Treehead Woodfist, those are actually really good options. And it looks like Magma Chinchilla has come out because he's too hot. Magmachilla. Nope, never mind. Magmachilla cooled off a little bit and went back into his hovel. There's really not a lot more to say about Hexfire. It definitely is an interesting weapon, but it is a niche weapon, which means it has a very specific, purpose. It's meant for very specific characters, and I do feel like the maximum fire resistance can certainly be useful in certain situations. If you were just in a situation where you really needed to survive fire damage, it could definitely be useful for a little while for that. You could maybe pair it up with something like Inferno Strides or Duriel Shell or the Rising Sun or Dwarf Star, and you could relatively make yourself immune to fire damage very, very easily. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about the Hexfire Shamshir. Shamshir. Say that 10 times fast. Shamshir, 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 Shamshir. What would you use the Shamshir for? Tell me down in the comments. And don't say Charcy. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at the Berserker set, and I wanted to start it here because the Berserker set always has a very pretty look to it, I feel like. It's a very handsome set, right? Very handsome. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the set, we're going to talk about each item, and then we're going to upgrade this set, and we're going to talk about each item again. And we're going to see whether this set is any useful at all to upgrade. Now, right off the bat, let's talk about Berserker's Hatchet. So Berserker's Hatchet is 7 to 19 damage. It has a level requirement of only level 3, so it is relatively low level. It has a strength requirement of 43, which is kind of high for 43. And a little bit hard to get to, by the way. So to keep that in mind. It has a 30% bonus to attack rating on it, 5% mana steal, which is always nice to have on a low-level character, because even though your abilities only cost like maybe 1 or 2 mana a hit, believe it or not, that 1 or 2 mana a hit starts to add up relatively quickly, and your mana pool, which is usually very small when you start out on a Barbarian and Paladin, it's like 10, maybe 20 mana at that, needs to be filled up on a regular basis, and so having mana steal when you smack something is certainly helpful. We also have a green bonus of plus 50% enhanced damage, which is at 2 items. So you only need 2 items when you to get this 50% enhanced damage, which is pretty nice. And the 50% enhanced damage actually does affect the weapon damage, because the weapon damage is only 5 to 13 without it. It actually functions as the 50% the enhanced damage on the weapon, which is pretty nice. We also get adds poison damage 5 to 9 over 3 seconds with the full set bonus. We get 75 defense, 50 to life, and poison length reduced by 75%. For only 2 pieces, we do get 50 to life, which is not bad. On the helmet, we have 33 defense, 26 strength requirement, and level 3 with 15 defense, fire resistance 25%, and of course it also has a nice green bonus of 2 items, which is plus 8 per character level of attack rating, up to 792 at level 99, which is a lot of attack rating, and it does scale with you, which is very, very nice. We also have the Berserker's Halberd Splint Mail, which does get a very nice defense based on character level here. As you can see, it is 392 defense, but at level 3, when you put this on, it's only going to be like 98 defense, which is not very high. We also have a strength requirement of 51, which is relatively high for level 3, which means you're probably not going to be able to put this on at level 3. We also have plus 1 to Barbarian skills, which is great. Magic damage reduced by 2. Which actually is a lot for level 3, and defense based on character of plus 3 per level up to level 99, which is 297. So at level 3, when you put this on, you're only going to get, 369. So 9 defense added to the base of 93 defense, which is not that much. But it does scale with you, which is nice. Now, this particular set can be upgraded, and I feel like this set actually might do well with an upgrade. We're going to find out, aren't we? So it's not really important to talk about who this could be good for, because I feel like it's very, pointed at a barbarian, obviously. You can actually use 2 of these weapons. You can use 2 axes, but the 50% enhanced damage only applies to the weapon itself and not in total. So it doesn't actually do you very much good to have 2 weapons. You're not going to get any extra bonuses, essentially, from Rocket 2 of them. Now, let's upgrade the weapon, and to do this, it's going to be relatively cheap with a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. And this is going to go from 5 to 13, level 3 with 43 strength requirement, to the Berserker's Twin Hatchet with 13 to 38 damage, quite a nice bump. 85 strength requirement, and level 25. Now, when we put this on, it's going to bump up in level to level 30, which is what we've seen so far in the past. As soon as you receive 1 green bonus, you notice it's 25 right now, and as soon as you receive 1 green bonus, it goes to 30. Not sure if that's a bug, but in the future, I guess we'll find out. Now, this defense, the enhanced damage on this, the 50%, actually does enhance this. So it goes from 13 to 38 to 19 to 57, which is not bad for level 30. 19 to 57 damage is actually pretty good. That's actually one of the big downsides of this set, is the damage on the set. I could even maybe see still using this as an offhand weapon. Now, the Berserker's headgear helm will also upgrade with a Shale, a Tau, and a Perfect Diamond. This is going to go from 33 defense, 26 strength, level 3, to 86 defense, 59 strength, level 25, which goes to 30 when equipped. And not a bad little bump there. The Berserker's Halberd Splint Mail is going to be an interesting upgrade. It's going to go from 95 defense, 51 strength, level 3, to 226 defense, 97 strength, level 25, which goes to level 30 when equipped, and 523 defense with its level 99 bonus there. Let's see what it would be without the level 99 bonus. So 226 plus 3 per level at level 30. So 30 times 3 plus 226 is 316 defense at level 30. Not terrible. Looking at this right now as a 1-tier upgrade, like if you had this full set and you wanted to keep using it into the next area, especially considering you're a barbarian and you can wield 2 weapons, not a bad upgrade. The 30% bonus to attack rating, the mana steal, the plus the skills, the attack rating bonus on the helmet, combined with the extra life and the other effects on here, it could be useful. It could be useful at level 30 when you're leaving Nightmare difficulty. I could see that. It doesn't really provide you with very much in the way of resistances. As you can see, I only have plus 25% fire, and that's literally it. So plus 25% fire is the only thing I'm getting. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. You probably are going to find something better than this set before you hit level before you hit Nightmare. Let's say that, before you hit Nightmare. Let's take a look at the upgrade one more time, though, because I want to see what it goes to when it gets to the Hell difficulty, or the Elite form. So we're going to need a Pul Alum and a Perfect Emerald to go to the next tier, which is 13 to 38 damage, 85 strength, level 25, to the Etten Axe, which is 33 to 66 damage, 45 dex, 145 strength, and level 52, which gets bumped up to 49 to 99 damage when it has its 50% enhanced damage bonus. So not good on the upgrade there to tier 3. The Berserker's headgear can also be upgraded with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, which is going to go from 86 defense, 59 strength, level 25, to 130 defense, 109 strength, level 51. I mean, not a bad upgrade, but it's not one that I would ever do. We also have the armor, which can be upgraded, I believe, to the Balrog skin, which is going to go from 226 defense, 97 strength, level 25, to 439 defense, 165 strength, level 57. And that goes to 736 defense with its bonus. All in all, I don't really think upgrading this to tier 3 is a good idea. Definitely not. Upgrading it to tier 2, maybe. The weapon definitely does get better damage going from tier 1 to tier 2. And part of the reason why I usually end up taking off this set is because the weapon damage has become too poor. And getting that little bump in damage is definitely nice, but going from level 3 all the way to level 30 is definitely not very helpful. I mean, toward the end of normal difficulty, when you're fighting Bale and stuff like that, that's when you're hitting level 30. And then you're getting into Nightmare difficulty, and I don't really feel like the Berserker set is going to be good for Nightmare difficulty. So, all in all, I think the upgrades on this set are probably not going to be worth it. Not really at all. I mean, if you just happen to have lots of shields and towels laying around and you just wanted to upgrade the set, then maybe. But it's the first set I think I'm just going to give a straight up thumbs down for, because I don't really feel like the upgrades were really that much worth it. You could probably leave most of this set at the level 3 requirement and just use it on a low level barbarian and take it off when you're finished. I just don't really see the reason to upgrade this set. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. This was bound to be a short one because it's only a 3-piece set after all. And the upgrades weren't that great. So as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a very nice spear. It's one that I've always enjoyed finding whenever I do my little solo self-found runs, because quite honestly it's an excellent mercenary weapon. It is the Resurrected Trident. The Resurrected Trident is 13 to 22 damage, not exactly very high, but it is also level 12, so keep that in mind. It has 24 dexterity requirement and 38 strength requirement, which is low enough that most mercenaries can utilize this. It does have very fast attack speed because it has 30% increased attack speed on it, which is a very, very nice effect to have on a spear, because you want to attack really as fast as you possibly can. Especially when it comes to your mercenary, you really want them in there just working their spear. And Mr. NiNi decided he wanted to take a nap, apparently. So we have a 50% enhanced damage on this, which does vary from 30 to 50%. We also have a very nice effect on this of negative 50% target's defense, which is going to mean that most monsters that you come across when you're wielding this or when your mercenary is wielding this are going to be reduced in defense by 50%, which is pretty massive. It means that you're going to have a lot easier time hitting them with this. Your mercenary is going to have a lot easier time hitting with this, just in general. We also have slows target by 25% on this, which is an amazing effect, which can actually stack up to 80%. It doesn't stack right on top of each other. So like if I was wearing another piece of equipment that was like 50%, it wouldn't stack to 75. What it does is one applies at 50%, and then the next one applies on what's left at 25%. And like it is cumulative up to a goal of 80%. And it can stack with other effects in the game, like for instance, Holy Freeze is a slows target by effect. So if you had a Holy Freeze mercenary who was also using a Razor-Tine Trident, you would have a very nice slow target effect. The slow coming from the Holy Freeze and the slow coming from the Razor-Tine Trident would stack together. And when you utilize this on monsters, you will notice that monsters attack really slowly in return. It's a very awesome defensive mechanic for your mercenary too, because any target that he's attacking is going to have a lot harder time hitting him because they're attacking so slowly. And Clay Golem also has this effect, slows target by. Decrepify also has the slows target by effect. I mean, there are a lot of items in the game that have this effect, and it's a very nice effect to have. You can effectively completely kill bosses. Ability to fight back with slows target by. I've actually slowed a boss so much that literally it would take him like a full 30 seconds to use one ability. And it's amazing. Now, slows target by does not work on casting, though, so do keep that in mind. So if you're trying to use this in PvP and you're going up against a sorceress, it will slow her run speed down, but it will not slow her cast speed down. So keep that in mind. I've never understood why slows target by doesn't work on casters. It also has 15 to strength, which is amazing because that's going to make it so that your mercenary can utilize more armors and helmets. And it's just a very nice effect to have. We also have plus 8 to dexterity on this, which really doesn't do a whole lot for your mercenary because the only dexterity that he needs is on a weapon. But it is going to give him a little bit of attack rating and a little bit of extra defense as well, which is not bad. Of course, you can socket this, and a lot of the times I will actually socket my Razor-Tine Trident when I find it. I will throw an Am Rune in it, and a lot of the times I will upgrade it one tier because it is a very effective low-tier merc weapon. If you happen to find an ethereal version, though, it's even better at 19 to 33 damage with only 14 dex and 28 strength requirement. Now, we're going to upgrade these, and I'm going to show you how good they go when they upgrade at least one tier. Now, I don't think these are good to upgrade 2 tiers, and there actually is a nightmare replacement for this. It's called the Kelpie Snare, and if you happen to find a Kelpie Snare, it is a better version of this item, but you don't always have the luxury of being able to choose exactly what item you're going to have. So we're going to take this, and we're going to upgrade this to the 2nd tier. So it's going to go from a Trident of 13 to 22 damage, 24 strength, 24 dex, 38 strength, level 12, to the Razor-Tine Fuchsia, which is 28 to 55, 25 dex, 77 strength, level 29. Still very easy to equip on your mercenary, and it's going to give him a pretty nice amount of damage along with some very nice effects, which are going to make him stay alive. The slows target by helps him stay alive. The negative target's defense means he hits more, and if you've got lifesteal on him, he's going to hit more, which means he's going to stay alive. And in general, it's just a very nice, fast weapon to put on these the mercenaries to keep them up. Now, the ethereal version is going to obviously upgrade a little bit better because it's 19 to 33 to start out with, 14 dexterity, 28 strength, and level 12. And that is going to go, of course, also to the Fuchsia, which is 42 to 82 damage, has 15 dexterity, 67 strength, and level 29. So a very nice level 29 polearm that you can throw on a mercenary, which is going to give him around 333 to 481 damage. Not bad at all. Now, we can upgrade this another time, and I don't necessarily recommend upgrading this to the highest tier. I would recommend that you find a Kelpie Snare, which is the superior version of this. This particular unique. I mean, it's like a replacement thing. Like the Razor-Tine Trident is literally like the lesser version of the Kelpie Snare, but the Kelpie Snare is a lot higher level. You're more likely to find a Razor Tine than you are a Kelpie Snare. But if you do find a Kelpie Snare, it's an absolutely great item for mercenaries as well. Now, this one also can be upgraded and then turned into an Iron Golem, which is a very good choice because it does have the slowest target by, the negative defense, the increased attack speed, the dex, the strength. All of it makes for a very nice golem. The slowest target by also kind of turns them into a clay golem because clay golems also have the slowest target by effect. So it's kind of like a way to have your iron golem and still have the effects of the clay golem for the slowest targets. So keep that in mind. So let's upgrade the Razor Tine Fuchsia with the Alum, a Pull, and a Perfect Emerald. This is going to go from 28 to 55, 25 dexterity, 77 strength, level 29, to 43 to 216, 97 dexterity requirement, 168 strength, which is pretty high, and level 61. Not a terrible upgrade, but I probably would not do that. Let's do the ethereal version next, which is 42 to 82, 15 dexterity, 67 strength, level 29. And that upgrades to 64 to 324. Not bad. With 87 dex, 158 strength, and level 61. Now, this one I could actually see doing if you had it and you just didn't have any other item for your mercenary and you were just kind of desperate for a good weapon for your mercenary. I could kind of see this, but the Alum and the Pull really is quite expensive for that upgrade, and I just don't know if it would be worth it. Maybe if you were solo self-found and you just had no other weapon for your merc, but I do feel like as an online player you've got lots of other choices, especially Kelpie Snare, which I would definitely recommend over the Razor Tine Trident. Really, the Razor Tine Trident kind of falls off when you get to the end of normal difficulty, and you kind of have to replace it with something else to up the damage. And that's really kind of all there is to it. And don't get me wrong, because I do love a good Razor Tine early on in the game. I will often find myself a very good Razor Tine, specifically for the purposes of putting it on my mercenary early game and letting him have at it. I mean, the negative defense, the slowest target by, and the relatively fast attack speed on this just works out really, really beautifully. But let's take a look and see where we could potentially find this item so that we can get an idea of what monsters to kill if we wanted to farm one. And it's a pretty easy item to farm. I think I've found tons of them over the years. But let's go take a look, shall we? So Razor Tine Fuchsia, Razor Tine Trident. And it's a level 12 item, so let's look in normal difficulty. And we're going to assume we have 0% magic find because we're just starting out, right? We're a brand new character, and we really want to get our hands on a Razor Tine Fuchsia. So according to this, normal Diablo and normal Bale are really high chances. Normal Duriel is actually a pretty good chance. Unfortunately, Duriel does tend to troll with Scrolls of Town Portal, but if you're farming the tombs anyway for EXP around this level, you could definitely kill Duriel a couple times and hope that he drops that item for you. The Summoner also doesn't have a bad chance. It's interesting. So let's take a look at Super Uniques. I guess Mr. NiNi wanted to go inside. He likes to take naps in my shirt. He's always in there. The Cow King in normal difficulty, Bone Ash in normal difficulty, and the Cathedral. There you go. That's your ticket right there. He's in normal difficulty. He's in Act 1. It's before you get to Act 2, so Act 2 is like level 15, right? So you could very easily farm Bone Ash in normal difficulty a couple times, probably maybe 10 or 20 times, and probably get your hands on a Razor Tine Fuchsia from him. That's a really good choice. Dark Elder is also in Lost City. He is very easy to get to. You just take the waypoint to Lost City and look around, and he's usually near the Ancient Tunnels waypoint. Ancient Tunnels entrance, but not always. Beetleburst is also always in Far Oasis. He's a little bit more difficult to find, but he's always in Far Oasis. Very easy to farm him. Summoner, not very easy to farm. He's always, you gotta guess which pathway he's on, which is not helpful. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Even Mr. NiNi is crawling around in my shirt like a stomach alien. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we have another request that is Bane Ash Shortstaff. The Bane Ash Shortstaff is one that I think gets overlooked a lot, but it is a relatively sweet little weapon for level 5. Just in general, level 5 is pretty easy to be awesome at, right? So, if you happen to have a really nice set of stats for level 5, you could usually do pretty good. I've actually found this quite a few times as a low-level sorceress, and every time I've found it, I've always been pretty excited about it too, because it's just really nice for a low-level sorceress. Let's go over the statistics of it, and we'll talk about what it can be good for. So we have a Bane Ash Shortstaff of 1 to 8 damage, which, believe it or not, at level 5 can kill a whole bunch of stuff. It's a level 5 requirement with very fast attack speed, 20% increased attack speed, which means it hits pretty fast. We've got 60% enhanced damage on this bad boy, which does vary from 50 to 60%. We also have 4 to 6 fire damage added on top, which is going to make it hit even harder, of course. We have +2 to warmth, which is absolutely great for a low-level sorceress because it's going to help us regenerate our mana. We also have 5 to firebolt, which is going to help out a ton for a low-level sorc because it's going to give you, your +5 firebolt. So, it doesn't matter what level firebolt you have, it's going to give you +5 to whatever it is. Mine is 2,896 to 3,413, but still. We also have +30 to mana, which is absolutely great because not only does this staff give us a bonus to warmth, which of course is our regeneration speed for our mana, but if you are unaware of how warmth works, is it actually works better the more mana you have. And at a very low level, a sorceress doesn't really have a lot of mana. So +30 to mana is freaking huge for a low-level sorceress. And, it's just a very amazing stat for a character who is going to be very mana hungry for the majority of her, early gameplay. We also have fire resistance 50%, which is massive because at level 5, there's really not a lot of monsters in the game that aren't doing fire damage. You got the shamans are shooting fireballs at you, and for the most part, in Act 2, you got the fire archers are shooting fire arrows at you. There's a lot of fire going around in Act 1 difficulty and a lot of fire in Act 2 difficulty as well. And that 50% fire resistance is certainly going to come in handy. And there's a lot of undead as well in Act 1 and Act 2, and the 50% enhanced damage to undead is actually going to come in handy. Now, you can walk out in normal difficulty, and you can just bonk things to death with this particular staff. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. So even in normal difficulty with, let's go to Outer Cloister. Even when you get to Outer Cloister and stuff like that,
monastery.
Believe it or not, the damage on the staff is actually still enough to bonk a lot of things. And let me just take off everything that I've gone on real quick, just to make sure that we're only getting the damage of the staff. And as you can see here, I'm doing 13 to 41 damage with this staff, and I can still pretty much bonk everything to death. Now, of course, I need a little bit of attack rating to really make it work, but you can literally get in here and just do the bonking, with this staff. And at level 5, when you put this staff on, and you're walking through the, stony field, which seems about appropriate for level 5, just about everything you come across in stony field is going to be very easily killed with melee attacks with this. So if you're not killing them with the firebolt, which it's giving you, the +5 firebolt, you can also, just whack them. And not only that, but if, it's giving you tons of mana for that level, it's giving you a really nice amount of regeneration for that level, and if you don't have mana, if you can't fire your firebolt for some reason, if it's failed you on that front, you can just go in there and bonk them on the head, which is kind of hilarious. You can also find an ethereal version of this, and the ethereal version, of course, has a little bit more damage. So instead of 1 to 8 damage, we've got 1 to 11. And since there's no stats on this, it really doesn't have any actual bonus. Now, we could go through the process of upgrading this, and I usually do, even if I know that it's something that I shouldn't do. I like to have fun with it, so let's just go ahead and have fun with it, shall we? So if we wanted to upgrade this, we would need a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald, and it's going to go from 1 to 8 damage, level 5, to 9 to 33 damage, level 23. It's actually kind of not bad. I mean, I wouldn't want to be bonking things at level 23 on my sorceress, But 9 to 33 damage at level 23 with relatively no strength requirement certainly isn't a terrible upgrade. It's definitely not something that I would do, but I don't know. If you still want to bonk things, it's up to you. Level 23 is still a level for bonking. And if you have the ethereal version, you could upgrade that one too. And of course, that one is also a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. And that one's going to go from 1 to 11 damage, level 5, to 14 to 49 damage, level 23 with 15 strength requirement. So still relatively low. And then we can, of course, upgrade this one more time. And I would never do this, not in 100 years, because I know that it's going to be a very poor upgrade. But we're going to do it anyway, because what's the point of these videos if we're not going to show off the item in its most powerful iteration, which, is kind of silly because this item's not really that powerful. It's good for low-level characters, don't get me wrong, but it's not, of course, good for high-level characters. And when you upgrade it, the level requirement goes up, and that's the biggest issue. So let's upgrade this Bane Ash Joe Staff from 9 to 33, level 23 requirement with 25 strength, to 110 to 136. Very nice upgrade there, to be honest. That's a lot of damage for bonking. We've got 25 strength requirement still and only level 55. That's actually not bad damage, and the level requirement isn't that high, but I feel like it's just not quite enough. And the ethereal version is 14 to 49, 15 strength, level 23. And it goes to 164 to 203 damage. Quite a good bonkening there. I'm going to go out and bonk some things with this thing. Come on, outer cloister monsters. Come here. Come here. Get bonked. That's right. Get bonked. Bonkening the bonkening. It was so absolutely silly to upgrade this thing. I'm not really sure what practical purpose upgrading the Bane Ash Staff would really do. It seems to excel almost entirely at lower level characters, and there's a reason for this. Firebolt is generally not used on sorceresses past a certain level, because once you get to Fireball, you don't really want to use Firebolt anymore. Firebolt does have a much lower mana cost, which is probably the only real benefit to Firebolt, is the low mana cost. And if you combine the fact that this gives you mana, it gives you warmth, it gives you Firebolt, and Firebolt is actually a relatively low mana cost skill, it could actually be a very nice option for quite some time from level 5, up until, maybe like Act 3 or something like that, when you would take this off and put something better on, like perhaps a Leaf Staff, which I feel like is probably a better choice around that level. But a Leaf Staff is a much higher level item. And if you happen to have this laying around, it could definitely make your travels through your low-level sorceress a much easier one. I'm not going to go over where to find this item because I've noticed that this item tends to drop just about everywhere in normal difficulty. It actually drops even. I've actually gotten it in Stony Field before. So you're probably going to find this at some point in your travels, upward. And if you don't, well, oh well. But if you're a little low-level sorceress and you kill Rakanishu and he drops this for you, then you're probably going to be pretty excited, and you're going to use it for a while until you finally get something better. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's about the Bane Ash Short Staff and me upgrading it to the walking stick. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at the Face of Horror. The Face of Horror mask is a relatively low-level mask, and it has some rather interesting stats, and it actually works fairly well for a couple of characters. It also has a really interesting use of being a very nice bonus strength piece of equipment that can help you put on other pieces of equipment around the same level. It can also be combined with several other pieces to reach a very high level of hit causes monster to flee, if that's your purpose. And as we go over this, I think you'll find that the Face of Horror mask is a rather interesting low-level mask that can be utilized on a relatively large number of characters for good purpose. So we have the Face of Horror mask, which is 43 defense. It does vary a little bit. I think it's like lowest you can find it at is 34, and I think the highest you can find it at is like 53 or 52 or something like that. It has a very low strength requirement of 23, which is absolutely great because it has a really high strength bonus on it. It also only requires level 20, which is absolutely excellent because you could use this well before you leave normal difficulty. We have 50% damage to undead on this hat, which basically means it just gives you a damage bonus to undead. So if you are a melee or a ranged character, you will get this bonus. It acts as a physical damage bonus, functions very similarly to the way the might does, but only works on undead, of course. It also will not show on the character screen. So unfortunately, these like special damage bonuses to demons or undead do not actually show on the character screen for you. Now, we also have hit causes monster to flee 50%, which is a pretty massive bonus to hit causes monster to flee. And if you were to stack it with something like Rattle Cage, yes, this is a fully upgraded Rattle Cage. I did it in the last video, which has 40% hit causes monster to flee. You're going to be at 90% hit causes monster to flee relatively quickly. You can see here, where's my hit causes monster to flee at? Right there. 90% hit causes monster to flee, which is freaking really a lot. I also always noticed that it had like these little blue things on the horns. So, if you're using this particular mask specifically for the hit causes monster to flee, it's actually a pretty good one to pair up with Rattle Cage. Rattle Cage also has some nice benefits, but go see that video for the Rattle Cage. We also have 25 defense on this, which is added flat, and then we get 20 to strength, which is a massive bonus to strength. At level 20, which is when you can put this on, 20 to strength can help you put on a myriad of other pieces of equipment, especially as a sorceress or a necromancer or any kind of low strength character that would just like to get an extra 20 points in strength, and can be combined with other pieces of equipment. Like, for instance, you could combine them with Saigon's gauntlets for another bonus to strength. There are a lot of different things that you can use this for, specifically for that strength bonus. We also have all resistances 10 on this, which is very, very nice to have at level 20. In normal difficulty, all resistances 10 is great. In nightmare difficulty, not so much. It's not really enough. But having the all resistances on there with the 20 strength bonus, along with the hit causes monster to flee and the damage bonus to undead, makes it a fairly solid helmet choice for a low level character. Now, granted, you may be using something else if you're using sets. So, like if you were using a Rotha's set, you probably wouldn't want to put this on. But if you were doing like a solo self-found character, your single player, whatever, and you happen to come across this mask, it'd be a pretty good one to hang on to for any situation where you might need a little bit extra strength. It could definitely help out a melee character. It works very well on characters that aren't too concerned with hit causes monster to flee. It can also be used as a swap item for melee characters when you're fighting bosses. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but hit causes monster to flee does not work on bosses. It does not work on elites. It does not work on champions. So if you're in a situation where you're surrounded by monsters, you can use this to effectively diminish all of the trash monsters from the battlefield and cut down everything to just the boss and the champions and stuff like that. However, I think where this helmet really shines is on a ranged character. If you put this on a Bozon, for instance, you get the nice hit causes monster to flee. You get the plus to strength, which can help you put on your bows. Bows do tend to have rather high strength requirements. Some of them are higher than others, but if we take a look here, like for instance, the Grand Matron bow is 108 strength. This one is not so bad at 52, so that's not bad at all. But sometimes you may need a bonus to strength, and you can have this sitting in your stash for that. You can also use it on your bow girl to increase her strength. They tend to have relatively low strength. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the fully upgraded Arctic furs, but it's pretty beast. It's a pretty beast Arctic furs. Literally 1,704 without the set bonus, and with the set bonus, 1,959. It's freaking nuts. But you can put this on your merc to beef up her strength, and as you can see, she goes from 137 to 157, which is pretty nice. She also gets the hit causes monster to flee effect, which is definitely good for her, and she gets the all resistances. It's definitely a nice one to pair up with the rattle cage. Again, you could pair this up on an Amazon or a bow girl. Of course, she can't wear this one because I upgraded this one to the lacquered plate. But yeah. You can also find an ethereal version of this, which is right here, and that one is not very much better on the defense, only 52. Unfortunately, because it has a flat defense bonus instead of an increased enhanced defense bonus, the defense doesn't scale very well on this. We are going to upgrade this, by the way, and we're going to play around with the with upgrading this to its higher form. So it is a normal difficulty mask, and to upgrade this to the first tier, we're going to need a shale rune, a tell rune, and a perfect diamond. Okay, so here we go. I had to go actually grab some because I was running low. I know I should have all this stuff prepared in advance, but I got so many items that I'm upgrading and so many things that I'm doing videos on. So Face of Horror is going to go from 43 defense, 23 strength at level 20 to 85 defense, 55 strength, level 30. And honestly, pretty solid upgrade. Level requirement only went up by 10. Strength requirement did not go up high enough to make it prohibitive, and the defense actually did go up a pretty decent amount considering that it's still a level 30 item. I'm going to say a good solid 1-tier upgrade, especially if you're using that 20 strength and the all resistance is 10. It definitely would be a good idea to get a little bit more defense out of it. Now, the ethereal version is probably not going to upgrade very well because, quite honestly, the problem is it doesn't have any kind of like actual bonus, so it's only going to upgrade the flat amount. But let's find out. So 52 defense, 13 strength requirement, level 20, to 127 defense, 45 strength requirement, level 30. So not bad, actually, for level 30. And if you were using this on a low-level bow girl, which the bow girls are getting buffed up now, could be a very interesting choice to increase her strength requirement so she can utilize a higher-level item. Definitely a good upgrade for Tier 1. Now, I'm pretty sure that the upgrade for Tier 2 is going to be absolute garbage, but we're going to do it anyway because that is what we do in these videos, and we're going to upgrade this one more time. So the Face of Horror Death Mask is going to upgrade with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond from 85 defense, 55 strength, level 30, to 174 defense, 102 strength, level 67. So not a bad upgrade as far as the strength is concerned. 102 is not bad. The main issue here is that despite the fact that it got a pretty decent bump in defense, the level requirement went way too high at level 67, and I mean, if you just really needed the strength, you would maybe use this, but you probably wouldn't spend a limited co on it. And despite the fact that it's not a bad upgrade, it's not worth a limited co. Let's check out the ethereal version next, shall we? So we got 127 defense, 45 strength, level 30. To 241 defense, actually not bad, 92 strength, and level 67. You know, I could almost see using this on a mercenary, a rogue mercenary specifically, just for the hit causes monster to flee, combined with the other nice effects on here, like the bonus to strength. Those are the only two real things on here that are absolutely, kind of worth it if you were trying to get the bonus to strength. It could make a makeshift Andoriel's Visage, because Andoriel's Visage obviously also has a nice bonus to strength on it. So it's almost like a mini Andoriel's Visage. Of course, it doesn't have the plus to skills, and it doesn't have the increased attack speed or the lifesteal or anything, but it does have, obviously, the very nice bonus to strength. And I feel like it can almost take the place of an Andariel's Visage for a little while until you have something better. You could even socket this with a 15% IAS jewel. Those are relatively easy to come by, just 15% IAS, nothing else. Those are easy to come by, and you would literally have a very nice hit causes monster to flee, 15% IAS, 20 strength, all resistance is 10. And it could very easily be a placeholder helmet until you get your Andariel's Visage. And hear me out. If you're trying to rush through ladder, you happen to find a Face of Horror, you could obviously not upgrade it to tier 3, but upgrade it to tier 2 probably. You find a Face of Horror, you can socket it, put a 15% IAS jewel in it, and utilize it up until the point where you find yourself in Andariel's Visage. You could get yourself a Colossus Fulge, an Ethereal Colossus Fulge, make yourself an Insight early on, which does require 200 strength. And putting this on your mercenary would give you that 20 strength bonus to be able to wield the Colossus Vault for a little while until you can find something better. Until you find maybe a giant skull bone visage or the Andariel's Visage demon head mask. There's a couple choices for plus to strength, but this is definitely the lowest level choice for plus to strength. And speaking of trying to find this, where would we go to look to find a Face of Horror mask? Now, specifically because I feel like the only place that this is going to be utilized for the most part is normal difficulty, that's where we're going to focus our search, right? So under the auspices of what this would actually be used for, which is a lower level character, let's assume 0% magic find. Let's assume we are looking for this in normal difficulty, which is probably the case. And we are obviously in a player's 1 game with a party size of 1. And we're going to look at bosses first. So as you can see here, avoiding the quest kills, we've got Diablo at 1 in 596 chance and Bale at 1 in 640 chance. So pretty good chances from both normal difficulty bosses. But I feel like by the time you get to Diablo, you've already well past 20. You're usually rocking to like 24, 25-ish, and you're kind of moving in that direction. So maybe let's see if we can find somebody a little bit sooner than Diablo. So let's take a look at super uniques. And Witch Doctor and Dugu can drop it in Flayer Dungeon level 3. And seeing as how we're no longer going to be able to skip Act 3, because they are patching that, I mean, you are going to at least kill him once, so might as well. And that is Act 3. Shank the Overseer has a pretty good chance. Eldritch the Rectifier has a pretty good chance. Doc Farron, Pindleskin. So it looks like you could relatively easily farm this in normal difficulty. Quite a few good monsters in there. Let's look at all real quick just to see where like the highest percent chance is if you really want to get your hands on this. It does look like Nightmare Cow King has a really high chance, 1 in 3,000. And then if we go to bosses, all bosses, we're still looking at Nightmare Diablo for some reason has a really high chance to drop this item. But that's quest kill. Hold on. So normal Diablo is still really the best chance to find this item, pretty much bar none. Well, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my video, even when it's on a horrific mask like this. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a rather notorious pair of gauntlets that has been rather funnily referred to as Frosties. They are Frostburn gauntlets. Frostburn gauntlets are 49 defense. They are strength requirement 60, which is relatively high for casters, which is what they are kind of meant for. They have level 29 requirement and 5% enhanced damage on them, which is just like a little bit of extra physical damage, which is kind of odd. They have 1 to 6 cold damage, which of course will help out your attacks if you're a cold character. You could, for instance, use these on a ice Amazon. And the extra cold duration from the 1 to 6 on the gauntlets would actually help out your cold damage, believe it or not. And we also have 20% enhanced defense on these, 30 flat defense, and then we also have increases maximum mana by 40%, which is just massive. It's kind of hard to undersell this particular bonus because it is just a super duper massive amount of mana that is added onto your mana pool. And I think that's one of the things that I really want to explore before we go into detail about like who can use these and whatnot. But before we do that, let's talk very quickly on the variances on this particular items, and we'll also talk about the cold duration. So the defense does vary from 10 to 20%. So not a huge variance on the defense there, but these do have relatively high defense because they are gauntlets, which is the highest tier of normal difficulty gauntlets. And we also have a small duration on the cold damage of 2 seconds. So we do have 2 seconds on the cold duration for the 1 to 6. Now let's look at this bonus to maximum mana, and let's really kind of explore this, shall we? So I'm going to pull up my panel here so you can see the numbers. Let's click on these numbers as well to make sure they're showing. So we have, right now, we only have 399 mana. When we put on these gauntlets, we will go up by 40%, which we're going to go from basically 400 mana to 550 mana, which is nuts. And if you combine this with other items that give you maximum mana, like for instance, the Stone of Jordan rings give you 25% each. Silkweave boots give you another 10%. You can go literally from 400 mana to 858. And every single point of energy that you have, or every single point of mana that you have, is going to be multiplied. Let's take, for instance, the rather large bonus to mana that's on this amulet of 42. So we currently have 858, and when we take off 42 mana, we go down to 774. We lost literally way more than 42 mana. And this is kind of the very interesting thing about increases to maximum mana, is that it works very well with bonuses to mana. So if you are like an energy shield sorceress, you're a character that just has relatively high amounts of mana for some reason, things like these can multiply your mana out and make them really, really effective. Granted, I'm using multiple items here, but Frosties by themselves still give a rather large boost to your mana pool. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, what does mana matter if I use it all up in 10 seconds and it goes away? Well, the beautiful thing about mana regeneration, especially warmth, which is relatively high, but any kind of mana regeneration that you have from any source, including meditation, by the way, all function based on the amount of mana you have. So if you have relatively no mana, the regeneration is very poor. If you have high mana, the regeneration is much faster. Let me give you an example here. So right now, I'm rocking 330% warmth, right? So let's go outside of town, and let's take off all my plus to maximum mana equipment, right? So we have everything off that's giving us plus to maximum mana, except for maybe there's some on this equipment, I don't know. But we only have 399 mana right now. Let's take a spell that is relatively high mana cost. I do believe enchant is relatively high, so it's 50 mana cost per cast.
Not enough mana.
So 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 11 1,000, 12 1,000, 13 1,000, 14 1,000, 15 1,000, 16 1,000, 17 1,000, 18. About 18 seconds to regenerate my mana back to full with my current gear. Let's do the same test with maximum mana equipment on. So there's really no difference here. There's no regeneration of mana on these items. There's no regenerate mana on Silkweaves. There's no regenerate mana on the Sojas, and there's no regenerate mana on the Frostburns. But I guarantee you my mana will regenerate much faster. All right, so let's test this one more time. You'll notice also I had a much harder time getting my mana to 0.
I need mana.
So 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000, 11 1000, 12 1000, 13 1000, 14 1000, 15 1000, 16 1000, 17 1000, 18 1000, 19 1000, 20 1000. So as you can see here, I regenerated double the amount of mana in roughly the same amount of time that it took me to regenerate 400. And this is the way that mana regeneration works, is that the more mana you have, the faster it regenerates. I had already regenerated 400 mana at 10 seconds. Watch it again. So in the same time span, I regenerated double. But literally right here, we've already regenerated the 400 mana we had previous. And now we're regenerating another 400 mana within the same time period. The more mana you have, the faster it regenerates to the point of absurdity. And eventually it will get to the point, if you can get your mana pool high enough, you can literally never have any issue with mana regeneration again. And to show you, to really show you this, let me go over to my sorceress who's online, who's rocking a rather large amount of mana and mana regeneration. So this is my energy shield sorceress, and just to give you guys an example, I want you to see that I can teleport around and almost never really run out of mana. You can see that my mana is going down, but my regeneration is so fast that it's keeping up almost with my spamming of the teleport ability. To the point where, literally, if I take a small breather, you'll notice that my mana just soars back upward. And this is not even a completed mana shield sorceress. She still has quite a ways to go. She needs more equipment. She needs more levels. She needs more points in energy. Mind you, but for the most part, this is kind of how I wanted to show you that mana regeneration works so well. If you're ever having any issues with mana regeneration, consider bringing up your mana pool. That is usually the easiest way to fix mana regeneration. And Frostburn Gauntlets. So what can we use Frostburn Gauntlets on? Well, we can use Frostburn Gauntlets on sorceresses. We can use it on any character that would like a larger mana pool, but obviously the more mana you have, the better it works. However, you can put on items that give you raw mana. Very, very nicely is that any item that will give you a rather large amount of raw mana will also be multiplied by things like Frostburns. So if you have like a ring, like a lot of the times I will come across like a random ring and it will be like a ring of the worm or something, and it will have like 114 mana on it or some crazy number like that. When you throw on a ring that has a large bonus to mana, it has a rather nice effect on how much your mana pool goes up. As you can see, this ring only has 40 mana on it, and we're at 718. And we go from 718 to 788. I mean, it's practically double the value. Mr. NiNi has been sleeping the entire time that I've been recording. He's just in here hiding away. Aren't you going to come out and say hi to people? You don't even care, do you? Anyway, if you want to find yourself a pair of Frosties, let's go over to the Silos pen and let's take a quick look and see what kind of areas we would want to farm for a pair of Frosties. Frosties are actually pretty sweet gauntlets, especially early game, early ladder. They can be extremely useful. So let's see where we can find them. In fact, let's focus this on normal difficulty, because I feel like that is a good thing for looking for Frosties. And let's go to Frostburn. Well, we're going to assume we have 0% magic find because we are noobs, and we're looking for a pair of Frosties for our brand new sorceress, which we've only just created. And it looks like to me, Pindleskin in normal difficulty is 1 in 5,346. That's not a bad choice. That's an easy kill. You could kill him over and over again in normal difficulty, fairly easy, and you could get yourself a nice set of Frosties from him. A lot of monsters on this list, but I think Pindleskin really stands out as the easiest one to kill there. Let's look at bosses, shall we? So we've got a rather good possibility that it's going to come from Diablo or Bale, as well as Neelathak. Very good chances, too. In fact, in your quest kills, your first kill, you got a 1 in 289 and 1 in 310 for Bale. So you could very easily farm Diablo over and over again in normal difficulty. There's a lot of good items that Diablo can drop in normal. And let's take a look at all real quick just to see if there is a better spot as far as probability is concerned. But no, it doesn't look like. It looks like Diablo in normal difficulty is the best boss no matter what. Although for some reason Mephisto in Hell on the quest kill has a really high probability. By then I would hope you have some better gauntlets. And Dariel in Nightmare is not a bad option as well. 1 in 514. It's interesting. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when they are about some very chilly Frostburn gauntlets. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I've got Mr. NiNi here with me. He's in my shirt. If you haven't seen him before, I'm sure he'll pop out at some point. He likes to take naps in my shirt. Isn't that right, Mr. NiNi? Isn't that right, sir? Yes, he's a little alien chest monster. Don't worry about him. So today we're going to be looking at Rattle Cage. Rattle Cage is a very interesting plate with quite an interesting history, and we'll go over that in time. But right now, we're going to be talking about what it's good for specifically. So Rattle Cage is actually a relatively easy to come by plate. I usually find one of these at some point during my playthroughs, and they actually have quite a few uses. So let's go over this plate together, and we'll talk about it. Right off the bat, you see it is Rattle Cage Gothic plate, so it's going to be a relatively heavy plate armor, which means it does have some run-walk penalties. We have 335 defense on this, which is relatively high for a plate, a Gothic plate. It is 70 strength requirement, which is not very high for its level requirement, which is only level 29. So considering that at level 29 you usually will have 70 strength, that's actually not bad at all. It has 45 to attack rating on it, which is definitely nice to have for a melee class. It has 25% chance of Crushing Blow, which is pretty amazing, to be honest. Crushing Blow is the chance to deal a huge percentage of damage to the monster, current HP. So what this means is that when the effect triggers, if it triggers at the 25% chance, you have a 25% chance to deal 25% to the monster's current HP and damage, which is a pretty large number. It does only 12.5% versus bosses, though, so to keep that in mind, and it's 10% in PvP. And if you are a bow class character, which is actually one of the main uses for this armor, it is 12.5% versus monsters, and 6.5% versus bosses, and only 5% versus PvP. However, it's still very effective. Because they reduce the amount of damage that it does, doesn't mean that it is no less effective when you're spamming those attacks. We also have a bonus defense of 200 on here, so no flat percentage-based defense increase, which means that this will probably upgrade very poorly, which is fine because you're probably not going to upgrade this anyway, maybe for a mercenary, but that's pretty much it. We also have the ethereal version, which has the 50% damage bonus, and as you can see, not much of an increase over the non-ethereal version, and that has to do with the massive 200 bonus defense that it gets. The ethereal modifier does not affect that bonus defense, and so effectively it's only providing a bonus defense to the base instead of overall, so not much of a difference there. However, if you did find an ethereal version, would be good for a mercenary. And I feel like that's what we need to broach into next, which is what is this particular armor good for? What characters would best get use out of this plate? Well, it works very well on characters like ranged characters because it has hit causes monster to flee 40%. This is extremely effective for Amazons or a throwing barbarian. You can also put this on a mercenary to relatively good effect. And the really nice thing about this hit causes monster to flee is that it doesn't work on bosses or elites. It only works on like the trash mobs. So for the most part, despite the fact that it has this effect, it's still relatively nice to use even on a melee character. Because as you're in there fighting a boss, maybe you're a paladin and you're zealing, it's going to cause the monsters to run away from you, but not the boss to run away from you. So it's going to allow you to sort of single out the boss monsters. Now, Crushing Blow also works on your minion as well. So if you have a nice mercenary, you can put this on him to give him Crushing Blow, which is honestly a pretty amazing thing that you can do. Now, granted, my mercenary right now is set up with a treachery, but at a lower level, at level 29, you might want to set up your mercenary with something that gives him Crushing Blow. And 25% Crushing Blow is going to be effective on just about any mercenary you put it on as long as they are hitting with their melee weapon. So not the Act 3 mercenary. Even a ranged mercenary, like the Act 1 Rogue mercenary, can get a very good effect of this Crushing Blow. And you can tag this along with other items. Like, for instance, if you tag this with a Hone Sudan Yari, the Hone Sudan Yari has 45% Crushing Blow on it. This has 25% Crushing Blow, and they do stack together. And you'll be running 45, 55, 65, 80% Crushing Blow, which is just absolutely amazing. So you can tag Rattle Cage and Hone Sudan Yari together on an Act 2 Merc, and you can really stack up the Crushing Blow. Later on in the game, you will come across a very nice rune word called Duress, which may be a better choice. But if you're looking to specifically build Crushing Blow, this is a very good plate for that. And it has one other purpose, and we're going to go over that. So here I am on my sorceress, who is running the Tal Rasha's set, as you can see. And she has two items in her inventory. I know I may have given it away, but which one of these is the Rattle Cage? And which one of these is Tal Rasha's Guardianship? Can you tell? Now, this one's ethereal, so this one is probably Rattle Cage, right? Yeah. But which one of these two is Rattle Cage? And this is one of the uses of Rattle Cage that is rather illicit, is that they look identical in a trade window. And unfortunately, Rattle Cage has been very often used to substitute for the Tal Rasha's Guardianship lacquered plate. And this is a rather unfortunate thing, and I contemplated not including this in the video, because last thing I want to do is teach people how to exploit others. But I also feel like this game has been out for 20 years, or more than 20 years, and you guys should know by now that these two plates are the same. And if you don't know by now that these two plates are the same, and people like to use these armors to fake each other out, essentially, in trades, and screw each other over for getting these items, then you need to learn. Because when you go to trade for Tal's armor with somebody, you need to be aware that Rattlecage looks exactly the same, and that in a trade window, they can very easily substitute Rattlecage for Tal Rasha's guardianship. So the last thing we're going to do is upgrade this. I want you guys to see what it could potentially upgrade to, and whether it might be a good choice or not for a Tier 1 or maybe even a Tier 2 upgrade. So right off the bat, we have the Rattlecage Gothic Plate, which is 335 defense, 70 strength requirement, level 29, which needs a Shale, a Tal, and a Perfect Diamond. And that upgrades into the Rattlecage Embossed Plate, which is 125 strength, level 34, and 498 defense. The defense increase didn't really go up that much, but the level increase didn't go up that much either, and neither did the strength requirement go up that much. 125 is still perfectly doable by a mercenary or a player. 34 level requirement is absolutely nothing. It only increased by, 5 levels? Which is not bad at all. And quite honestly, if I had this plate and I was using this on a mercenary, I would do that upgrade. That's absolutely solid. Let's check the ethereal version, because I feel like we'll have better luck with this one, especially if we're using it on a merc. So we've got 402 defense, 60 strength, and level 29, which goes to 636 defense, 115 strength, and level 34. So a very solid 1-tier upgrade. Level requirement did not go up that much, strength requirement did not go up that much, and the defense was at least enough to be warranted. Shale and Tal with a Perfect Diamond is extremely cheap, and it's certainly not something that I would be overly worried about as far as cost. And I don't think that the upgrade to the 3rd tier is going to be worth it, but we're going to do it anyway, because that is what this series is about, exploring the items in all their facets and uses. So Rattlecage Embossed Plate, 498, 125 strength, and level 34, with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, to 668 defense, 208 strength. Ooh, that is not worth it. Level 74. So definitely a bad 3rd tier upgrade. Terrible, terrible 3rd tier upgrade. Now, the Ethereal Plate is probably going to get a little bit more defense, and we'll see. 636 defense, 115 strength, level 34, to 960 defense, 198 strength, and level 74. Unfortunately, still not worth it. That 198 strength is very prohibitive. The level 74 is very prohibitive. Just in general, just not worth the 3rd tier of the upgrade. 1st tier upgrade? Yes. 2nd tier upgrade to the 3rd tier of armor? No. Well, there's really not a lot much more to talk about this armor. It's great for mercenaries. It's great for low-level melee. It's great for low-level ranged characters. It's not great for sorceresses, obviously. And honestly, if it wasn't for the trade bug, you know, where the graphic on both of these looks exactly the same, and as I've shown you, does look exactly the same in both versions. I mean, I could literally play do-si-do here and just like swap these around. Which one am I holding in my hand? Which one is it? Do you know? Do you know which one I'm holding in my hand? Because it's pretty difficult to know exactly which one I'm holding in my hand. Let's take a guess. I'm holding Tal Rasha's. No, I'm holding Rattlecage. So, you know, always make sure you double check your trades, folks, especially with the existence of Rattlecage in there. You definitely don't want to get scammed out of a Tal Rasha's Guardianship Lacquered Plate, which is a very nice plate for a rather not so great Rattlecage. And don't get me wrong, I actually do like Rattlecage, and I think it's a very great low-level plate that is usable in quite a number of ways. As I said, Hone Sudanyari and Rattlecage make a very good combination early game, but definitely not worth a Tal Rasha's Guardianship, that is for sure. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and if you're looking to find this, I almost forgot, if you're looking to find yourself a Silos pen, a Rattlecage, you need to go over to Silos Pen. That's Freudian slip there. Silos Pen is the website that I like to go to, you know, just check out this kind of stuff and see where the best place is that we could possibly find this item. So let's go to uniques. Let's assume we are a noob who has 0% magic find, because I feel like this is a good way to do this. We're going to pull up Rattle Cage. Bam, there we go. We're in players 1. We have a party size of 1. We're going to hit find. All right, so we go to probability, and it looks like if we avoid the quest kills, there are a lot of quest kills, it looks like Bale in normal difficulty is the best possible chance for a Rattle Cage. And Doriel in Nightmare was also right up there at second, and Mephisto in Nightmare, and Diablo in Nightmare. So it looks like Bale in normal difficulty is our best bet there for normal difficulty bosses. Let's do a double check here, though, for normal difficulty bosses specifically. And it does look like Diablo has a chance at 1 in 919. Not bad. Let's also look at super uniques in normal difficulty. So as far as super uniques go, Neelathak, Frozenstein, Pindle Skin, Thresh Socket, Snap Chip Chatter, Sharptooth Slayer, Lister, Akmel, Barta, Kalenzo, and Ventar the Unholy. And if we go to all, it looks like the best probability is the Cow King in Nightmare difficulty. So not bad. All in all, if you're looking specifically for a Rattle Cage, you'll probably find it. I generally find at least 1 or 2 Rattle Cages whenever I'm leveling up characters, and it's really all there is to it. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're looking at the last belt. I know I said last episode that that was the last belt, but this is the last belt actually, because I'm pretty sure this is the last. You know, maybe I should just stop saying last belt, because maybe I'll find another belt, and then that's just silly, and I'll be like, oh, you know, this is really the last belt. That last one, that was totally not the last belt. Just throw that one out the window. Now, this belt is a rather odd one, and it does have a purpose, even though it's not a very good belt. It's called the Snake Cord Light Belt. Now, the Snake Cord Light Belt is only 15 defense. It has a level requirement of level 12 with no strength requirement. And unfortunately, it doesn't have very good potion slots. As you can see here, it is restricted to 4. And upgrading it, of course, would fix that. But it's really not the kind of belt that you would want to upgrade. It doesn't really have any specific bonuses that you really would want for upgrading. It has 12 poison damage over 3 seconds, which is relatively low, but at level 12 it could be useful. It has 30% enhanced defense, which does actually, I think, vary, which is absolutely sad considering it's probably one of its best features. By 10%. It varies by 10%. So it has a variance of 20 to 30% on the enhanced defense. We've got plus 10 defense on the belt itself. And then we have a Replenish Life plus 5. And that is actually very nice at level 12. Replenish Life plus 5 will keep your health pool full more often and make it so that you won't have to use so many potions, although it will get out-leveled fairly quickly as your HP increases and be not so great. We also have a poison resistance of 25% and a poison length reduction of 50%, which puts this in a very interesting position of Andorial. So the main use, I think, for this belt, honestly, is to counter Andorial. If you find this belt before you fight Andorial, you put it on, it helps you with the poison, and there is a fairly decent amount of poison in Act 2 as well. Radament and things like that. And so I think that's really what this belt was intended for, was just to kind of help you with the poison damage, which is pretty killacious in Act 1 normal and Act 2 normal difficulty. But by the time you get to Act 3 Act 3 normal difficulty, you're usually not so keen on this belt anymore. The potion slots are not that great. The effects on it are not really that amazing, and you've out-leveled the replenish life. The poison resistance is probably not helping you very much at all, and it really doesn't offer a lot more other than that. We are going to upgrade it though, because why not? We're going to upgrade this to the Nightmare version, and then we're also going to upgrade it to the Hell version. So you're going to see it here, folks. A snake cord light belt upgraded twice. All right, so I went back to the warehouse. I got me some of these little Shelly runes and Tally runes and Lemmy runes and Cody runes and perfect diamonds, and we're going to upgrade this belt because why not? I've upgraded every single other item that I've ever put on here, so why not? So we got a shale, a towel, and a perfect diamond to upgrade this from tier 1 to tier 2. And it might be the best upgrade that this belt ever gets, because honestly the potion slots suck. If it wasn't for the level requirement increase that's going to go with this, that'd actually be a halfway decent upgrade. But because I know it's going to upgrade the level, it's not going to be worth it. So we got 15 defense, 4 potion slots at level 12. 256 defense, shark skin belt, 20 strength requirement, and level 30 with now 12 potion slots. Look at that beautiful 12 potion slots. Absolutely excellent. Not worth it, but absolutely excellent. And we can upgrade this one more time to Lemmides and a Coides and a Diamond. And we're going to go from a shark skin belt of 56 defense with 20 strength and level 30 requirement to a Vampire Fang belt with an 86 defense, level 63 requirement, and a strength requirement of 50. So all in all, not really an amazing belt. Due to its limited potion slots, due to its relatively limited bonuses and stats, it really only has one main purpose, and that's to help you against Andariel in normal difficulty. I suppose you could also save it and utilize it against Andariel in Nightmare difficulty, and maybe also use it against Radamant, and then Coldworm the Burrower. I mean, there are some very specific and iconic poison monsters that it could be useful for if you just wanted to keep it in your stash and utilize it for those monsters and creations. But all in all, I just don't really feel like this is a belt that people search for. And even when they find it, they're probably not super duper excited. And I don't mean to make any of you guys feel bad if you came here and you were like, I found this belt, what is it for? Well, I mean, you've found out what it's for. Just not that much. Now, let's take a look really quickly and we'll see where you can find one of these. Maybe you're doing a holy grail and you're just trying to find yourself a snake cord belt to add to your list. Let's do a quick look and see where you can find one. So we've got snake cord, we got bosses here, and we got all difficulties, and we got 150% magic vine. So our highest probability is Mephisto in normal difficulty. 1 in 319 chance. Diablo in normal difficulty, 1 in 348 chance. And Bale in normal difficulty, 1 in 373 chance. So it does look like normal difficulty is our best bet here. And we go to super uniques, and we're probably going to find the same thing. So Cow King in normal, Bone Ash in normal, Creeping Feature, Blood Witch, Fang Skin. So a lot of normal difficulty monsters at the top of the list, as you can see here. The Cow King in Hell difficulty apparently has a pretty good chance of dropping this. That'd be a really crappy drop from the Hell Cow King. But it looks like normal Cow King is your best bet, and Bone Ash. Bone Ash is a pretty good opportunity as well. And he's in the same spot, and you can farm him over and over again. So if you were really looking for this belt, you just needed it for your Holy Grail or something, just go kill Bone Ash in normal difficulty about 100 times, and you'll probably end up with it. Anyway, this video was bound to be short because this particular item is not the greatest, and there's not really a lot to talk about it. There's nothing super special about the belt, other than its defense against poison. There's really not a lot going on there. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about a snake cord. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a bow, which I didn't actually have in my files. I had to actually borrow it from a member of the community, so thank you very much. This is the Widowmaker Ward Bow, and it is a very interesting bow that has some very interesting effects, and let's go over it together, and then we'll talk about what it could potentially be good for, as well as we will go over and see, where we could find this bow if we potentially wanted to look for it. So right off the bat, when we look at this bow, we have 59 to 157 damage. It's decent. It's not the greatest, it's not the worst, it's decent. We have 146 dexterity requirement, which is relatively high. We also have 72 strength requirement, which is not very high at all. And then we have a level requirement of 65. This bow does have a fast attack speed on it, but it does decrease, I think, on some other characters, because each character has their own specific attack speed with bows. We have Fire's Magic Arrows, and this is actually level 11. And I know it doesn't say level 11, but it is actually level 11. And Magic Arrows provides 1% physical damage to magic damage conversion per level. So it is going to be 11% magic damage. Now, they did recently upgrade Magic Arrow in the 2.4 patch, which is coming soon. And I think it's important to note that the Magic Arrow will be a little bit more conversion than 11%. I think they actually upped it by an extra 1%. So I think what it is now is instead of being 11%, I believe it's 22%. Which is quite a big bump in damage. But it doesn't actually add any damage, though. That's the kind of silly part. Magic Arrows as a skill does add a little bit to your physical damage. It's like +1, +2 per level, which is not a huge bonus, but the conversion from your physical to the magical can be very useful to kill physical immunes. So keep that in mind. We also have 197% enhanced damage on this one, which is only 3% off of the maximum, which is 200%. It does roll as low as 150%, though. So we got a 50% variance on the enhanced damage there. So if you are looking for this particular bow, you want to find this particular bow in a good condition, there are a couple variables. So pay attention, and we'll see if we can get you a perfect one, shall we? We also have ignores target's defense on this, which is pretty amazing in and of itself, because if you're using this on a character that's not an Amazon, you might not have any type of skills to increase your attack rating, and being able to fire magic arrows that also ignore target's defense means that they're going to hit every single time you fire them. ITD, however, does not work on bosses. So you have to keep that in mind. But it will make it so that basically you will hit just about every single target. It's a little bit more complicated than just simply I'm going to hit. Basically, the attack rating formula is your level versus the monster's level, plus the attack rating needed to hit him, plus his defense. It's a whole formula. And basically, all ignores target's defense does is it takes attack rating out of the formula. If you're attacking a monster that is still way higher level than you, there's a very good chance you're going to miss. And unfortunately, attack rating level difference does not display on the character screen, which is one of the many reasons why it's called the lying character screen. We also have 33% chance of deadly strike, which is of course great, because not only are you going to hit your targets every single time, as long as it's not a boss, you're also going to deal double damage 33% of the time, which is going to basically double your physical damage 33% of the time when you fire. And it can be stacked with critical strike, which basically how it works is critical strike will roll first, and if it fails, then deadly strike will roll. You cannot get 4 times. It's only 2 times, but it is very nice to have both, believe it or not, because you do get a very nice benefit from having both. It increases the chance that you're going to have a successful proc. Now we come to the real meat and potatoes of this item, and that is the +5 guided arrow. So what this does is it actually gives you the skill guided arrow. You can use this on an Amazon and it will give you guided arrow, but any bow that has plus guided arrow on it will give you guided arrow. I have one right here on this particular Amazon Oh, no, actually, that's my other Amazon. I have one on my other Amazon, which is a little bit different, and it gives me +3 to guided arrow, Amazon only. Now, if you were to put that bow on like a paladin or a sorceress or something, you would not get guided arrow. But with this particular bow, it will actually give you the skill. And for that reason, because I already have guided arrow, I'm going to take it over to another character. But I did want to show you guys and gals one thing before I went over to another character. And that is that when you already have the skill, when you're an Amazon, this bow does not give you +5. Notice that when I swap over to the bow, I actually end up with only +3. Any item that actually physically gives the skill to you, not just giving you plus to skills, but actually physically gives you the skill, only applies as a +3 on the native user of the item. I don't know why they decided to do this, but as you can see, I'm level 13. And if I take off the bow, I am only level 10. So we need to talk about what this bow could be useful for, who could potentially get the most use out of it, and why. Let's go over to another character and we'll take a look at what we can do with it. So here we are on a paladin. And one of the very interesting things that you can do on a paladin is you can build a character revolving around Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock, which I don't actually have. But the general idea here is that you have an ability like this that applies elemental damage. And your goal is to apply that elemental damage in a way that cannot be ignored. By giving yourself guided arrow, as you can see, I literally have level 7 guided arrow. I can now fire off guided arrows off into the distance and hit targets who would otherwise I would be unable to hit completely. I also have a magic arrow, which I could utilize if I want to, but I don't really see the point in using the magic arrows over the guided arrows. Honestly, the guided arrows are always going to hit anyway. They're also always going to hit bosses. And the very interesting thing about guided arrow is that it is just an amazing way to apply elemental damage. Now, who all could utilize an elemental damage application like this? What characters could get the most benefit out of the ability to essentially apply any elemental damage they have in a way that is completely unblockable, right? Because guided arrow always hits. There's nothing that they can do except for block it. And if you think about it, it's elemental damage characters. So if I'm an enchant sorceress, which, granted, a demon machine may be the better choice for an enchant sorceress because it has explosive arrows on it. But if you're looking for a way to apply a guaranteed hit, this can definitely be an interesting choice. You could have demon machine on one hand, and you could have the Widowmaker wardbow on the other. If you were a Tesladin using Dream and dragon armors. If you were specifically a Tesladin who's actually had the native skill on your character, you could have Max Tesla. Max Holy Shock. Max Tesla. You could have Max Holy Shock. You could have the Max Synergies for Holy Shock. And then you could be firing a bow from a distance to apply that massive amount of damage. You could then also maybe throw in something like a 4-socket armor with 4 lightning facets in it, or maybe you could use Griswolds with 4 lightning facets, three lightning facets. Sorry, and Griswolds, and that's kind of the trade-off, right? You could either go with a 4-socket like Jeweler's Plate of the Whale or something with 4 lightning facets, which are pretty rare, or you could just simply get a Griswolds and throw 3 lightning facets in that. It's all a very interesting experiment in doing things a very interesting way. Another character that can actually get good use out of this is a Venom Assassin. So Venom Assassins also might want a very interesting way to apply their high poison damage. And being able to guided arrow off the screen, essentially, what you can do is you can actually play your Venom Assassin kind of like this, and just sort of fire at the edge of the range of PvP, and you notice that I'm still hitting the targets anyway. Of course, right now I'm fighting cold immunes, so let me switch over to Holy Fire. And as you can see, I'm at least guaranteed these hits. The other interesting thing is that not only can you apply elemental damage, but bows also apply things like Crushing Blow off of Gore Riders, the Open Wounds effect, also Deadly Strike. All three of these effects can be procced on the bow, as well as Prevent Monster Heal. So if you were rocking... I know I say rocking a lot, don't I? You guys have been making fun of me about that lately. I don't care. If you were rocking a decent amount of Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, you could apply those to the target from a very large distance, and you could also guarantee that those hits would come into effect. Like, say, for instance, you were going to do Ubers. This could actually be a very interesting way to guarantee hits on the Ubers so that you could apply your Open Wounds. Especially if you're doing it in a team, one person could just simply stack up as much Crushing Blow and Open Wounds as possible on his character and use a ward bow and just sit in the back and fire. And then the other person could focus on adds or damage or whatever it is that they need to do. Guided Arrow is an absolutely amazing ability for a guaranteed hit, whether it's PvE, whether it's PvP. It doesn't really matter, because even in PvP, if you fire one of these at somebody and they don't have like 75% chance to block, there's a very good chance that it's going to hit them. If they have no shield, there is pretty much a 100% chance it's going to hit them, with only a few exceptions. Amazon dodges, Dodge, Void, and Evade, and the Assassin Claw Block. So those are the only really ways that this guided arrow can actually miss, technically. Even though technically it doesn't miss, it's just deflected or blocked or avoided, so to speak. And all in all, I think that the Widowmaker Ward Bow is one of those bows that should definitely make it into your arsenal if you are a character who utilizes a high amount of elemental damage. If you're a Tesladin, if you are a Dragon Din, if you're a Holy Frieza-Din, if you're an Enchant Sorceress, if you are a Venom Assassin, all of these can be extremely effective for you. Even if you're just a melee character who has massive amounts of Crushing Blow from his equipment and not from his weapon and shield, if you happen to have a massive amount of Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, you can very easily have a Widowmaker Ward Bow on your offhand, swap to it, fire a couple shots, guarantee your Open Wounds and your Crushing Blow hit, and I mean, it's going to do pretty amazing damage by applying those effects. Now, of course, once the monster's HP goes down and the Crushing Blow has the diminishing returns, it's not going to do as well, but it can still be used as a guaranteed way to apply your Open Wounds. I do feel like it's important, though, that we talk about the reduced effectiveness of Crushing Blow versus ranged weapons. So melee weapons have 25% of the monster's HP and damage, current HP, not max. It's 10% on players, and it's 12.5% on bosses. Missile weapons get a half damage penalty for Crushing Blow. So instead of 25% on all monsters, it's 12.5%. Instead of 10% on PvP players, it's 5%. And instead of 12.5% on bosses, it's 6.5%. So do keep that in mind. There is a sort of a penalty for applying these effects for range damage, and you know, rightfully so, because having an attack that is guaranteed to apply your effect, essentially, like if you were rocking 100% Crushing Blow and 100% Open Wounds, and you fire this arrow, it's going to pretty much guarantee hit the monster. So you've got pretty much a 100% chance of getting that effect off, which is absolutely amazing. Guaranteed hit effects are relatively rare in the world of Diablo. Guided Arrow is one of them. Smite is another one, so that's 2. And then in 2.4, we are going to be getting Impale for the first time, is going to have a guaranteed hit on it. So they're trying to beef up Impale, and they did beef it up quite considerably over what it was, but I still feel like they need to go a little bit further with it. But all in all, there's only 3 abilities in the entire game that will guarantee hits, and the Amazon has 2 of them now. And the Paladin has 1. But this bow kind of evens the playing field because it gives everyone the ability to use at least one of the guaranteed hits in the game, which is Guided Arrow. Now let's take a look and see where we could potentially find this if we wanted to. And the website I like to do this on is called Silos Pen. And we're going to go over there. We're going to take a look and see what we can find. All right, so here we are on Silo's Pen, and we're going to assume players 1. We're going to assume party size 1. We're going to assume a magic find of at least 150%. We're going to go to bosses first, and then we're going to look for the Widowmaker bow. The Widowmaker bow should be on here. We need to go to unique item. The Widowmaker. But as you can see here, not a lot of options. In Hell difficulty only, Bale, Diablo, Neolithak, and the Defilers. That is a really bad list. Bale and Diablo do have a pretty good chance of dropping it. Neolithak, not so much at 1 in 8,708, but certainly better than the Defilers, which have a chance of 1 in like 1 million. You know, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 1,129,000. The Defilers have a chance to drop like every item in the game, by the way. It's one of the reasons why their probabilities are so bad. If you do have high magic find and you're running through Worldstone Keep, I would recommend that you kill these Defilers, because the Defilers do have a chance to drop like every single item in the game. I know that the probability is really high there, but think about the fact that they can literally drop every item in the game, so of course the probability is going to be rare. Like imagine a giant-sized gumball machine, like literally just massive, and every single time you put a quarter in, it like shakes the entire thing up and like randomizes it. Of course there's going to be a very bad % chance that you're going to get exactly what you want. But there's still a high % chance that you're going to get something. So to keep that in mind. Let's take a look at the super uniques next. And let's arrange those by probability. So it looks like Neolithak is still the best there, but we've got Frozenstein at 1 in 12,000 and Pindleskin at 1 in 12,000. Pindleskin is relatively easy to get to. I would definitely say that's a good choice for farming this particular bow. We also have Thresh Socket, Doc Farron, Eldritch the Rectifier, Shank the Overseer. All those are really easy to get to and a relatively good chance. Hephaesto the Armorer, also a pretty good chance. Don't underestimate Hephaesto. I think he's a pretty good magic find source. I've been hearing a lot of people tell me they find some really nice items off of him. So I would say that's probably a really good combination there. Farm Hephaesto real quick, then go and teleport down through the siege zone, kill Doc Farron. Go ahead and teleport to the end of the siege zone, kill Shank, then teleport up to the waypoint area and kill Eldritch the Rectifier, and then you could also teleport all the way down to the end of Frigid Highlands and kill Thresh Socket, and that's a really nice little combo there. And of course, you can also finish off Pindleskin as well. So you got Pindleskin, Thresh Socket, Doc Farron, Eldritch the Rectifier, Shank the Overseer, and Hephaesto the Armorer, and then you could run those over and over again, and you'd probably end up with this bow relatively quickly. Well, that pretty much covers this bow. It's a very interesting bow, and it does have some very interesting uses. If you do happen to find one of these bows, I would definitely say hold on to it. I don't know if I said this or not. Just to make sure, the guided arrow, which is +5, does vary from, I believe it's 3 to 5. Let me just double check that. I just don't remember saying it, and so I want to make sure that I say it before the video ends. It's level 3 to level 5. So if you were going to try and find a perfect one of these, what you would be looking for is a 200% enhanced with +5 guided arrow, and that's literally all you need. Everything else on it is pretty static, and you don't have to worry about it too much. You can, of course, also socket this, and a Shale Rune is probably going to be your best bet for this, mainly because the majority of the use case scenarios for this bow involve an elemental damage attack, which is applying a pretty massive amount of lightning or fire or cold or poison damage, right? So you're not too much worried about the physical damage as you are worried about the speed. You want the speed of the bow to be faster so that you're applying your elemental damage quicker. And that's really all that matters. At any rate, I feel like I've gone on long enough for this particular bow, 19 minutes. Wow, I'm a little bit more long-winded than normal. As always, thank you for watching, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a very defensive piece of equipment known as Kira's Guardian. Kira's Guardian is quite honestly probably one of the most defensive pieces of equipment you'll ever see. It does unfortunately have quite a few variables, and this is not really the best, especially when you find this in a very poor state. It's still a very powerful item, even in its poorest state, but I feel like most people who, if they're trying to utilize this item, are probably looking for it in one of its more complete states. So Kira's Guardian is a tiara, and it has 170 defense, which is thanks to the mechanics on it. It also has a level requirement of 77 with no requirement of stats. It is 20% faster hit recovery, which is very, very nice to have on any kind of defensive piece of equipment. We have 120 added to defense, which does vary from 50 to 120. And then we also have all resistances of 50 to 70. So a pretty wide variance there of 50 to 60, 60 to 70, literally 20 all-res points of difference. I mean, if you think about Mara's Kaleidoscope only has 30 all-res on it, and the variance on Mara's is like 20 to 30. This one has literally double the variance of Mara's, and it is unfortunate because a lot of the times you won't find it with very nice resistances. It also has Cannot Be Frozen on it, which is just absolutely excellent. A lot of people will utilize this on a mercenary specifically to give them all the resistances and everything that they need. A very good two-piece combo that you can do on a mercenary is an Ethereal Kira's Guardian, which has 195 defense, by the way, combined with an Ethereal Guardian Angel Hellforge plate. And what you do is you put these two on them together, and the combination of the Cannot Be Frozen, the all resistances, the faster hit recovery, and as well as the maximum resistances on the armor will make just an absolutely excellent, super tanky mercenary, which can stand up to some of the most ridiculous damage that the Council has to offer. Now, I do believe that this one can be upgraded. I'm not 100% sure on this, actually, because I don't think I've ever actually tried to upgrade a Kira's Guardian. But I'm pretty sure if you did, it would be a Lem and a Co. And we're going to go ahead and grab some Lems and some Co's, and we're going to get this upgraded. So we also need some Perfect Diamonds. And let's see if we can do an upgrade. So this one's going to go from 170 defense, level 77, to a Diadem, which is 174 defense, level 84. I don't believe there was much of an increase there. We do get a graphical change, though. So I suppose if specifically you wanted a graphical change, that could be interesting. So as you can see, the graphics on this particular one, you know what? Let's go to the menu here, because we're looking at this is fashion Diablo. Okay, so that is how the Kira's Guardian looks right there, and if we go back into the game and change to the Diadem, you'll see that the Diadem version that we have upgraded has a much different look to it in general. So let me go ahead and swap. And we'll go back to the screen, and now you'll see that I'll be wearing the Diadem. So I guess specifically, if you wanted to change the look of the item, that could definitely be an interesting little upgrade there. It definitely doesn't really do a lot for the defense. Upgrades the level requirement quite a lot for seemingly no reason. And let's try the ethereal version, shall we? So 195 defense, level 77. To 207 defense, level 84. I also noticed that it seemed to bring down the durability. I'm pretty sure it brought the durability down by 5. So we lost 5 durability by going to the Diadem. Very interesting. Now, if you wanted to find this particular item, which a lot of people actually do like to get their hands on a nice Kira's Guardian, you're going to have to hunt for it. So let's go over to Silo's Pen real quick, and we'll take a look, and we'll see where we could potentially get this item to drop from. So I've got the Curious Guardian here, and we're going to choose bosses first, and I'm going to assume 150% magic find with players 1. And we have here a pretty good chance off of Quest, Diablo, and Baal, and Mephisto, but that's not what we're looking for. So we got Diablo at 1 in 1,188, Baal at 1 in 1,1200, and Mephisto at 1 in 1,400. That's very interesting there, and also Neolithak 1 in 9,000. Let's go to the super uniques, and let's see what we've got for super uniques. So we've got Neolithak again, Battlemate Serena in the Ruined Temple, Icehawk Woodfring, she's in the sewers, not really easy to get to. Bonebreaker in the Crypt, he's relatively easy to farm. You could very easily do him. He's right there next to Bloodraven. Let's see here. Coldworm the Burrower. A lot of these guys are not easy to come by. Grand Visor of Chaos, Infector of Souls, Lord DCs. Those, obviously, if you're on your way to kill Diablo, those are relatively easy to get to. Frozenstein is not easy to get to, but I have noticed that he tends to drop a lot of items. Might be worth a foray into the Crystalline Passage and Frozen River to get to him. Pindleskin can drop it at 1 in 14,277. We also have the Durance of Hate level 3, so all of the Mephisto's minions have a chance to drop this. So Brem Sparkfist, Mayfer Dragonhand, Lion Voidbringer, as well as the Council has a pretty good chance of dropping this. So Geleb, Flamefinger, Ishmael, Filehand, and Torque, Icefist. And then also all of the monsters in Throne of Destruction that Baal spawns. So Akmel the Curse, Bartek the Bloody, very interesting. All in all, I think this is one of those items that's probably not going to drop from a lot of very specific areas that are lower level. In fact, I'm looking at the list here, and I'm seeing level 85 zone, 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 level 85 zone. These are all pretty much level 85 zones. So you're probably only going to find this in level 85 zones. Now, it is important to note that in 2.4, there's going to be a lot more level 85 zones for you to farm. So maybe you'll have a better luck. All in all, Curious Guardian is one of those very interesting pieces of equipment that kind of works on anybody. I usually like to keep one in my stash, and the reason why is because there's always situations where my resistances might not be enough. Maybe I'm going in to fight the Ubers, and I want to overprotect myself. Maybe my resistances are absolutely just fine, but when you go up against Mephisto, and he has this massive negative resistance coming from Conviction, if you toss on a 70 all-res Kira's Diadem, it absolutely fixes all of your resistance problems, even if you're under the effects of Conviction. And I also really like the fact that it has Cannot Be Frozen as well, and it can work very well into certain builds. Definitely very good for mercenaries, and honestly, just a very solid all-around nice tiara. Now, the really cool thing about this is you can socket it and you can throw something else in there. So what would you throw in there? Well, you could stack up the resistances even more. You could go from all 70 to what is that? 8? Is it 15 on a Umrune? So you could go from 70 to 85. You could also find a very, very rare 15% IAS 15 all res jewel, and you could put that in there, and you would have nice 15% increased attack speed along with 15 all resistances. And just in general, I mean, it's just a very nice helmet, a very defensive helmet. It's not going to help you offensively, but it will open up a lot of alternatives. You have to think about it like this. If I'm wearing a Kira's Guardian, and it has 70 all resistances, it has Cannot Be Frozen, I don't necessarily need a Ravenfrost, I don't necessarily need a Trangul's Belt, I don't necessarily need a Cham Rune in something. You know, if I'm rocking the 20% fast hit recovery and the all resistance is 70, I might be in a situation where I could go with a lower resistance shield. Maybe I'm specifically trying to build like a 3-socket Headhunter's Glory with 15% increased attack speed jewels in it or something. Maybe my equipment that for my chosen build is just not giving me enough resistances, and I plop this on to fix them. Whatever it may be, Kira's Guardian just happens to be just an amazing defensive piece of equipment that you can just keep in your stash and utilize as needed. And I often feel like sometimes I just want to be lazy, and I just want to throw Kira's Guardian on and not have to worry about min-maxing all the stats. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about a tiara which upgrades to a diadem, which changes the graphic. It's kind of silly. As always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a very nice pair of boots, which has had a change in the 2.4 patch because they changed one of the skills that it procs. It is known as Inferno Strides. Now, the Inferno Stride boots are a rather interesting pair of boots because they have the blaze mechanic on them, and we'll go over that later. But before we do that, let's go over the stats on the item. And joining me today is Mr. NiNi. He probably wants to go into my shirt because he likes to hide in there. That's his home. He is his little. It makes me look like I got like a freaking alien in my shirt though, crawling around, doesn't it? So we've got 105 defense on these, and that's pretty high for a level 29 pair of boots. They are only 20 strength requirement, which is relatively low, and we also have a 5% chance to cast level 8 blaze when struck, which is pretty nice. In the past, it wasn't nice, but you'll see in the future it's actually kind of neat. We have a 20% faster run walk on these, which is always nice to have on a pair of boots. We also have 12 to 33 fire damage, which of course just simply adds straight to our damage number there. And as you can see, even if we have no weapon on, we're still getting a little bit of extra damage, and that's nice. This particular pair of boots also has 150% enhanced defense, which does vary from 120 to 150%. And because these are relatively low defense boots anyway, there's really not much of a variable on the damage. So even if you end up with 120% Inferno Strides, it's still like 94 defense, which is still pretty high. We also have a flat defense on these of plus 15, which also increases it. Then we have a plus 10% maximum fire resistance. Now, what this does is this actually increases your maximum fire resistance by 10%. So, as you can see here behind my head, I have 80% maximum fire resistance. And when I put on these boots, you will see I go to 90% maximum fire resistance. The 10% bonus increases our cap to allow us to have a higher percent resistance versus damage. And this is extremely useful if you're going up against a monster which is highly fire. In fact, if you were fighting, for instance, like Diablo loves to spam fire on you, so it might be a good choice for him. We also have a 30% extra percent bonus to fire resistance, which of course is going to help you reach that 90% cap. We have a 70% extra gold for monsters, which is always nice to have because it helps to have more income, which allows you to repair your gear, resurrect your mercenary, whatever's going on. It's always nice to have more gold. And then we also have plus 2 to light radius. Now, these boots have the level 8 blaze when struck, and we have to talk about this. So in the 2.4 patch notes, we have a effect here which says that the damage scaling has been increased by about 60%, so we're going to get more damage. The synergy was changed, which doesn't really help us as a non-sorceress, but it actually does help us as a sorceress class. So if we are a sorceress, we're going to get synergy bonuses to this level 8 blaze, and the damage of it is also going to go up. But the thing that is going to affect everybody is they also added this line that says now also increases the run/walk speed by 2% per level. And it actually works very, very well. A lot better than I think regular run walk speed does. So like if I just had an extra bonus of 1 walk speed on these boots, it wouldn't give me nearly as much as the level 8 blaze is going to. And I've actually tested this on some characters just for fun, and it's kind of dramatic. But at level 8, Blaze gives, 84 to 103 damage per second, and it lasts for 11.6 seconds. So you get a nice little run walk bonus for 11.6 seconds. Now, They said they increased it by 60%, so the damage of Blaze is going to be a little bit higher than that. So if we take the 103, and we actually use a calculator, we can do 103 plus 60%. So instead of 103 per second, it's going to be doing 164 per second. We also have the 2% max run walk per level. So we're going to get 8 times 2, which is, of course, 16. And we're going to get 16% faster run walk for having these boots on. And for some reason or another, the faster run walk that's on Blaze when I tested it on the PTR was actually much more than just 16% faster run walk. Like if I were to have faster run walk charms, it wouldn't do nearly as much as it did on the PTR. I do have a video up of me playing around with that. It's actually me playing around with the Sanic the Hedgehog character, my Sanic the Hooge Hag character. If you look for Sanic the Hooge Hag, you'll find a video of me doing faster run walk tests. Basically, you know, he's as fast can be. But during one of my live streams, I actually went through the process of putting the Blaze effect on the mercenary, or on the character, and I noticed that it increased his run walk speed massively more than faster run walk ever could. So you may find that having the Blaze effect when struck is going to be useful. And let's go play around with the Blaze effect when struck, shall we? So let's go get beat up real quick, and when we get beat up, hopefully this will give you guys an example of what's going on. So we're just going to run around here because it makes it the easiest for us to hit. We lose our block chance. We lose our defense when we're running around. Yeah, let me take off Holy Freeze because it's making it harder for the monsters to hit us. So there you go. Now I have Blaze. And as you can see, Blaze is a fire effect which follows behind us. It could be very useful for a melee character to have this effect to increase their run walk. Unfortunately, I'm in 2.3 right now, not 2.4 PTR. So I don't actually have access to the enhanced version, which creates the run walk bonus. I just wanted to show you guys how the Blaze effect works and whether or not, you might want to use it. I think it's definitely something that is going to be worth exploring when 2.4 comes out, because the Blaze effect is definitely going to make you run faster. And of course, running faster is definitely going to be nice for any character. Especially if you're going for a very interesting build, which is basically max run walk, which allows you to run as fast as humanly possible, so that instead of running, you can walk at a very nice speed. And what this does is it makes it so that your defense does not go away. Because if you notice, when you run, your defense turns to line, which means you no longer have your defense. Your block chance also gets capped at 25%, which is also not a good thing. So if you can make it so that your walk speed is essentially the same as your run speed normally, then you could just simply walk everywhere, and you can gain the very, very nice defense bonus and the very, very nice 75% chance to block while you're moving, which is an interesting thing. And if this allows you to do that, then more power to it. All in all, I do believe that the Inferno Strides are kind of designed around the idea of fire. It's supposed to give you fire damage. It's supposed to increase your resistance to fire. It's supposed to give you faster run walk in the form of the fire. And literally at this point, you're running along, like say you were a superhero and you were running as fast as humanly possible, and you literally are making a fire trail behind you as you run because of how fast you were running. That's kind of the entire idea with Inferno Strides, right? So let's upgrade these one tier, which is going to require a Lem and a Co and a Perfect Diamond. So if we were actually going to use these on a character at end game, we would definitely need to upgrade them, right? So let's go ahead and see what kind of upgrade that would yield. So they're going to go from 105 defense, 20 strength requirement, level 29, to Inferno Stride Wormhide Boots, which is 150 defense, 50 strength requirement, level 52. Not a bad upgrade at all. If you were using these boots and you were using them at end game, especially to play around with the Blaze mechanic, and your character was higher than level 52, I could definitely see doing that upgrade for a little bit of extra defense. That's not bad at all. Let's take a look and see where you could potentially find these if you wanted to, and we'll get an idea. All right, so here we are over on Silo's Pen, and we're going to go to Inferno Strides right here. We're going to look at bosses first, and we're going to have 150% magic find. And it looks like to me on non-quest kills, we've got Andariel at 1 in 543, a nightmare difficulty. That would actually be a fairly easy farm for a low-level character, and definitely doable. I think that might be our best choice there. We also have Diablo and Baal and Mephisto in nightmare difficulty, but honestly, I feel like Andariel is the easiest choice there. It's Act 1. It's Act 1 normal. You don't even have to get anywhere. You know, you've just left normal difficulty. You're in Act 1 nightmare difficulty, and you can just farm Andariel right there. That really seems like your best bet. Let's take a look at super uniques real quick and see if there's any good choices for there. We've got the Cow King in Nightmare, which is not as good because you have to beat Nightmare before you can get to him. We have the Countess in Nightmare. She's fairly good to farm, especially for runes. If you're already farming the Countess for runes, you can have a decent chance at getting a pair of Inferno Strides from her. We also have Treehead Woodfist and Rakanishu, both very good targets for farming. Rakanishu can drop quite a few items, but in Nightmare difficulty, he can't drop some of the really good ones. Bone Ash is also easy to get to, so that's a really easy combination for a low-level character. You could farm Treehead, Rakanishu, and Bone Ash. Those are all really easy to get to in Nightmare difficulty in the Act 1 before you even get anywhere out of that zone. We also have Cold Crow in Nightmare difficulty in the Cave, and Bishy-Bosh. Those are also normal difficulty monsters. And Corpse Fire in the Den of Evil. So a lot of monsters in Act 1 Nightmare difficulty that have very high probabilities of dropping this item that you could very easily farm over and over again. So it looks to me like if you really wanted to get this item early on, you know, specifically like maybe you were a ladder character or something and you just wanted a really nice pair of boots, you could very easily farm Rakanishu, Bone Ash, Treehead Woodfist, Cold Crow, Bone Breaker in the Crypt, Bishy-Bosh. You could kill Andariel, and quite a few very good monsters there in Act 1 Nightmare difficulty that you could very easily farm for these pair of boots. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when they're about a pair of fiery toad boots, such as Inferno Strides. And let me know what you think about using the level 8 Blaze Wind Struck as a run-walk mechanic. Are you interested in using that on your character, or do you think it's just going to be a waste? Have you seen my Sanic the Hedgehog video, though? Because that's the real question. And maybe I'll see if I can find that and link it into the description so you can get an idea of what Blaze can do for your run-walk speed. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I'm working through all the belts today, and today we're going to be taking a look at Thunder God's Vigor War Belt. Now this one in particular has some very nice effects, and I think a lot of people who get their hands on Thunder God's Vigor, even if you're not an Amazon who's rocking it for the plus to skills, they tend to really like the effects on this belt. And we'll go over them together and we'll talk about them. So right off the bat, you can see it has 138 defense, and it actually goes a little bit higher than that, up to 159. Not a huge variance there, but it's interesting. We also obviously have max belt slots on this, and it is a strength requirement of 110. We have a level requirement of 47 on this, which is relatively low, and it's just a fairly nice little belt. We have a 5% chance to cast level 7 Fist of the Heavens when struck. Now, Fist of the Heavens is a paladin skill, and it basically summons down lightning upon your enemies, and it does about 240 to 290 lightning damage when it hits the target. It will also shoot out holy bolts, believe it or not, and those holy bolts will do basically about 75 holy bolt damage to any nearby undead monster. Now, it only shoots out a bolt if there's an undead monster nearby, so keep that in mind. Now, it's not going to be a amazing amount of damage or anything, but it's interesting that it's there. Now, we also have 1 to 50 lightning damage, which is static. We have +3 to lightning fury and +3 to lightning strike. Now, these are two very nice end game, like sort of capstone skills. Lightning fury is an absolutely amazing ability, which shoots out lightning bolts to multiple targets, and depending on the level, does a pretty massive amount of damage. Lightning strike is essentially chain lightning in a bottle. When you attack somebody with it, it shoots out chain lightning and hits 20 or 21 or however many targets this skill allows. Now, when you have plus the skills from an item like this, it actually grants you the skill, despite the fact that you might have absolutely nothing in those particular points. And it allows you to use the ability as if you owned it. And Lightning Fury is actually one of those abilities which is actually so ridiculously powerful that it doesn't really matter. You can actually utilize it with no synergies. This is Hell difficulty, by the way. It is only players 1. But notice how I absolutely shredded Eldritch in Hell difficulty with essentially no points, no synergies in Lightning Fury. This is the absolute ridiculous power of this particular ability, is that you can really shred things. Now, granted, these guys are lightning immune, but let me go over here to Eldritch's little gang, and you will see that just a massive amount of lightning damage can be done in a relatively short time span. It also gives us the Lightning Strike ability, which chain lightnings back and forth between all targets. And let me see if I can actually use that. Now, these guys, unfortunately, are immune to lightning, but here we go. As you can see, this one goes back and forth between all targets and does some nice lightning damage. Of course, these guys are immune to lightning, but that's okay. I just wanted to show you that this belt actually does give you the abilities, and there actually are some pretty nice uses for the fact that it gives you those abilities. As you can see, even with no points in Lightning Fury, I've always felt that Lightning Fury was just kind of a broken ability, and especially kind of demonstrates this because the belt literally gives you Lightning Fury for free, and with no points in the synergies, you can still do relatively well with it, which is pretty hilarious. We also have a bonus of defense to 160 to 200%. So if you're looking for a perfect Thunder God's Vigor, you're going to look for 200% AD on that. We also have 20 to strength, 20 to vitality. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people love this belt, is because not only does it give you 20 strength and 20 vitality, it also gives you some really nice other stats. Like, for instance, 10% bonus to your maximum lightning resistance. So when you have this belt on, you get a nice 10% bonus to your lightning resistance. You notice I go from 75% to 85%, which is really nice. It also gives you a 20 lightning absorption. And what this means is that if somebody hits me for 100 lightning damage, the belt will take 20 of that 100 away. So it will go from 100 to 80. And then once it goes down to 80, it will then take that 20 and it will heal me for 20. So I still have to take the 80 damage, so I have to actually have 81 HP to take the 80 damage. But then once I take the 80 damage, it then heals me for 20, so essentially makes that 100 damage be only 60, which is very, very nice. Lightning Absorb can come in super handy when you're fighting some pretty evil monsters, like, for instance, the Gloams in Worldstone Keep and things like that, as well as Uber Mephisto actually hits surprisingly hard, and the Lightning Absorb can do very well to protect you from that damage. Now, when you take the belt in as a whole, it really has a lot going on. It has really nice defense. It has really nice lightning resistance, increased to cap. It has really nice lightning absorption. It has really nice plus to strength, which will help you put on equipment. It has really nice bonus to vitality, which will help increase your life. And it also gives you a little bit of extra lightning damage in the form of on hit and also when struck. So we've got multiple things going on here. And then on top of that, if you're a Javazon, the +3 Lightning Fury and the +3 Lightning Strike can be very effective. And if you're not a Javazon, if you're just a character like me who has absolutely no points in the Javelin tree, you can still utilize Lightning Fury by having this belt on, which is absolutely amazing. And let me give you one more example of this, because I just think it's funny. I mean, that was Eldritch. Let's go into Crystalline Passage. Why not? And let me whip out my Lightning Fury here. Here's some immune to cold monsters. And as you can see, even in Hell with in Players 1, I could do relatively well murderizing quite a few monsters with Lightning Fury. With no synergies at all. Which honestly, in my book, makes this belt just an absolutely amazing belt. Just absolutely amazing. Now, of course, my girl is using Titan's Revenge, and the reason why she's using Titans is because she's trying to buff up her Valkyrie. This is actually a Valkazon. I actually have no points in the Javelin tree, and I also have no points in the Bow and Crossbow tree. But I still utilize both a bow and a spear. And the reason how I do this is I actually utilize items that have plus to skills on them. So I'm getting Guided Arrow from the Mage Wrath Ward Bow, and I am getting the plus Lightning Fury from the Thunder God's Vigor. And this allows me to utilize both the spear and the bow to my benefit, while my freaking level 48 Valkyrie, once I have her fully buffed up, murderizes everything for me with her massive physical damage. And I do believe that she's actually going to get a buff with Impale, because I'm pretty sure she uses Impale, so she's going to get a nice buff as well. There's really not a lot more to say about Thunder God's Vigor. It just is a very amazing belt. It can be utilized by a vast number of people, not just in Amazon, and it really just comes down to the fact that it gives nice bonuses to stats. It gives a very nice bonus to lightning absorption and maximum lightning resistance, which can make or break specific builds. If you're in the Ubers and Uber Mephisto is absolutely handing you your butt, a little bit of extra max lightning resist and a little bit of lightning absorb can go a long way. Now, where would you find this belt? That is the question, right? So let's take a look on Silo's pen, and let's see where exactly we would go to try and farm this belt. So we've got Thunder God's Vigor. So we're going to pretend we have about 150% Magic Find, and we're going to do Players 1, because I feel like that's the best way to do this. And we're going to go to Bosses first in all difficulty settings. And we're going to ignore the quest kills. Quest kills are no good. So we've got Bale at 1,233, which is not bad in Nightmare difficulty. And Dariel in Hell has a pretty good chance at 1 in 3,012. And we also have Mephisto in Hell, and Diablo in Hell, Bale in Hell. A lot of bosses here have a chance to drop this. Not bad. Let's take a look at the super uniques, though. So for super uniques, it looks like your best chance is the Cow King in Hell difficulty, which is kind of ironic considering he's always lightning immune. That's very interesting. Neelathak in Nightmare has a really good chance, and so does Neelathak in Hell. And the Cow King in Nightmare difficulty has a decent chance at 1 in 13,600. Pindleskin in Nightmare difficulty has a decent chance. That actually might be a good choice, because quite honestly, Pindleskin is very easy to get to, and in Nightmare difficulty, he's very easy to kill. So if you are, struggling for Magic Find or equipment, that could be a very easy kill for you. We also have Thresh Socket in Nightmare difficulty. That's also in that same kind of a zone. Rockanishu in Hell. That is a good choice, because Rockanishu also has a very good chance to drop the Harlequin Quest Shako, both of which would do you very well. But it looks like to me there's a nice little combo here going on. We've got Doc Farron in Nightmare. We've got Thresh Socket in Nightmare. We've got Pindle in Nightmare. These are all around the same area, and you could definitely spend some time killing each one of those in sequence and have a pretty good chance. We also have Rockanishu in Hell difficulty and Treehead Woodfist in Hell difficulty. Both of those are relatively easy to get to and relatively easy to kill. I believe also Bone Ash. There he is, Bone Ash in Hell difficulty. So he's also in the same kind of outfit as Rockanishu and Treehead Woodfist. And you also got Bishy-Bosh there. Bishy-Bosh is also in Hell difficulty in Cold Plains. So you got Cold Plains, Stony Field, Darkwood, and the Cathedral. That's a pretty good combo there, too. You could run Rockanishu, Treehead Woodfist, Bishy-Bosh, and Bone Ash relatively quickly and have a pretty good chance of getting those items. So not bad. I also want to upgrade this. So we're going to upgrade this, and we are going to see what it goes to. Now, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be a good upgrade in any way, shape, or form. Let me say that. Because it's going to go to the Colossus Girdle. And the Colossus Girdle's probably not going to be the best upgrade. It's going to bring a really high strength requirement to the Thunder Gods, and the whole purpose of wearing Thunder Gods a lot of the times is to get that strength bonus. And making the Thunder Gods the highest strength equipment that you've got in your inventory is probably not going to help you out very much. But we're going to test it out anyway. So to do this, we're going to need a Lem rune and we're going to need a Co rune. So here's our Co, here's our Lem, and we're going to need a Perfect Diamond. And we're going to throw this in here and we're going to upgrade this and see what we go to. So we've got 159 defense, 110 strength, level 47, to 192 defense, 185 strength. Ooh, that's massive. And level 74. Now, unless you've got the 185 strength to do this, I probably would say that's a really bad upgrade. Unfortunately, Colossus Girdle just has a lot of strength requirement. Now, if you were specifically a character that just had that much strength natively, you didn't really have to worry about it, I could say go ahead and do it. I could see that. Just the extra defense that you would get from that is certainly not terrible. It's just that the strength requirement goes up so much that it really makes it not really worth the effort for most characters. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today, we're going to be... I got a frog in my throat. Today, we're going to be talking about Nosferatu's Coil, the vampire-fanged belt. Nosferatu's Coil is a relatively interesting belt because it is one of the few belts in the game that has faster attack speed on it. And it shares... I think the only other belt is... Gold wrap. Gold wrap. There you go. I know it was on the tip of my tongue and I couldn't get it out for some reason. But gold wrap is the other belt in the game that has increased attack speed. However, this belt seems to be a little bit better than gold wrap in terms of attack speed. If you're specifically going for an attack speed belt, this seems to be your boy. So let's take a look at this belt together and we'll talk about what it could be useful for, who it could be useful for, why you would want to use it, and why you maybe wouldn't want to use it. So we also have, we have 59 defense on this with level requirement of 51. So not too bad on the level requirement. It is 50 strength requirement, which is also not too bad, especially considering it is an elite belt. This is not upgradable. It has 10% increased attack speed, which, as I said, shares with the gold wrap belt. I don't think there's very many other belts in the game that have 10% increased attack speed on them. I can't think of any right off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's just these two. We also have 7% lifesteal on this, which does vary between 5 to 7%. So if you were going to utilize this as kind of like a best-in-slot kind of piece of equipment, you would probably want to find a 7%. We also have slows target by 10%, which is a very, very nice effect to have. It slows down all targets by 10%. It does stack cumulatively up to a cap of 80%. For instance, if you have a Holy Freeze mercenary, or you're using Holy Freeze, or you have Decrepify on a target, or Clay Golem is hitting the target, or any other person in the group has slowest target by, they will all stack together to cumulatively make everything much slower. So this could be very, very useful on a wide array of characters, just simply because not only is it increasing your attack speed and giving you nice lifesteal, it's also decreasing the attack speed of all the monsters that you're fighting, as long as you're hitting them. We also have 15 bonus strength on this particular item, which is pretty nice to have on any kind of end-level piece of equipment, because that means that you can plunk in more strength, more stat points into your vitality as opposed to your strength, which is certainly not bad. The belt also has +2 to mana after each kill, which can actually come in super handy for a lot of characters. If you're killing monsters on a regular basis and you have problem. You will notice that this kind of belt will make a huge difference in the speed of your kills. So like, for instance, maybe if you're a Javazon who is killing things relatively quickly, but you're burning mana relatively quickly, for every single, cow you kill, for instance, you would get +2 mana back, which would be a relatively nice boon. You also have -3 light radius, which most people don't really care about. Now, this particular item, I believe, actually went through a change back at 1.09. I believe the name was actually changed, if I remember correctly. I can't remember the name right off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to look it up. But I'm pretty sure it was something like something stealth. Yes, Sigurd's Stealth. But if I remember correctly, the stats were the same. They just changed the name. I'm not entirely sure about this. I'd have to look it up. Let's see. I have something here. It says, note this item only spawns in 1.10 or later. If one possesses a Nosferatu's Coil from patch 1.09 and below, once they upgrade it to version 1.10, it will change its name to Sigurd's Stealth. All other characteristics stay the same. The reason for this name change is unknown. Interesting. Now, of course, this item also has the whole vampire thing going on with it. Obviously, Nosferatu is supposed to be a vampire. It's another term for, like Dracula and stuff like that. And we have Dracula's Grasp. We have Nosferatu's Coil. We have Vampire Fang Belt, which is what it's made out of. There are a couple items in the game which have, vampire-ish kind of tones to them. We even have Triangle's Set, which I actually just did a video on, if you're interested in, that is literally turns you into a vampire. So very interesting. I think there was a little bit of a vampire fetish going on in the Blizzard North offices. So who could potentially utilize this belt? And why? Well, a Boson, I think, could get relatively good use out of this. The slows target combined with the lifesteal and the attack speed make very, very good choices, and the strength would allow her to not have to plink so many points into strength for armor and bows and such. This could also work relatively well on a Javazon as well for the same reasons. We also have basically any melee character could get relatively good use out of this belt. If you are a Zeal Paladin, a Vengeance Paladin, if you were a Barbarian who was whirlwinding around, the slowest target by would be very, very nice. Just in general, I feel like this particular kind of belt would be very, very nice. Now, the Whirlwind Barbarian wouldn't get the effect of the increased attack speed, unfortunately. So maybe more of a Frenzy Barbarian. And in the upcoming patch, it looks like increased attack speed is also going to affect Druids. So it might have an effect there. But what they said they were going to do was it was going to use the old calculation and the new calculation together. So if you can't get faster than the old calculation, then the old calculation is still going to be faster. And this will do nothing. I wouldn't use this on a caster class. Maybe if you were specifically a caster class that is going for melee, like a bear sorceress or something, could be interesting. Now, the main issue with this belt is its stiff opposition. We have to go and take a look at its opposition. I feel like that is important. So because this is an endgame belt, let's take a look at the other endgame belts for this particular tier. So if I was a melee or range character, I might be looking at something like Verdungo's, which has 15% damage reduction. Now, it doesn't have the lifesteal or the slowest target or the increased attack speed that the Nosferatu's Coil does, and Verdungo's Hardy Cord is more of a defensive belt than anything. But that 15% damage reduced by is kind of hard to beat. We also have Thunder God's Vigor, which is another war belt, another belt that has relatively nice stats. It has strength, it has vitality, it has lightning absorption, and maximum lightning resistance. And this belt actually comes in extremely handy in a lot of situations. And so this belt ends up being chosen over Nosferatu's Coil. We also have Arachnid's Mesh with his +1 to skills and also has slows target 10%. And this one is a very, very good choice as well. And if you're a sorceress, we even have the Snow Clash Battle Belt, which is absolutely great for specifically a blizzard sorceress or a glacial spike sorceress. And so what you end up looking at here is there are so many other options which may be better than what this belt offers. So do you specifically need the 10% increased attack speed? Do you specifically need the lifesteal? Do you specifically need the slowest target by? And then this is kind of where you have to go with this particular belt on choosing this. Do you need the damage reduced by? In melee characters specifically, usually need a pretty decent amount of damage reduction. And unless you're getting your 50% damage reduction from somewhere else, you're probably going to need to use Verdungos. And that's really what it comes down to is do you need the specific stats on this build over the others? Now, on a ranged character, like a Boson, I could see using this over a Verdungos because you don't really get into melee combat very much, and you don't really need to worry about it so much as a melee character does. And the 10% increased attack speed along with the lifesteal and the slowest target can be very, very handy for a Boson, especially the 15 to strength, which will certainly make it a lot easier to not have to build strength to use your bows. Now, the Thunder Gods does have 20 strength on it, which is very interesting. I mean, it's kind of odd because when you look at the other belts, this belt offers strength, and so does Thunder Gods. This belt offers a 10% slowest target by, and so does Arachnid's Mesh. This belt offers lifesteal, 7% lifesteal, and so does String of Ears, which I don't have on me right this second, but String of Ears is also a lifesteal / damage reduced by belt. It's just kind of like an odd mix of like several different belts. It has the lifesteal from String of Ears. It has the increased attack speed from the Gold Wrap. It has the slowest target by from the Arachnid's Mesh. It has the plus to strength from Thunder God's Vigor. And overall, it makes for a very interesting belt. But are you going to choose it for your particular class? That's the question. Now, if you want to define this particular belt, we can go over to Silo's Pen and we can take a look and see where this particular belt might potentially drop from. So let's hop over there, and we're going to grab the Nosferatu's Coil. All right, and we're going to pretend we have 150% Magic Find. It's going to be Players 1, and we're going to look at bosses. So a very short list of monsters here. As you can see, a lot of these are quest kills. We're going to ignore those, and we're going to go straight to Diablo is our best chance here. Diablo in Hell difficulty with 1 in 1,593. We also have Baal, Mephisto. Both of those have pretty decent chances in Hell as well. And Duriel, which we never farm because he trolls us with Scrolls of Town Portal. Looks like Andariel has a pretty crappy chance at 1 in 22,207. Let's take a look at super uniques, and let's see what kind of super uniques we could potentially farm. So it looks like Neelithak, Radamant, Battlemaid Serena, we're in Temple. We've got Bonebreaker in the Crypt. He's relatively easy to get to. Looking for easy monsters. Most of these are difficult to find, like Ancient Ka the Soulless. He's rather difficult to find. I don't really recommend ever farming him. Eldritch the Rectifier, very easy to find. Shank the Overseer, very easy to find. Doc Farron, very easy to find. Frozenstein, Pendleskin, Thresh Socket, Bone Ash, all these are relatively easy to find monsters. You could very easily take the waypoint and go kill Bone Ash. You could take the waypoint to Act 5, and then you could go kill Doc Farron. Just teleport down, and he's in the middle of the siege zone. And then you teleport up, and you kill the Shank. Shank is obviously at the end of the siege zone. And then right there next to the waypoint is Eldritch the Rectifier, which is another monster right there, super unique. And then further down the way of the zone that Eldritch is in, at the end of Eldritch's zone, is Thresh Socket. And there you have a really nice little like 4 or 5 monster combo. You throw in Pendleskin as well, who is obviously right there in Act 5. And you've got Bone Ash, Pendleskin, Eldritch, Doc Farron, Shank the Overseer, and Thresh Socket. So you have 6 monsters, 6 super uniques that you could kill in quick succession, searching for this particular belt. That's not bad. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and some of these videos are going to be a little odd, especially considering some of the items have rather odd uses. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I've got Mr. NiNi here with me. He's taking a nap in my shirt, so I have a little chest alien. But we're going to be talking about an interesting item that has changed a little bit. Not actually changed, but changed a little bit in the way that it could possibly be used. And that is the Flesh Render Barbed Club. Now, up until recently, the Flesh Render Barb Club was kind of like the laughingstock of the druid community. And the reason why is because it's a really nice club, but it doesn't have the stats that druids actually need for it to be useful to them. It's a relatively slow weapon, and if you know anything about the way that Druid IAS works, is that having a really slow weapon with nice effects doesn't do you any good, because you then, therefore, cannot increase that in any way. Because the weapon itself is what provides the majority of your IAS. Well, recently they added a change into the way that the Druid IAS works, is that now IAS from other sources, like for instance if you were wearing a Treachery, if you were wearing Laying of the Hands gloves, Nosferatu's coil, if you had a High Lord's Wrath on, if you were rocking an increased attack speed helmet, various things like this will actually increase the attack speed of your weapon now, because the Druid is actually going to use two different calculations at this point. He's going to use the old calculation as well, but he's also going to use a new calculation, which is going to put him more in line with how regular characters' IAS works. Which means that for the first time in a very long time, this weapon might actually have a real use. So let's go over this weapon together, and let's talk about what we could possibly use this weapon for. So right off the bat, we have a damage of 74 to 125. It is strength required 30, which is really low. Level requirement of 38, which is actually pretty low. That's a Nightmare level weapon there, so it's definitely going to be useful at the beginning of Nightmare as you are going into Act 1. We have +2 to shapeshifting skills, Druid only, which is static. Very, very nice if you're a shapeshifter Druid. We have +1 to all Druid skills, which is also very nice. So a total of +3 to shapeshifting skills and +1 to everything else. We have 200% enhanced damage, but it has an extremely high variable of 70%. So it goes as low as 130% and as high as 200. So if you do happen to find a 200% ED version of this, that is a perfect flash render. We also have a adds damage of 33 to 50, which is, of course, a nice bonus damage on top of the flat damage that it's giving you. We also have 20% chance of Crushing Blow, which is essentially a 20% chance to deal 25% of the monster's current HP, not their maximum, in damage when it procs, which is pretty amazing. It's only 12.5% for bosses and 10% in PvP, but it's still pretty amazing nonetheless. We also have 20% chance of Deadly Strike, which is absolutely amazing for a Druid because they do not have any form of critical strike native on their character. And this means that using this is going to give you your Deadly Strike, and you can stack it with other Deadly Strike items like High Lord's Wrath or Gore Riders, and you can beef that up even further. So, right off the bat here, we've already got 20% chance of Crushing Blow and 20% Deadly Strike, which is definitely going to be very, very useful for a Druid. Deadly Strike does only work with physical damage, though, so it's not going to help you with things like rabies, fire claws, or anything like that, so keep that in mind. We do have 25% chance of open wounds on this, which is pretty amazing. So we got all three really nice effects on here. Open Wounds is a chance to deal a bleed effect, which is based on your character's level. So at level 38, it's going to be relatively low, but at level 99, it would be relatively high. And it lasts for 8 seconds. And while it is on the target cannot regenerate, which is one of the main reasons people love to use it. So if you are fighting an Uber or something like that, like Uber Diablo or Uber Mephisto or Uber Baal or Pandemonium Diablo, all these have very high regeneration, and having open wounds is a very, very good thing. We also have Prevent Monster Heal on here, which is very, very nice. Prevent Monster Heal prevents monsters from regenerating for 20 minutes. And this actually does stack with Open Wounds, and both of them can be on at the same time. Monsters like Ubers, however, though, do not get affected by Prevent Monster Heal, and that's why you have to have open wounds on your weapon to prevent them from regenerating. But Prevent Monster Heal does work on the majority of monsters in the game, though, which is absolutely amazing. We also have 50% damage to Undead on this because, of course, it is a basic class item. Now, you can find this in a ethereal form, and in the ethereal form, we do have a damage bump to 92 to 161. The strength requirement goes down to 20, and, of course, it's still level 38 requirement. Now, interestingly enough, we would probably want to upgrade this. It's a relatively nice weapon, and honestly, it could be useful on many different characters. If you were having trouble finding a specific weapon for Ubers, if you were just trying to do like a budget Uber run, and that you happen to find this, 20% crushing blow, 20% deadly strike, and 25% open wounds is certainly going to help you with that. Granted, you obviously, if you're like a paladin or something like that, you don't actually get any benefit from the druid skills or the shape-shifting skills. But all the effects on there are definitely going to be very nice for characters who are trying to do an Uber run. I could totally see if I just didn't have anything else, throwing this on my offhand, or sorry, my offhand specifically, so that I could utilize that crushing blow, the open wounds, and the deadly strike all at once. So I would like to upgrade this and see what we end up with when we upgrade it. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and upgrade this to the next tier. So to do that, we're going to need a perfect emerald. We're going to need a pole rune. We're going to need a lum rune. All right, and this is going to upgrade us from the flesh render barbed club of 74 to 125, 30 strength, level 38. To the Flesh Render Tyrant Club, which is 131 to 24, 133 strength requirement, and level 49. Not a huge upgrade in the level requirement there. Honestly, I think that is a just absolutely sexy, solid upgrade for a low-level character. I mean, think about it. If I was a level 38 character, and I wanted, I was a level 38 druid, and I had this weapon, and I could do this upgrade. This would actually be a really solid upgrade for a character. So let's upgrade the ethereal version. Let's check this out, shall we? So the ethereal version is going to go from 92 to 161, 20 strength at 38. To 179 to 311, level 49 with 123 strength. Maybe I just never upgraded these, and maybe it was because, of the whole, druids need the IAS on the weapon kind of thing. But this weapon is absolutely a beast of a weapon. And at level 49, I mean, that is a lot of damage for level 49. 131 to 224 is a massive amount of damage for level 49. And the ethereal version at 179 to 311 could potentially be used, well into hell difficulty. The 20% crushing blow, 20% deadly strike, and 25% open wounds, along with the prevent monster heal, is absolutely amazing. I'm kind of blown away by that level 49 requirement. I've not seen a lot of elite upgrades, because this is an elite upgrade. It doesn't upgrade again. And I've not seen a lot of elite upgrades with such a low level requirement. I feel like that is an absolutely solid druid item. Now, I understand the reason why before it wasn't utilized was because IAS needs to be on the weapon, and the weapon has no IAS. However, now that we're in a position where we could obtain IAS from other sources, like, for instance, as we were talking about earlier, gloves, armor, amulet, helmet, you can even use an IAS shield, honestly. You could potentially beef this up quite considerably to an acceptable level and utilize those effects. And honestly, even as a non-druid, I feel like the upgrade on this is absolutely amazing. I may have to add this into my repertoire for like a Zeal Paladin. or something like that. I mean, I could totally see upgrading a flesh render, a nice perfect flesh render, mind you, 200% enhanced, to the next tier using a Pull, a Lum, and a perfect Emerald. And honestly, I could use that on a Zealer from level 49 all the way up until I get something better. That crushing blow, the deadly strike, and the open wounds, plus the prevent monster heal, is absolutely excellent. And I would even probably burn a socket on this and throw something nice in here. I would probably put a shale rune in there because honestly, making it a little bit faster would certainly be nice. I mean, this is not exactly the right character to show this off on, but we could certainly play around with it. Let's go ahead and grab Fury, shall we? So why not? And I want to show you that it is a slower item, and I currently have no increased attack speed from any sources. So let's show it off as it is right now. This version of the game, 2.3, has not made the change yet. So unfortunately, showing this off here is not really going to do it service. As you can see, in its current iteration, it is a very slow weapon, extremely slow. And that's part of the main issue and the reason why people would not utilize this weapon. And it does create a bit of an issue. But in the next patch in 2.4, I think we're going to see a resurgence of the use of Flesh Render, just simply because you can actually build IAS with it, and you can make it faster. And all the nice effects on Flesh Render and the very easy upgrade on that are definitely pretty sweet. So let's go over really quickly, and let's take a look and see where we could potentially find a Flesh Render. I don't really think it's going to be very difficult to find, but let's take a look anyway. So let's assume we have a 150% magic find. Actually, you know what? Let's that's fine. I guess by the time we reach Nightmare, we should have about 150% magic find. And then let's go to the Flesh Render here, and we're going to look for bosses first. And it looks like we have really good chances here. Bale in normal difficulty has a 1 in 455 chance to drop this. That is a really good chance for a monster that is extremely easy to farm. Considering the fact that in normal difficulty, by the time you've gotten to Nightmare difficulty, you're usually able to kill Bale without issue. We also have Andariel in Nightmare, which is a fairly easy kill as well, and Mephisto in Nightmare. So not bad. A lot of Nightmare monsters here. Bale and Diablo all in Nightmare, all with really good chances. And granted, if you're going to want this item, you're probably going to want it in Nightmare difficulty. Let's take a look at super uniques. So we've got the Cow King in Nightmare difficulty. We've got trying to look for easy monsters. The Countess in Hell, but it's a little late. Beetle Burst in Nightmare, he's a pretty easy one to find. He's always in Far Oasis. He's a little difficult to find sometimes, and sometimes he's literally sitting by the waypoint. It varies. Dark Elder, also always in Lost City. He's usually by the Ancient Tunnels entrance, but not always. Eldritch the Rectifier in Nightmare, that's a pretty easy kill. We also have Shank the Overseer in Nightmare, also a pretty easy kill. Doc Farron, that's a pretty easy kill. Pindleskin in Nightmare, pretty easy kill. All these are very nice. Thresh Socket in Nightmare, pretty easy kill. So you got some pretty nice options there when you get to Act 5. But from what I'm looking at here, if, say, we were just starting out Nightmare difficulty and we really wanted to get our hands on this, it looks to me like Dark Elder and Beetle Burst are your best chances there, because they're lower level. They're in Act 2, so you haven't really gotten very far into Nightmare yet. You've only just killed Andariel, who also has a pretty good chance, and you can farm Beetle Burst and you can farm Dark Elder over and over again. They have a pretty good chance there. That's not bad. So I mean, we're looking at some pretty good options here to get your hands on this early on. It does have a really nice drop chance from a lot of monsters, and I'm really looking at Bale in normal difficulty there. Not because Bale is easy to farm, don't get me wrong, but because he has such a high chance, a 1 in 455, and it's before you get to Nightmare, so you have a very good weapon as you enter Nightmare difficulty, and you could utilize this much better going into Nightmare as opposed to finding it at the end of Nightmare, where it's probably not going to be as useful anymore once you start to get into Hell difficulty. I always liked the way it looked, too. I mean, look at it. It's covered in all these little spikes and barbs and stuff. It's pretty cool. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be taking a look at a pretty popular pair of boots. They are known as Gore Rider, or Gore Riders, as everybody likes to call them. I mean, there are two boots, right? So it's two Gore Rider, which equaled Gore Riders, I think, right? So we have some very nice effects on these, and let's go over them together and we'll talk about them, all right? So right off the bat, you'll see that they have 162 defense. Now, this does vary a little bit from 140 to 162. 162 is the maximum. We also have a strength requirement of 94, which is relatively low considering these are war boots. War boots usually have a much higher strength requirement. We have level 47 requirement on these, which is really low, quite honestly, and makes them a good choice for a lot of characters. Just a lot of characters. Now, we have 30% faster run-walk on these, which makes them very attractive boots. Generally, when you come to boots, you would like to have some kind of run-walk on them. We also have 15% crushing blow, which is amazing, because 15% crushing blow gives us a percent chance, which is 15% chance, to deal 25% in weapon damage, in damage, physical damage, to the monster's current HP pool, not their maximum. So the monster has 100 health, you do 25% of 100, which is 25 damage. If they have 10,000 health, it's 25% of that. If they have 10 million health, it's 25% of that. It is a very, very effective ability. Now, it does do less damage versus certain targets. So in PvP, it only does 10% with melee. In a boss battle, so if you're fighting a monster that is an elite or a boss, it does 12.5% in melee. Ranged has its own calculations, and in ranged attacks, it does half. So it does 12.5% versus regular monsters. It does 6.25% versus bosses, and 5% versus PvP. But it is still extremely effective on ranged characters. Don't let that half crushing blow fool you, because doing 12.5% to a monster's health that has a huge hit point pool is still going to be a pretty massive spike. Now, because crushing blow is a percentage-based damage, it does scale down very badly. So, when a monster's health goes down, for instance, and you're attacking a boss who has 100 health left, crushing blow will apply, but it's only going to do what, like 12 damage, which is not a lot. So you will notice that crushing blow does more damage when the monster is at full health, and as the monster's health decreases to a lower number, it is going to be sort of less and less. It's called diminishing returns. If you're wondering what's in my shirt, it's Mr. NiNi, the Chinchilla. He's the channel mascot. He loves to sleep in my shirt. It's his favorite place. He comes out every now and then to say hi to us, but for the most part, he'll stay in here and he'll just have a good nap while I'm recording videos, which is it's nice to have a little buddy with you while you're doing your work. So we also have Deadly Strike on these, and Deadly Strike is an amazing ability which doubles your physical damage. So it will stack with other abilities that can do the same thing, like Critical Strike, but not like on top of each other. So it doesn't just like stack cumulatively, like 15% plus 15% is 30. It stacks differently. So if you have a 15% chance of Critical Strike and a 15% chance of Deadly Strike, your Critical Strike will roll first, and then your Deadly Strike will roll second. If your Critical Strike fails, Deadly Strike will have a chance to roll, and if your Deadly Strike fails, then you get nothing. But you have two separate rolls, which make for a higher probability than by themselves, which is definitely very nice. So if you're like a barbarian or a sorceress or anything like that, that is a character who's wanting critical strike, like maybe you're an enchant sorceress, maybe you're a barbarian who's running a very high physical damage setup, even berserk, which is a conversion of physical damage into elemental damage, also helps with this. You can also use this on any character that doesn't have deadly strike at all, which would definitely be very nice because those characters have no way of getting critical strike. So druids, sorceresses, necromancers, paladins, those have no deadly strike whatsoever. The characters that do have critical strike innately are the Amazon, the barbarian, and the assassin. So keep that in mind. Then we also have open wounds. So open wounds of a 10% chance, which, all of these are relatively low percent chances, but you have to think you're getting all three of these on one item, which is certainly very awesome. Now, open wounds is a very great ability that causes a weapon damage, a damage based on your character's level. So it scales with you. So at level 47, it's going to be the lowest that it's going to be. And at level 99, it's going to be the highest that's going to be. And the bleed effect that it causes is, like I said, based on your character's level, and it lasts for 8 seconds. It will counter things like monster regeneration. And this is one of the things that people really like to have open wounds for, because certain monsters in the game can regenerate extremely fast. Most notably, Uber Diablo, Uber Mephisto, Uber Vale, and Pandemonium Diablo. All 4 of those have extremely high regeneration, and having an effect like open wounds can be paramount to preventing those monsters from regenerating all their health back in a matter of seconds. We also have 200% enhanced defense, which does vary from 160 to 200%. So if you're looking for a perfect pair of Gore Riders to upgrade, you are looking for a 200% Gore Riders. You can also upgrade it for the kick damage, and we'll talk about that later. We have 20 to maximum stamina on these, which most people really don't care about, and then we have negative 25% requirements, which is actually really nice, because like I said earlier, these boots are the highest strength nightmare boots that you can possibly get, and if you upgrade these, they're going to upgrade into the highest strength requirement hell boots that you can possibly get. And if you're wondering what the original strength requirement is on the war boots, it's 125. And if you were to upgrade these to the highest version, it would be the Myrmidon Greaves. And the Myrmidon Greaves have a strength requirement of 208, which is very prohibitive. But thankfully, because it has those negative 25% requirements on it, we don't have to worry about it too much. Now, the kick damage on these is probably one of the most important things for assassins. So as you can see right now, it has no kick damage written on it. And the reason why it has no kick damage written on it is because to see it, just like with the shields, you have to be on an assassin. So let's go over to an assassin, and we're going to take a look at the kick damage on these boots. Alright, so here we are over on Assassin, and when we take a look at the Gore Riders in their war boot form, you notice that we have a kick damage of 39 to 80. 39 to 80 is decent kick damage, but if you were trying to be specifically a kick assassin, you would probably want higher kick damage than that. Now, there are 2 options for a kick assassin for extremely high damage, and those are the Gore Rider war boots and the Shadow Dancer Myrmidon Greaves, because they're already high level. Now, Shadow Dancer Myrmidon Greaves have their own specific purpose, and if you'd like to see a video on those, I actually already have it up. And I actually do comparisons to the Gore Riders in that video. But in this video, we're going to be looking at the Gore Rider War Boots. Now, to upgrade these, you're going to need a Lem and a Co and a Perfect Diamond, which is actually a fairly solid upgrade, and I think a lot of people actually do this upgrade on a regular basis, because not only are Gore Riders relatively good boots, they have nice high defense, the kick damage goes up very nicely, and honestly, they make their way into a lot of builds. So let's take a look at what the Gore Riders will look like when you upgrade them. And I actually already have these upgraded, so no need to go through the process of doing the upgrade. We have a pair right here. which is the Gore Rider Myrmidon Greaves. So the Gore Rider Myrmidon Greaves are 213 defense. So let's read off the stats real quick before we go forward. So 162 defense, 39 to 80 kick damage, 94 strength requirement, level 47, 83 to 149 kick damage, pretty massive bonus there. 213 defense, which is a pretty nice little bump, especially considering that gets multiplied by a lot of skills like Holy Shield, Shiver Armor, Shouts, Iron Skin, etc. Bear. We also get 156 strength requirement, which is not bad. That's actually the same strength requirement as a Monarch Shield, right? And then we have 72 level requirements. So the level requirement did go up quite a bit, and honestly, I think this is probably one of the most solid upgrades in the game. Because if you are a kick assassin, that kick damage is absolutely paramount to getting the massive amount of damage that you would like to get. I mean, you're talking about a massive bump from 39 to 80 to 83 to 149. Literally, your top end on the war boots is only 80, and the bottom end on the Myrmidon Greaves is 83. You're literally 3 points higher than the top end on the war boots, and quite higher on the top end there. So 149 over 80. So very, very, very nice upgrade there for kick assassins. Now, like I said, there is another option if you're looking for Myrmidon Greaves. You can go with Shadow Dancers, but I do feel like Gore Riders make a very persuasive argument because you get the Crushing Blow, the Deadly Strike, and the chance to open wounds. And if you are specifically a kick assassin, I do believe that the Deadly Strike actually doesn't work on kicks, very similarly to the way the Deadly Strike does not work on Vengeance. But you do get the Crushing Blow and the chance of open wounds. I believe some people have actually said that they specifically like to use both of them in different circumstances. If I remember correctly, according to the comments on the video, one of the main uses people said for the Shadow Dancers, I believe, was that they were using them for PvP. And let me go double check real quick. Why not? We'll read off some comments that you guys made. I feel like that could be a fun thing to do, right? So here we go. We got a comment by SadP90. If you already have good bleed / crushing blow, Shadow Dancers is the better choice. What else do we got here? A comment by Pharisius. Deadly Strike does not work for kicks, which is what I said, so it's a wasted stat. Kicks in usually hit 5 kicks per attack, so you don't need much open wounds, a chance to proc. So again, it's possibly a wasted stat. If you have any other source of open wounds already, the only really useful stat is Crushing Blow and Faster Run Walk, and if you don't care so much about the walk speed, then double-upped Goblin Toes might actually be a better choice, 25% Crushing Blow versus 15. Depending on the rest of your gear, you might already have 100% CB or close to it, so it might not be such a great stat. Shadow Dancers seem more like a defensive option, more dex for block, shadow skills, hit recovery, possibly a better choice for hardcore. So very interesting. There's a lot of nice comments here on the... Another one by Tatsumi is Gore Rider is the better option for a pure kicker. Shadow Dancers is more for hybrid / whirlwind. So we got a lot of different varying things. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Which ones do you prefer? Do you prefer Gore Riders for your kicks in, or do you prefer Shadow Dancers for your kicks in? Or like Pharisius said, are you using two times upped Goblin Toes for your kicks in? They're all very interesting options. The negative 25% requirements on these definitely do make it easier to equip, but if I remember correctly, the Shadow Dancers also have negative requirements on them, which also helps in that department. So let's see where we can find ourselves a pair of Gore Riders, shall we? I always like to end my videos with this, so let's go over to Silo's Pen, and we're going to take a look on Silo's Pen, and we're going to look and see where you could possibly locate yourself a pair of Gore Riders. So Gore Riders, we're going to pretend we have 150% Magic Find. Of course, you could put in your exact number. We have Players 1. We're going to go to Bosses. Of course, we're going to sort by probability here, and we're going to look at Bale and Nightmare. Looks like Bale and Nightmare is your best chance at 1 in 1,233. Of course, Bale is relatively hard to farm, but if you were killing him for EXP anyway, you could certainly do that one. We also have Andariel in Hell, which is seems like a fairly nice choice, as well as Mephisto in Hell and Diablo in Hell. So all the act bosses have a pretty good chance of dropping this. I notice also Diablo in Nightmare is a pretty good chance. That may be a good choice. 1 in 1,593 certainly is not a bad chance. And Diablo in Nightmare is certainly easier to kill than Diablo in Hell or Bale in Nightmare. I feel like Diablo in Nightmare difficulty is a very easy kill. Generally because by the time you've completed Nightmare, you're kind of going backwards, and your resistances are usually fine. You've got your scrolls, and your character's really well rounded. You're kind of moving on toward a sort of a hell difficulty specification, so not bad there. Let's take a look at super uniques. And we've got the Cow King in Hell difficulty. Has a really nice chance at 1 in 3,737. Not bad. And Mr. NiNi has decided to come out to visit. Oh, no, never mind. He saw his own shadow and returned. Wait, he's not a groundhog. Neelathak in Nightmare, Neelathak in Hell Summoner. These are not really good choices. The Countess in Hell has a pretty nice chance at 1 in 11,880. It's not terrible. Nightmare Cow King is 1 in 13,000. Pindleskin in Nightmare is 1 in 14,000. That may be a good choice there. Despite the fact that he has a very poor chance, you can obviously farm him repeatedly, and you could just simply do that over and over again until you manage to get your item. I'm also noticing a really nice combination here. Bishibosh in Hell, Rakanishu in Hell, Treehead Woodfish in Hell, and Bone Ash in Hell difficulty. These are actually really good, really easy to farm monsters. That also drop other really nice items. Like, for instance, Rakanishu is really high on the list for dropping a Harlequin Crest Shaka. So if you're hunting for multiple items at the same time, perhaps if you're not strong enough to farm in Hell difficulty yet, but you can at least do Act 1 Hell, Rakanishu, Treehead Woodfist, and Bone Ash seem like pretty solid choices for a low-level Hell difficulty magic find run. Rakanishu's not really that difficult to kill. Treehead Woodfist isn't that difficult to kill, and neither is Bone Ash, to be honest. Although sometimes there are some elite spawns around Bone Ash, which makes him a little bit difficult to get to, but usually killing him isn't that big of a deal. So all in all, it seems like you could probably get these fairly easily in Nightmare difficulty, which is probably where you would want them, because at level 47, when you can put them on, that is certainly around Nightmare level, because usually by the time you get to around level 30, level 40, you're moving on to Nightmare, and by the time you get to like around level 55, 65, you're moving on to Hell difficulty. In fact, I even have my my little lists here. Let me pull these up real quick. So these are the zones, so leveling by zones. Basically what this is an oversimplification. I would never tell you that this is exactly how it is, and that you have to follow this list. But what this is this is a generalization, an oversimplification of where the EXP starts to drop off in certain areas. And I've used this many times in many different videos, but essentially at level 47, as you can see, you're in Act 2 Nightmare. So you would definitely want to have these before you got to Hell difficulty, and once you've completed Hell difficulty, Nightmare difficulty, you're sitting at around 53, 62. So you shouldn't have any problem going into Nightmare difficulty and killing some of these bosses, like for instance Pindleskin or Nightmare Cow King. It could be very good choices, for you to try and get your hands on these boots. You might get lucky. You might get them from Nightmare Diablo or Nightmare Bale on your way leveling up, which would be nice. Anyway, I don't think there's much more to talk about with these boots. Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, and Open Wounds I've explained to death. I even have individual videos on all these things if you're interested. And I've already gone on for 18 minutes on Gore Riders, but they are really pretty amazing boots, and I think a lot of people work Gore Riders into their builds, so maybe they did deserve 18 minutes. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at an amulet, a very fiery, very bright amulet of the rising sun. This particular amulet gives you some very interesting effects, most notably the massive fire absorption, and we'll go over that later. But it is a level 65 amulet, and it does have a 2% chance to cast level 20 meteor when struck, which is pretty darn high. I do believe it varies from level 13 to 20. I want to say it's level 13 to 20. It might even be 13 to 19. I don't remember it being level 20, but it's only one level difference. Let's go to 19 though, because I feel like 19 is probably the exact level that it supposedly is. So at level 19, we're looking at 869 fire damage to 930 fire damage, with a fire damage per second of 243 to 267. We also have the fact that the synergies will affect this. So if we are actually rocking Meteor, we get a 5% damage bonus per level from the two skills Firebolt and Fireball. And if we're building Meteor specifically, it could have a very interesting effect as far as dealing more damage than it was intended. So we've got 5 and 5, so we've got 10 times 20, which is of course 200, and then we can take the fire damage on here, which is 869. Let's do an average of 900, it looks like. So 900 plus 200% is a total of 2,700 meteor damage from this particular amulet if you're rocking meteor already, which is certainly a nice little bonus for when you get struck. You just get a free meteor. We also get +2 fire skills on this, which I feel like it would have been a lot better if they had rocked with +3 fire skills instead, because most fire characters are looking for those three fire skill amulets with other effects. We also get 24 to 48 fire damage, which doesn't really help out most melee, sort of caster characters, but it would help out a melee character. We also get replenished life +10, which is static. And then we get a massive fire absorption of 0 to 74 fire absorb from level 1 to all the way to level 99. It is 0.75 per character level. So at level 99, you're rocking 74, and at level 1, you're rocking nothing. You can't put this on at level 1, obviously. The lowest that you could ever possibly have on this, because it is a level 65 amulet, is 65 times 0.75, which is going to give you 48.75 fire absorption. Fire absorption is pretty amazing, because how it works is if an attack comes in, for instance, that is 100 fire damage, and you have 74 fire absorb, it is going to eat 74 of that damage and is going to leave basically 26 damage left. You're going to take 26 fire damage to your HP, and then it is going to heal you for another 74, which means you're going to get a net gain from the fire damage that you take. This amulet actually works surprisingly well to counter Hydras. So if you want to farm the Council in Hell difficulty on a regular basis, you can practically just stand there and the Hydras will hit you, and they will even heal you depending on how much damage they're doing, what your resistances are, and other factors like that. And it's just a massive amount of absorption. You can even pair it with things like Dwarf Star Ring, the Warmouth Gauntlets, trying to remember the other fire absorb items. There's a couple of them, but you can pair it with a couple other rings and amulets and things like that to give yourself more fire absorption. And honestly, I think that's what this amulet is really for, is to make you pretty much immune to fire. Absolutely a great amulet for farming the council with. And the fire skills, of course, can be useful to multiple characters. You could utilize the fire skills on a fire druid, a fire sorceress. You could also utilize them on other characters that have fire skills. Anything that is considered a fire skill will get a bonus to this. Corpse explosion will get a bonus to this. Fire golem, even vengeance on the paladin and holy fire will get a bonus from this. So maybe if you were a holy fire paladin, that would be kind of an interesting choice. Ooh, salt in the wound, huh? It's been a little bit too soon since they nerfed the crap out of the Holy Fire Paladin. My bad. Now, this particular amulet doesn't have amazing uses on non-fire characters, and that's unfortunate. And I really wish it did have +3 to fire skills, but it doesn't. Let's take a look and see where we could potentially find this amulet from, and we'll get an idea of where we could farm. So we got the Rising Sun Amulet here, and we're going to look at bosses first, and we're going to look at players 1 with an MF of 150%. And we're going to sort by probability, and it looks like we have here Baal in Nightmare difficulty and Baal in Hell. Both have the highest chance. We also have Diablo in Hell and Mephisto in Hell. So interesting there, and then it just kind of gets progressively worse from that point on. We also have Super Uniques. Let's take a look at Super Uniques. And pretty terrible probabilities on these super uniques. But it looks to me like the Cow King in Hell might be your best choice, or Hephaestus the Armorer. The Countess also has a decent chance if you're farming the Countess specifically, although she's not very easy to get to. Radamant is also not very easy to get to. Neelathak is actually kind of easy to get to, although he's a little bit of a pain in the butt to kill. And the Summoner is a pain in the butt to get to. All these guys are a pain in the butt to get to. I mean, it does look like Thresh Socket has a 144,000 chance. That's awful. That is absolutely awful. I do know that amulets and rings and stuff like that tend to be relatively hard to find. And it's not necessarily because they don't drop very often. I mean, amulets and rings drop all the time. The problem is that there's so many different amulets and rings that you can potentially find. When a unique amulet drops, what unique amulet is it? Is it a High Lord's? Is it a Nozakan relic? Is it God bless it, I can't remember the names all of a sudden. Is it a High Lord's Wrath? Is it a what is it going to be specifically? That's the question. And a lot of the times it ends up being a crappy amulet that you don't want. And that's kind of where we end up with the Rising Sun amulet, is that it doesn't necessarily matter that a unique amulet drops, because there's no guarantee that it's going to be this particular amulet. And you might not want this particular amulet. Maybe you want a High Lord's Wrath. Maybe you want a Mara's Kaleidoscope. And this is the amulet that you end up with. I mean, as far as fire absorption goes, it certainly is an amazing one. And I wouldn't shake my head at having one of these in my stash, specifically for situations where you're in trouble. I actually utilized one of these myself during an Uber run where I was completely and utterly surrounded by Diablo's minions, the Pit Lords. And they were literally just infernoing me to death. I was literally getting hit by like 30 or 40 different infernos from multiple angles, and I was stuck in the middle. I couldn't get out, and I was just trying to finish off Diablo, and I was slowly and surely dying, and I was like, you know what, let me throw on a Rising Sun amulet, and I did, and believe it or not, it saved my life in that particular situation. So absolutely amazing. And of course, it does matter if you have crappy resistances. So if you're going to utilize fire absorption, you need good resistances to go along with it, so keep that in mind. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's at the butt crack of dawn in the morning and the sun is rising. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of upgraded sets. Although this is an episode of upgraded sets where we're not going to be able to upgrade the items because they are both already elite and there's only 2 of them. So this is the set known as Bulkathos Children. Bulkathos Children is a 2-piece set. It involves 1 mythical sword and 1 Colossus blade. And as you can see, just a very pretty pretty blade. In fact, I've always rather liked this. Let me see if I can get this just right so I can really show you the, there you go, the shininess of the blade. Look at how beautiful that is. Just freaking awesome. Now, Bullcatho's Children, even though we can't upgrade it, it already has been upgraded. So to start this off, let's take a look at the original version, and we'll say hello to my original self. So this is my original video of the Bullcatho's Children, and right here I kind of just very briefly go over the set bonuses. So this is the original set bonus. The M stats there. Of course, that's going to help you out a lot versus undead and demons. Plus 20 to fire damage and 25 to defense. And that's really kind of all they changed. So the plus 2 to skills was always there. The 200 to attack rating was always there. The 200% damage to demons was always there. The 200% damage to undead was always there. The 20 to fire damage and the 25 defense is what they changed. And they also added some other things as well. And we're going to go over those together. So let's take a look at the set that we have now. And let's see what it looks like at this point. So, Bullcatho's Sacred Charge Colossus Blade is 75 to 195 one-handed damage, 174 to 345 two-handed damage, which of course doesn't matter, because if you're using it in the set, you're not going to use it two-handed. It is a very fast attack speed weapon because it does have 20% increased attack speed on it, as well as it has a dex requirement of 110, which is relatively high, and a strength requirement of 189, which is really high. The level requirement on this is only level 63, which is relatively low. We have 20% increased attack speed, 200% enhanced damage. All these stats are static, by the way. They do not change. 35% chance of crushing blow, which is the chance to deal a huge amount of damage to the monster's current HP. So it is 25% of the monster's current HP if they are a regular monster. It is 12.5% versus bosses, and it is only 10% versus the PvP player, so when you're fighting another player. This weapon also has knockback on it, which is one of the big downsides of this particular weapon. In general, Bullcatho's Sacred Charge has always been a weapon I think people have wanted to utilize, but couldn't really do so because of the knockback effect. If you're using an ability that has knockback on it, it's usually not bad. But if you are using an ability that does not have knockback on it, knocking the monster away from you can often interrupt your DPS. And this can be an issue because if you're trying to do as much damage as possible and you're knocking the monster away from you, you have to spend that extra time to chase them down, and this in turn causes your DPS to go down. Recently, in a test of DPS versus DPS, they put an Act 2 mercenary up against an Act 5 mercenary, both decked out in all the equipment that they could get, and I pointed out, rightly so, that the Act 5 mercenary was never going to win that DPS contest, even if they were exactly equal in DPS, because the Barbarian mercenary is constantly knocking people away from him with the bash ability. And this creates a situation where the merc has to chase things down. That extra bit of time where he has to chase them down loses him DPS, and in turn also makes him slower than the Act 2 merc. It really depends on whether you want to have knockback on your merc or not. If I was a sorceress, knockback on my merc might be a good idea. If I was a melee character, not so much. We also have all resistances 20 on this sword, which is definitely nice considering we have to give up a shield slot for this. It can be socketed, of course. Both weapons can. And the other weapon, Bullcatho's Tribal Guardian, is a mythical sword. This one is 120 to 150 one-handed damage, very fast attack speed, 124 dexterity, 147 strength requirement, level 66. It has 20% increased attack speed also, and that is in part why it is a very fast attack speed weapon. 200% enhanced damage, 50 to poison damage over 2 seconds, which is absolutely negligible. 20 to strength, which is of course nice because the 147 strength on the mythical sword is rather low compared to the 189 on the Colossus blade, which allows you to boost your strength from 147 all the way up to 47, 57, 67. And that means you only need 77, 87, It's 88, 89. So basically only about, 22 extra strength points to reach the Bolt Cathos Sacred Charge, because you do get that nice 20 strength bonus on the sword. It also gives you fire resistance 50%, which is a pretty big boost to fire damage. Fire resistance, sorry. And I think all in all, this sword right here can actually be utilized by a lot of people, even just by itself. It's relatively fast. It does relatively nice damage at a decent level. And if you don't have anything better, this sword can certainly fill the slot. And it is quite sexy to boot. I really do like the color of these blades. And I don't really quite know why. But they really are quite pretty. It's a fetching color. Now, the complete bonus is +2 to all skills, 200 attack rating, 200% damage to demons, and 200% damage to undead. Now, that was what was on the item before. Now, in the patch notes, they added in 10% life stolen per hit, which is definitely very nice. And I will assume that 10% life stolen per hit applies to both the swords together. Which is definitely probably a very good thing. So that means you technically have 10% lifesteal on both swords. The 20% deadly strike also, I'm assuming, applies to both swords. So definitely very nice there. And that, of course, is going to stack with your critical hit. So if you have your skills leveled up and you are rocking, your max sword mastery, you're going to have 30% critical strike. And that 30% critical strike is going to stack with the 20% deadly strike. So it doesn't stack like directly, so you don't just go to 50%. What it does is that your 30% critical strike will roll first, and if it fails, then your deadly strike will roll. And they can both fail, but they can't both succeed. So if critical strike succeeds, deadly strike will not roll. If deadly strike succeeds, then critical strike will not succeed. It's just how it works. It does increase the percent chance, though, that at least one of them will succeed by having both of them. We also have 200 defense. Pretty decent amount of defense. It will get multiplied quite nicely by the shouts. So, as you can see here, we have 11,561, and the 200 defense that we get from this is multiplied out quite nicely and pretty much equals about, 1,600 defense in the long term, because as soon as your shouts multiply that out, you end up with a lot more. Of course, there are other things that could multiply that defense, like if you were using a fortitude, you would get another multiplication from the fortitude's chilling armor, and it's a very interesting little bonus to add on there, especially considering the original was only 25. So they added 175 more defense. They also added more fire damage as well. So we originally had 20 fire damage, and they bumped it up to 200. So they added 180 more fire damage. 180 more fire damage, 175 more defense. Then, just to really top it off, they added 10% lifesteal, which is definitely going to apply to both weapons. And then they added 20% deadly strike, which will also apply to both weapons. So the buffs that they gave to this are actually kind of substantial. Deadly strike is not a small buff by any means. It's double damage. So any physical damage that you do ends up getting doubled. And barbarians have a lot of abilities that will actually convert physical damage into other abilities, and deadly strike does work with them because of the way that they're calculated. I remember researching this a while back. And then lifesteal, of course, also. The weapons never had lifesteal on them. So if you wanted lifesteal, you had to get it from another source. But the interesting thing here is that you no longer need to, because they've given you 10% lifesteal on the swords. And technically both swords should have 10% lifesteal. So let's take these weapons out real quick and let's go play with them. Let's go kill Eldritch, shall we? Spin to win, barbarians, boys. Spin to win. I must spin to win, barbarian. I must spin to win. barbarian. I'm gonna spin to win. I'm gonna win to spin. I'm gonna spin and a spin and a win to spin. Barbarian. It's barbarian. Oh, hello, Viper Slime the Unholy. So as you can see here, there are certain situations where it kind of makes the whirlwind worse. So the knockback effect on the weapon causes him to get knocked out of my whirlwind, and he takes less damage. And I don't like that. I don't like him taking less damage. I want him to take more damage. What did I just find? What is that? That's the, what, Hades? Yeah, Black Hades armor. I already did a video on that. Look at me finding random uniques. Now, the important thing to note about knockback is that it doesn't work on bosses. So, if you're fighting a monster that is considered a boss, like Shank or Eldritch or Diablo or Bale or anything like that, any monster that is not like a piece of garbage, basically, like human flotsam, you can't actually knock those back. So there's a lot of things that you can't do to like elite monsters. So it's actually not bad. Look at that. Look at their red now because I got enchanted. Look at my shiny blades. Look at my shiny. Look at them. All in all, Bullcathos is one of those odd sets. The sword obviously can't be used by anybody unless you're willing to use it in the two-handed configuration. Not a lot of characters even will utilize two-handed weapons. The one-handed sword can be utilized by just about anybody who would like a one-handed weapon, and it's not exactly a terrible weapon. But since there is only two pieces in the set, and you have to put them together to get the bonuses, that makes it uniquely a barbarian set, especially since one of the two items is a two-handed sword that can only be wielded in one hand by a barbarian. All in all, I'm not sure if they did enough to make this set viable. I feel like the last thing that they really need to do is remove that knockback. I feel like if they remove that knockback, this set would be something that people would look forward to putting on a barbarian until they manage to get something better, that is. I have no illusions that the Bullcathos is considered a endgame set, but it is certainly closer to an endgame set than it's ever been before. The addition of the 10% lifesteal and the 20% deadly strike has certainly brought it up a notch, and the bonus fire damage and defense is certainly not bad either, especially considering, you know, like I said earlier, you got to give up a shield. So they gave you some defense for giving up your shield. They give you some resistances for giving up your shield, and also 10% lifesteal is actually pretty sweet. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's about a two-piece set. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we have another request. This one is Mang Song's Lesson. Mang Song's Lesson is pretty rare, and also has quite a large number of variables on it, which I never really liked. Quite honestly, I never really felt like Mang Song's Lesson was deserved. I want to say deserved. Never really deserved having such high variables on it, considering the fact that it is exceedingly rare. And we will go over where you can try and find this item, but honestly, it has like next to no chance of dropping. So good luck. Those of you who are on a holy grail for this item, well, stay tuned, because I will go over all the probabilities on this at the end. So right off the bat, let's look at the damage. So it's 83 to 99 damage, which is obviously not very good. It is a Archon staff, which means it already is maximum out, so it's not going to get any better damage than it is right now. We do have a 34 strength requirement on this, which is just nothing, honestly. We have 82 level requirement on this, so it is very much an end game item above all else, and it is something that I think you need to consider when you think about even trying to use this item, is that you're not going to be able to use this item until the very end of the game. We also have a normal cat attack speed on this thing. It is actually relatively slow depending on your character. We have +5 to all skills. Now, this +5 to all skills is static, thankfully. Thank God. Because if it wasn't static, I mean, that would just be awful. I mean, a lot of these items, these unique items, were absolutely killed by their variables. And thankfully, this one does not have a variable on its plus to skills. We also have 30% faster cast rate, which honestly, in light of recent rune words and things like that, it's really not enough. If you compare this, for instance, to one of the newer rune words, which is Obsession. I don't have the real Obsession here, but I do have my fake Obsession that I created. It has 65% faster cast, along with +4 to all skills, 60% faster hit recovery, and so forth and so on. I actually kind of see the new Obsession rune word as sort of like the replacement Mangsong's Lesson, in that it offers you just about everything that you would need in a staff, and it does so with the same massive amount of plus to skills. However, the +5 to skills on Mangsong's Lesson is pretty amazing because it really does combat against things like, for instance, +3 Hoto and +2 Spirit Shield, which is +5, right? So you can still get your +5, and well, unfortunately, you don't get the rest. I was going to say have your cake and eat it too, but you don't get your cake. You don't get to eat it too, you just get to have your cake. You just get to look at it. It's a pretty cake. But you don't get to touch it. You're not allowed to cut it. You can't touch it. Can't put a forkful in your mouth. The 30% faster cast rate is nice, but unfortunately it's not enough to combat the 35% on Spirit, which is pretty massive, and you can stack 2 of those. So, of course, you can end up with 70% with 2 Spirits. Hodo, I believe, has 40% faster cast, if I remember correctly. So, you know, it's not enough. I feel like this might have been created around the time before Spirits, but like slightly after, Lord of Destruction, where they thought this would have been good, but then they didn't really balance it out properly with the rune words. It could use some touch-up. It is an ultra-rare item that is very ridiculously hard to come by, and it really just could use a little bit of extra help. We also have a 15% enemy lightning resistance, which varies from 7 to 15%. We have a 15% enemy cold resistance, which varies 15 to 7 to 15%. And we have a 15% enemy fire resistance, which varies 7 to 15%. So we've got lightning, fire, and cold negative resistance on this of 15% each, but they all vary. And I don't really know why they did this, because the staff is so ridiculously rare already that when you do finally find one, like finding a terrible one that has like 7% negative resistance, it's just a smack in the face. And don't get me wrong, negative resistance is extremely effective. And I have no doubt this staff would be extremely effective in the right hands. But it's not effective enough to overcome the lack of casting speed, the lack of faster hit recovery, the lack of any real other amazing effects on the staff. I mean, it seems to be very specifically, as you pointed out, a sorceress, although you could potentially use this on a on a fire skills druid, maybe like a fire elemental druid, or maybe a fire claw druid or something. I don't know. Could be kind of funny. I mean, it would work. It also has regenerate mana 10%, which is not really a lot, considering that it's a level 82 item. And then we also have 50% damage to undead. This item also was ladder only back in the day, and it just really kind of strikes me as a very odd item. I don't understand what the developers were thinking when they created this item. I mean, at the time that they created this item, there were, at the very least, better items than this one. There was negative enemy lightning resistance, there was negative enemy fire, and negative enemy cold resistance that you could obtain from other sources. It just, and not only that, but negative enemy cold resistance is terrible. Because the mastery works by reducing enemies' cold resistance, the negative enemy cold resistance on the staff is worthless. It should have been plus cold skill damage instead, because they flipped it around. Obviously, the fire mastery and the lightning mastery are the plus skill damage, and so having enemy lightning resistance on this is very nice, but having negative cold resistance on it is not nice. And I feel like it was just a miss. It was an extremely big miss in the Diablo community. They failed to account for the fact that people would rather use a sword and a shield, or a wand and a shield, or a scepter and a shield, or an orb and a shield, or whatever it may be. But the sword and shield combo, the sword and board combo, was definitely a very superior choice. And then on top of that, even if you did want to use the Magsong's lesson, it was so incredibly rare, and the variables were so incredibly bad that you could often find one in such a poor state that it wouldn't even be worth it using anyway. If I found a 7% enemy lightning resistance Magsong's lesson, and I was actually kind of excited to try it out on my lightning sorceress, I'd be kind of disheartened by the fact that it spawned with 7% enemy lightning resistance. All in all, if they wanted to fix this item, I feel like what they would have to do is they would have to bump up the faster cast rate to be competitive with other items. It would need to be somewhere at least close to dual spirits, which is 70%. So they would have to bump it up to at least 60% faster cast. The negative enemy cold resistance really needs to be converted to plus cold skill damage. The variances on the enemy lightning resistance need to be taken away. It's too rare of an item to find in a crappy condition. And I really mean this, because I've literally seen other YouTubers do holy grails on Magsong's lesson and literally hunt for it for months and months and never find the thing. And when they finally do, it spawns with terrible, terrible, terrible numbers on the lightning resistance and the fire and the cold resistance, which is just awful. The regenerate mana also needs to be bumped up, in my opinion. It's just not enough. The regenerate mana is so low at 10%, it's almost laughable. At level 82, you need a lot more than 10% regenerate mana. You're burning skills that cost, as much as 46 mana apiece, and 10% is just a laughably low number. All in all, I feel like Magsong's lesson was one of those staffs that maybe they put together and they originally thought it was going to be so broken OP and people were going to love it and they were going to be hunting for it specifically and make entire builds around it. But what ended up happening was it wasn't good enough to overcome the sword and board. And it was too rare to find in good condition. So most people just wouldn't bother. If you do ever actually happen to find a Magsong's lesson and it's in good condition, it might be fun to make a character around, but I don't feel like it's ever going to be best in slot. Let's see where we can find this, shall we? So this is going to be an interesting one because I don't feel like we're going to have very many choices here on where this could potentially be found. I feel like we're going to look at this list and it's just going to be an absolutely terrible list of nothingness. So Magsong's lesson. And I'm going to be conservative here. I'm not conservative. I'm going to be kind of outlandish here. So normally I would say 150 magic find because most people when they're searching for things they're relatively low and they don't have their characters built right. But I'm going to say we're a 500% magic finder that is really working hard at this. And we've got we're even trying to find this in players 8, so we are doing the absolute heckin' best that we can to try and locate this particular item. And it looks like here we have Frozenstein in Hell. Frozen River has a 58,280 chance. Pindleskin has a 58,280 chance. Snapchip Chatter has a 58,280 chance. We're looking at some really terrible numbers here. Neelathak in Hell and Halls of Vaught has a 22,000 Sorry, 225,875 chance. Absolutely awful. And Akmel the Cursed, Bartek the Bloody, Kalenzo the Annihilator, List the Tormentor, and Ventar the Unholy all have really terrible chances. If we go to the bosses, you notice our boss list is really tiny. It's literally just Bale and Neilthak, and we already talked about Neilthak. So if you kill Bale over and over again in Worldstone Chamber, you have a 1 in 34,659 chance to get this item. Just an absolutely tiny subset of monsters and an absolutely horrible chance. And then we can go to regular monsters, and we can hit find, and you notice there's no results. We can go to champions. Now, champions might have a chance. Or sorry, uniques. Uniques will have a chance. So the list of uniques is relatively long, but basically all this really comes down to is you need to be in a level 85 zone. So Worldstone Keep, Underground Passage level 2, Throne of Destruction, Chaos Sanctuary, Sewers level 2. It needs to be an elite from a relatively high level zone, because basically how it works is each monster in the game gets a bonus level if they're elite. So if they are a unique monster, they get a plus, I believe it's plus 2 levels over whatever their normal level is. So if you go to an 85 level zone, all monsters are level 85, and then elites are plus 2, which is 87. So it's only going to drop from the elites. It also drops from their minions, by the way. So the elites and their minions. Let's check champions real quick, too. And it looks like it will drop from champions as well. So you're looking for elites and champions in those zones. And like I said, it will also drop from minions of those same high-level monsters, but with very terrible percent chances. I mean, if you look here, we've got a 1 in 115,977 probability, which is just god-awful. And you start to understand why Mang Song's Lesson is so incredibly rare, just simply because it drops from next to nobody. And that's with 500% Magic Find and Player's 8, by the way. If you were a like 150 Magic Find player who was playing in Player's 1, by the way, your percent chance would go way down. And instead of that nice one on Bale, we've got 1 in 58,602 now. I think that's enough on Mang Song's Lesson. There's really not a lot much to talk about here, other than the fact that this is a unique item that I really feel like needs to be reworked. For level 82, I'm judging it really harshly. If this was a lower level item, I wouldn't judge it so harshly. And that's really all it comes down to, is this item at level 82 does not fulfill its purpose. If its purpose was to be an end game level item, which level 82 is, it fails at it. And it really needs to be reworked a little bit to make it a little bit better. It's very sad when an incredibly rare item like this, something that falls into your lap maybe once in a blue moon, and you find it and you think to yourself, wow, that's nice, but I'm never going to use it. Anyway, as always, I hope you will take my videos as a lesson. And you know I like to sing, so I don't know what to say about Mang. Have a good day, Mang. There you go. I'm dumb as a bag of bricks. I'm gonna tell you what. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at a set that has a very pretty shield known as Siverbs. It's very shiny and very pretty. I definitely like the graphic on Siverbs. It's certainly very interesting. Kind of reminds me of like a Medusa head on the shield. It's just very pretty. We also have the weapon and the amulet for this set. It's not a very large set, only 3 pieces. Unfortunately, it does take up the weapon and the shield slot, which are 2 really important slots in my opinion. It is relatively low level, though, at level 9, so it's pretty easy to put on a low-level character. And it does have pretty nice damage because of the mechanics that are on this particular item, and we're going to go over those together. So right off the bat, let's take a look at Siverb's Cudgel. So Siverb's Cudgel has a damage of 8 to 140 at maximum. It is actually 8 to 36 at minimum. This has to do with the maximum damage effect on the weapon, along with a maximum damage based on character level, and we'll go over that. It has a fast attack speed, and it is a 37 strength requirement with only level 9. It has a variable maximum damage of 17 to 23, which means it does have a perfect version, believe it or not. So a perfect Siverb's Cudgel would be a 23 max damage. We also have a max damage based on character level, which is 1 per character level, up to 99. So at 99, you're rocking plus 99 maximum damage with the plus 23 that's already on the item for a total of 140 maximum damage, which is pretty darn beast. We also have 75 bonus to attack rating, which is always nice to have on a weapon. We have 50% damage bonus to undead, which of course is because it's a mace class. And that functions as off-weapon ED, so very nice. We also have the Amulet, which is Siverb's icon, and that is also level 9 with a Replenish Life 4, Regenerate Mana 40%, which is pretty massive at level 9, 25 defense, and cold resistance at 25%. And these are green bonuses, and the green bonuses are kind of odd because they vary. So for some reason or another, it varies from 21 to 22, or sorry, that's the shield, my bad. I'm looking at the wrong thing. So we got 25 defense for 2 items, or 3 items, and 25% cold resistance for 2 items, which is not bad. You could rock, say, just the weapon and the amulet, and you can get pretty nice resistances here. So you get that 25 cold and then the 25 fire from the one piece, which isn't bad. You can also rock the shield along with it, and you can get the full bonus. That's up to you. We also have the Siverb's Ward Large Shield, which is 29 defense, 57% chance to block, 2 to 4 smite damage, which is really low, 34 in strength requirement, and level 9 required. It has a 15% increased chance to block, which is definitely good, and we have plus 15 flat defense on this, which is not the greatest, but it's there. We also have 2 bonuses on this. Both of them vary for some reason, and they have to do with each item. So when you take off Siverb's icon, you lose the 21 to 22 mana, which does vary for some reason. And when you take off the scepter, you lose the 25 to 26% poison resist. It's linked specifically to each item. And then for the full bonus, we get some very nice effects. We get a 25% bonus to attack rating, which is absolutely great. 25% bonus is going to give us a pretty massive amount, considering the flat amount that we have already. Then we have 200% damage bonus to undead, which is going to act like a free might aura. And at level 9, 200% extra damage via might is actually going to stack up quite considerably, especially considering you got the 50% on the weapon as well. So we've got 250% bonus damage to undead at level 9, which makes this a massively good item, specifically for Act 2, which is absolutely full of undead monsters. We have 396 defense based on character level, and of course this is a variable. It's going to give you a pretty massive amount of defense, and I think this was one of the things that they actually added to this set. It was not in there before, so do keep that in mind. If we're at level 99, 396 is, of course, what is that, 4 points per level? I'm pretty sure that's 4 points per level, and which means at level 9 we would be 9 times 4, which is what is that? I don't even know my times table for 9s. Always used to have trouble with 9s. So it's 36 defense at level 9. So not a bad little amount of defense there. We also get 15 to strength on this, which is certainly very nice to have because it'll help us put on an armor plate or a very nice pair of boots or a helmet, depending on, if we match it up with maybe like some Saigon's pieces or Erotha's, things like that. It kind of depends on what we're going to run. You could run Death's gloves and Death's belt. You could run Saigon's boots, belt, and gloves. You can run all sorts of interesting things with this set because it's not a very large set. We also get 25% lightning resistance and 25% fire resistance from the full set. So as you can see down here, our resistances aren't that great in hell difficulty. But if I take this over to normal difficulty, I feel like our resistances will probably be fairly decent for normal. Especially considering you get the scroll in normal for 10%, and then you stack that up and you end up with 55% to all. I do believe I already have the 30% bonus. Yeah, I've got the 30% bonus from the scrolls. So we're really just looking at 25% basically to all resistances on top of the 30. Now, taking the set in as a whole, I feel like this set was really designed around a melee character who was entering into Act 2. The goal of this set is really just to give you a really nice bonus to undead damage, attack rating, and defense, and get you in there so that you can just murderize some skeletons. And it works very well for that. But one of the things that I think a lot of people are interested in is the Sivrb's Cudgel. Because of the scaling maximum damage and the fact that we can now upgrade it, this very well could be a very nice set that could carry you into Nightmare. And we're going to test this out. So the first thing that we're going to upgrade is the Sivrb's Cudgel, which is 8 to 140 damage at current, 37 strength, and level 9. And we're going to need a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald. And that upgrades to 14 to 158, level 30 requirement with 76 strength requirement. Very interesting. I don't really feel like that upgraded a massive amount. Definitely got a nice little bump there on the low end. So we went from 8 to 14, which is almost double. And then the top end didn't really go up too terribly much, from 140 to 158, which is 18 extra damage on the top end. Honestly, 14 to 158 is certainly very fine for level 30 and would certainly work on just about any melee character. You could certainly use this on a paladin, or honestly, you could use it on just about any character at this level. The damage is certainly fine, and you could still pair it up. At least one other piece. Not bad. Let's upgrade the shield next. Bing, bing. So for the shield, we're going to need a shale, a tell, and a perfect diamond. And I do think this is going to go up quite nicely because, number one, we're going to get more defense. And number two, I'm pretty sure we're going to get more chance to block as well. So right now we're at 29 defense, 57% chance to block, with only 2 to 4 smite damage, which is another thing that's going to go up. 34 strength and level 9, which is going to go to 11 to 15 smite damage, 71 defense, 71 strength requirement, and level 30. So not bad. It does sit at level 25 without the green bonuses. Now we can't upgrade the amulet, obviously, because the amulet is just, it's just an amulet. We can upgrade the weapon one more time from the Holy Water Sprinkler to, I can't even remember the name of the next one. We're going to need a Pul Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald, and it's going to go from 14 to 158, 76 strength, level 30, to 45 to 176, 69 dex, 108 strength, and level 69. Maybe not the best upgrade from tier 2 to tier 3. I mean, the 45 to 176 is certainly not bad damage. Don't get me wrong, but it's not enough for hell difficulty. The Seraph Rod is very interesting there. Of course, you could also put a enhanced damage jewel in here, and that would really make it go a lot higher. But unfortunately, because the max damage effect, I don't think the max damage effect is affected by enhanced damage, so it's only going to be affecting the base damage. Not really quite sure what you do with this at this level. It's a little underwhelming for level 69, but it certainly is a lot better than a lot of the other upgraded weapons that I've seen. Sivrb's Ward can also be upgraded again with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, and this will net us another upgrade in the block chance. So we're going to go from 71 defense, 59% chance to block, 11 to 15 smite damage with a strength requirement of 71 and a required level of 25, to 139 defense, 69% chance to block, 14 to 32 smite damage, and 127 strength requirement with level 60. So level 48 would not on an item. All in all, I think Sivrb's vestments are better left at level 9. Now, the weapon upgrade from from tier 1 to tier 2, was actually kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. And I think that's a pretty solid upgrade from tier 1 to tier 2. Relatively cheap runes, and you only need a perfect emerald, which isn't too bad. And that could definitely carry you from normal difficulty into nightmare until you find a better weapon. The shield, on the other hand, unless you were rocking the entire set, I probably wouldn't bother. The block chance did go up a little bit, and the smite damage did go up a little bit, but it wasn't really enough. This particular type of shield just isn't really a very good smite damage shield. Now, the block chance itself was definitely worth at least 1 tier upgrade if you were using this shield still into nightmare difficulty. But hopefully, by the time you get to nightmare difficulty, you've replaced this with something like maybe an Ancient's Pledge, a Spirit, any other shield, quite honestly, that has more block chance, more resistances, and generally just a better shield all around. Now, for normal difficulty, though, I feel like this set is pretty solid. And you can ride normal difficulty all the way to level 45. So if you were to upgrade this at least 1 tier into, tier 2, I feel like you could reliably use this through normal difficulty until you get to nightmare. The problem is that the resistances are really not that good, and by the time you get to nightmare difficulty, well, your resistances are going to be looking more like this. And as you can see, I'm at 15% per, and this is, of course, with all the scrolls, which means we're really going to be rocking -5, because we're only going to have 1 scroll when we get to Nightmare, which means we got to subtract 20% off of this, which means that goes down to 5% after you subtract 10, and -5% after you subtract 20. So with Sivverb set on, we're rocking at -20%. So you're going to need some other resistance equipment in this to even do well in Nightmare difficulty. All in all, I just don't really think that this upgrade was quite worth it to Tier 3. A lot of the sets haven't been worth upgrades to Tier 3. Some of them have. Some of them. I won't say all of them, but some of them. When you're looking at upgrades, you're looking at multiple things. Am I getting better smite damage? And is it good enough to be worth it? Am I getting better kick damage? And is it good enough to be worth it? Am I getting better block chance? And is it good enough to be worth it? Is the damage going up enough? Is the defense going up enough? Are the requirements going up too much? Now, interestingly enough, the requirements didn't go up too much as far as the strength and dex was concerned on any of these items. However, the damage and the defense didn't go up enough to be worth the upgrade to Tier 3. To Tier 2, I feel like it was okay. If you were utilizing this set and you really just wanted to keep using it for a couple more levels and to maybe get good into Nightmare and just have some fun with it, I feel like this set could be viable in Nightmare with 1 tier upgrade. It's not going to be viable in Hell. Definitely not. Let's go take a look at this sexy shield before we call this a video, shall we? Look at that beautiful shield. I mean, just look at how sexy it is. Just a beautiful, beautiful graphic, I'll tell you what. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at an infamous pair of boots called War Travelers. Now, War Travelers are great for magic finding, but they also have another hidden effect that a lot of people don't know about, and it is the massive amount of increased damage, which actually works out very, very nicely for a class called the Avenger. So let's go over these boots. We'll talk about the various effects that they have, and we'll go over the magic find. So War Traveler's battle boots are 133 defense. They are a strength requirement of only 95. They have a level requirement of 42, and they give you 25 to 25 damage mechanic. And this adds 15 to 25 damage mechanic actually adds to your physical damage. If we take off, for instance, our core riders here, you'll notice that we're at 3 to 38 damage on our punch. And when we add them, we go to 52 to 122. The damage that we gain from these actually affects the base damage of our weapon and is absolutely amazing. And on characters like a Vengeance Paladin, can have a huge boost in damage to the amount of output that they're capable of. I actually utilize these to great extent on my Vengeance Paladin pre-Diablo 2 Resurrected, and on my Vengeance Paladin now, I utilize them here and there as needed. Sometimes I don't actually need the extra physical damage, so I go with some Crushing Blow, for instance. And I know that might sound a little bit confusing to say I don't need the actual physical damage, so I'm going to go with Crushing Blow. But because of the way that Vengeance works, it translates out my physical damage into elemental damage. So you have to understand that adding in 15 to 25 extra damage on the base of my weapon can translate out to a huge percentage of damage on something like Vengeance. Now, these particular boots also have 190% enhanced defense for the max, and they roll as low as 150% enhanced. So keep that in mind. We also have plus 10 strength, which is definitely very nice for putting on equipment, and plus 10 to vitality, which is going to give you a little bit of HP. Now, that is going to vary depending on characters, because each character is going to get a different amount of HP for that 10 vitality. So keep that in mind. We also have 40% slower stamina drain, which at level 42 might be helpful, but at end game is not going to be very helpful at all. And we have attacker takes damage of 6, which is not even useful at level 42. Then we have the magic find, and the magic find rolls as low as 30% and as high as 50%, which is absolutely amazing. And if you happen to find a 50% pair of War Travelers, they're actually worth quite a pretty penny. Even 49% are worth quite a pretty penny, because in general, they are one of the highest magic find boots in the game. And 50% are absolutely great. Now, we can upgrade these if we wanted to, so why not? We're going to need a Lem and a Co, and we're going to need a Perfect Diamond. So upgrading these will increase the kick damage, and that is something that I did not state. So the kick damage on these is actually 37 to 64. And you might be asking yourself, well, why would you want to upgrade these? Well, if you're a magic finding assassin who happens to be a kicksin, maybe you're looking for a magic find alternative to your serious boots, so to speak, right? So we're going to upgrade these to their highest form, and we're going to see what kind of damage they get. So we're going to go from 133 defense, 37 to 64 kick damage, 95 strength requirement at level 42, to War Traveler Mirrored Boots. Now, Mirrored Boots have a different kick damage than the battle boots, and that kick damage is 50 to 144, so quite a nice boost there for the kick damage. So we go to 175 defense, 163 strength, 67 level requirement, and 50 to 145 kick damage. So if you were a kick assassin, a pretty solid upgrade. If you're not a kick assassin, 163 strength is really high. It's not so high that it's undoable, but I do feel like for the meager amount of defense bonus that we got there, which I feel like was what, like 139, like about 30 or 40 defense, not even really that much. So, I mean, I don't really feel like it's worth it if you're not a kicksin, but if you are a kicksin, this could be a pretty solid magic find option for you if you happen to be a magic find kicksin. Or if you're a magic find martial arts assassin, which is actually going to be a thing in the upcoming 2.4 patch, because all the martial arts skills did really get fixed, to be honest. And they're a lot more powerful now than they were ever before. Now, I would like to show you how this damage effect works on my Vengeance Paladin. So give me just a second. I'm going to pull him up. I'm going to find his War Travelers. We're going to put them on him, and I'm going to show you the difference that it makes in his damage output. Well, it took me like 30 minutes, but eventually I found my war travelers hiding on one of my mules. And I don't know why it was on one of my mules. I thought I had it in my regular stash, but whatever. Eventually, I did manage to locate them, and I'd like to show you guys the difference in damage between when I'm running, Gore Riders, which I can actually take off. You'll see they have no actual effect on the damage in the window. Now, the way that Vengeance works is it actually gives me a massive amount of elemental damage, 344% fire, as you can see there. 294% cold and 354% lightning. So what it does is it actually takes my base damage and it actually gives me lightning, fire, and cold damage based on what that base damage is. And so when I add something even as small as 15 to 25 damage to my base, you will notice a huge increase in my Vengeance damage. So I'm going to go from 2,274 to 7,096 to 2,493 and 7,488. I literally add almost 400 damage to my top end and probably about 250 damage to my bottom end just for putting on a single pair of boots, which is very, very nice. And that is elemental damage that I'm adding along with physical damage. So the 15 to 25 is acting as a physical damage, which is adding to the base of my weapon damage, which is then being translated out by the huge bonuses, the 344%, the 294%, and the 354% into cold, lightning, and fire damage, which is translating out to a pretty massive bump in the amount of damage that my Vengeance does. Now, I do tend to use Gore Riders with this setup specifically so that I can get the Crushing Blow, because I don't tend to wear a lot of Crushing Blow equipment. As you notice, I don't really have a lot of Crushing Blow pieces of equipment on. And so having a little bit of Crushing Blow as opposed to none is nice to have. But I do tend to like to use the War Travs just for the raw amount of damage that it gives me, along with the Magic Find, which is always nice to have. Now, if you wanted to find yourself a pair of War Travelers, where would you look? Now, that is a question, right? So we're going to take a look at Silo's Pen, and we're going to have a look-see and kind of determine where the best place to farm for a pair of War Travelers is. So first, we're going to assume that we have probably about 150% Magic Find. I like to do that number. It's a pretty nice number. I think most people can achieve 150% Magic Find relatively easily. And if you want to run these calculations using your own specific amount of Magic Find, then by all means. But if you're looking for a pair of War Travs, you might not have a very high Magic Find. We're going to look at bosses first, and we're going to look at all difficulties in Player 1. And as you can see here, our best chance for a non-quest kill is Bale in Nightmare difficulty with a 1 in 1,749. Man, I'm getting tongue-tied here. As well as Diablo in Nightmare with a 1 in 1,787. We also got Andariel, which is pretty close as well, and Mephisto in Hell difficulty. All three of these are pretty good chances as well. But honestly, it really seems like Diablo there might be your best bet because he's Nightmare difficulty, he's relatively easy, should be very easy to farm, and if you're having trouble farming in Hell difficulty, this could be a very interesting choice. We also have Mephisto in Nightmare difficulty here with 1 in 2,406. Not bad. So let's take a look at Super Uniques, and let's see what Super Uniques have a chance of dropping these boots. So the Cow King in Hell at 1 in 4,483, not bad. Neothak in Nightmare, also 1 in 12,600, not terrible. A lot of really poor chances here. The Cow King in Nightmare has a poor chance of dropping these. Doc Farron in Nightmare, Pindleskin in Nightmare, Thresh Socket in Nightmare, Eldritch in Nightmare, Shank in Nightmare. So honestly, if you wanted to just try and do like a little Magic Find loop, you could definitely do the Shank, Eldritch, Thresh Socket, Pindleskin, Doc Farron combo. That is actually a really easy combo to do. You basically just teleport outside of Heragroth right from the door. You go straight down and you kill Doc Farron. Then you go straight down and kill Shank. And then you go straight down and you kill Eldritch. And then you go straight down and you kill Thresh. There's really not much more to it than that. Very interesting little combo there that you could do to get yourself a nice pair of War Travs. I think that's pretty much all we need to do because honestly, between everything that we've gone over so far, those probabilities are the best, and that's really your best combo to see to try and get a pair of War Travs. Now, whether you're using War Traps for Magic Find or you're using War Travelers on your Vengeance Paladin, that damage boost is kind of nice. I definitely like seeing the damage just go up, like literally by 400 points, just for putting on a pair of boots. It certainly is very sweet. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about some traveling wars. That was a terrible joke. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. I figured it was only fitting that I be shining. Since she's shining, we're both shining together. Why not? I was like, you know what? I'm shining. I'm going to do the shiniest set out there, which is, of course, Mavina's. Of course, I may be saying the set wrong, but who knows? Mavina's is a very interesting and very powerful set that a lot of people poo-poo on, and I don't know why. Because Mavina's is really kind of a broken set. If you guys have never actually looked this up before, just type in Mavina's set Ubers, and you will come up with a video where literally somebody challenged themselves to beat the Ubers with Mavina's set, and they did it. They did it quite well. And if you can kill Ubers in this set, and it includes a weapon, by the way, it's not a bad set. As a bow set, this actually works fairly well for a Freezing Arrow Amazon, believe it or not. It's actually quite a good Freezing Arrow Amazon set. And it has quite a large number of bonuses, as most of these higher level sort of class-specific sets do. It does leave open your rings, your amulet, and your boot slot. Unfortunately, it does eat up your belt, your gloves, your armor, your helmet, your weapon, and of course, since it's a bow, also your shield slot. Now, only 2 pieces of this set can actually be upgraded. Mavina's Caster Grand Matron Bow is the elite version. The Diadem, I'm pretty sure, is the elite version, but we will double check that with a transmutation, just to be sure. The Kraken Shell is the elite version. The only 2 pieces that can actually be upgraded are the Mavina's Icy Clutch and the Mavina's Sharkskin Tenant. And we'll upgrade those as we go forward. But let's take a look at the set, and we'll talk about the set. And we'll see what this set could potentially be good for, what it's bad for. What you might want to do with this set, even if you're not wearing the entire set. Because sometimes what you can do is you could wear, 1 or 2 pieces just to get specific bonuses. So right off the bat, let's tackle the bow. So Mavina's Caster Grand Matron Bow is 40 to 207 damage. It is very fast attack speed because it does have 40% increased attack speed on it. It also requires 152 dexterity, which is relatively high, and 108 strength. And it also requires level 70, which is a pretty high level, honestly, for a bow. So this is a very end-game set at level 70. We also have Fire's Magic Arrows, and the Fire's Magic Arrows on this is actually only level 1, which is very sad. I would really like to see them bump that up to a higher level, considering this is a endgame set. There are quite a large number of bows and different things in the game that have a magic arrow effect, and as you can see, I have no arrows on my bar, and I'm firing level 1 magic arrows. So what this means is that when you fire your bow, you're getting the effect of level 1 magic arrow. And if you take a look over here, this is literally magic arrow, and if we put 1 point into it, that's level 7 magic arrow now, which is much higher, of course, than the level 1 that is on the bow. So I actually have to reset myself to show you this. So that's kind of silly. Oh no. What will I ever do? I will punch you to death, sir. Oh, I'm in hell difficulty. I will not punch anything to death. My bad. I wasn't even thinking about that. He said, boy. He said, you came into my hood. So if we take a look at level 1 magic arrow, it really doesn't do a whole lot. It converts 5% of your damage to magic. It adds 10% attack rating. It adds 1 damage total to your attacks, which is not very much. I really hope that they would at some point beef that up a little bit to match some of the other bows. I mean, some of the other bows have like level 5, they have level 10, some of them even have level 20 magic arrow, but this has literally just level 1, so, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess as a emergency situation, if you're running out of arrows and you just want to fire some extra ball arrows and try and finish something off, I suppose it might work. We also get 188% enhanced damage on this, which is a static effect, which could be higher, but it's definitely nice to have ED on this bow. A lot of set items don't have ED, so count your lucky stars. We also have plus 50 to attack rating on here, which of course is very nice because we're going to multiply that with skill attack rating bonuses, penetrate attack rating bonuses, and so forth and so on. We also have some green bonuses on this. So for 2 pieces, we have 114 to 377 magic damage, which is a pretty high amount of magic damage. Magic damage is relatively unresistible in the world of Diablo 2, and unless you come across one of those rare monsters that has magic resistance, they are almost usually always 0% magic resistant. And this means that unlike cold damage or fire damage or lightning damage, that are constantly being resisted by 50% or greater amounts, your magic damage is almost always going to hit for its full impact, which makes this relatively powerful. For 3 items, we also get 10% chance to cast level 15 Nova on striking, which works very, very well with, believe it or not, Strafe, because every single arrow on Strafe will actually have a chance to proc this effect. Now, unfortunately, unsynergized Nova is not going to be extremely powerful, but at level 15, it is going to be dishing out a nice 92 to 139 AoE damage around the target that you hit, which is relatively nice. And we could actually go and demonstrate this really quickly, I'm sure. And that way you guys can get an idea of how this works. Now, of course, the other odd thing about the whole magic arrows coming out of the bow thing is that you still require arrows. Now, of course, we also got that nice change just recently in the 2.4 update patches, where they changed the quantity of the arrows to 500, which is pretty awesome. So definitely nice there. Definitely makes the magic arrow even less important, because we're going to be constantly rocking 500 stacks of arrows, which, yeah.
Not here.
So let me go ahead and grab my, oh god, it might have been nice if I put some points in my health. Yes, would have been probably nice if I just walked out there, got one-shotted, bruh. They said, you coming out here in the hood? Don't make us laugh.
Not enough mana.
You know, for some reason, I seem to have the sneaking suspicion that I forgot to properly edit in her health and mana statistics, because she's rocking really low health and mana. Like, really, really, really low. So when you, believe it or not, when you create a character in Hero Editor, you do have to actually edit in their base statistics.
Not enough mana.
If you don't edit in their base statistics, they don't have any base statistics. So their health and mana that they would normally gain, like per level, for instance, they don't get. And of course, this is hell difficulty, and I've got no rings, no amulet, no boots, no charms. Unfortunately, I'm just really not set up properly to show this off. Let me bring this character to a difficulty where I can show it off, shall I? I'll go kill Shank or Eldritch in normal difficulty. All I'm really trying to do is show you the Nova effect, and so you can get an idea of how that works. So as you can see here, when the Nova procs, it does tend to go pretty far, and it hits pretty much everything nearby for that extra little bit of lightning damage. Unfortunately, as I was talking about earlier, when it comes to magic versus elemental damage, we generally have a high resistance, a very high resistance to the elemental damage. So that average, I want to say average 100 Nova is probably going to be more like 50 Nova. And it is going to go off all the time depending on what kind of attacks you're using. So it's not exactly terrible. We also get a 10%, or sorry, +2 to bow and crossbow skills with 4 items, which is certainly very nice. I don't understand why they didn't put the +3 on the Grand Matron bow. Most Grand Matron bows usually have a native +3 on them, and I really felt like that would have been a nice boon to this set, as if they had thrown the +3 on the bow and then given you +2 as well as this for the set bonus. But instead, they only gave you +2 and no +3 on the bow, so you end up -1 in the hole. We also have Medvina's True Sight Diadem, which is actually a little rare. It's kind of hard to come by the diadem, just simply because diadems don't drop all the time. We also have 210 defense on this. There is no strength or dex requirement. We have 64 level requirement, though. And it also has 30% increased attack speed on it, which is certainly very nice. It has 150 defense. It has replenish life +10 and 25 to mana, which really makes my mana look absolutely terrible, because that means I only have 14 mana. It also gives us for 2 items, we get +1 to all skills. For 3 items, we get a 50% bonus to attack rating, which of course is going to be very helpful to help us hit our targets. And we also have a really nice 4-piece bonus of all resistances 25. And of course, you can socket this. You can socket the bow. You can put something nice in either one of these. We also have Mavina's Embrace Kraken Shell. Now, Mavina's Embrace Kraken Shell is an elite item already, just like the Diadem and the Grand Matron bow. And it does have relatively high defense on it. So we've got 1,269 defense with this. We also have a 10% chance to cast level 3 Glacial Spike when struck. Now, Glacial Spike is a relatively low damage ability at level 3. But it does have a freezing effect, I think about like 4 seconds or something like that, at level 3. And we're going to double check that really quickly. So Glacial Spike. And at level 3, we're looking at very low damage of 33 to 42, so not really important. But it does have a freeze length of 2.2 seconds, so it kind of functions as a safety mechanism. So when you get hit, it'll come out, it'll do a nice little AoE radius effect of 2.6 yards. It'll freeze all the monsters within those 2.6 yards for 2.2 seconds, which does unfortunately get reduced by native things like half freeze duration and stuff like that. So it will freeze them for a little bit less in Hell difficulty and Nightmare. We also have a defense based on character level on this of I'm pretty sure it's 4 points per character level. I want to say 4. Yeah, it's 4 per character level up to level 99, which is 396 defense. We also get a flat defense bonus on this of 350, and then we get magic damage reduced by 12, which is always nice to have. It does vary, though, unfortunately, on this piece of armor from 5 to 12, and a 12 magic damage reduced is going to be far more effective than 5. So if you are looking to use this set all the time, I would definitely recommend that you find one that has a 12 magic damage reduced. You got to imagine that, like, if you're getting hit by hydras or charged bolts or anything that's magical that has a relatively low damage, it's going to be cutting off pretty much all the damage coming in from those sources. So say, for instance, you had charged bolts coming in, and the charged bolts were literally like 15 damage per bolt, but there was hundreds of bolts coming in, right? Well, because you're cutting off 12 damage off of every bolt, all the charged bolts are only going to be doing like 3 damage, and then your resistances are going to apply as well. So things are going to go very nicely for you because they're going to be doing basically nothing. We also have negative 30% requirements on this, which of course is imperative, because otherwise it would require a lot more strength at 122. And the level requirement on this is 70 again. So we literally have a level 70 bow, a level 70 armor, a level 64 helmet. So a very high level set. Then we come to the lower level pieces. So we have Mavina's Icy Clutch, and Mavina's Icy Clutch is only level 32. And also, I forgot to mention that there's a 3-piece bonus on the armor of 30% faster recovery, which is always nice to have. So the Mavina's Icy Clutch Battle Gauntlets is defense 97. It has a strength requirement of 88, a level requirement of 32. It does give you 6 to 18 cold damage, which will help out, believe it or not, some of your cold effects because it has a 6-second duration. So it's going to add to the duration of some of your cold effects, which is very helpful. We have 50 defense added flat to this, plus 10 strength, plus 15 dexterity, both of which will help you put on your bow and your armor. We also have half freeze duration, which I would really rather like cannot be frozen. Whenever I see half freeze duration on an item, I'm always like, yay, but I really want cannot be frozen. And that's always how it makes me feel. We have 56% extra gold for monsters, which I guess it's nice to have that on there. It doesn't really help you combat-wise. Then we also get a very nice 131 to 252 cold damage with a 4-second duration. All for 4 items. So not only do we get the 6 to 18 on the gloves, we also get another 131 to 252. And right now we're looking at some pretty nice elemental damage. If you start adding up all this elemental damage, I mean, we've got the fire, the magic damage on the bow. We've got the Nova on striking. We've got the glacial spike that comes out every now and then. We also have the ice damage on the gloves, and we have the ice damage from the set bonus. And then on top of that, for the full set, you also get a 20% cold skill damage bonus as well, which is going to increase the damage of all your cold skills, as well as any cold damage that you're putting out. So that 131 to 252, then the 6 to 18, and the glacial spike all get a 20% bonus from the gloves, which is certainly not terrible. Then we have the belt, Mavina's Tenant. Mavina's Tenant is 86 defense with 20 strength requirement at level 45. It's absolutely low as can be. It has 20% faster run walk. I believe this is actually one of the few belts in the games that gives faster run walk. We have 5% mana stolen per hit, which is always nice to have as a elemental Zon, or any kind of Zon, to be honest. And 50 defense on this flat with plus 5 to light radius. We also have a 4-piece bonus of all resistances 25. Now this means that the full set is giving quite a large amount of resistances, and let's take a look at the individual bonuses. So really quickly, we have a 2-piece bonus of plus 20 to strength. Not bad at all. That means you could do something like rock the gloves and the belt, and you would get 5% mana steal, 20% faster run walk, 20 strength, and there's 10 strength on the gloves, so you're rocking plus 30 strength from the gloves and the belt combo, so not bad. When you put on the 3rd piece, you also get 30 to dexterity. So rocking 3 pieces of this set gives you a massive 30 strength and 45 to dexterity, which is pretty freaking ridiculous. Especially considering that you're getting lots of other nice effects with this 3-piece bonus. You're getting plus 1 to all skills, you're getting bonus to attack rating, you're getting the mana steal, you're getting the faster run walk, you're also getting the cold damage, which adds to your cold effects. I mean, all in all, that's actually kind of a sweet little combo for any character. If I was even a Zeal Paladin or something like that, 30% increased attack speed on the helmet, mana steal on the belt, 30 strength bonus and 45 dexterity bonus between all the pieces. That's a really nice little 3-piece combo. And then when you put on your 4th piece, you don't get any extra gold bonus. And then when you put on your 5th piece, you get the full set, which is plus 3 Amazon, 100 to attack rating, 100 defense. You get the 20 strength, the 20 dex, or the 30 dex, sorry. And then you get the all resistances 50 with 100% better chance of magic items. All in all, this set is a very powerful set. It gives you the resistances that you need, it gives you the defenses that you need, and it gives you the attack that you need if you're an elemental damage zone. I do feel like this set might be a little bit lacking for a physical damage Amazon. However, it can still be an extremely powerful set for an Amazon at level 70. Like I said before, there is literally a video up on the internet of a person, literally clearing Ubers with this set on. So don't underestimate Mavina's. We also have the ability to upgrade some pieces, so this will be interesting. It's mainly going to be defense upgrades, though, so let's get this show on the road, shall we? So the Mavina's Icy Clutch Battle Gauntlets are 97 defense, 88 strength, level 32, and with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, we will upgrade them to the Venus Icy Clutch Crusader Gauntlets, which are 109 defense, 151 strength, and level 57. Looks like I'm going to have to do a reset here. So, as you can see here, the defense bonus wasn't that amazing, and the strength requirement did go up quite a bit. Unless you were using this set, like, as your main set, like you really just wanted to be a Mavina's Amazon, I probably wouldn't do that upgrade. And you might not even want to do that upgrade at all, depending. You do have to have 122 strength to wield the Kraken Shell, so it's not like a huge bump up over the armor. But hear me out on this: the gauntlets were providing you with the bonus strength, the 10 strength, and now that they're literally the highest strength requirement item in the set. The plus 10 strength on the gauntlets doesn't really mean much because they are now the highest strength requirement item. And so you have to have enough strength to wield the gloves, which are also giving you the dexterity, which could potentially give you, to wield the bow and so forth and so on. And it gets kind of complicated. Let's go ahead and upgrade the belt as well. Let's see how that upgrades. So we got 86 defense, 20 strength requirement, level 45. And that goes to the Vampire Fang belt of 112 defense, 50 strength requirement, level 58. You know what? That's a solid upgrade. The strength requirement did not go up so much that it was ridiculous. The level requirement did not go up so much that it was ridiculous. Honestly, if you were using this as your set, if you were using Mavina's as your set, or if you were using the 3-piece bonus, like say you were just using the helmet, the gloves, and the belt, that would be an absolutely solid upgrade. The defense went up. The strength did not go up so much that it was ridiculous. The level did not go up so much that it was ridiculous. And honestly, if you were running that belt, then it would be worth the upgrade. All in all, Mavina's is just one of those really kind of crazy sets that gives you just about everything you need on an Amazon, except for what you can fill in with boots, rings, and an amulet. And I'm assuming that because of the massive amount of resistances that this set gives you, you probably wouldn't even really need that much more resistances. Let's do a double check in hell difficulty just to make sure. But I'm fairly certain that this set is giving you like massive resistance bonuses. So here we are in hell difficulty. We already have 30% fire, 30% cold, 30% lightning, and 30% poison. So with the addition of, just a small amount of resistances from an amulet, like for instance, I don't know, maybe like a Amara's. So you get like 30 resistances on Amara's. You're already at 60% all res. And you could throw in maybe like a pair of boots like Natalia's Soul or something like that. Or actually, you might not even need the resistances, to be honest, because if you throw in an Annihilus Charm and a Torch, let's say they were anywhere near 20. So let's say they were 15 a pop. That's another 30 resistances right there. So you'd be at cap and you could just use Gore Riders or something like that. Or whatever it is that you would particularly want. Maybe you have mana issues and you're rocking Silk Weaves. And then you can throw on maybe a Raven Frost for the Cannot Be Frozen, and you could throw on, I don't know, there's something else in here for maybe skill damage. Maybe you throw a Bull Kathos in there or something like that, so you have more damage on your Ice Arrow, your Freezing Arrow. It's interesting. Quite a striking set, though. Quite a very interesting, glowy, beautiful set. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I'm ethereal and I'm glowing. So, thank you, and keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I believe this might actually be the last belt on the list. I think I might be out of belts. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have any more belts. Oh no. I'm stupid, I know. This is the Snow Clash Battle Belt. Now, the Snow Clash Battle Belt is kind of analogous to the Thunder God's Vigor. It is very similar in a lot of ways. The Thunder Gods gives very nice lightning skills, gives lightning absorption, and maximum lightning resistance, while the Snow Clash Battle Belt also gives cold absorption, cold maximum resistance, and cold skills. So very, very similar. Now, this particular belt has 116 to defense. It has a strength requirement of 88 and a level requirement of 42. And the strength requirement is very nice because usually you're going to be using this on a sorceress. Now, you could also use this on a non-sorceress if you specifically wanted to get the cold absorption along with the maximum cold resist. So keep that in mind. We also have a 5% chance to cast level 20 Blizzard when struck, and this is actually pretty powerful if you're using this on a sorceress who is actually using, these particular abilities. So if we take a look at Blizzard in D2, and we look at the ability, we will find out that Blizzard actually does a pretty large amount of damage at level 20. So we're looking at 655 to 711 damage. And this is it's very nice, but it also synergizes. So if we were to actually be running a Blizzard Sorceress, for instance, what is this? 5% from Ice Bolt, 5% from Ice Blast, and 5% from Glacial Spike. So let's assume we have max synergies in Blizzard. So we're rocking 555. So 15 times 20. Which means we have a 300% damage bonus to this damage. So we're looking at 655%. Or sorry, 655 plus 300%. Which means that the procced effect is going to do 2,620 to, let's see, 711 plus 300%. 2,844 damage, which is going to be pretty darn nice. Now, granted, it does eat up one of your delays, but if you're in the middle of getting beaten to death, I suppose you're probably not attacking anyway. And we also have to factor in, of course, Cold Mastery, which is going to bring down the resistance of the monster that you're fighting. And if it goes below 0%, he's going to be taking extra damage. And it can go as low as negative 100%, which means that we could potentially be getting 2 times 2,844, which is very, very nice from something that is literally just proccing when we get beat up. We also get 13 to 21 cold damage, which doesn't do us any good. We get +2 to chilling armor, which is very nice. We get +2 to blizzard and +3 to glacial spike. Now, this particular belt, I do believe, has some variances. Let me just double check here. Snow Clash Battle Belt. So we do not have variances on the skills. Interesting. I always thought there was a little bit of variance on the skills. But they are 2 to chilling armor every single time, 2 to blizzard every single time, and 3 to glacial spike every time. So very, very nice. We also have 170% enhanced defense, which does vary between 130 to 170%. And given that this is actually giving you chilling armor, and you can beef it up even further, that defense could mean a lot in terms of multiplying it with your skills. We also get 15% to maximum cold resistance, which I was talking about earlier, and 15 cold absorb, which is very nice. So not only does it give us an enhancement to our maximum resistance, we are also getting an extra cold absorption on top of that, which is going to make it so that we actually absorb cold damage when it comes in. So if an attack comes in, for instance, with 100 cold damage, we will take 15 of that cold damage right off the top, and it will go down to 85. And then we will heal ourselves for another 15 once the attack is finished. So it will go down another 15 to, what is that, 70? 80, 90, 100. Yeah, so 70 damage instead of 100, which is very nice. It works very well on small damage attacks, not as well on large damage attacks. Like, for instance, if a cold damage attack comes in for 15, it'll just absorb the entire thing. If a cold damage attack comes in for 15,000, it's still only going to absorb 15. So, interesting. It's also important to note that with Cold Absorb, you have to have the HP to absorb the initial attack before it heals you. So you're still going to take the 85 damage, and then it will heal you for the 15 after. And if you don't have 85 health, it won't heal you. So if you only have 84 health and it supposedly does 85 damage, you just die. It's interesting. Now, it is important to note that it actually grants you these skills. So whether you actually have them or not, you will just be given Glacial Spike. As you can see, I have none of the prerequisites for either of these abilities, and now I have both of them. But unlike Thunder God's Vigor, they don't really have very much damage, and they're not extremely useful without synergies. Now, Glacial Spike could be moderately useful without synergies because it does have a freezing effect on it, but only really for the freezing effect. If I take a look, let's go into Stony Field and see if I can find some little fallen shamans, and I'll show you what I mean. So as you can see, we have a nice little freezing effect. And so using Glacial Spike specifically for the freezing effect could be interesting, just as a crowd control option. Obviously, the damage on it isn't going to be very good, but with plus to skill equipment and things like that, you could definitely beef up the duration a little bit. And as you can see, the monster is completely incapable of fighting back while he's frozen. It does not work on bosses, unfortunately, and it also does not work on monsters that are immune to cold, so keep that in mind. Now, because of the plus to skills, Snow Clash actually becomes a best-in-slot item for specifically Blizzard and Glacial Spike sorceresses. So if you are a Glacial Spike sorceress, it is the only way that you're going to get +3 Glacial Spike on a belt. And if you are a Blizzard sorceress, that's the only way you're going to get +2 Blizzard on a belt. The only other option, of course, is Arachnid's Mesh, which is +1 to skills, but this is +3 to a specific skill, which in the specific case of Glacial Spike, it could be the superior choice. And with Blizzard, it's +2 instead of +1. So we keep that in mind. It also has a nice defensive mechanic versus cold damage, which is certainly nice to have. Now, where would you find this belt if you specifically wanted to locate one? Well, we're going to have to go take a look at Silo's Pen, and we'll have a look-see where the best probability is. So, Snow Clash belt. Let's go down, down, down to the bottom of the town. Doot, doot, doot. I must have passed it. A snake cord. That's not what I'm looking for. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't done a video on snake cord yet. I think snake cord might be the last belt. Well, dang it. Snake cord is such a terrible belt. My last video on the belts is going to be the terrible one. There really does not a lot good going on with that belt. It really is not. So let's assume 150% magic find and players 1. And we're going to take a look at non-quest kills. And it does look like Andariel in Hell difficulty is our best bet with 1 in 1,862. Not bad. We also have Bale in Hell difficulty and Bale in Nightmare difficulty are both decent chances. Let me arrange that one more time because it seemed like something was messed up there. Non-quest kill. So Bale and Nightmare is our best shot, with Diablo and Nightmare being our second best shot. And then Hell and Doriel. Very interesting. And Hell Mephisto is not too far behind, so that's interesting. And Hell Diablo is not too far behind either. So a lot of nice boss kills can definitely drop this item. That's very interesting. Even Duriel has a decent chance, although he trolls us with Scrolls of Town Portal. So we veto him. Vetoed! Veto! As far as bosses are concerned, it looks like the Cow King has a pretty nice chance. We also have Neelathak and Nightmare and Neelathak and Hell. But these guys really don't have very good chances to drop this. 1 in 20,000 is kind of awful. I mean, granted, there's Thresh Socket, Eldritch the Rectifier. We got Lord Decease, Infector of Souls, Shank, Bishibosh in Hell normal difficulty, or Hell difficulty. Rakanishu, Treehead, Woodfist. Not a lot of really good probabilities here, but a lot of monsters that have a chance to drop it. So interesting. Well, all in all, it definitely is an interesting belt, and although it does seem specifically made for a sorceress, you could certainly utilize this belt if you wanted to for the maximum cold resistance and the cold absorption. It could make an interesting option for creating a sort of a cold immunity, so to speak. Like maybe you were going up against a cold sorceress in PvP or something, and you just wanted as much cold absorption as you could possibly get. You could stack Ravenfrost, you could throw Battle Belt in there, they could Snow Clash in there. You could put on a couple different items. There's actually a shield, very specifically, that has a lot of cold absorption on it, if I remember correctly. I can't remember the name of it right on top of my head, but I know there's a shield with a large amount of cold absorption. But keep in mind that if you are PvPing against a cold sorceress, cold sorceresses, of course, have cold mastery, which is going to reduce your resistance. So you're going to need to overprotect yourself from cold resistance. This is where things get tricky. You're probably going to need something with a massive amount of cold resistance on it to protect yourself. I actually was thinking about this the other day, and Medusa's Gaze actually already has 80% cold resistance on it, which is huge. And if you had enough strength to wield it, you could certainly grab a Medusa's Gaze, throw a Sapphire in there, make it even more resistant to cold, and should you ever be in a situation where you're going up PvP against that particular kind of character, you could put on Medusa's Gaze for a little while. It also has a slows target buy effect on it, which could be useful in PvP, and it would give you the overprotection versus the cold that you need, combined with a slow to slow the sorceress down, hopefully making it a little bit easier for you to catch her and kill her. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I make a mistake and say this is the last belt that we're doing a video on, even when there's one more, called Snake Court. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. Today we're going to be looking at a set that drops relatively often and has some interesting uses as budget equipment, but in general just kind of gets ignored because of its relatively low quality. And maybe the upgrading of this set will fix that. We have Hawanen's Justice Bill, which is actually surprisingly good for a mid-tier mercenary, or a low-tier mercenary. We have Hawanen's Splendor Grand Crown, which is actually a pretty decent helmet for a low level. We have Hawanen's Refuge Tigulated Mail, which does have a very interesting static field when struck. And then we also have Hawanen's Blessing Belt. Now, we're going to go over this set, and then we're also going to upgrade this set, and we're going to see what kind of abilities we can get out of this. I think I'm kind of hopeful with this one. This set is just kind of interesting. And the full set is actually called Hawanen's Majesty, by the way. Just to give you guys a heads up there. So, I'm always trying to do things over on the side while you guys are not paying attention to me. You're not allowed to pay attention to all this. No, don't pay attention to me. Pay attention to... Well, actually do pay attention to me. I mean, there's that. I would definitely appreciate that for paying attention. Okay, I'm done. All right, so Hawanen's Justice Bill is 42 to 159 damage. It has a very fast attack speed with a strength requirement of only 95 and a level requirement of 28. It's a relatively low-level item, and it doesn't really have a lot of variances. It has the indestructible mechanic on it, which means it's not breakable. There's no durability. It's got a 10% chance to cast level 3 Ice Blast on striking, and this is very much what makes it kind of interesting for Mercenary, because Ice Blast is, of course, a effect which causes monster to freeze. When they freeze in position, they can't do anything for that particular time period, and at level 3, the duration of Ice Blast is 3.4 seconds, which, of course, is going to get cut down in hell difficulty and duration. We also have 40% increased attack speed, which is, of course, why this is so fast. We have 200% enhanced damage, which is not variable. We have 330 to attack rating, which is not variable. We also have 5 to 25 lightning damage, which is also not variable. You can put a socket in this. You can throw something there if you want to. Unfortunately, set items do not spawn ethereal, so there's no way that this will be an ethereal Hawanen's Justice Bill. Now, this particular item doesn't have any green bonuses. In fact, none of these pieces have green bonuses, if you notice. So, the only bonus that you get, really, is the set bonuses themselves. So, if you look here, you'll see that I have no set bonus. We get 100 defense with 2 pieces. We get 300 defense with 3 pieces, and then we get the +2 to all skills, the 30% faster run walk, the 20% lifesteal, and the all resistance is 30. 20% lifesteal is a lot of lifesteal. It's too bad you can't put this full set on a mercenary, because that'd be pretty beast. Now, the helmet has 228 defense, 103 strength, level 45. It has 100% enhanced defense, which does give it a relatively nice amount of defense. We've got Replenish Life +20, which unfortunately does not work on mercenaries, but it does work on players. And it's very, very nice to have Replenish Life, because your life is just going to be regenerating all the time, which is certainly a very nice thing. 37% cold resistance on this, and magic damage reduced by 10, which does make it relatively nice to help save your life versus certain spells. Certain low damage, like high frequency spells, are this is very effective against. Like, for instance, if somebody was shooting you with teeth in PvP, magic damage reduced is going to help you a lot versus teeth, because teeth are relatively low damage, but relatively high quantity. There's a lot of different things like that, like charged bolts are also a very good example. We also have the Hawaiian's Refuge Tingulated Mail. All these are Nightmare difficulty, by the way, except for the belt, which is actually normal difficulty. The Tingulated Mail is 390 defense, 86 strength, level 30 requirement. It has a 10% chance to cast level 3 Static Field when struck. Now, Static Field, of course, is very similarly to Crushing Blow, which it reduces the monster's HP by 25% of their current, not their max. And it is affected by lightning resistance, so it does have a diminished effect versus monsters that are lightning resistant, and it does not work against lightning immunes. It's also only 12.5% versus bosses. Now, we also have a radial effect of this as well, and so we need to look that up, and we'll see how large the radius is on level 3 Static Field. So, Static Field in D2 at level 3 has a radius of 4.6 yards, which is not too bad. 4.6 yards is going to hit just about everything which is in melee range with him. We also have 200 extra defense on this particular plate of armor, which the set seems to be trying to give you a lot of raw defense, which may translate out badly to upgrades. It also gives you 100 to life, which is a pretty massive bonus to life. It seems to be kind of giving you a pretty decent amount of life, actually. As far as like the Replenish Life 20, then you have the raw 100 life, and then it also gives you the 20% life steal. Seems to be really kind of focused around giving you life. And then we have 7% poison resistance as well. Now, Hawaiian's Blessing belt is actually a normal difficulty belt. It's one of the reasons why most people don't use this belt, because it's normal difficulty and it doesn't give you max potion slots. So hopefully this will fix that. We've got 153 defense, 8 potion slots, 25 strength, and level 35. With 3 to 33 lightning damage, it seems to be kind of giving you a lot of lightning damage. We got lightning damage on the weapon, we got lightning damage on the belt, we got static field going on there, so kind of a theme I can see. We have 148 defense based on character level. Now this does vary by 1.5 per character level. And then we also have 12% damage taken goes to mana, which is always nice to have. If you take 100 damage to your physical life, you will take 12% of that and you will restore mana. So 12 restored to your mana, but you will still take 100 damage. So keep that in mind. Now, the full set bonus is kind of nice with this. We were talking about that earlier. So, I mean, all these pieces together kind of add up to an interesting bonus here. And the real problem with this is that any set that has a weapon in it that's tied to a weapon usually has issues. And this is kind of like where I'm looking at right now, is that this set does in fact have a weapon in it. And because it has a weapon in it, it is one of those sets that is always going to be a little difficult to wield. Now, let's go ahead and bump up my strength about as high as I can, because I know when I upgrade this, it's going to turn into a Colossus Vulge, and that means I'm not going to be able to wield it. So we're going to upgrade the weapon first. We're going to upgrade the belt first, because the belt is normal difficulty. So to upgrade the belt, we're going to need a shale, a towel, and a perfect diamond. And it's going to go from 153 defense, 25 strength, level 35, to 185 defense, 58 strength, level 40. A very, very solid upgrade for the Hwanen's belt, from the belt to the mesh belt. I would definitely say that if you have this belt, you would like that prevent monster heal, and you want that damage taken goes to mana, and maybe you're wielding one other piece, so you're getting maybe the defense bonus on this, 100 defense bonus. If you want to use this belt and you want the max potion slots, I would definitely say that's a pretty solid upgrade. Any belt that you're using already and you just want to get max potion slots is probably going to be a really solid 1-tier upgrade. So, thumbs up. We also have the Hwanen's Justice here, which is going to upgrade from 42 to 159 defense. Or sorry, attack. What did I say? Defense. Very fast attack speed, 95 strength, level 28. To the Colossus Bulge, which is 51 to 495. Not bad. Let me put a couple points into dexterity here so I can actually wield this thing. And it upgrades to 51 to 495 damage, 55 dexterity, 210 strength requirement, and level 55. I don't know very many mercenaries are going to be able to wield 210 strength at level 55. That is relatively high. I actually have trouble getting my level 70 mercs to have 210 strength. Of course, if it was ethereal, it would be 200, and that's usually why people use ethereal Colossus Bulges. The defense, I don't think upgraded enough to be worth it, but I mean it is relatively high. Let's compare this to something like let's see, Colossus Bulge. Let's compare it to the unique Colossus Bulge, which actually I don't even know if there is a unique Colossus Bulge now that I think about it. I don't think there is. I think that's one of the items that kind of got left behind. But an Ethereal Infinity Colossus Bulge, which I don't know why you'd make Infinity in a Colossus Bulge, but I got one here, is 1,022 damage. So definitely a lot higher on the damage with an Ethereal version. Let me see if I can find a insight made in a Colossus Bulge that's not ethereal. I mean, it looks to me like if you were to make an insight in a Colossus Bulge that's not ethereal, it's probably going to be about the same amount of damage. I have here a non-ethereal Thresher, which is 50 to 489. Which is pretty identical, and the speed on this is probably going to be identical as well because it does have 40% increased attack speed. I'm not really sure if that's going to quite cut it, but it's pretty darn close to a non-ethereal insight. Obviously, a lot easier to come by one of these, but one of the major issues with this is the Pole Rune. The Pole Rune is relatively rare, whereas the insight, on the other hand, is not relatively rare. So let's upgrade the Hwanen's Splendor Grand Crown, which is going to require a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond. And this is going to go from 228, 103 Strength, and level 45 to a Corona, which is 264 Strength, 264 Defense, 174 Strength, level 73. Why am I getting tongue-tied today? Can't read stats. It's my whole job, and I'm failing at it. So this is probably not the best upgrade there. Level 73 requirement, 174 strength. Both of those are really, really high. And the defense upgrade wasn't like too massive that I would consider that to be a great amount. What was that, like 40, 45, something like that? Not even that much. Hwanen's Refuge Ticulated Mail probably will get a nice defense bump going from the Nightmare to the Hell version. They usually do. So this one's going to be 390 defense, 86 strength, level 30, to 618 strength. 618 defense, 149 strength, level 62. Not really that great. That was not really that great of an upgrade. If I was using this, maybe utilizing this on a mercenary, you can utilize 3 pieces on the mercenary, by the way. I probably still wouldn't upgrade that. That's a pretty terrible upgrade. We can also upgrade the Hwanen's Blessing Mesh Belt, which is 185 defense, 58 strength, and level 40 to Hawanen's Blessing Mithril Coil, which is 212 defense, 106 strength, level 68. I mean, it's not really worth the runes to upgrade it, but it's certainly not a terrible upgrade. I'm not, like, mad at that. And if you really just wanted to prevent monster heal, I could maybe see that. It could be a way for you to work prevent monster heal into your build. But I feel like there's a lot better belts that you could be utilizing. If you are rocking this with at least one other piece, it technically has 312 defense, technically, because it also gives you the 100 bonus, which is really high for a belt. All in all, I'm not super impressed with a lot of these upgrades. Unfortunately, the Colossus Vulture just has a really high strength requirement. And if it wasn't for that massive strength requirement, it might be okay. Now, maybe if you were to throw a Hell Rune in there, I'm not sure if I have a Hell Rune just laying around, but a Hell Rune would probably bring that down enough to be useful. But at that point, you know, you've invested a Pole Rune, you've invested a Lum Rune, and you've invested a Socket Quest, and you've invested a Hell Rune, and I just don't really see this being viable over something else, which could be potentially better. Not all the sets are going to upgrade good, and that's just really how it is. Some of the sets are going to be bad upgrades. Unfortunately, this one in particular didn't really turn out that well. Now, the belt was a solid 1-tier upgrade. I think any good belt like this, especially something with Prevent Monster Heal, that will allow you to get full potion slots, is definitely worth at least a Shale and a Towel. Shale and Towels are not rare, and upgrading a Hawanen's Blessing to, at the very least, the 2nd tier was a pretty solid upgrade. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when this one was a colossal failure. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a belt, a very specific belt that is kind of just really focused around mana. It really doesn't have any other purpose in life other than just to give you mana, to help you restore your mana, to do mana things with your mana. It is called Gloom's Trap. Gloom's Trap has 102 defense. It is level 36 requirements, so relatively low. It has a strength requirement of 53, which is also relatively low. And it has 5% mana steal, which is static. It has 120 to 150% enhanced defense, which is, a variable of, 30%. We also have 15 to vitality on this belt, which is a nice little bump in HP. And then we have increases maximum mana by 15%, regenerate mana 15%, and a -3 to light radius. So basically, when you put this belt on, it is with the sole idea and understanding that you are trying to make your mana pool not go away. You've got mana steal to restore your mana. You've got mana regeneration to cause your mana to regenerate faster. You have increased to your maximum mana, which also helps your mana regeneration go quicker. And all of this adds up to a belt which is going to help you immensely keep your mana pool full. Now, who would I potentially use this kind of belt on? Well, basically any character that has huge mana issues. If I was a Freezing Arrow Amazon or an Exploding Arrow Amazon and I had tons of mana problems, this would probably be a good belt. If I was a Vengeance Paladin who had tons of mana problems, this could be a pretty decent belt. Even if I was like a Bear Sorceress or something, this might be a pretty decent belt, just simply to restore tons and tons of mana. Of course, they don't tend to have mana issues. Now, if your character has mana issues, it's a great belt for you. If your character doesn't have mana issues, it's not a great belt for you. I do feel like they kind of missed the boat here. They probably should have put on damage taken goes to mana as well. If their entire purpose of this was to be like the god tier mana belt, I feel like damage taken goes to mana certainly would have been a nice addition. You can utilize this on a spellcaster, obviously, to get the increase to maximum mana and the regenerate mana. The 5% mana steal won't be useful to you, but you still will get a pretty huge bump to your mana pool. Right now I have 279 mana, and when I put this belt on, you will see that I go from 269 to 299. Now, the higher your mana is, the more mana you get. And the way that mana regeneration works is that the more mana you have, the faster you regenerate mana. So having something like this on a sorceress to increase your maximum mana will also inadvertently increase your mana regeneration rate as well. And it gives you a little bit of regeneration rate on top of that to stack on top of your warmth. You could also potentially utilize this on a necromancer who is having issues with mana. You could utilize this on a summon druid or an elemental druid who's having issues with mana. Whatever issues you've got with mana, this will probably fix it for a short period of time. Is this probably the belt that you want to utilize for the rest of your career as a Diablo character? Probably not. But it is a belt that you can have handy. It's relatively small. You can fit it in your inventory and hold it there. And at any time, if you're playing a character and you just feel like you're just not getting enough mana, you don't have enough mana steal, you don't have enough mana, you don't have enough mana regeneration, well, there you go. This is your belt. This belt can also be upgraded to the highest tier. It is a nightmare level belt, which means you are going to need a lem rune and you're going to need a cove rune to upgrade this, and you're also going to need a perfect diamond. Now, it already does have max belt slots, so that's really not what we're upgrading it for. We're really just upgrading it for the defense. So we're going to go from 102 defense, strength requirement of 58, and a level of 36, to 155 defense, 106 strength requirement, level 63. It's not really a bad upgrade. Not really bad at all. I could definitely see doing that and just holding it in my inventory, for other characters who might necessarily need it, especially since the 5% mana steal really kind of helps out all characters, and having a good bit of defense on a belt like this is certainly not going to be bad. I think, quite honestly, this belt fills the niche that it was designed for quite well. Is it a niche that you specifically need? The answer is no. The problem is that when you build a character, you usually solve your mana problems in some way. Whether you're using an insight polearm, whether you build your mana high enough so that you have a natural regeneration with your warmth, whether you build tons of +2 mana after each kill so that every time you kill something your mana is constantly regenerating, or maybe you're using a phoenix shield with redemption, or you're a paladin with redemption, or maybe you're a summon druid who's utilizing the mana regeneration vine. There are lots and lots of different ways that you can solve your mana issues, and this is probably not one of them. This is more of like a stopgap measure. It's a belt that you hold on to, you use when you need it to solve your mana issues for a short period of time, and then eventually when you become a full-grown adult, so to speak, and you've leveled up your character to as high as he can possibly be, you find other ways to solve your mana issues besides this belt. And that's really all there is to it with this belt. And I'm afraid a lot of these videos are going to be kind of short because some of these items, they really don't have a lot to talk about. When you're looking at items like this that have a very specific purpose, you know exactly what characters it will be good on, and you know what characters it's not going to be good on. Characters that don't have issues with mana, characters that don't burn mana on a regular basis, like maybe you're a sacrifice paladin, you don't need this belt. You don't need mana steal. You don't need increase to maximum mana. You don't need mana regeneration. It's not going to be for you. If you're a character that is burning mana on a regular basis and you feel like you always have mana issues, then this belt could very well be for you. And the relatively low level at level 36 is absolutely great, because when you find this Gloomstrap belt, you keep it in your inventory, and you can utilize it on every character as you level up that needs that increase to mana, regeneration, and the mana steal. And as you outgrow the belt, you take it off, put it back in your stash, and you hold on to it until the next character needs it. Now, let's go take a look at Silo's Pen real quick, and we'll have a look and see where you could potentially find this belt if you were looking for it. Because as a stopgap measure, it is actually a very excellent one, and I think a lot of people will agree that if you're looking for a Gloomstrap belt, you probably are really suffering from some mana issues. So let's pull up the Gloomstrap belt. There it is. And we're going to look at bosses first, and we're going to pretend we have 150% Magic Find, which is fairly understandable, and players 1. And so here we have some quest monsters. We're going to ignore those, and we're going to go down to the non-quest kills. So Mephisto in Nightmare difficulty has a 1 in 1,240 chance. That is excellent. So you're probably going to get one off of him if you farm Mephisto in Nightmare for a little while. Diablo in Nightmare and Bale in Nightmare also have fairly good chances, and Dariel in Hell difficulty also a fairly good chance. Let's take a look at super uniques. And it looks like the Cow King in Hell has a 1 in 4,400. And Neelathak in Nightmare is 1 in 9,740. So I am noticing a bit of a interesting thing here, which is that we really don't have a lot of normal difficulty monsters or bosses. Let me do a quick look under bosses for normal difficulty. No results. And super uniques under normal difficulty? No results. So it looks like at the bare minimum, you're going to have to be in Nightmare to find this item. And that means that, you're going to have to go up against things like Andariel in Nightmare difficulty and whatnot to locate this belt. And that is a little bit of a sad thing because with the belt having such a low level requirement, it didn't really seem like that was the case. But it does look like you're pretty much restricted to Nightmare difficulty if you're looking for this particular item. There's not a lot of monsters. Actually, there's no monsters at all in normal difficulty that will drop this belt. And most of the monsters in Nightmare tend to be in some of the higher level zones. The bosses, obviously, can still drop the item. Let's take a look at the super uniques real quick. In Nightmare. So we're looking at Neelathak, Radamet, Cow King... Eldritch in Nightmare can drop it. That would be a good farming choice. That is in Act 5 though in Nightmare, so by then you're leaving Nightmare difficulty. Shank the Overseer also. Not a lot of monsters in the lower zones. I'm really trying to find one that's like Act 1, Act 2. Something that's easy to farm, Bone Ash in the Cathedral. But that's a pretty high chance at 1 in 21,970. Not the greatest options here. Yeah, it looks like this belt really has kind of an odd spawn zone. I'm not really sure what to think about it because it seems to be mainly the end of Nightmare difficulty, beginning of Hell, and obviously all of Hell. So the beginning of Nightmare difficulty doesn't even really have a lot of monsters in there that you can farm. It looks like you would be better to farm Eldritch and Shank over and over again in Nightmare difficulty than anything. Well, anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys watching my videos, even when it's a trap. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a very interesting pair of gauntlets known as Chance Guards. Now the Chance Guards are a little random because they don't always spawn with the right things that you would want. And this is really part of the issue. This particular item is just a little random, a little bit too random, quite honestly, for a lot of people's liking. And I never seem to find them when I actually want them. Like I know where they drop, and I'll try and go farm them, but I just never seem to find them when I actually want them. And it's kind of sad. But they are one of the best pair of Magic Find gauntlets in the game, along with the fact that they have some other nice effects. So let's take a look. So right now, they have 28 defense with 25 strength requirement at level 15. They give you 25 to attack rating, which is static. They give you 30% enhanced defense, which does vary by 10%, so 10 to 30%. They also give you a flat defense bonus of plus 15, which is actually kind of nice because the percentage they give you is really low. They also give you 200% extra gold from monsters, which is absolutely amazing and makes these one of the best gloves that you can wear for their gold find ability. We also get magic find of 40%, which does vary from 25, as low as 25, all the way up to 40%. So a perfect pair of chances would have to be a 40% magic find, 30% enhanced defense pair. We also get plus 2 to light radius on these. Now, they are such a low level that they could be utilized by just about anybody, and if you happen to find a nice pair of chances, well, you're definitely going to want to hold on to them, because just about everybody, especially early ladder, is trying to get their hands on a really nice pair of chances, because chances are, well, they're just pretty amazing. You put these together with a bunch of really nice pieces of equipment, and you can really beef your magic find up almost just to crazy levels. You're talking about 40% here. You could be rocking like 50% war travs. You could be rocking, like maybe a Tancred combo for 78% magic find. You can be rocking angelic. You could do 2 angelics, angelic armor and angelic amulet for 100% there. There are so many different combos that you can do with these chance cards to really get your magic find up nice and high, and gold find as well. The 200% gold find goes very well with a lot of items, and believe it or not, you can actually get your gold find up so high that you'll fill up your stash just so quickly. It doesn't even, you'll just blow your mind. You'll be just farming maybe the council or something like that with a bunch of gold find equipment on, and before you know it, your entire stash will be full, and you'll have to go to the Gaheeds and do some gambling to get rid of it. Now, chances are well sought after, specifically for their effects. Obviously, the magic find and the gold find. They really don't offer much of anything else. Other than the very small bonus to attack rating. There's really not a lot more going on there. And they do actually tend to get used at higher levels, and I'd like to explore and see what happens when we upgrade them. So we're going to need a shale and a tell rune for the first upgrade, which is relatively cheap. We're also going to need a perfect diamond, and I seem to be out of those. So let me go. Oh no, wait, there we go. I was about to give up hope. I gave up hope too soon. So we're going to go from 28 defense, strength requirement of 25, with a level requirement of 15, to Chance Guard's Heavy Bracers, which brings us to 67 defense, 58 strength, and level 30. And I'm going to say that's a pretty solid upgrade. 58 strength is low enough that I think most people can utilize them just fine. The defense upgrade was, I don't want to say it was amazing or anything, but it was definitely worth it. If you're going to be utilizing all magic find equipment, you might as well get it to a point where it protects you, at least a little bit. And I don't think any character is going to have an issue wearing Chance Guard's Heavy Bracers. And if you happen to have a nice perfect pair, why not? But we're not going to stop here. So we're going to upgrade this one more time. And to do this, we're going to need a Lem rune, a Co rune, and one more perfect diamond. Let's see what kind of armor we get out of this. So we're going to go from 67 defense, 58 strength, level 30, to 91 defense, 106 strength, levels 63. Honestly, that's not bad. Most characters, in my opinion, tend to have at least 106 strength or more, usually to put on things like the Monarch Shield, which is 156 strength, or maybe they have just enough to put on a pair of gauntlets or a pair of boots, whatever it may be. It's usually less than 106 strength. And the level requirement really doesn't matter, because when you get to a higher level, you're usually wearing chances anyway for the 40% magic find and the 200% extra gold for monsters. And honestly, I'm going to say that that's actually a pretty solid upgrade in both tiers. Now, granted, if you wanted to use these on a lower level character, you wouldn't be able to anymore, should you have upgraded them. But I think most of the time when it comes to magic finding, you usually have 1 or 2 set characters specifically for magic finding. And once they get to a certain level, it's really not going to matter, because you can just put them on whatever character needs them. And honestly, 106 strength and level 63 is not bad at all. And I know that the defense bump wasn't like super amazing over the original 28, but when you have multiplying effects, like for instance, if you're using Shiver Armor, or you have Shouts, or maybe you're a Paladin who's using Holy Shield, that small defense can actually be multiplied quite nicely by those abilities. Now, there really wasn't a lot to talk about with Chancy's, but I think the last thing that we definitely need to do is go over where you can find a pair. What's the best place? What's the best possibility for finding these? And I think we're going to focus on normal difficulty as well, because I feel like that's where a lot of people are going to want to find these is early on. Let's assume we only have 100% magic find, because obviously we're looking for Chancy's, so we probably don't have a lot of magic find already. It's going to be players 1, and we're going to take a look at bosses first. And by probability, it looks like our normal difficulty Mephisto is our best bet. So we've got a 1 in 382 chance that we'll get Chancy's from normal to Mephisto. So it seems like a very solid farming location. We also have normal Diablo has a pretty good chance at 1 in 417 on a non-quest kill. Not bad. We also have a 1 in 491 chance for Andorial, which is certainly not bad either. And let's do super uniques, shall we? So if we're going to hunt for super uniques, normal difficulty, it looks like the Summoner has a 1 in 1,748. Fang Skin in the Claw Viper Temple. A lot of good monsters here. Dark Elder in the Lost City, that's Act 2. The Cow King in Nightmare difficulty. We've got Ancient Ka the Soulless, who's a little hard to get to in the tombs, but if you were farming the tombs, it could be an interesting monster to kill a couple times, see if you could get it. Neilthak in normal. Storm Tree in normal. He's not too hard to find. He's actually pretty easy to farm. Looks like Infector of Souls and Lord Decease and Grand Visor of Chaos in normal difficulty have pretty decent chances. And even Shank the Overseer in normal difficulty has a pretty easy chance. And Eldritch the Rectifier. And Doc Farron and Pindle Skin and Thresh Socket. So there you go. There's your combo right there. Thresh Socket in normal, Pindle, Doc Farron, Eldritch. That is a really nice combo. And Shank. So you could literally just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right there. Boom, boom, boom. Not bad. And in normal difficulty, too. So they should be fairly easy to kill. And farm them a couple times until you get yourself a pair of Chancy's. Not bad. Anyway, I'm glad that you guys took a chance on my channel. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. You guys, we are looking at the bluest set, I tell you. You thought those Gorefoots, the Gorefoot boots were blue? You thought those Hand to Brocks were blue? This is the blue set. This is what you wear when you want to be blue. Absolutely awesome looking. And, Milibrega's is a very interesting set, but it is also one that kind of suffers from a lack of any real good effects on each individual item. I've always noticed that Milibrega's set is actually relatively good in combination with the other pieces, but not so great by themselves. And as we go over the set, I think you will find the same thing. Now, I've actually used this set a couple times on low-level paladins, specifically for leveling up. And as we go over this set, I think you'll see that it's not so bad. Now, the Milibrega's set is specifically made for paladins. It does have a lot of specific paladin bonuses, but there are some bonuses on this set which might make it useful for a non-paladin, and we'll go over those as we look. So we have Milibrega's Rod Warceptor, which is 15 to 25 damage, very fast attack speed. We also have +1 to Paladin skill levels, 50% enhanced damage, +2 to light radius, and 50% damage to undead. Now, none of these effects on it vary. It also has no green bonuses, which is very sad, which means that it cannot be beefed up by putting on 1 or 2 or 3 pieces of the set. Now, +1 to Paladin skill levels is certainly nice and can be utilized on quite a few different kinds of Paladins. Even if you're just a Hammerden, you could put this on for +1 Pally skills relatively early at level 17, with only a strength requirement of 55, which is relatively low. We also have Millibrigga's Diadem, which is defense 45, strength requirement 55, level 17. It has plus 15 life and plus 15 mana, not exactly the best stats in the world. And with a two-piece bonus, you get cold resist 40%. Not very great. I'm going to be honest with you. By itself, if you're looking at Millibrigga's Diadem by itself, it's awful. It's an awful helmet. Eratha's Coil is way better. There are so many better options at level 17. All it gives is 15 to life and 15 to mana, and it's terrible. However, when you look at it in the whole set, we'll see differently. We also have Millibrigga's Robe Ancient Armor, which is, of course, the 90% of the sexiness of this armor is just simply that nice blue ancient armor. It has 466 defense on it, which does vary a little bit. I believe it goes up and down a couple points. We also have a 100 strength requirement on this because it is an ancient armor, and a level 17 requirement like the rest of the set. We have damage reduced by 2, and attacker takes damage of 3 on it. Again, absolutely just terrible. The two-piece bonus on this is 100% enhanced defense, though, and that is nice because it's going to bring up the defense of Millibrigga's from 233 on its base to 466, which again, at level 17, 466 defense is pretty nice. We also have Millibrigga's Orb Kite Shield, which is 43 defense, 38% chance to block, which is terrible, 47 strength, 17 level requirement. It has 25 defense, 20% better chance of magic items, and of course you can also put a socket in it. When you put it on with the other pieces of the set, you actually have 2 different bonuses here. We get 50 life when you have at least 2 items equipped, and then we get another 50% enhanced defense when we have 3 items equipped. Now, the real meat and potatoes of this set comes from the full bonus. And when you put on the full bonus, you'll see that you actually get quite a nice amount of stats. But let's take a look at the partials first before we go forward. So the first partial is 75 to attack rating with 170 to maximum lightning damage based on character level. That does vary by, I think it's 2 or 1.5 per level. Kind of can't even remember. 170 divided by 85. That's 2 per level. My character is currently level 85. So we get 2 maximum lightning damage per level just for having 2 pieces on, which isn't so bad because at level 17 you're talking about 17 times 2. So you've got 34. So 34 extra lightning damage added to your attacks. When you put on the third piece, you will get Cannot Be Frozen, and Cannot Be Frozen is absolutely imperative for low-level melee characters. This will allow you a little bit of variance in what kind of other equipment you would like to put on. The only other Cannot Be Frozen that you can get around this level, I believe, is Death Sash and the full Arctic set. The full Arctic set will give you Cannot Be Frozen, but I don't see a Paladin running full Arctic. Now, he could be using Death Sash, but this frees up the belt slot for something else. Instead, he could be rocking maybe a Blade Buckle or a Gold Wrap or something like that for Magic Find. So we also have another piece bonus. So this is our full set bonus. And when we put on the full set, you'll notice that we get +2 to Paladin skills, which of course is in combination with the +1 that we have on the scepter. So we've got +3 total on this thing. We've got 200 to attack rating now, the same +2 lightning damage per level. We also have 10% mana steal, 8% life steal, 15% poison resistance, and of course they cannot be frozen. All in all, it's actually a pretty nice little set for a level 17 paladin. Cannot be frozen is absolutely imperative for low-level paladins. Mana steal is absolutely imperative for low-level paladins, and it gives you 10% mana steal. If you're trying to zeal, if you're trying to vengeance, if you're trying to use any ability that requires a large amount of mana and you can hit things and bonk them and steal some mana back, 10% mana steal is a lot at level 17. We also get 8% life steal as well. So not only does it solve your mana steal problems, it also solves your life steal problems. And so you're looking at a very interesting set for a low level, say, Zeal Paladin, a low level, Vengeance Paladin, a low level, even a Conversion Paladin, if that's what you want to be. It's going to give you the plus to skills you need. It's going to give you the attack rating that you need. 200 attack rating is a fairly nice bonus. It's also going to give you the life steal, the mana steal, the cannot be frozen, all of which are very, very nice. And when you take a look at the resistances in normal difficulty, they're not the greatest, but they're okay. I do feel like for a 4-piece set, they could be a little bit higher, but it is only a 4-piece set. Keep that in mind. And you can put on quite a few other pieces of gear. So you're going to be rocking 30% fire resistance. I know my head's in the way. 30% fire resistance, 70% cold resistance, 30% lightning resistance, and 45% cold or poison, which is not bad. Those resistances are actually not bad at all from the full set. And if I take off the full set here,
I can't.
So actually, we got that's right. The 30% is coming from the quest bonus. My bad. So not actually the greatest resistances there at all. It looks like we're really only getting cold resistance and a little bit of poison. So very poor on the resistances. You're going to have to augment that with amulet, boots, rings, belt, gloves, and probably a diamond in the shield. So let's take a look and see what would happen if we upgrade this set, shall we? So Millibriga's War Scepter will upgrade with a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald, which is a fairly cheap upgrade. And this is going to give us a nice DPS boost on this weapon. It does have 50% enhanced, so I do think it will go up kind of nicely. Not the greatest, but it'll do okay. So this is going to upgrade from 15 to 25 damage, 55 strength, level 17, to 24 to 57 damage, 103 strength, and level 30. Now, that's not a bad upgrade, especially considering this is a weapon. And any set that has a weapon in it, any set at all that has a weapon in it, I've always noticed tends to fall to the wayside, specifically because the weapon can't keep up with your leveling. So being able to upgrade the weapon on this might actually elongate the use of this set for a little while for you until you get some better equipment. 24 to 57 is not the most amazing, but it will do you for a little while in Nightmare difficulty. Now, we also have the helmet, which can be upgraded, the crown. Now, the crown requires a shale, a towel, and a perfect diamond. This is going to go from 45 defense, 55 strength, level 17, to 82 defense, 103 strength, level 25, which upgrades to 30 when equipped with the green bonus. So interesting here that the weapon probably is a good choice to upgrade if you're still using it around this level, but the helmet really wasn't a huge upgrade as far as defense was concerned, and the 103 strength requirement is pretty high. I mean, granted, the armor is 100, so you should be around that level anyway, but interesting. Now, the shield, I think, is going to get a nice little boost in its block rate, if I remember correctly. So this is going to be 43 defense, 38% chance to block, 2 to 5 smite damage, 47 strength, and level 17, which is going to upgrade to 91 defense, which goes to 124 when equipped. 48% chance to block, so we did go up by 10% on the block chance. That's actually quite nice. We went to 15 to 24 smite damage, a strength requirement of 91, and level 30 when equipped. Level 25 when not equipped. And just to demonstrate to you guys that this green bonus seems to be affecting the actual level of the item. When you equip the item without any green bonus, it stays at 25. As soon as you equip the first item and the green bonus appears, it goes to level 30. And some of them have to have 2 green bonuses affect the item before it will go to level 30. I'm not exactly sure why that is, and this may just very well be a bug from PTR, Public Test Realm, but we'll find out. So, the boost in block chance might actually make this worthwhile. If you're still using this shield, if you're using it for Magic Find, whatever specific purpose you're employing a Millibriga's Orb for, maybe you found it early on and you're using it for Magic Find until you can afford to get yourself a Rhyme Shield. This item is a decent little Magic Find shield. The only problem is that it costs a Shale Rune to upgrade it. So if you have a Shale Rune to upgrade this shield, you're probably going to use it to make a Rhyme Shield. in which case, this doesn't really work for that particular purpose. So you'd have to be using it in the set to spend a shale rune on that. Now, the armor, I'm afraid, is going to upgrade rather poorly. Ancient armor upgrades to ornate, and ornate upgrades to sacred, and they are among the highest strength requirement armors in the game. And that means that Millabriga's robe, although it will upgrade the defense nicely, it is not going to have any enhanced defense on it, and it's also going to, unfortunately, increase the strength requirement really, really high. So let's upgrade this and let's see what we get. So we're going to go from 233 defense, 100 strength, level 17, to 442 defense, 170 strength requirement, which is a pretty massive increase, and level 25, which does go to level 30 when equipped. Now, thankfully, there is a green bonus on this of, what is that, 2 pieces or 3 pieces? 2 pieces. So there's a green bonus on this of 2 pieces, which does increase the defense by 100%. Which does make the upgrade kind of worth it, because we go from the 232 defense to the 442, which is then upgraded by the 100% to 884. So a pretty massive defense bump there. Unfortunately, the high strength requirement does make that a little bit hard to equip at level 30. And not really sure that is worth it. But the defense bump is very nice. Now, the next upgrade is going to be taking this to the Hell difficulty version and the Elite version. And this upgrade is probably not going to be worth it for any of these pieces, but we're going to do it anyway, because that's what this video series is all about. So we've got the Millabriga's Rod Divine Scepter, which is going to go from 24 to 57. Very fast attack speed, strength 103, with a level requirement of 30. To Millabriga's Caduceus, which I believe is how it's pronounced, the Caduceus. Millabriga's Caduceus is now 55 to 64 damage. It has 70 dexterity requirement, 97 strength. Not bad on the stat requirements, but level 78 on the level, which is unfortunately going to make that unusable for most characters. We also have Millabriga's Grand Crown, which is going to require a Laminico and a Perfect Diamond. And this is going to upgrade from 82 defense, 103 strength, level 25, to Millabriga's Corona, which is 152 defense, 174 strength, and level 66. Definitely too high of a strength requirement there and too high of a level requirement for not really a huge bump in the defense. Honestly, the defense really wasn't our main concern with this set, but let's continue upgrading anyway, because we're on the path. We might as well finish. So now we have Millabriga's Robe Ornate Plate, which of course is going to upgrade to a Sacred Armor, which is the highest tier armor in the game. We have 442 defense, 170 strength requirement, level 25, which is going to go to 593 defense, 232 strength requirement, and level 66. And of course, when we equip it with the green bonus, we go to 1,186 defense, which is a pretty big bump in defense over the original 468, I believe. Then that was with the green bonus. So with the green bonus, we were looking at 468, and with the green bonus now, we're looking at 1,186, which is more than double the defense of the plate. If only that 100% enhanced was actually on the plate instead of the green bonus, it required you to use any of the other pieces. We also have Millabriga's Orb Dragon Shield, which is going to upgrade into a Monarch Shield, believe it or not. And this is going to go from defense 91, chance to block 48%, strength 91, and level 25, to 169 defense, which does upgrade to 241 when equipped. Chance to block goes to 52% from its original very low 38%. So quite a bump in chance to block there, at the very least. We also have 156 strength requirement on this, and level 66 with the green bonuses, but level 54 without them. It's very interesting here to point out that the high strength requirement, obviously, on the Sacred Armor makes that a very inhibitive and very pointless upgrade. The lack of any kind of enhanced damage other than the 50% is not enough. It's not enough to push this weapon into a Hell difficulty mode. The really high strength requirement on the Corona, again, very difficult to justify upgrading this to level 2. level 3, sorry. I would say that the weapon is a decent little upgrade to tier 2 if you're using this Millabrega set on your paladin. The helmet was a okay upgrade to tier 2, and the shield was an okay upgrade to tier 2, but the armor was not a good upgrade to tier 2. The strength requirement went way too high at 170. So if I use this set, let's say I put this set together and I really wanted to make a Millibrega's paladin, and I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of out-leveling the equipment. I'm getting to level 30, right? So once I hit level 30, what do I upgrade? Well, I would say that upgrading the weapon, the helmet, and the shield are pretty solid upgrades just to gift you some gear so that you can get through Nightmare. The armor, on the other hand, is probably not worth upgrading at all because of the really high strength requirements. Unless you just happen to have 170 strength, which you probably shouldn't around level 30. So upgrade these 3 pieces to help you get through, the end of Act 5 and the beginning of Nightmare. And then you could replace these as you need to. Now, if you have this whole set, the full set bonus is actually kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. Having Cannot Be Frozen, having +3 to Pally skills, 10% mana, and 8% life leech is certainly very nice. But I just don't see this set going much further past Act 1 Nightmare difficulty. I feel like around that point, you're going to be replacing each one of these pieces with something better. It doesn't give you enough resistances to really be worthwhile to keep outside of normal difficulty, and the armor upgrades require too much strength for relatively no gain. Other than looking sexy as all get out, I'm afraid Millibrega's is probably not the best set to upgrade. 1-tier upgrade, maybe. 2-tier upgrades, definitely not. Take one good look at the Millibrega's beautifulness. It is a beautiful set, though. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it is on a very blue armor set, such as Millibrega's. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to a very shadowy, very ethereal set known as Natalia's Odium. Natalia's Odium is a very interesting set because it is one of the only sets in the game that makes you ethereal. As you can see, you can barely even see my character. Even in the old game, it would make you ethereal, which is a pretty cool effect to add to an armor. We only have 4 pieces on this set. The Natalia's Mark Scissors Swaya, the Natalia Totem Grimhelm, the Natalia's Shadow Loricated Mail, and the Natalia's Soul Mesh Boots. Now, some of these items will not upgrade, but I do have the gems for them just in case, because we're always gonna put them in there and just test them and make sure that they don't upgrade. And I'm pretty sure that these Scissors Suwaya are not going to upgrade, as well as the Loricated Mail, I'm pretty sure is higher tier. So we're really looking at the Mesh Boots and the Grimhelm. And the Mesh Boots are probably one of the most important upgrade items I've ever thought of. Because if you were a Kixen and you really wanted to use Natalia's, well, you're limited by your boots. Well, being able to upgrade these to the higher tier is, of course, going to increase the kick damage on these, which is something that's going to be very nice. Now, let's go over each piece individually, and then we'll talk about the full set bonus, and then we'll upgrade. So we have Natalia's Mark Scissors Swaya. That's right. 120 to 153 damage, melee range of 1, by the way, because it's a claw. 118 dex, 118 strength, level 79 requirement. It does have 40% increased attack speed, which is pretty massive. It has 200% enhanced damage, which is static. ITD, which will make sure that whatever target you're shooting at, whatever target you're hitting, whatever skill you're utilizing that utilizes attack rating, it will ignore attack rating as a calculation. It will still factor in things like level. So if you're relatively low level compared to the monster that you're fighting, that will have some effect. But attack rating will not matter. It's also important to note that ignores target's defense does not work on bosses. So you will need attack rating to hit those bosses. We We also have 200% damage to demons and 200% damage to undead. And since the majority of the monsters in the game are either demons or undead, you can relatively say that that's a 200% off-weapon ED bonus to just about every monster in the game, which is really nice. We have 12 to 17 fire damage plus 50 cold damage, which has a 4-second duration, by the way. And of course, you can throw a socket in this, and you can make it a little bit better. There are no green bonuses on this. Some of these higher sets don't have any green bonuses, which is interesting. We also have Natalia's Grim Totem. Natalia's Grim Totem is a Grim Helm, and it's actually kind of nice for other characters, too. It has 426 defense, which is relatively high, considering that it has only about, I think it's like 190-something base, I think. But it does have a relatively high bonus defense, which does vary. So keep that in mind. We also have plus 20 to 30 dexterity, which varies. We have plus 10 to 20 on the strength, which varies. We also have a variance on the all resistances of 10 to 20. So lots and lots of variances here. Variances on the defense, variances on the strength, variances on the dex, variances on the all resistances. So it's a little difficult to find yourself in Natalia's totem in good shape. If you were actually going to use this set and you wanted to utilize it on a regular basis, this would probably be something that you would look for, to find those really nice stats. Let me do a double check here, because the 301 defense on mine seems to be a bit high, and I just want to look up really quickly Natalia's totem. Because I feel like that defense might be a little too high for what it's supposed to be. Sometimes with these items, if they're older versions of the items that I have from my files, they'll still have their original defense, kind of like from a pre-patch. And it does look like the defense is supposed to be 135 to 175 on the bonus, which means it is going to be a little bit lower than what is rated here. We're looking at 300 on the maximum defense for this helmet, and we're probably going to have to factor that in when we do the upgrade as well. I'll have to pay attention to that. You can also put a socket in this, of course, and you can throw something in here to make it a little bit better. We also have Natalia's Shadow Loricated Mail. The Loricated Mail is an elite armor already, so unfortunately, we probably won't be able to upgrade this. It is 721 defense, 149 strength requirement, and level 73. It is a very interesting armor, though, because it has plus 2 to Shadow Disciplines, which is very nice. It has a bonus defense of 150 to 225, varies a little bit. We also have life based on character level of 1 per level. So at level 73, when you can throw this on, it's going to be 73 extra life. We also have 25% poison resistance, and then poison length reduced by 75%. And then we have sockets. Now the sockets vary, which does make this armor sometimes not worth keeping. You want to find one that has 3 sockets. And put that on. Plus 3 sockets, so it's 1 to 3 sockets, and 3 is what you're looking for. Now, it's really interesting because this armor kind of competes with Griswold's Heart for a 3-socket armor that has other effects. You can customize this, obviously, to the way that you would particularly want, and honestly, I think Natalia's Shadow Loricated Mail kind of beats out the Griswold's Heart in a lot of use case scenarios. I mean, you're getting a bonus to life, you're getting the poison length reduction and the poison resistance, and if you compare it versus Griswold Heart, I think sometimes you'll find that this is the superior choice. Now we also get the Natalia's Soul Mesh Boots. Now, Natalia's Soul Mesh Boots are actually pretty nice. They're 169 defense. They do vary a little bit there. 75 to 125 on the defense variable. We got 40% faster run walk, so they're really fast boots. We also get heal stamina plus 24%, which is based on character level of 0.25 per level. Most people are not really going to care about this, but it will, obviously, at level 25, It'd be very nice to help keep your character running. A lot of people kind of look at this set, and you've got the 73 on the armor, you've got the 79 on the weapon, you've got the 59 on the helmet, but the boots are just relatively low-level boots, and they can be utilized on a lot of different characters. Now, the cold resistance and the lightning resistance vary on these boots from 15 to 25%. So if you find a perfect set of these, you're looking at 125 defense and 25% on both resistances. And of course, these are upgradable, so we're going to play around with that. Now, Natalia's set is a set that also has bonuses. So let's take a look and see what the two-piece bonus is, which is magic damage reduced by 15. Always nice to have a little bit of magic damage reduced by. We also have 200 extra defense added from the set bonus of 3 pieces. And then for the entire set, you get +3 to assassin skills, 14% mana, 14% life, 350 defense. So we bumped up from 200 to 350, so an extra 150 for the full set. All resistance is 50, which is a pretty large bonus to our all resistances. And then we get damage reduced by 30%, which is freaking nuts. Now, the damage reduced by 30% really is the big thing here, because if you calculate in Fade, if I was rocking Fade, for instance, level 20 Fade would give me 20% DR, and the armor is giving me 30, which means I would be at 50%, which is the cap for damage reduction. You could also be rocking a Storm Shield, which is 35%, which is also going to throw you over the cap. Now, it is important to note that going over the cap is not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of people would say, oh, you're over the 50% cap, you've wasted it. But that's not really the case. It's called overprotection. So if you get amplify damaged, amplify damage will bring down your physical resistance by 100%. If you're at the 50% cap, exactly, then you will be at negative 50% because amplify damage is reducing you by 100 and you're at 50. So it's going to reduce you 50 to 0, and then it's going to reduce you another 50 to negative 50%. But if you have overprotection from physical damage in the form of, say, for instance, Natalia's, Fade, Storm Shield, String of Ears, Verdungos, various things that will give you more damage reduction over the cap, this kind of thing can protect you from amplify damage and decrepify. And to actually have enough overprotection to still hit the 50% cap with amplify damage on you, you would need 150%. It's pretty ridiculous. But having a little bit of overprotection is certainly not a bad thing. Now, let's take a look and see what we can do to upgrade this set. So first off, let's just triple check with a Pull, a Lumrune, and a Perfect Emerald with the Natalia's Scissors. And as you can see, they do not upgrade. So let's also check with the Natalia's Loricated Veil with a Lem, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond, just to triple check. And as you can see, they do not upgrade. This is because this is already elite. Both of these items were already elite. Now, the Grimhelm, on the other hand, will upgrade. The Grimhelm is going to go from 300 defense. I'm reading off the website because mine's wrong. 58 strength, 59 level requirement. And it goes to less defense. Why would it do that? Well, the answer is because the Grimhelm, which upgrades into the Bone Visage, the two variables overlap each other. And this is kind of important to note. So, Natalia's totem is a Grimhelm, which is 60 to 125 defense. The Bone Visage is 100 to 157 defense. So if Natalia's Grimhelm rolled with relatively high defense, like 125, and then you go to upgrade it to a Bone Visage, you will end up with a variable between 100 and 157. And unless it rolls higher than the 125 that the Grimhelm rolls, there's a very good chance that the Bone Visage can actually downgrade its defense, which says to me that upgrading the Natalia's Visage the Visage into the Bone Visage, the Natalia's totem into the Bone Visage, getting tongue-tied here, is a bad idea. You are more often than not actually going to lose defense as well as increase the level requirement to ridiculous heights, to level 70. And that's just not good. Now, I do think that the Natalia's Soul Mesh Boots, on the other hand, will be a good upgrade. These boots are going to increase their kick damage as well as their defense, and both of these things are going to be very nice for us. So right off the bat, let's take a quick reason does not show. This is a bug that's been in the game for a while, if I remember correctly. So right now, in the mesh boot form, they are 25 to 52 kick damage. However, when you upgrade these to the Hell version or the Elite version, they're going to go to Bone Weave boots, which are 192 defense, 118 strength, and level 61. And the kick damage is going to go up to the new version of the boots, which is the Mesh boots. Or sorry, the Bone Weave boots. And the Bone Weave boots have a kick damage of 9 to 118. So we go from 23 to 52 to 9 to 118. Now that means that the bottom end did drop out a little bit from 23 to 9, but the top end basically doubled. What is that? 52. So 52 plus 52 is 104. So we more than doubled the top end of the kick damage on these boots. The defense went up a little bit, which is certainly nice, but I think the main consideration here is Assassin, and if you are trying to get the most kick damage you can out of a pair of boots, and you really want to use the Natalia set, which is a pretty decent set, the kick damage on the boots is going to be holding you back. Well, no longer. The kick damage on the boots no longer holds you back because now you can upgrade them to the Bone Weaves. Now, granted, they're still not going to be as good as like Myrmidon Greaves, which are 83 to 149, or the Mirrored Boots, which are 50 to 145, but obviously you're no longer held back by the relatively low damage of the Mesh Boots, which is 23 to 52. Now, granted, the level did go up to level 61, and the strength requirement went up to 118, but 118 should be just fine, considering the strength requirement on the Scissors Suaya is also 118. So you're going to need 118 to wield the scissors, and you're going to need 118 to wield the boots. And you also are going to need 149 to put on the armor. So keep that in mind. So the boots, yes. The helmet, no. The rest of the armor can't be upgraded, and that's just really sad. This set does seem to be very specifically pointed at a melee assassin, obviously a martial arts or a kicks in, with the relatively large amount of mana and lifesteal. It also has a relatively nice amount of ignores target's defense, damage to demons, damage to undead, bonus damage, increased attack speed. I mean, it really seems to be kind of making you an assassin, which is getting in there and getting into trouble. The 30% damage reduction also very, very nice for getting in there and getting into trouble. And of course, we also get the +3 assassin, and then we get +2 shadow on the armor, which it's not quite +6. A lot of these other sets, they seem to like give you like tabs, like skill tabs on every item, and then adds up to like +5 or +6 or something like that. This one didn't quite do the same thing. It's just giving you the +3 on the assassin, but +5 to shadow, which is not bad. And of course, you can customize this very well. What I actually did on my character, my Blade Fury assassin, was I took 3 40% ED jewels, and I threw them in here for the Blade Fury assassin in lieu of a fortitude, and it was actually very, very good. The +2 shadow disciplines combined with the bonus damage, combined with the life and the poison length reduction and stuff like that, it worked out very, very nicely. I did eventually get myself a fortitude and replace this, but this is actually much more common than a fortitude. So until you actually get your hands on a fortitude, you could be rocking this with some nice jewels in it. You could even put 3 15% IAS jewels in it if you wanted. 15% IAS jewels are not hard to come by. So all in all, Natalia's set is certainly an interesting one, and that upgrade is probably one of the better upgrades that I've seen so far. There have been some upgrades that were not so great, I will admit, but this one seems like a really solid upgrade for any assassin who is specifically trying to utilize kick damage with Natalia's set. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when you can see through my armor. And keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a relatively powerful bow that has quite the reputation and also a very interesting graphic as well. It is called the Kuko Shakaku, which always reminds me of Ace Ventura, where they're hawking loogies at each other, and just literally, I just all I remember really is the scene of them leaving, and there's just like snot hanging from every orifice in their body, and they're giggling and laughing about it too, because it's an honor. Anyway, let's go over this particular item together, and we'll talk about what is special about the Kuko Shikaku, and what it can be potentially used for. So the Kuko Shaku has 28 to 81 damage, and it's not a particularly high damage bow, but it's a relatively low level bow at level 33. It has 49 dexterity and 53 strength requirement, and it is a fast attack speed bow. It doesn't have any increased attack speed on it, which is it's just not the best, especially considering it is based around elemental damage, and usually when it comes to elemental damage you want to attack as fast as possible because weapons and things like that are usually balanced around physical damage. So if you have a really big two-handed weapon that swings really slow, it really smacks, but it takes a while to reel back and have another shot. Well, it doesn't matter with elemental damage, because with elemental damage, the game is not balanced around that. So the faster you shoot, the more damage you do, just in general. And so using a very relatively fast, low physical damage bow is usually the better option when it comes to elemental damage. So we also have +3 bow and crossbow skills on this, Amazon only, which is pretty amazing. So if you are using this on an elemental damage Zon, you are going to notice a really huge boost in the amount of damage that you get. It also gives you fires explosive arrows or bolts, and in 2.4 I do believe that they have changed this so that it will show you the correct value. And you know what? Let's go over there and take a look real quick, shall we? All right, so here we are over on the test server, and unfortunately it does not. Sad. I thought they had fixed the tooltips on that. They did, however, fix the tooltip on piercing attack. And piercing attack now shows that it is a 50% pierce, so very nice. We also have fires explosive arrows or bolts at level 7, which is what it actually is. So they don't actually tell you that, but we have a level 7 exploding arrow. Now, if we go and we take a look at what exploding arrow does at level 7, we get essentially a 32 to 36 damage fire explosion, which isn't really like a super huge amount. And it does give us an attack rating bonus of 74%. You have to fire regular arrows, so keep that in mind. And fires explosive arrows or bolts is literally just using the exploding arrow Amazon skill. And there's something special about the exploding arrow skill, is that it will literally absorb any fire damage that you have from any source and will add it to the explosion. So this particular bow also has 180% enhanced damage, which does vary a little bit from 150 to 180%. And it also has 40 to 180 fire damage, which is also adding to the explosive arrow damage that it does. So that means that we have to take the 32 to 36, and we have to add the 40 to 180 to the explosion to get our final number, which means we're probably looking at more along the lines of 40, 50, 60, 72, so 72 to 180 and 90, 216, so like 72 to 216 on our exploding arrow, when we can put this on at level 33, which is not bad. And it's still going to add in any other fire damage sources that we have. So any fire damage, including charms and items, will also get sucked into that exploding arrow, and we'll beef it up a little bit further. We also get +3 to Immolation Arrow, which means that we basically don't even have to put a point in it. As you can see, I have no points in Immolation Arrow, but I am at level 13 Immolation Arrow right now, which means I can, of course, fire Immolation Arrows at multiple targets. And the interesting thing about Immolation Arrow is that they have sort of fixed it a little bit. Before, it had such a horrible delay that it was almost not worth using. But now, in the 2.4 PTR, they have decreased the delay to 1 second, and it is far more usable than it was before. Now, I personally think it still needs another decrease in the delay. I think it needs to be taken to 0.5 seconds instead of 1. I tested out several times multiple different effects of like running exploding arrow versus immolation arrow and seeing if I could kind of like figure out the damage between the two. And I always felt like exploding arrow was still higher damage than immolation arrow, even at the 1 second delay. So I hope that they reduce that a little bit further. I don't think they need to take it away completely, but bringing it down to maybe 0.5 second delay would be a little bit better. Now, this particular bow can also be socketed, of course, and you can throw in something nice in here, and it can also be upgraded. Now, if we were to upgrade this, we'll get an increase in physical damage, and it will also take away our pretty graphic, which is quite sad, but that's what we're going to do. So the Kuko Kushako Cedar Bow will require a Pull Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald, and it will go from 28 to 81, 49 dex, 53 strength, level 33, to a Kuko Kushaku Shadow Bow, which is 42 to 165, 188 dexterity, which is pretty massive, 52 strength requirement, and level 54. Not a bad level requirement, but that dex requirement is kind of like through the roof, isn't it?
I can't use this yet.
And as you can see, it definitely is a nice bow to upgrade if you were specifically using immolation arrow, because it gives you +6 to immolation arrow. Unfortunately, plus to skills does not affect the fire's explosive arrows or bolts, so it will always fire level 7 no matter what. So if you do eventually utilize this bow at a higher level, you might want to think about actually putting points into the skill. 50% Pierce, of course, is very nice because you can avoid putting points into Pierce, as many as you need. You definitely usually want to get to about 100%, but the Pierce on the bow actually stacks with your Pierce. So if you have, for instance, 50% Pierce on yourself and 50% Pierce on the bow, then you're rocking 100%, which is absolutely excellent. This bow is absolutely great for exploding arrow, and it's just, exploding arrow is just one of those really odd mechanics that it doesn't work very well versus one target, but it works very well versus a pack of monsters. And basically what you're doing is you're applying multiple explosions to the targets within a very small radius. So let's say, for instance, you had like 10 monsters that were all clustered up in a nice little pack, and you managed to pierce 5 of them. Well, the explosions are going to hit all 10 monsters, and you're going to get 5 explosions, which are going to hit all 10 monsters. So you're going to get a pretty massive amount of damage in a very small space. And that is really the strength of exploding arrow. And this bow, honestly, was really made for exploding and immolation arrow, which both function very similarly, but unfortunately, because of the delay on immolation arrow, it tends not to work as well. But who knows? With the patch, with 2.4, the immolation arrow may be a little bit more viable. All right, so let's head over to Silo's Pen real quick, and let's take a look and see what we would do if we wanted to find this item. So assuming we have about 150% magic find and players 1, and looking only at bosses right now, we are looking at a bunch of quest kills right here. That's a lot of quest kills. And Dariel in Nightmare has a 1 in 465 chance to drop this. That is absolutely excellent. We also have Bale in normal difficulty, has a 1 in 484% chance to drop this. And Mephisto in Nightmare, 1 in 514. These are honestly absolutely excellent chances here. And that's Bale in normal. Which this is a level 33 bow, so if you were trying to get your hands on a Kuko Kushaku, farming Bale in normal difficulty might be your best bet to move yourself into Nightmare relatively easily. You can also farm Andariel in Nightmare, that is also in the beginning of Nightmare difficulty, and hope you can grab a Kuko Kushaku from her. Nightmare Andariel is actually great to farm for rings and amulets, so that might be a very good choice for a farming location early on in the game. Let's take a look at super uniques as well. And it looks like Neelathak, the Summoner, the Cow King in Hell, the Cow King in Nightmare, Any good monsters here? Looks like Treehead Woodfist and Nightmare and Bone Ash and Nightmare both have a pretty good chance of dropping this. They are relatively easy to get to. Darkwood and the Cathedral are right next to waypoints that can very easily be accessed. So that's a pretty good farming location if you wanted to just run those monsters over and over again. I'm also curious whether Bishibosh is on this list, but I don't see him. And I also don't see Rakanishu on this list. But it looks like normal difficulty Pindleskin right here has a 1 in 6,271 chance to drop this. You could farm normal Pindle over and over again to try and get your hands on a Kukokushaku. Not bad. Nightmare Pindle also has about the same percent chance. And Doc Farron in Nightmare is relatively easy to get to as well. So it looks like Shank, Doc Farron, and Eldritch in Nightmare difficulty all have a pretty good chance as well. But by then, it might not be very useful to you. It really kind of depends. And it didn't lose its special graphic. We need to go look at the special graphic because it is very pretty. It's a very striking bow, isn't it? It's just a very striking bow. Little feathers coming off of it and everything. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, especially when it's about a very pretty purple bow. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. No, I'm not naked. I'm just wearing a really low-level set. This is the Arctic set. The Arctic set is really kind of pointed around cold resistance. It really gives you quite a large amount of cold resistance. And we're going to see what's going on with this particular set. So, it's a relatively low-level set at level 2, and honestly, you can literally put this whole set on at level 2 with the exception of the bow and the gauntlets. The gauntlets can be put on relatively quickly after level 2 if you've got the right equipment, but the bow is 55 dex, 35 strength, which makes it hard to put on at level 2, unless you've got a bunch of charms in your inventory. But right off the bat, let's take a look at this set and let's get an idea of what this set could be good for, what it might upgrade to, and whether or not we should even bother. So right off the bat, we've got the bow, which is the Arctic Horn Short War Bow, and I see this thing drop literally all the time. I feel like it actually does drop literally all the time. And there's really not much more to say other than that literally, like, everywhere you go, it feels like this item is dropping on a regular basis. And we have some interesting stats. So we've got 55 dexterity, 35 strength, level 2. Level 2 is really low, but the high dex and the high strength make this relatively hard to put on for just about any character. You have to pretty much neglect all of your vitality, which causes other issues like running out of stamina all the time. We have 50% enhanced damage on this, which is actually pretty nice for a level 2 bow, and 20% bonus to attack rating, which at level 2 doesn't really give you a whole lot of attack rating, but it does add up over time. We've got 20 to 30 cold damage on this as a green piece bonus. And let me drop some of my crap on the ground here so I can actually take stuff off. So 160 to attack rating based on character level, and this actually does go all the way up to, I believe it's 792 at level 99. So pretty massive attack rating bonus on the Arctic Horn Short Warbow. And then, of course, when we put on 2 pieces, we get the 20 to 30 cold damage, which is nice. At level 2, 20 to 30 cold damage is enough to kill literally everything you come across. We also have Arctic Mitts Light Gauntlets, and the Arctic Mitts Light Gauntlets have a defense of 11, strength requirement of 45, which is a little bit of an issue at level 2. We've got 10% increased attack speed. tongue-tied. 20 to life, which is a lot of life at level 2, 10 to dexterity, and 50 to attack rating. So at the very least, it might help you put on the bow, which if you have at least 2 pieces on, you get the 50 to attack rating, and if you have 3 pieces on, you get the 10 to dexterity, which is not bad. We also get the Arctic Furs Quilted Armor, which is actually pretty common to find at a low level. And this armor is kind of beast on the defense. It's 111 defense at such a low level. And it also has a 325% enhanced defense as well, which does vary from 275 to 325%. I'm not really sure why this armor has such a high defense on it, but we're going to play around with that too. We also have a all resistances 10 on here, which certainly isn't the greatest, but it's nice to have. And then we got green bonuses. So the first green bonus that we get with 2 pieces is defense based on character level, which is 3 to 297. So not only does this armor have a massive 325% ED on it, but it also includes a defense based on character level as well. This armor might make a really good upgrade candidate, and we're going to play around with that. For 3 pieces, you get cold resist 15%, which is nice. This set is really kind of like geared around cold, obviously. It's the Arctic set, so lots and lots of cold resistance. We also have Arctic Bindings Light Belt, which is actually a really powerful low-level belt, and I often lament the fact that it doesn't have enough potion slots. I will be using it, and I love the fact that it gives me nice cold resistance. I love the defense on it, but it just doesn't really give me enough potion slots, and that's something that we can fix now. So great. So we've got 33 defense, we've got 4 potion slots, which is awful potion slots. We've got 30 extra defense on here, which is not bad, and 40% cold resistance with an extra 10%, I believe, for 2 items, I want to say. Oh no, it's 3 items for the extra 10% cold resistance. And for 2 items only, you get a nice 40% bonus to Magic Find, which is certainly really sweet. So if you have an Arctic Furs and a Arctic Belt early on, it's a very easy 40% Magic Find combo. And of course, you can socket the armor, throw a topaz in there at some point if you want to, and bump that up another 24%. We also get a very nice bonuses on the armor for 2 pieces, so we get 5 strength, which of course will help us put on those gauntlets. When we put on 3 pieces, we get another 50 life, which is pretty crazy considering the set already gives you 20. So we've got 50, 60, 70 life, which at a really low level, honestly, is just a huge amount of life. I mean, if you look at how much life I have right now, I've got a whole 54. And when I put on the gloves, I go up to 124, which is literally just a huge bonus over what I had before. And then for the full bonus, of course, we also get Cannot Be Frozen with 40 maximum cold damage based on character level. Now, this maximum cold damage based on character level does go up as high as... trying to remember here. You know, I might have to look this one up. Yeah, here we go. So it's 2 per character level on the maximum cold damage, up to 198. So not only do we have the 20 to 30 on the bow, but we also get another 2 per character level every level as we level up, all the way up to 198, which at level 99, if you were actually going to wear Arctics at level 99, would give you, what is that, a total of 20 to 228. Yeah, 20 to 228 cold damage, which is not super amazing, but all in all, when you take in this set from a perspective of level 2, it's actually a very nice set. It gives you a pretty massive amount of cold damage. It gives you a pretty massive amount of life. It gives you some increased attack speed, some magic find. It gives you a pretty massive amount of defense for this level, which is fairly nice. And it also gives you a pretty massive amount of attack rating in the form of an attack rating bonus and flat attack rating. So all in all, at level 2, Arctic Fur is absolutely an amazing set, if you can equip it, which is probably its only main caveat. Now, we're going to upgrade this set piece by piece, and then I'm actually going to have to throw this on another character because this character I don't think is going to be able to put this on. So Arctic Horn Short Warbow is going to go from 9 to 22 to 21. Fast attack speed, 55 dex, 35 strength, level 2. 21 to 52, 103 dex, level 73. Strength level 73 with a requirement of 25. Not the greatest requirement there. The strength went way up, the dex went way up, and the level requirement didn't go like super high. But we're going to take a look at this on another character in just a minute, and we'll get a better idea of what this is going for. All right, so here we are over on the other character, and the level requirement did go up from 25 to 30 when we put it on, so the green bonuses are increasing the level, just like on the previous sets. Let's go ahead and upgrade the gloves next. So they're going to go from 11 defense, 45 strength, level 2, and we're going to need Shale, Towel, Perfect Diamond, to 45 defense. Nice bump in the defense there. 88 strength, level 30. Not exactly a terrible upgrade. Not exactly the best gloves in the world, but not a terrible upgrade. We also have Arctic Binding Light Belt, which is 33 defense. No strength or dex requirement, level 2. And of course, we only have 4 potion slots. To a Shark Skin Belt of 62 defense. 12 potion slots. Beautiful, beautiful 12 potion slots. We also get 20 strength requirement and level 30, which is not bad, to be honest. That's actually a pretty decent upgrade, especially if you were only using the Arctic Bindings. A Shale and a Towel would be pretty easy to come by. It has 40% cold resistance on it and pretty nice defense. And quite honestly, that's just a pretty solid little upgrade for a low-level belt. I'd rather be upgrading a Death Sash, but if I didn't have a Death Sash, Arctic Bindings might be a pretty good choice. I actually usually find Arctic Bindings on my solo self-founds, like almost always. I actually usually always find Arctic Furs as well. And speaking of Arctic Furs, let's see how Arctic Furs upgrades. So we have 51 defense, 325% enhanced, level 2 with 12 strength. And that's going to go to the, of course, quilted to the Ghost Armor, which is 476, 38 strength, level 22. And of course, when we put it on, we go up to 731, which is not bad. Level 22 goes to level 27 when equipped with the green bonuses. Pretty huge defense bonus upgrade. Quite honestly, that's massive. Granted, the 255 defense is coming from the character level, which is not going to be exactly 255 at level 27, so it's going to be a little bit lower, but that's a really nice upgrade for one tier. The belt is a really nice upgrade for one tier as well, and if you were rocking this for the magic find, I could totally see using this belt and this armor, maybe throw a P topaz in there, and you've got, 40%, 50, 60, 74%, so 74% magic find right there between the two pieces, with some halfway decent effects too. I mean, you're also going to be rocking that +5 to strength and the defense based on character level. So interesting. You also gain the all resistances 10 from the armor too, so not a bad combo there. So we're going to upgrade these one more time, and we're going to get an idea of what they would be if they were elitified. So the Arctic Horn Rune Bow is going to transmute with a Pull, a Lum, and a Perfect Emerald. And that is going to go to a, what is that, Ward Bow, I think? So 21 to 52, 103 strength, 103 dex, 73 strength, level 25. To 30 to 79 damage, not very good. 146 dexterity, 72 strength, level 60. We need a little bit more dexterity, I see. Oops. So, very, very poor upgrade on the third tier. I definitely wouldn't want to do that for the third tier. It might make a halfway decent second tier upgrade if you just didn't have anything better at that particular point, but I can't really see it. The bow itself just doesn't have enough on it, doesn't have enough going for it. The only thing that I can think of that this bow might be decent for, because of the massive attack rating bonus, the 20% attack rating bonus on the item, both of which combine together to kind of make for a very interesting option if you were going to be doing a elemental damage build. So like, for instance, if I was like a low-level Holy Freeze Paladin or something, and I just wanted a bow that would apply my elemental damage, or maybe I was a low-level Enchant Sorceress, it could be interesting to utilize this set simply for the massive attack rating bonus. As you can see, I'm rocking 1800 attack rating right now with this set, which is certainly pretty high, but for level 72, it's not high enough. Let's upgrade the Arctic Mitts Battle Gauntlets next. So they're going to be upgraded from the Battle Gauntlets, I believe, to the Crusader Gauntlets. So 45 defense, 88 strength, and level 25 to 151 strength, 68 defense, level 57. Not exactly a good upgrade there. I feel like that was a really, really poor upgrade, and I probably would never do that, ever. And of course, they go from 57 to 69 when you put them on. We also have the Arctic Binding Sharkskin Belt, which is going to upgrade as well. This is going to go from 62 defense, 20 strength, level 25, to 88 defense, 50 strength, level 63. Not exactly a terrible upgrade, but there's no real reason to do that. The defense is the only thing really going up here for relatively mediocre amount of defense at that. The strength and level requirement went up really high for essentially, what was that, like a tiny bit of extra defense. Not exactly worth it. The 1-tier upgrade I think is worth it just to get those belt slots that utilize the Magic Find, but the 2nd-tier upgrade, not worth the lemon, the co that you would spend. Arctic Furs is going to be interesting because this one is going to upgrade really high with the 325% enhanced on here. When we upgrade this is of course going to go to the highest tier quilted armor, which is the what is that? Let's just find out, shall we? So 476 defense, 38 strength, level 22. To the Dusk Shroud with 1,704 defense, level 77 requirement. Or sorry, level 77, level 49 requirement, 77 strength requirement, and when we put it on with the green bonus, goes to level 61 from 49. Level 49 armor with 1,704 defense is kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie. If I was a low-level character and I happened to have those runes, that might actually be a pretty solid upgrade for low tier. And when I put it on, it goes to 1,959 defense. Holy crud. Definitely some very interesting interactions here between upgrading the Arctic Furs. This just goes to show you that when you have a percentage-based defense as opposed to a regular defense, it can come in really handy for upgrading items. And in this particular situation, we are looking at just some pretty massive defense on this thing. Sorry, I don't mean to cough into the camera. I'm kind of surprised at the defense numbers on this. That's just a massive defense bump for the final tier. And so we need to think about this in a very interesting way, which is budget equipment, right? What did I say earlier in this video? I said Arctic Furs drops all the time. I usually find a set of Arctic Furs on every single playthrough. If you can upgrade Arctic Furs to have a massive defense bonus like this relatively easily, you could utilize this on a mercenary to help keep him alive early game. Arctic Furs upgraded 1 tier was still pretty nice defense, and Arctic Furs upgraded to its 2nd tier is massive defense. 1,959 is rivaling things like a freaking stone rune word. Granted, it doesn't have to have the same utility as a stone rune word, but you know what you could do is you could take a shale rune, you could throw a shale rune in here, and you could give it faster hit recovery, upgrade it 1 tier, or sorry, 1 tier at the very least, throw a shale rune in it, and then you would have a relatively nice armor for a mercenary that could hold him until you get something better. It would give him fast hit recovery, and the defense would be pretty massive. I could have sworn I had a shale rune in here, but I guess I don't have a shale rune. Well, phooey patooey. Kind of blown away by the defense on that. I mean, granted, defense isn't the best stat, right? Defense isn't the most amazing stat in the game, but when your mercenary has a massive amount of defense on level for his character, it can keep him alive. It really can. If I were to take this set out and just like play around with it, the monsters wouldn't even be touching me with 2,155 defense. And if you're rocking this on somebody just for the defense, I mean, even if you weren't using the full set, you can literally just rock 2 pieces of this, the Arctic Furs and the belt. You would upgrade the belt 1 tier, of course, to get the max potion slots. Throw the Arctic Furs at least 1 tier up as well to get the defense bonus. You'd have the defense on character level on here as well. And you could be rocking some pretty nice defense as well as some decent magic find at a relatively low level. You're talking about like level 25, 30 for what, 40% magic find, and I think what was it, like almost 800 defense? 800 defense at level 30 I think is like more than enough to protect your character from just about every melee and range attack that comes in. Well, an interesting surprise from the set that almost makes you look like you're naked. And I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about low-level sets like this. And as always, keep watching. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at another interesting armor, and this is Kay Hagen's Wisdom Mage Plate. It's relatively easy to come by because it's a mage plate, but it does have a level requirement of level 51, let's keep that in mind. And because it is a mage plate, of course, it only has a strength requirement of 55, so relatively low. It does have some stiff opposition with the Skin of the Viper Magi, because the Skin of the Viper Magi has 30% faster cast with +1 to all skills, and it also has some other interesting effects on it too, like all resistances that this one does not have. But this one does have some interesting effects as well, and I would not sleep on this. If you have one of these sitting in the stash, and you don't have a Viper Magi sitting around, this can be a very good alternative for the time being. It also upgrades very well into an Archon plate, and we'll look at that later. So right off the bat, you see it has 681 defense. It does vary a little bit because it has a variable of 140 to 160% on the ED, which is only a 20% variable, so not bad. We have +1 to all skills on this, which does not vary. It's always +1 to skills. We have 20% faster cast, which is static. We have 20% faster hit recovery, which is static, both of which are absolutely amazing for any character who is a caster class. You need faster hit recovery to prevent those faster hit recovery stun locks, and you also need your faster cast to obviously make your skills cast quicker. And it may be the perfect item for you to hit a specific breakpoint, who knows. We also have +15 to energy, which is very nice because it's going to give you a nice little bump to your energy pool, or your mana pool. As you can see, I have 279, and when I put the plate on, I go to 302. We also have magic damage reduced by 10, which does vary from 6 to 10, but is very, very useful to cap out damage like Charged Bolt, Hydras. Anything that is low damage but relatively high volume, damage reduced by flat numbers work very well against. Whereas when you have something that's very high damage but low volume, it doesn't work quite as well. But it is very, very helpful to protect you versus certain effects, like for instance, Charged Bolt, Hydras. I'm trying to think of like off the top of my head a bunch of really good ones. Basically anything that counts as magic damage, like fire arrows that come from an archer, the magic component is going to get eaten up by this. There's all sorts of little things that it helps against, and while I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to get it unless I was maybe an energy shield sorceress, but it's nice to have. We also have +3 to mana after each kill, which is very, very effective at restoring your mana. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize, is that mana after each kill can be extremely effective for caster types, because if you are a caster type, obviously you're not getting any type of mana steal. So to get any kind of mana restoration, you need either mana regeneration or mana after each kill, and +3 to mana after each kill is actually very, very effective to help restore your mana pool. Especially if you're in a zone where you're killing monsters, very regularly. And you can stack these with things like Silkweave Boots, which have +5, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can also stack on some other different mana after each kill items to really stack it up even higher. And for something like a Hammerdin or a Sorceress, that mana to after each kill can be just absolutely invaluable. Now, this particular plate can be upgraded to the next tier, and I would like to go ahead and do that. So we also have the ethereal version, though, but let's go over that real quick just in case. So we've got 1,021 defense on this, 45 strength, and the same level 51 requirement. Now, the bad thing about it being ethereal is that you really don't want to waste a Zod rune in this. So it becomes a merc item. And the problem with it being a merc item is that the faster cast is wasted on any of the mercs that are not Act 3 mercs. The faster hit recovery is nice for them, though, and the energy is wasted on them as well. So we've got a lot of effects that don't necessarily help the mercenaries. The mana after each kill doesn't help mercs. The energy doesn't help mercs. The faster cast doesn't help most mercs. And overall, just not really a great plate for mercenaries. Now, the upcoming patch has the Act 3 mercenaries getting buffed quite considerably. And this could be a halfway decent plate for an Act 3 merc. If you were leveling up and you found this ethereal plate, you could throw that on your Act 3 merc, no problem. He'd have a good time with it. It's relatively low level, no stat requirements. There wouldn't be any reason why he couldn't utilize it. The defense would help keep him alive, and the faster cast, the faster hit recovery, the +1 to skills, and the magic damage reduced by 10 will all be very beneficial to a Act 3 mercenary. Now let's go ahead and upgrade this. And to upgrade this, we're going to need a lem and a co. And I'm sure I have a million lems and co's laying around. And we're going to get 2 of them because we're going to upgrade the ethereal version as well. And this one actually upgrades quite nicely. And we need 2 perfect diamonds. All right, so apparently I got a peasant's crown in my stash here. And an unidentified ring. So let's upgrade the non-ethereal version first with our Lem, our Co, and our Perfect Diamond. And we're going to go from 681 defense, 55 strength, level 51, to 1,128 defense, 103 strength, and level 70. A very solid upgrade, even if the level requirement did go up quite a bit. If I had this plate and I didn't have anything better at that particular moment, I could see upgrading this. The defense upgrade is very, very nice. The strength requirement didn't go up very high because, of course, this is an Archon plate. And the level requirement did go up quite a bit, but hopefully by then, by the time I have a Lemon, a Co, and a Perfect Diamond just laying around that I could spam on items, level 70, I'd probably be level 70 by then. We can also upgrade the ethereal version as well if you wanted to do this for a mercenary, and this one will go from 1,021 at defense, 45 strength requirement, level 51, to 1,669 defense, 93 strength, and level 70. All in all, I feel like this particular item is really just made for casters. The +3 to mana after each kill, along with the magic, the energy, and the magic damage reduced, as well as the faster cast and the faster hit recovery, all of it really screams to me a caster type. So like a Hammerdin, a Ice Sorceress, a Fire Sorceress, a Lightning Sorceress, maybe even a Fire Druid or a Hurricane Druid. Any of those classes would probably get very nice effects off of this particular plate. Now, is this the best plate that you could possibly put on? Probably not. I feel like the Skin of the Viper Magi wins out over the Kay Hagen's Wisdom. However, you might not always have the Kay Hagen's Wisdom. If you were leveling up, if it was a fresh ladder, and you were trying to get your hands on a Skin of the Viper Magi, and you came across a Kay Hagen's Wisdom, I would probably just use that until I found a Viper Magi. If I was running along and I never found a Viper Magi for some reason, maybe I'm just the most horribly unlucky person in the world, but I found a Kay Hagen's Wisdom, it's definitely a very solid plate to put on that would give me the +1 to skills I need, the faster hit recovery I need, the faster casting I need, and would also help out my mana consumption issues, which is certainly very nice. If you wanted to find this particular plate, we could take a look over at Silo's Pen, and we can see what specifically you could farm for this particular armor. I would assume, though, that if you were looking for this particular armor, or you wouldn't be looking for this particular armor, you would probably be looking for like a Skin of the Viper Magi. But let's just do the numbers real quick, and let's see where you could potentially get this armor if you wanted to. All right, so let's go to K. Hagen's Wisdom. We're going to pretend we have 150% magic find. We're going to do bosses. And from this, on non-quest kills, it looks like Andariel in Hell is your best bet. Mephisto in Hell has a really nice chance as well. 1 in 948 and 1 in 960. Not bad. And Diablo and Baal in Hell both have really nice chances. So honestly, all the act bosses in Hell difficulty are very nice chances. Let's check Nightmare, though, just to see what's going on with like Nightmare bosses. So it looks like Baal in Nightmare and Diablo in Nightmare can both drop this item, but Diablo's chances are pretty slim there. And let's go to Super Uniques. All. So the Cow King in Hell, very high chance. Neelathak in Hell, Radamant in Hell, the Summoner in Hell, the Countess in Hell, and the Cow King in Nightmare has a pretty decent chance as well. Not bad. But look at that right there. These are interesting right here. So these are all relatively low-level hell monsters that can easily be farmed from a Nightmare character. Bishiwash, Rockadishu, Treehead Woodfish, Bone Ash, Cold Crow is in Cave Level 1, and those are all Act 1 monsters that are really easy to get to. That you could farm relatively quickly and see if you could probably get one of these. Rockadishu also has a pretty good chance of dropping a Harlequin Crest Shaco as well. So if you were farming Rockadishu, Treehead Woodfish, and Bone Ash over and over again, and you could also do Bishiwash, this would be a really nice little 4 super unique monster combo to try and get your sorceress geared up. You could look for your Harlequin Crest, you could look for a K-Hagen's, you could look for a I'm not sure if Viper Magi drops from these guys, but maybe a Viper Magi as well. It's right in the beginning of Hell, so you shouldn't have too much trouble. Usually Act 1 is like the entry level. And honestly, these areas that these are in, Cold Plains, Stonyfield, Darkwood, those are relatively easy zones anyway. It's not bad. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about a very wise plate of armor, such as K. Hagen's. And as always, keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Upgraded Sets. As you can tell by the purple beast in front of me, we're going to be upgrading Talrash's, what is it, Guardianship, I believe is the name, or Wrappings. Sorry, Talrash's Wrappings. Oh, Guardianship is the name of the armor. And we're going to have some fun upgrading this set. I have used this set a lot in the past, especially to test out faster casting breakpoints. And as you can see, it's just a very shiny set all around. This particular set does have some variables on it, and it does make it a little bit hard to find a good version of this. As a budget sorceress, this set actually works surprisingly well, even in lieu of all the rune words. Early on in a ladder, you can literally just collect every single piece of this set. The rarest piece, I believe, is the Talrash's Guardianship Lacquered Plate, which does, for some reason, tend to drop a lot from Baal, I've noticed. I've seen it drop several times from Baal.